Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 592, just passing through. I thought Red Hair would come here to mediate. I didn't expect him to miss out on the fun. Shin had assumed that Shanks, the master of social politics, would arrive to flex his diplomatic muscles and get both sides to back down out of respect for his reputation. What Shin didn't know was that Red Hair wasn't anywhere near the New World at the moment. He was back in Fusha Village in the East Blue. Luffy had set sail because of him, and Shanks had even bet his arm on the kid's future. But if Garp ever found out about this connection, Red Hair would be royally screwed. The marine hero would hunt him to the ends of the earth, giving him the same relentless treatment he'd unleashed on Roger. Well, that wraps things up pretty much as I expected. Kaido had taken a massive hit this time, leaving him as the weakest of the four emperors in terms of manpower. He only had King the Conflagration and Queen the Plague left in his inner circle. Jack the Drought had fallen into the hands of the Marines and was estimated to be imprisoned in the underwater prison, Impel Down. As for Kaido attacking Impel Down to rescue Jack, this was impossible. Impel Down had stood for centuries, who would be crazy enough to attack it? The warden of that underwater fortress, Magellan, wielded the poison fruit, and his power was easily admiral level. Let's go, we're leaving, Shin said to Alvia and the others. The show was over, and since he had no intention of getting involved, it was time to leave. The other spectating pirates had already started dispersing, including the Whitebeard pirates. What a shame, Hancock sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She'd been hoping for some action. Hancock, maybe tone down the violence a bit, Shin said with a slight smile. Does Shin not like violent women? Hancock asked, studying his face thoughtfully. It's not that exactly. I just don't care for people who solve everything with violence. But you, Hancock, I like you just fine, Shin replied with genuine warmth. Shin said he likes me. I'm so happy. Hancock's eyes lit up with pure joy. She immediately launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around him and refusing to let go. Despite being tackled by the Empress, Shin showed no signs of irritation. If anything, he seemed perfectly content with the arrangement. Let's go back to Amazon Lily, Shin said, holding Hancock. There wasn't much left to do in the New World anyway. As for his own territory, that wasn't something worth worrying about. The last time Big Mom had tried to seize his holdings, he'd demolished her completely. He was confident no one else would be stupid enough to try the same stunt. If someone really had the courage, he would let them know what cruelty was. By the way, we have to pass through Fishman Island. Shirahoshi can also go back and see her family. Shin rubbed Shirahoshi's little head and said, I get to go home. Thank you so much, Shin-sama. Shirahoshi buried her face against his chest, tears of happiness welling up in her eyes. Her sudden embrace pushed Hancock aside, much to the Empress's obvious displeasure. Hancock's mood soured instantly, though since it was Shirahoshi, she managed to keep her jealousy in check. She was still relatively friendly to Shirahoshi and liked her very much. Try not to cry so easily from now on, Shirahoshi, Shin said softly. It was honestly her biggest weakness, the girl would tear up at the slightest provocation. I'm just moved. I'm sorry, Shin-sama. Shirahoshi wiped her tears and said to Shin. Shin's Pluton set course for Fishman Island, and as luck would have it, the Marines were heading in the same direction. Garp watched Shin's massive warship with obvious wariness. What is Shin Uzumaki doing? Akiji's eyes were filled with questions. Fortunately, Akainu was not here, otherwise, there might be trouble. With Akainu's temperament, now that Kaido was out of the picture, who knew if the Admiral might decide to pick a fight with Shin's crew? The reason Akainu was absent came down to simple necessity, he was still recovering from his battle wounds. Even he had paid a steep price fighting Kaido, suffering significant injuries and stamina depletion. Meanwhile, Kizaru had walked away from the same fight without a scratch. It wasn't that Kizaru was stronger than Akainu, just more slippery when it came to avoiding damage. But even if Akainu had been present, he would have exercised caution rather than attack Shin's ship. The future fleet admiral might be aggressive, but he wasn't suicidal. He knew better than to pick fights he couldn't win. Being tough didn't mean being reckless, otherwise he never would have risen to lead the entire Marine force. Just passing through. Shin's Pluton passed by Garp's Marine warship. As he left, he said to Garp with a faint smile. It was mainly because he saw that Garp was quite nervous, so he said this. Watching the massive ship disappear into the distance, Akiji finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Even the veteran Garp visibly relaxed. Ha! Can't believe I was actually nervous, Garp burst out laughing. He hadn't felt that kind of tension even when facing down rocks himself. Shin Uzumaki's very existence shifts the balance of the entire world, Akiji observed quietly. Yeah, but that's not our problem to solve. Let's focus on getting Jack to impel down. Garp shook his head slightly and said. Jack was currently secured aboard their vessel, frozen solid by Akiji to prevent any escape attempts. Better to move fast and avoid complications, no point giving the beast pirates any chance to mount a rescue. Capturing Jack was equivalent to crippling one of Kaido's arms. Garp expected this would trigger a feeding frenzy. Every ambitious pirate in the New World would see Kaido's weakened state as an opportunity to challenge him, maybe even claim his head. After all, countless pirates dreamed of joining the ranks of the Four Emperors. Every major player in the New World harbored that kind of ambition. The number of pirates who'd love to replace Kaido as an emperor was staggering. Whether any of them could actually pull it off was another question entirely. This time, the 7 warlords didn't come. What do you think, Vice Admiral Garp? Akiji asked Garp. Garp picked his nose, then said to Akiji, don't ask me about that political crap. I'm not interested. You want to discuss policy, go bother Sengoku. A clear refusal. Garp had zero interest in getting dragged into strategic discussions. He just wanted to relax when he could, maybe visit Fusha village to check on his grandson. Akiji studied Garp's expression, then decided to drop the subject. Knowing the men as he did, pushing the topic would be pointless. But did Garp really not care at all? This time, the 7 warlords had basically given the Marines' orders the middle finger. Originally, the warlords had been commanded to provide support, but not a single one had bothered to show up. Chapter 593, Ignorance is Bliss. Garp and the others successfully transported Jack the Drought to the underwater prison, then returned to Marine headquarters at Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have something to report regarding the 7 warlords. Akiji entered Sengoku's office and addressed him. I know what you're going to say. You can take my orders and pay a visit to the warlords. Before Akiji could even speak, Sengoku already knew what he was going to say. The matter of the 7 warlords was certainly because they hadn't acted this time, which had caused Akiji's dissatisfaction. In fact, it wasn't only Akiji who was dissatisfied, Sengoku himself was deeply displeased. He believed the 7 warlords needed to be put in their place. Sending Akiji was a way to rein them in without dismantling the system entirely. If he had sent Akainu, a battle would have been inevitable. I understand. Akiji nodded and prepared to leave. Akiji, where's Garp? Sengoku called out to him just as he was about to leave. Vice Admiral Garp went to the East Blue. Didn't he say he already told you? Akiji asked, giving Sengoku a questioning look. Sengoku's face darkened. Told me. When did he ever do that? All right, I understand. You can go and deal with the 7 warlords first. Sengoku sent Akiji on his way. Shin and his group stayed at Fishman Island for a while, then came to the first half of the Grand Line. They didn't stop at the Sabaody archipelago because they had already prepared supplies at Fishman Island. After leaving Fishman Island, Shin's Pluton headed straight for Amazon Lily. Boom. The sound of cannonballs exploding rang out. Shin, who was sleeping on the deck, was slightly stunned. Someone was bombarding him with cannonballs. Who is this? Shin opened his eyes, irritation flashing in them. Who had the audacity to fire cannonballs at his ship? Not that they ever reached it, every shot was intercepted long before it got close. These people woke Shin up. That's a capital offense. Hancock's expression was ice cold, her gaze fixed on a pirate fleet in the distance. In the New World, no pirate would ever attack us. Yet here in the first half of the Grand Line, someone actually does. How strange. Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but say. This must be what they mean by, ignorance is bliss, Robin said with a faint smile. Hey, where's Shirahoshi? Marguerite looked around for her. She had been here just now, but now she was gone. Shirahoshi, don't be so scared. It's too embarrassing. Shin pulled the shrunken Shirahoshi out of his sleeve. Besides the mini fruit, she could become very, very small. Don't you know this is even more dangerous? Shin made Shirahoshi return to her normal size and then lectured her. It wasn't that he wanted to scold her. If she shrank down so small, what if someone accidentally stepped on her? Shirahoshi's face flushed with embarrassment, though fear lingered in her eyes. The thunder of cannon fire was enough to terrify her, yet she didn't scream. Her courage had already grown, before, she would have been reduced to tears. What pirate crew is this? Shin asked Alvia. Since Alvia knew more, he turned to her. After all, she paid closer attention to the state of the seas than he did. I'm not sure either. I've only kept track of the pirates in the New World. As for those in the first half of the Grand Line, I know only a handful. Alvia told Shin that she didn't know much and didn't recognize this pirate crew. It must be some no-name pirate crew. I suppose ignorance really is bliss. Shin knew that in this world, many powerful crews existed beyond the original story. Still, if even Alvia hadn't heard of them, they were nothing more than an unknown band of small-time pirates. Captain, this pirate crew looks tough. Our cannonballs are useless. Yeah, Captain, did we hit an iron plate? The pirate crew that had attacked Shin's ship was a bit panicked at this moment. The cannonballs they fired were useless. Umph. I am the poison dragon, a devil fruit user. Why would I fear them? This ship isn't bad, we'll take it. The captain of the pirate fleet spoke calmly. He commanded dozens of ships and was well known across the Grand Line. To him, the lone vessel before him was nothing more than trash. How could a single ship crew be his opponent? As for the Kuja pirate's flag, he didn't even glance at it. He dismissed Shin outright as a worthless pirate. Then, in a flash of steel, a sword light cut clean through his ship, sending it plunging into the sea. Poison Dragon never even had time to act, his body split neatly in two. Pathetic fools. Hancock swung her sword again. With every slash of her sword aura, a ship was sunk into the sea. In an instant, more than a dozen ships had sunk to the bottom of the sea. In the blink of an eye, all the ships had sunk. Only then did Hancock sheath her sword. As expected, they're nothing but weaklings, Hancock said. She had assumed that anyone bold enough to attack the Kuja pirates would show some strength, but she had clearly overestimated them. They had none at all. It seems we're well known in the New World, but that means nothing here on the Grand Line, Shin remarked. This was just an accident, Alvia said with a slight shake of her head. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, the Kuja pirates held a strong reputation. Some pirate crews simply didn't know their place. There are far more pirates in the first half of the Grand Line than in the New World. The New World had fewer pirates, but those who survived there were all elites, unlike the more ordinary crews that filled the first half. Compared to the pirates of the Four Seas, those of the Grand Line were far stronger, yet they still couldn't match the monsters of the New World. Even so, the Four Seas remained crucial. Most pirates who set sail into the Grand Line and eventually reached the New World originated there. Many powerful figures, both pirates and marines, had their roots in the Four Seas. The attack by those ignorant pirates was only a brief distraction. The Pluton pressed on toward Amazon Lily, and with its unmatched speed, it soon entered the calm belt, drawing close to the island. Chapter 594, It won't be long before I capture him. The Pluton sailed in the calm belt without being attacked by a single Sea King. This was a bit of a surprise. Shin felt it was because of Shirahoshi. Even if her power had not yet awakened, it could not change the fact that she was the ruler of the Sea Kings. It was normal for them not to attack. It would have been better if we had encountered a Sea King. Amatsuki Toki's face showed disappointment. Sea King meat was exquisitely delicious. Creatures that terrified others were, to her, nothing more than food. Yes, that's right. The meat of a Sea King is indeed delicious. It's necessary to catch one. Shin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten Sea King meat for a long time. Now that Amatsuki Toki had brought it up, he suddenly felt a little nostalgic. Universal pull. A black hole-like gravitational force erupted from Shin's hand. The Sea King at the bottom of the sea was pulled up by him. A huge Sea King, looking very ferocious, its size as large as a small island. I'm curious how the Sea Kings grow so massive and still survive in the deep sea, Shin said. The deeper the waters, the greater the pressure, making it nearly impossible for such huge creatures to live there. Then again, this was the world of One Piece, unusual by nature, so he wasn't surprised. Let me kill it. Hancock drew her sword. Shin hauled the Sea King up, still alive but on the brink of death. One strike from Hancock's sword ended it instantly, her blade dismembering the massive creature. She kept only a portion of the meat and tossed the rest back into the sea. Let's have a barbecue when we get back to Amazon Lily. Shin looked at the huge piece of meat left behind. Even a small portion was the size of a sea beast, more than enough to feed everyone on the ship. They couldn't finish it all, but nothing would go to waste. With an entire nation waiting in Amazon Lily, there was no fear it wouldn't be eaten. Shin, I've already notified Elder Nyan. She will bring the citizens to welcome us, Hancock said to Shin. Shin nodded slightly. By the way, Shin, do you think we should move Amazon Lily to the New World? Hancock asked Shin. Califa possessed the float fruit, giving her the power to lift even an island into the air. That was why Hancock suggested it. For Califa now, moving an island was no challenge. It's better to stay in the first half of the Grand Line. The New World is too chaotic, it's not necessarily any better than here. Shin shook his head slightly. That's true. Hancock gently said on Shin's body. The New World was no safe haven. It was a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. If Amazon Lily were moved there, what would happen if someone reckless attacked in Shin's absence? It was a real possibility. There was no shortage of fools without sense. Before long, they returned to Amazon Lily, where Elder Nyan led the women of the kingdom in greeting them. Even without Shin, Hancock alone warranted such a welcome. She was their empress after all. Yet she was not a particularly dutiful one, rarely staying on the island and spending most of her time abroad. The kingdom's affairs naturally fell to Elder Nyan, who had no choice but to shoulder them. With the overwhelming power of the love fruit, opposing Hancock was impossible. Its charm was irresistible to both men and women alike. I respectfully welcome the Emperor and the Empress. Elder Nyan said respectfully after seeing Shin and Hancock. Elder Nyan, there's no need to be so formal. We're old acquaintances, Shin said with a smile. Even so, Elder Nyan continued to regard him with deep respect. Empress-sama, you're back just in time. Some development decisions of the Amazon Lily will be up to you. Elder Nyan showed a smile to Hancock. But Hancock was rather annoyed. Where is the need for me to appear for such a small matter? You can just solve it. Hancock waved her hand and said. Such an important matter was brushed off as trivial by Hancock. It concerned the kingdom's development, how could that be a small matter? Yet Hancock had no interest in discussing it. To her, these issues were nothing but nuisances that cut into her time with Shin. Elder Nyan tried to speak again, but Hancock activated her devil fruit ability. Elder Nyan left happily. Shin looked speechless. With Hancock's personality, she was hardly suited to be an empress. Yet with the power of the love fruit, she embodied the will of the people. Everyone who laid eyes on her erupted in cheers, hearts practically shining in their eyes. Is Sister Hancock really so popular in the country? She must be a benevolent ruler. Shirahoshi couldn't help but say. Of course. Hancock declared proudly, tilting her chin upward. Robin scoffed, then patted Hancock's shoulder and pointed toward Shin. You can say that after you win him over. And really, you call yourself a benevolent monarch. Robin nearly gagged at her own words. To her, Hancock was nothing more than a narcissist. It won't be long before I capture him, Hancock replied confidently. I don't know where you get that confidence. But you shouldn't boast too much. It'll be pretty embarrassing if you fail, Hancock, Robin shot back. Oh. Then do you want to make a bet with me? Hancock looked at Robin and asked. I'd appreciate it if you two didn't use me as the bet, Shin couldn't help but say. And besides, so many people are watching. Maybe you should argue in private. Shin reminded. Robin glanced around and quickly noticed the unfriendly stares of Amazon Lily's people. To them, she had been disrespectful to their empress. If Hancock gave the order, they would arrest her without hesitation. With that realization, Robin decided to heed Shin's warning. There was no sense in drawing the people's ire here, in Hancock's own territory. When they arrived at the palace, Shin realized it had been nearly half a year since their last return. The palace itself looked new, and after asking Elder Nyan, he learned it had indeed been rebuilt. Chapter 595, Tough Luck. Time flew by, and nearly 10 years passed. During these years, Shin basically split his time between the New World and Amazon Lily. Nothing major had happened in the past few years, the sea was relatively calm. Well, relatively calm was a stretch. It would be a lie to say that pirates didn't fight among themselves, or that the Marines didn't hunt pirates. But for the time being, there were no conflicts between the four emperors, and the Marines hadn't made any moves against them, so the various powers were in a state of relative balance. Shin, why are we suddenly going to the East Blue, the weakest of the seas? Hancock asked Shin. At this moment, Shin's Pluton had just left the New World and was heading for the East Blue. There's a reason for going to the East Blue, Shin said with a slight smile to Hancock. Hancock had matured a lot, her charm even greater. Of course, this was also thanks to Shin's help. He had already eaten her. After all, she had been seducing him all this time. Who could resist? He had devoured her clean a long time ago. Oh. Hancock murmured softly and didn't ask any more questions. She leaned against Shin and found a comfortable position to yawn. The reason Shin was going to the East Blue was because the story was about to begin, or rather, it had already begun. Speaking of which, after so many years in the One Piece world, he had never actually met the protagonist, Luffy. This was also his first time going to the East Blue. You two are so relaxed, Robin said, looking at Shin and Hancock. Aren't you? I think you're very relaxed too, Shin said with a light smile. Robin came over and sat beside him, joining them in sunbathing. I feel like you're a third wheel. Hancock glanced at Robin with a hint of dissatisfaction. That's right. I deliberately came over to be a third wheel. Robin said to Hancock. Hancock snuggled into Shin's arms, then looked at Robin provocatively. To be honest, seeing her provocative gaze, Robin felt a little uncomfortable. It would be nice to have some fruit now. Shin expressed his desire to eat some fruit. Shin-sama, it's ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Baby 5 came over with a fruit platter. Ah, you're really thoughtful, Baby 5, Shin said with a light chuckle. Baby 5 giggled foolishly. Her silly appearance made even Monet feel a bit too embarrassed to watch. This is too slow. Speed up the Pluton. Although the Pluton's speed was not slow, Shin still felt it was too slow. As for speeding it up, he naturally used his repulsive force. Instantly, the Pluton shot forward like an arrow from a bow, several times faster than before. Well, going too fast could easily lead to accidents. Shin wasn't paying attention, and then something happened. With a thud, they crashed into a ship. Oops, that was careless. Shin said, looking at the sinking warship. But out on the sea, with such low odds, was colliding with the other ship luck, or misfortune. After sinking the enemy warship, Shin's Pluton remained unscathed. After all, this was Pluton, crafted from the original blueprints. Damn pirates. A very angry voice came. Shin stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the marine flying in the air with moonwalk, feeling quite embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Shin waved at her. As it turned out, this marine was a woman, and she had a striking figure. Pink hair, a marine headquarters captain, was she the bind fruit user, Hina? Shin had already recognized her, and she, in turn, recognized him. Looking at the Kuja pirate's flag, the originally angry Hina was stunned for a moment. She had run into none other than one of the 4 emperors, Shin Uzumaki. And now her ship had been sunk by him. Was this sheer misfortune? Hina is very angry. Hina is going to arrest you all. Even knowing she was facing one of the 4 emperors, Hina didn't back down. Black iron bars shot toward Shin without a trace of mercy. But before they could reach him, Hancock's blade sliced them apart. In the next instant, Hina's body spun out of control in midair and plummeted toward the Pluton. It was universal pull, Shin had dragged her in with his power. Tough luck for you, you got caught by me. Shin snapped sea-stone cuffs onto Hina, and the moment they locked in place, her strength drained away. Damn it, you crashed Hina's ship, and now you're arresting Hina. Hina was very angry. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have plunged into the sea. And for a devil fruit user, falling into the ocean meant only one outcome, certain death. That's why I said you have tough luck. If it wasn't for your bad luck, you wouldn't have taken my hit, and you wouldn't be my prisoner now. Shin paid no mind to Hina's anger. Then why isn't this your fault? Hina shot back, clearly unconvinced. Because I'm stronger than you. The strong are never wrong. That makes you unlucky. Let's get you locked up first. Shin gestured to Monet, letting her lock Hina up. The Pluton had a built-in prison, though it had never been used until now. Hina would be its first occupant. Shin, you're not going to kill her, are you? Momosaji asked Shin, a hint of worry in her heart. Although she had basically integrated into the Kuja pirates, she still didn't want to see a marine being killed. If we can bring her into the crew, we will. If not, we'll deal with it later. Momosaji, you're in charge of convincing her to surrender, Shin ordered. Momosaji nodded. It was best to leave this matter to her. At the very least, she could ensure the other's life was spared. After Momosaji left, Hancock and Robin both fixed Shin with curious, almost suspicious looks. What is it? Shin asked, noticing their stares. Shin, you didn't kill her because you think she's pretty, did you? Hancock asked Shin. Robin shared the same view as Hancock. That's right. If she weren't beautiful, she'd be long gone by now. Shin nodded without the slightest denial. You don't even bother denying it. Amatsuki Toki fixed Shin with a pointed gaze. What's there to deny? Even if I did, would you really believe me? Shin spoke calmly. It was the truth. If he denied it, the only one who'd believe him was Shirahoshi, who trusted him completely. Chapter 596, The True Powerhouses. At Reverse Mountain. Coming here again felt oddly surreal. In truth, Shin had only been to Reverse Mountain once before, this was his second time. I've heard the sea restaurant Baratai in the East Blue is excellent. I just wonder if it's true, Alvia said. Didn't expect you to be interested in food as well, Alvia. Amatsuki Toki remarked in surprise. Shin-sama, I can cook for you. Do you want me to? Baby 5 asked, looking at him with anticipation. I'm sorry, Baby 5, I don't, Shin said flatly. Her cooking was on par with Kushina's infamous dark cuisine. In other areas, cleaning, chores, and the like, she excelled. But cooking? Best to leave that aside. No point making things hard for her, she just didn't have the knack for it. Hearing Shin's rejection, Baby 5 looked crushed, disappointment written all over her face. But Monet and the others actually sighed in relief. After all, anyone who could burn roast meat into charcoal had no business cooking. Her food just wasn't fit to eat. Shin, do I need to remind you of something? Robin suddenly said. What is it that you need to remind me of? Tell me. Shin's face showed curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, we're now heading to the South Blue. We've gone the wrong way. A smile hung on Robin's face. After she finished, Shin's expression froze slightly, and Shirahoshi and the others almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that so? You know, this is only my second time here. I'm not familiar with the way, Shin said with some embarrassment. If that's the case, then why do you have to control the ship? If I did it, there would be no mistake. Alvia added insult to injury. If I didn't control it, do you think we could have reached Reverse Mountain so quickly? Shin had used the 9-tomo Rinnegan to control the repulsive force to accelerate, which was why it was so fast. Since they had gone the wrong way, Shin and his group could only go back. Under Alvia's command, they sailed into the East Blue. Actually, I came to the East Blue to find a navigator. Shin said to Alvia and the others. A navigator? What kind of navigator would make you go looking for them yourself? Are they really that good? Hancock asked, surprised. Yes, she's very talented. The navigator Shin was looking for was Nami. As for stealing her away from Luffy's crew, what would the Straw Hat Captain do about it? Shin couldn't care less. Besides, with Luffy's knack for recruitment, he'd probably find another decent navigator eventually. Don't let that goofy, simple-minded exterior fool you. Luffy had an incredible talent for attracting the right people to his crew. Nami's abilities were genuinely exceptional. Even Shiki had recognized her potential, which said everything about her skills. Still, despite Shin's endorsement, Alvia and the others remained skeptical. Honestly, they found it hard to believe that any world-class navigator could come from the East Blue, the so-called weakest sea. The truth was, most people harbored some prejudice against the East Blue, mainly because of that infamous reputation as the weakest of the four seas. Hey, that ship in front, isn't that Garp's ship? Shin saw Garp. Shin and his crew were sailing toward the East Blue, while Garp was supposed to be leaving it. Their paths had crossed at the worst possible moment. Right now, every marine on Garp's warship was breaking out in a cold sweat. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Why the hell were they staring at one of the four emperors, Shin Uzumaki, in the East Blue of all places? What was someone of his caliber doing in the weakest of the four seas? Actually, his reasons didn't matter. What mattered was that they were completely screwed. Quickly inform Vice Admiral Garp. Soon, Garp was summoned to the deck. He'd just woken up, and his wounds were still visible. That wound of Garp's, Axe-Hand Morgan gave him that, didn't he? Shin couldn't help but comment. Axe-Hand Morgan. Is he strong? At this point, Shin couldn't hide his amusement. You had to admit, Morgan had earned himself bragging rights for life. The man had actually wounded Garp and lived to tell about it. This was the same Garp, marine hero, the guy who'd hunted down Roger and helped bring down the sea's former overlord, Rox. But Morgan had cut him down and escaped. Now that was what you'd call a legendary feat, right? This embarrassing incident had become a permanent stain on Garp's reputation. But honestly, the old man was something else. After getting slashed, he'd just gone back to sleep, and when he woke up, he didn't even seem bothered by it. Shin Uzumaki, what the hell are you doing in the East Blue? Garp called out from across the water. I don't think I need to explain this to you, Shin said with a faint smile to Garp. The Marines on Garp's ship were sweating bullets, terrified that a fight might erupt. If things actually came to blows, the outcome wouldn't matter, they'd all end up as collateral damage. Even though Garp's crew was elite by Marine standards, against someone like Shin Uzumaki, they honestly wouldn't even register as a threat. After that tense exchange, Shin and Garp sailed past each other. Shin's ship continued its course toward the East Blue while Garp remained on deck, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He just shows up in the East Blue out of nowhere, what the hell is he planning? I need to warn Sengoku about this. Garp's face had taken on a rare expression of genuine concern. After all, the East Blue was his home turf. When someone that dangerous wandered into your backyard, you couldn't just ignore it. And according to recent reports, his grandson Luffy had already set sail. What if the kid accidentally crossed paths with Shin Uzumaki and said something stupid? The thought genuinely worried Garp. He knew his grandson all too well. Luffy had a habit of shooting his mouth off without thinking. It was entirely possible he'd managed to piss off one of the most dangerous men alive. Peru. Garp, what's the situation? Did you bring back that Morgan guy? Came Sengoku's voice over the den mushi. Honestly, Garp felt like crawling into a hole right about now. Morgan had already escaped, vanished without a trace. Here he was, a marine legend, and he couldn't even keep tabs on some small-time captain from a backwater base. It was absolutely mortifying. Garp was too ashamed to admit it. If Sengoku found out, the bastard would never let him live it down. Never mind that. What matters is that I just ran into Shin Uzumaki in the East Blue. He's here for some reason, Garp told Sengoku, skillfully dodging the original question. Chapter 597, Turmoil at Marine HQ. At Marine Headquarters. Sengoku frowned at the Den Mushi on his desk. Shin Uzumaki had appeared in the East Blue. To be honest, the Marines had little intelligence on the Kuja pirates' movements. They knew the crew had left the New World, and Sengoku assumed they were returning to Amazon Lily, so he hadn't thought much of it. He never expected them to head for the East Blue. He remembered that red-haired Shanks and his crew often lingered there, but what was so special about that sea? Sengoku didn't believe Shin was simply on vacation. What could possibly draw him to the weakest of the seas? You encountered Shin Uzumaki, and you didn't fight him. Sengoku asked Garp. Sengoku, if I had fought him, do you really think I'd be here, talking to you right now? Garp retorted. Aren't you supposed to be the strategist? How could you ask such a stupid question? Sengoku was a bit embarrassed. It seemed he had asked the wrong question. With Shin Uzumaki's strength, if a fight had really broken out, Garp would have been no match. He might have even been killed. He saw you too, right? Since there was no conflict between you, it probably means it's nothing major. I'll have someone keep a closer eye on the situation. Sengoku said after some thought. By the way, have you caught that marine scumbag yet? Sengoku suddenly asked Garp. Sengoku's sudden question made Garp's expression freeze. It was obvious who he meant, Morgan, the man he had been sent to capture. Morgan escaped. I didn't think he'd be that strong, he even managed to knock me down. We'll need to be careful with him. Garp wasn't the type to cling to pride, so he spoke honestly. Morgan had already gotten away, even if Sengoku wanted him, it no longer mattered. What? You let him escape? Sengoku almost couldn't believe his ears. A little captain from the East Blue had slipped away from Garp. It sounded like a bad joke. Are you kidding me? Sengoku asked Garp. In the past, he had chased Roger across the world, yet now he had been outmaneuvered by a mere captain. Could Morgan really be that strong? If he were, he wouldn't still be stuck in the East Blue as a captain. Sengoku quickly pieced it together, Garp must have been slacking and let him slip away. Garp, you're not getting paid this month. Sengoku roared before slamming the line shut. He glared at the Den Mushi on the table, barely resisting the urge to take his anger out on it. After all, it was a living creature, and it hadn't done anything wrong. Strange, why hasn't Momosaji sent back any information? Sengoku frowned. When he first sent her undercover, she reported back occasionally. Now, contact had been completely lost. If he didn't know she was still alive, he would have assumed her cover had already been blown. Reporting, Fleet Admiral. We've received news that Captain Hina has been captured. Suddenly, a marine walked into the office and reported to Sengoku. What? Who has the guts to do that? Sengoku was already in a foul mood, and the news only enraged him further. Hina was one of the marine's most promising talents. Now that he had learned she'd been captured, his frustration boiled over. Well, according to the report from Captain Hina's subordinates, she was captured by Shin Uzumaki. His ship crashed into her warship. The marine soldier immediately replied. Sengoku fell silent at the news. Captured by Shin Uzumaki, there was nothing he could do. Rescue Hina from him. Impossible, unless he mobilized the full force of Marine headquarters and declared open war. And even then, victory was far from certain. Shin could summon meteors. Power like that was beyond anything Sengoku could contend with. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Sengoku waved his hand to let him leave, without saying how to handle it. In truth, he didn't know how to handle it either. He couldn't make up his mind. If he could reach Momosaji, he would ask her first to understand the situation. Only with a clear picture could he decide how to proceed. To contact Momosaji, I'll need Tsuru to step in. Sengoku was a bit suspicious. He suspected that Momosaji had already defected to Shin Uzumaki. It was entirely possible. She had been undercover for more than a decade, plenty of time to be swayed. If that were true, it would break his heart. Had he really handed one of the Marine's top fighters over to a pirate? I hope she won't disappoint me. Sengoku couldn't be sure and could only pray in his heart. While he was considering these things, Shin had already reached Logue Town, the town of beginnings and endings. The Pirate King, Gold Roger, had been born here, and this was also where they'd executed him. The final curtain on the greatest pirate of his generation. That's why they called it the town of beginnings and endings. Town sat right at the entrance to the Grand Line. Basically every pirate crew heading for those waters had to pass through here. Because of that strategic importance, the Marines had stationed someone fairly capable to keep watch, a guy named Smoker. Smoker wielded the smoke fruit, a Logia type that let him turn his entire body into smoke at will. He could solidify that smoke to trap enemies or use it to suffocate them. Smoker had been the first person to hand Luffy a real defeat, capturing the rubber boy without breaking a sweat. But compared to Luffy's growth, Smoker's strength seemed to plateau over time. When he first showed up, the guy had serious potential, but eventually other fighters left him in the dust. That's not to say Smoker was weak, far from it. Regular pirates didn't stand a chance against him. A Logia Devil Fruit was basically a cheat code in the East Blue, where nobody knew the first thing about armament hockey. Without hockey, how the hell were you supposed to deal with someone who could turn into smoke? Sure, sea stone and seawater were every Devil Fruit user's weakness, but first you had to actually land a hit. Plus, most small-time pirates couldn't afford sea stone weapons anyway, that stuff was expensive as hell, being the ultimate anti-Devil Fruit material and all. Smoker's weapon had sea stone embedded in it, and the mineral was tough as nails. Only a master swordsman could cut through it easily. But anyway, Shin hadn't come to Town for Smoker. He didn't even plan on meeting the guy. His real target was Roger's execution platform. The place held too much historical significance to skip. Chapter 598, Who's Bolder? The town is not big, but it's quite prosperous. Shin said, walking in Town. Town wasn't big, nor was it small. Perhaps because Smoker was stationed here, it was relatively safe and prosperous. In fact, there were pirates in Town, but these pirates were very smart and wouldn't cause trouble. They disguised themselves as ordinary people. Is this the place where Roger was executed? Shin came to the most conspicuous place in Town. If he had transmigrated a few years earlier, Shin could have seen the scene of Roger's execution. When Roger was executed back then, many big shots must have come. It's just a regular execution platform, maybe a little taller than usual, Hancock said, studying the structure. You're showing off too much. Smoker, with a long scar on his face and biting 2 cigars, walked over from a distance with the Marines. One of the 4 emperors, Shin Uzumaki, showing up in Town this brazenly. How bold. Smoker snarled, his face twisted with rage. Shin's pirate ship sat anchored in plain view outside the harbor, black flag flying proudly, so naturally Smoker had spotted his arrival immediately. Even stationed out here in the 4 seas, Smoker kept himself well informed about the major players, especially the 4 emperors. After all, his assignment to the East Blue wasn't permanent. The Marines had sent him here mainly to smooth out his rough edges and stubborn attitude. Eventually, he'd return to headquarters once he'd matured. Smoker was one of Zephyr's students, and among the former Admiral's students, he showed real promise. His talent was exceptional, making him one of Z's most valued protégés. Between the 2 of us, who's bolder? Shin asked with a smirk. Smoker called him bold, but Shin figured the Marine was the truly reckless one here. The guy knew exactly who he was dealing with, yet still had the nerve to come out and cause a scene. Was he seriously underestimating what it meant to be a 4 emperor? Humph, I don't care if you're a 4 emperor from the New World, you're in Town now, and I will arrest you, Smoker declared, smoke billowing from his mouth. Standing behind him, his second-in-command Tashigi was practically having a panic attack. Tashigi kept up with the news and knew plenty about these monsters. The sea emperors of the New World were so dangerous that even marine admirals treated them with extreme caution. These were threats that required multiple admirals working together to handle, and Smoker thought he could just arrest one solo. Could the men please develop some basic self-preservation instincts? Either way, Tashigi was convinced they were all about to die. She felt utterly hopeless. Sure, she wanted to arrest pirates too, but someone like a 4 emperor was completely out of her league. Not bad, you've got serious balls. I doubt even Akainu would have the nerve to tell me he's arresting me to my face. Can't believe you actually said it. Shin laughed out loud. Smoker interpreted that smile as pure mockery, and his anger flared even hotter. Truth was, as a prodigy, Smoker had always been arrogant and way too confident in his own abilities. That's exactly why the Marines had shipped him out here in the first place. With his level of power, he could have easily made a name for himself on the Grand Line. Hina, who Shin had captured earlier, was his former classmate, and Smoker was even stronger than her. In his mind, the gap between his strength and the 4 emperors couldn't be that massive. Smoker had gotten a serious case of big head syndrome. He genuinely believed he was in their league. White blow. Smoker's limbs turned into smoke and then hit Shin. Shin might not care, but you're way out of line, Hancock said, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. There had to be a limit to how delusional someone could be about their own abilities. With pathetic strength like that, he actually thought he could challenge Shin. She had no idea where he'd found the nerve. Hancock was about to make her move when Khalifa, who'd been standing quietly behind Shin, stepped forward to stop her. "Vice Captain, I think this kind of garbage is better left to me," Khalifa said, adjusting her glasses. "All right." Hancock agreed. She felt that getting involved would be like picking on someone helpless. Besides, he really wasn't worth her time. Khalifa stomped her foot, and the ground erupted upward, blocking all of Smoker's attacks. A devil fruit user. Smoker's expression turned serious when he saw what happened. He knew firsthand how tricky devil fruit users could be in a fight. But what kind of fruit was this? Smoker's knowledge of devil fruits was pretty limited. He wasn't some walking encyclopedia who could identify abilities just by watching someone use them. The Logia smoke fruit. Not particularly impressive, Khalifa observed with clinical detachment. Her casual dismissal immediately set Smoker off. She'd just called his devil fruit weak. He'd always taken pride in his abilities, after all, it was a Logia type. Logia fruits were universally considered the most powerful class, and elementalization alone was enough to give most enemies nightmares. Well, that was true in the 4 Seas in the first half of the Grand Line anyway. In the New World, even Logia powers became pretty much worthless. Nearly everyone there had mastered armament hockey, which rendered elementalization almost useless. What remained was raw destructive potential. The problem was, not every Logia fruit packed serious firepower. What was Smoker supposed to do? Suffocate his enemies with smoke? Sure, it could choke people out, but anyone with real strength could hold their breath long enough to close the distance and beat him senseless. Finger pistol. Khalifa thrust her hand forward like a spear, fingers aimed straight at Smoker. Seeing the attack coming, Smoker immediately shifted into his smoke form. He'd gotten so comfortable dominating the East Blue that he used elementalization without a second thought, apparently forgetting that armament hockey even existed. But knowing he was a Logia user, how could Khalifa possibly attack without coating her fingers in hockey? Her strike punched clean through his shoulder, boring a hole straight through his shoulder blade. "How the hell did you hit me?" Smoker wheezed, agony flaring through his shoulder while sweat poured down his face. The pain was bad enough, but the realization that his defenses had failed was absolutely terrifying. "You don't even know about armament hockey." "How pathetic," Khalifa said, though she caught herself mid-thought. Actually, considering he was stationed in the East Blue, his ignorance made perfect sense. Not knowing about hockey was pretty standard out here. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, people who could use armament hockey were rare. In the weakest of the 4 Seas, it was completely normal for someone to have never encountered it. Standing in the background, Tashigi had been quietly observing the whole time, but now her face showed pure disbelief. A Logia user could be hurt without Seastone. How? Chapter 599, quite the coincidence, huh? Khalifa rolled her eyes at her opponent's obvious inexperience. She'd hoped to impress Shin with a proper display of skill, but her opponent was proving disappointingly inadequate. The enemy was so weak that even trying to show off felt pointless. "Face it, you're way out of your league. You wanted to arrest me. You're nothing but a rookie." Shin regarded Smoker with detached amusement. This was entirely Smoker's fault for picking a fight he couldn't win. If he'd stayed put or even bothered to check with Sengoku first, he wouldn't be bleeding on the ground right now. "Captain, should I kill him?" Khalifa asked. "Wait." Tashigi immediately stepped forward, gripping her sword tightly as she fixed Khalifa with a wary glare. Fear trembled through her entire body, but she couldn't stand by and watch her superior officer die. "Forget it. There's no need to kill him." Shin glanced dismissively at Smoker. He wasn't bloodthirsty enough to murder someone over a minor confrontation. Tashigi exhaled in relief at his words. "The fight's not over yet," Smoker snarled, his pride refusing to accept defeat. Despite Shin's mercy, he remained stubbornly defiant. He launched himself at Khalifa again, only to be sent flying by her kick, his body crashing through several buildings. "Know your limits," Khalifa said coolly. If Shin hadn't made it clear he wanted Smoker alive, Khalifa would have ended him without hesitation. She didn't pull punches when she fought, her training as a former agent had taught her to strike without mercy. Smoker had essentially won the lottery today. He'd come within inches of death. "Let's go." Shin had no desire to linger in Logetown. He'd only stopped to satisfy his curiosity. Having seen the execution platform, that curiosity was sated. Time to find the little thief cat, Nami. Right now, she was probably stealing her way across the East Blue, hoarding money. Her obsession with wealth stemmed from her desperate plan to buy her village back from Arlong. Making deals with pirates, Nami's naivety was showing. Though in fairness, what other options did she have? As they departed, Smoker struggled to his feet, watching their retreating figures with burning humiliation. "Captain, please don't chase after them. You'll die for real this time. Toshiji pleaded with Smoker. Death would be meaningless anyway. Throwing your life away for nothing. Captain, please listen to me and stand down. Toshiji earnestly tried to reason with him. Smoker might be stubborn, but he wasn't completely unreasonable. Deep down, he knew the truth. In a real fight, he didn't stand a chance. Charging in would be suicide. He wouldn't even force Shin Uzumaki to lift a finger. How laughable that he'd thought his strength comparable to a 4 emperors. The gap between them was astronomical. He couldn't even beat one of Shin's subordinates. I'll get stronger. One day, mark my words, I'll arrest him. I swear it. Smoker roared his vow to the sky. Toshiji flinched. Can't you be a little quieter? What if they hear you? She anxiously watched Shin's distant figure, only relaxing when she saw they hadn't turned around. I think that's probably impossible, Toshiji muttered under her breath. She didn't know the full extent of Shin's power, but she could guess from his subordinates. Khalifa had crushed Smoker effortlessly, nearly killing him, and she wasn't even among the crew's strongest members. Even a lifetime of training probably wouldn't close that gap. But Toshiji kept these honest thoughts to herself. No point crushing her captain's spirit completely. What if she destroyed his confidence entirely? Oblivious to his subordinates' doubts, Smoker left without another word, even tossing away his beloved cigars. Perhaps Smoker's stagnant growth in the original story came from all that smoking. Okay, that was a joke. But seriously, Smoker's strength barely improved throughout the series. Shin, Hancock, and Khalifa returned to the ship. Did you restock our supplies? Shin asked Alvia. While Shin's group had gone sightseeing at the execution platform, Alvia and the others had handled the shopping. Of course. Did you really think I couldn't handle something that simple? Alvia couldn't help sounding indignant. Oh, by the way, we caught a thief. She's waiting for you to decide what to do with her. Alvia suddenly remembered. You caught a thief. Shin paused, then thought, it couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? Well, knowing his luck, it probably was exactly that coincidental. Better check who this thief was. A female thief. We've got her locked up for now. If you're interested, go take a look. If not, we can just toss her overboard. What does she look like? Shin suspected the thief Alvia had captured might actually be Nami. Just a suspicion, though. He couldn't be certain. The odds seemed too astronomical. You'll definitely be interested. Pretty girl with orange hair. Robin informed him. I feel like you're implying something. Shin gave Robin a pointed look. Robin scoffed. Implying? Please, I'm being completely explicit. By the way, how was Roger's execution platform? Robin asked, changing the subject. Curious? If you were interested, why didn't you come along earlier? Shin asked, puzzled. No, I wasn't curious, Robin shook her head. Just making conversation. If she'd actually been curious, she would have joined them at the platform. Where's Shirahoshi? I don't see her around. Shin asked Alvia, genuinely worried the mermaid might have gotten lost. Don't worry, Shirahoshi's fine. She's playing with Margaret, baby 5, and Monet right now, Alvia assured him. What, did you need her for something? No, just checking. I'm going to see this thief you caught. From Alvia's description, Shin was almost certain it was Nami. How fortunate, she'd delivered herself right to their doorstep before he'd even started looking. Chapter 600, you're too naive. In the Pluton's brig, Nami stared in surprise at the other woman sharing her cell. Hey, how'd you end up here? Did you try to steal from them too? Nami asked Hina. Hina doesn't speak to thieves. Hina glanced at Nami with undisguised disdain. She clearly looked down on Nami. After all, in Hina's eyes, this girl was just a common thief. As a marine, Hina despised thieves even more than pirates. At least pirates had some twisted honor, thieves were just pathetic. Nami was instantly annoyed. We're both prisoners. You're a marine. Nami suddenly noticed the justice coat Hina wore. Hina already said she won't talk to thieves. Stop bothering Hina. Nami was genuinely pissed now. So what if you're a marine? You still got captured, didn't you? Besides, Nami harbored no love for the Marines. The reason, of course, was the Marines in action. If the Marines were really doing their job, her hometown wouldn't have fallen into Arlong's hands. Though her adoptive mother had been a Marine, that didn't mean Nami respected the organization. Not all Marines were like Belmere. A Marine reduced to being captured by pirates, how pathetic, Nami couldn't help but say. Her words hit their mark, making Hina flush with anger and shame. It was humiliating, but being called out by a petty thief made it infinitely worse. Say that again and Hina will make you regret it. Hina glared furiously at Nami. Am I wrong? Nami wasn't intimidated. In her mind, they were equals here. Both prisoners with no advantages over the other, why should she care if Hina got angry? Hina turned away, refusing to engage further. She'd clearly lost the verbal sparring match and chose silence over further embarrassment. Seeing Hina go quiet, Nami found herself bored. At least arguing with the marine woman had been entertaining. After a long silence, Nami finally couldn't stand it anymore. Her eyes gleaming with sudden inspiration, she turned to Hina. How about we team up and escape? The suggestion made Hina's heart skip. She'd be lying if she said the idea didn't tempt her. But the temptation lasted only a moment before reality crushed it. It wasn't that Hina didn't want to escape, but she knew very well that escaping was impossible. She knew exactly who had captured her, Shin Uzumaki, one of the 4 emperors. Escaping from him was a fantasy. Besides, these sea stone cuffs weren't coming off. Could this girl remove them? If she could open them, maybe there'd be a sliver of hope. But this thief clearly lacked that ability. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Nami frowned when Hina's eyes briefly lit up before dimming again. Why the silent treatment? Don't tell me she actually wants to stay locked up in here. Hina advises you to save your energy. You're never escaping. Hina glanced at Nami dismissively. Hina was 100% sure that Nami had no ability to escape. How do you know without trying? Nami refused to give up. Being locked up forever would drive her insane. Plus, she still needed to save her village. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Stealing from the Kuja pirates, Hina's impressed. Though your delusions about escaping are laughable. Hina snorted. She might dislike this thief, but the girl's audacity was noteworthy. Robbing a 4 emperor's crew took serious nerve, or complete ignorance. The Kuja pirates? Never heard of them. They can't be famous in the East Blue. Now Nami understood which pirate crew this was, though she'd never heard of them. You said this is the East Blue. Hina was caught off guard by Nami's words. She hadn't expected them to already be in the East Blue. It had only been a few days since her capture, yet they had made it there already. The speed was astonishing. Nami paused, then asked, You're from another sea? Hina was captured by that bastard Shin Uzumaki in the Grand Line. Been locked up here ever since. Hina's anger flared when mentioning Shin. The Grand Line, you're from the legendary Grand Line. Nami had heard stories about that sea of powerful pirates and marines. Arlong had come from there. Learning Hina was from the Grand Line, Nami immediately wanted information. Have you heard of Arlong? Arlong. Hina was slightly stunned. He's a pirate. A fishman. Oh, I've heard of him. Word is he went to the East Blue. Just some nobody pirate, a former Sun Pirates member. The Sun Pirates were also known as the Fishman Pirates, a crew founded by Fisher Tiger after he liberated the slaves. Both Jinbe and Arlong had served under that banner. Nobody pirate? Nami's face filled with confusion. Are you kidding me? To Nami, Arlong was invincible, her personal nightmare. Yet Hina dismissed him as insignificant. So, he's not as good as the Kuja pirates? Nami continued to ask Hina. Hina nearly laughed. Comparing Arlong to the Kuja pirates? That's like comparing a candle to the sun. They're not even in the same league. Hina thinks your perspective is way too narrow, Hina said, looking at Nami like she was some backwoods hick. How naive could someone be to even suggest such a comparison? Arlong and the Kuja pirates weren't even worth mentioning in the same sentence. So there really are people stronger than Arlong. Nami murmured, her eyes lighting up with possibility. If they were that powerful, maybe she could ask for help. But reality quickly crushed that hope. Why would they help her? She was just a captured thief. She'd be lucky to keep her life. Chapter 601, Nami willingly joins. In the prison cell, Hina gazed at Nami with speechless exasperation. Typical small-town East Blue mentality, her worldview really is pathetically limited. Though Hina remained silent, Nami could clearly sense the contempt radiating from her. The disdain was practically tangible. Humph. You Marines are all the same, a bunch of rotten apples. Nami suddenly snapped, her voice filled with anger. She was annoyed by Hina's contempt, but it also stirred up old resentments. What did you say? Hina glared at Nami, furious. Am I wrong? You Marines are all in bed with pirates anyway. Nami's words dripped with bitterness. From what Nami knew, Arlong had connections with Captain Nezumi, they were business partners. That's slander. Hina won't tolerate such accusations. Hina tried to surge to her feet in anger. But the sea stone cuffs drained her strength, she couldn't even get to her feet. This feeling of helplessness made Hina's heart ache. Damn that Shin Uzumaki, absolutely infuriating. Slander? I have proof. Nami then told Hina about Arlong's dealings with Captain Nezumi, information she'd stumbled upon by accident. Nami had once hoped the Marines would drive Arlong away and save Kokoyashi village. But then she learned that even the Marines were colluding with him. Hina gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected there to be so many traitors. This was a stain on the Marines' reputation. If Hina ever gets out, she'll make those Marine scum pay. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Hina's confidence evaporated. Given her current predicament, where did she get the nerve to make such promises? She was still a prisoner herself. Escaping would be miracle enough. No, it was impossible to escape. She didn't know if she would be imprisoned here for the rest of her life. Oh please, you talk big now, but can you even get out? Nami scoffed. All talk when you're in the same boat as me. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached. Shin's figure appeared in the prison, and he saw Nami and Hina talking. Seeing Nami confirmed it, she really had delivered herself right to him. Though why was Nami in Logue Town? Whatever. Her reasons for being here weren't his concern. Shin Uzumaki. Release Hina immediately. Hina shouted at Shin upon seeing him. It's not impossible to let you go. Here's the deal, join the Kuja pirates, and I'll release you. What do you say? Shin said to Hina with a faint smile. In your dreams. Hina will never join you, never become a notorious pirate. Hina's stubbornness ran deep. Nami's eyes lit up slightly. She immediately shouted to Shin, how about I join the Kuja pirates? Typical thief. Scum. Hina snorted at Nami's eagerness to join, her voice thick with disdain. Nami completely ignored Hina's contempt. She didn't care what Hina said. Right now, Nami was focused on joining the Kuja pirates. If she could join them, she wouldn't need to fear Arlong's crew anymore. She could reclaim Kokoyashi village openly. Shin was genuinely surprised. He had originally wanted Nami to join him, to become his navigator. He hadn't expected her to volunteer before he could even make the offer. Hina glanced at Nami dismissively. In her view, Nami joining the Kuja pirates was basically impossible. The reason was simple, Nami was too weak. Hina could gauge Nami's strength at a glance. With such pitiful abilities, why would the Kuja pirates accept her? Countless people wanted to join the Kuja pirates, but how many actually succeeded? Good. Since you want to join, that saves me the trouble of asking. Shin nodded calmly. You're agreeing. Just like that. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected such easy acceptance. I have a favor to ask. Nami hesitated for a moment, then stated her purpose. Her real reason for joining the Kuja pirates, she needed Shin's help against Arlong's crew. For Nami, this was a matter of life and death. But for Shin, it was trivial. A small-time crew like Arlong's could be wiped out effortlessly. Agreeing meant nothing to him. Just the Arlong pirates. All right, I'll help you destroy them. Shin nodded calmly. Nami was stunned upon hearing this. She didn't say to destroy the Arlong pirates. She just wanted Shin to help her get back Kokoyashi village. But thinking it through, destroying Arlong's crew entirely was better. Even if they reclaimed the village, Arlong might return to steal it back later. Complete elimination would solve that problem permanently. However, Nami was a little skeptical of Shin's strength. Though Hina had claimed he was stronger than Arlong's crew, could she trust that? Arlong had boasted about fishmen natural superiority, strength 10 times that of humans. Can you really deal with the Arlong pirates? Nami asked Shin. Her tone inevitably carried some doubt. Ha ha ha. You don't know the Kuja pirates' reputation. Seems our fame needs work. Shin laughed heartily. Worried about him handling Arlong. Honestly, anyone on his ship could solo that entire crew. Don't think of fishmen as too strong. Their strength is nothing special. Shin said to Nami. Though he understood she wouldn't fully believe him yet. No matter. Once she witnessed it firsthand, she'd understand, small fry like Arlong weren't worth mentioning. If Arlong were really powerful, he wouldn't be hiding in the East Blue. In any other ocean, Arlong's strength would be laughable. And you, Hina, are you really not considering joining the Kuja pirates? Our benefits package is excellent. Shin continued to say to Hina. Hina will never sink to your level. Hina serves justice as a marine. One day, she'll drag you to impel down. Hina declared coldly. Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I won't force you. Stay here alone then. Hope you don't get too lonely. Without another word, Shin led Nami away. Chapter 602, Setting Course for Kokoyashi Village. Shin took Nami and left the prison. Hina, left alone in the cell, suddenly felt a little lonely. Before, even though Hina had been incredibly annoyed with that little thief Nami and barely wanted to speak to her, at least she'd had some company. Now that Nami was gone, she was stuck here all alone again. Even if I'm imprisoned for a lifetime, Hina will never succumb to becoming a pirate. Hina made a vow. Whether she'd eventually eat those words remained to be seen. After all, nobody escapes the universal law of ironic reversals. Nami followed behind Shin, her eyes darting everywhere, taking in the ship's opulence. So luxurious, I wonder how much money they have aboard. Thinking of money, Nami's eyes immediately turned into berry symbols. She couldn't help it, loving money was in her nature. Since childhood, she had wanted to save money to buy Kokoyashi Village, so she had developed a habit of liking money. That habit was permanent now, unlikely to ever change. What do you think? Shin's voice startled Nami from her monetary daydreams. She tensed momentarily before relaxing. She'd already joined the Kuja pirates. Nothing bad would happen to her now. It's amazing, the best ship I've ever seen. Nami admitted with a smile. If the ship hadn't looked so impressive, she wouldn't have tried stealing from it. Of course, instead of successful theft, she'd gotten herself captured. You're actually the first person brave enough to steal from my ship. Shin mentioned to Nami. You're not holding a grudge about that, are you? Nami asked nervously. If I held grudges over that, I wouldn't have let you join. From now on, you're the Kuja pirates' navigator. Shin directly appointed Nami as the navigator. Oh. Nami stared at him in surprise. Becoming navigator suited her perfectly, but he seemed to know everything about her already. By the way, Captain, your name is Shin Uzumaki? Nami asked. She'd heard it from Hina. Honestly, in the One Piece world, his name stood out as particularly unusual. That's right. You can call me Captain or just use my name. I don't care about formalities. Shin told her. Okay. Studying Shin, Nami felt her new captain seemed pretty easygoing. Her lingering worries evaporated completely. What Nami didn't realize was that Shin's easygoing nature was selective. He wasn't approachable with everyone. Mistaking him for a pushover would be a grave error. Which direction is your hometown? Shin wasn't familiar with the East Blue and lacked navigational charts. He didn't know Kokoyashi Village's location. Should I draw it out? Nami offered. Forget it. You pilot the ship, you're our navigator now. Shin shook his head slightly. Drawing charts would take too long. Better to let Nami handle navigation directly since she was already the navigator. But first, meet the crew. Shin brought Nami onto the deck. Seeing the girl trailing behind him, Alvia and the others exchanged curious looks. Why did you bring this little thief out? Robin asked Shin. Damn it. Why does everyone call me a thief? Nami was furious, but she couldn't argue with the accusation. Because she really was a thief, there was no denying that fact. She's the person I was looking for. From now on, Nami's our navigator. The previous navigator can handle other duties. Shin announced to Hancock and the others. After his declaration, both Hancock and Robin studied Nami with intense curiosity, making her squirm uncomfortably. I wonder what's so special about her. Robin mused. You'll see for yourself eventually. Nami has real talent for navigation, even if she's still inexperienced. Nami's childhood dream was to map the entire world. She'd been passionate about cartography since she was young. And it was exactly because of her natural ability that Arlong had exploited her, forcing her to draw nautical charts for his crew. Seeing nearly everyone staring at her with doubt in their eyes, Nami felt her frustration spike, but she kept her mouth shut. She knew there was only one way to make them eat their words, prove herself through her own abilities. Afterward, they set course for Kokoyashi Village. Shin had Khalifa show Nami around to familiarize her with the Pluton. Since she'd joined the Kuja pirates, she needed to know her way around the ship. Under Nami's navigation, they began sailing toward Kokoyashi Village. Shin also explained to Hancock and the others why they were heading to Kokoyashi Village. After hearing his reasons, none of them objected. Nami was now part of the Kuja pirates' crew. Any trouble she faced was their trouble too. When it came to problems like this, they naturally had to help her work things out. So nobody raised any objections, everyone agreed to head to Kokoyashi Village and deal with Arlong once and for all. Nami was deeply touched. She'd only just joined the crew, yet they were already willing to fight her battles. Big sisters, Arlong is very strong. Even swords can't hurt him. Nami said to Robin and the others. Though newly acquainted, they'd quickly grown familiar. Nami wanted to warn them about Arlong's terrifying strength to prevent injuries. Swords can't hurt him. I'd like to see him try to block my blade, Hancock said dismissively. A small-time East Blue pirate, how strong could he be? After asking around, they'd learned Arlong's bounty was only 20 million belly. With such a pitiful bounty, his strength had limits. Actually, Arlong's abilities warranted a slightly higher bounty, but even then, the increase would be minimal. Don't worry. You're seriously underestimating your big sisters here. Alvia patted Nami's head reassuringly. I think calling yourself Nami's big sister is a bit of a stretch, considering your actual age. Before Shin could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning shot straight at him. Alvia was now glaring at him with ice-cold fury in her eyes. Ahem, just kidding. Don't be mad. Shin cleared his throat quickly and spoke again. This time, it was clear he had angered Alvia. No, she was definitely angry. Speaking of age, shouldn't we discuss her instead? She time-traveled from 800 years ago. Alvia deflected toward Amatsuki Toki. Amatsuki Toki was stunned upon hearing this. Hey, I was just watching the drama. I'm an innocent bystander, why drag me into this? Chapter 603, Bounty of 6 billion berries. Amatsuki Toki shot Alvia a glare. Sure, she had traveled through time from 800 years ago, but that didn't mean she had lived for 800 years. However, after considering her strength, Amatsuki Toki realized that she was probably no match for Alvia, so she gave up on arguing. Is this Kokoyashi village? The Pluton's incredible speed had brought them to their destination in what felt like mere moments, leaving Nami utterly stunned by the ship's capabilities. The journey that should have taken days had been compressed into hours. To have a ship that could run so fast was simply unimaginable. It's very poor, isn't it? Nami lowered her head in embarrassment. Kokoyashi village was indeed impoverished, its buildings bearing the scars of neglect and despair. Once upon a time, it had been a modest but comfortable place, never wealthy, but decent enough for honest folk to make their living. Everything changed when Arlong arrived, his shadow falling across the village like a curse. Under the greedy pirate's iron-fisted rule, the community had spiraled ever deeper into the abyss of poverty. Do you want to go and see Nami's hometown with us? Shin turned his head and asked Hancock and the others. Since it's Nami's hometown, of course we have to see it, Alvia nodded. Hancock, Robin, Amatsuki Toki, and Califa all followed Shin to Kokoyashi village. Momosaji stayed on the ship. Shin was quite at ease with her. He was not afraid that she would let Hina go, because he knew that she would never do that. He believed in her. Nami, you're back. The village sheriff Genzo called out in greeting, his weathered face a map of scars that gave him an unconsciously fearsome appearance. Each mark told a story of survival. Those wounds had been carved into his flesh 8 years ago by Arlong's crew, a permanent reminder of the day their freedom died. Yes, I'm back. Nami showed a big smile to Genzo. Seeing her authentic smile, Genzo froze momentarily, as if witnessing something miraculous. He hadn't seen Nami smile with such honest joy in what felt like an eternity. Ever since Arlong's arrival had cast its dark shadow, even when Nami smiled, it had always been a mask, forced and hollow. Genzo could read the difference like an open book. Are they your friends? Genzo's gaze turned to Shin and the others, his eyes filled with doubt. Yes, you can consider us Nami's friends. Shin put his hand on Nami's head and gently rubbed it. Nami still wore her hair in that practical short style, cute enough in its way, but Shin could envision how stunning she'd look with flowing locks. He'd have to suggest she grow it out later, when the current crisis had passed. By the way, Nami, the fishmen from the Arlong pirates came before, it seems they were looking for you, Genzo said to Nami. If possible, your friends should leave quickly. That's the wisest course. You understand better than anyone. Arlong's crew won't spare outsiders. Genzo sighed and said. Looking at Nami, guilt flashed through his eyes like lightning. He knew exactly what impossible burden she carried on those young shoulders. Unfortunately, he couldn't help. Against Arlong's thugs, Genzo was less than powerless. He was irrelevant. It's fine. The village won't live under Arlong's shadow anymore, Nami said, clenching her fists. All right, Genzo, I'll take my friends home first. Nami waved her hand at Genzo and didn't chat with him anymore. Come on, let's go to my place. I have a sister. Nami's face showed a smile. Her sister Nojiko wasn't connected by blood, but such trivial details had never mattered to either of them. On the winding path to Nami's house, villagers who spotted her immediately scattered like frightened birds, disappearing into doorways and alleys. A hint of loss unconsciously flashed in Nami's eyes. Her work for Arlong had poisoned her reputation in the village like a spreading disease. Except for Nojiko and Genzo, who viewed her as the daughter he'd never had, the other villagers wanted nothing to do with the traitor in their midst. In their eyes, she was colluding with the Arlong pirates. Sister, I'm back. Nami called out with forced cheer. Soon, her blue-haired sister emerged from their modest dwelling. Seeing Nami brought immediate, uncomplicated joy to Nojiko's face. Her sister had been away for so long that worry had become Nojiko's constant companion. Nami, are you okay? Nojiko asked her. She knew about Nami's desperate, impossible plan to buy back the village from Arlong's clutches. But Nojiko doubted. No, she knew that Arlong would never honor any deal. Pirates rarely kept their word, and Arlong was worse than most. Oh, who are they? Nojiko's attention shifted to Shin's impressive group. Friends of Nami? The idea seemed almost impossible. Nojiko, they are my friends. Nami showed a big smile and did not say their real identities. No point in terrifying Nojiko with talk of 4 emperors and world-shaking power. After that, they arrived at Nami's house. Although she had earned plenty of berries on her own, the house still looked modest. She had saved nearly everything. By now, she had almost 100 million berries set aside. After a brief stay filled with stilted conversation, Shin caught Nami's eye and signaled. They departed for their true destination, Arlong Park. Arlong Park, that monument to fishman supremacy where the tyrant held court with his entire crew of thugs and monsters. Is it really okay? Nami was a little nervous on the way to Arlong Park. Shin could read her like an open book. In Nami's traumatized mind, Arlong loomed as an unconquerable demon. Though Shin dismissed him as less than insignificant, Nami's perspective had been shaped by years of fear. Her terror of Arlong ran bone deep, breeding persistent doubt about anyone's ability to defeat him. Nami, don't underestimate us. Trash like Arlong doesn't even warrant Captain Shin's personal attention. Khalifa adjusted her glasses with practiced precision, her tone matter of fact. Fine, there's no turning back anyway. Besides, even if I gathered all the money, Arlong would never honor our deal. Nami had believed it before, when youth and naivety still colored her world. But experiencing reality's cruel lessons had forcibly opened her eyes. She knew that even if she got 100 million berries, Arlong would never release her or the village. Back then, she'd simply had no other options to cling to. Let me put this in perspective, Nami. Do you have any idea what Shin's bounty is? Robin suddenly interjected with calculated timing. At Robin's question, confusion crossed Nami's face. She had no idea what Shin's bounty was, so she turned to Robin with curious eyes. After all, a bounty often reflected strength. The stronger the pirate, the higher the price on their head. 6 billion berries. Beginning to grasp the astronomical difference between him and Arlong. Chapter 604, 604, at least he's handsome. Hearing Shin's bounty, Nami's entire world ground to a halt. Surely her ears were playing tricks. 6 billion berries, was that even within the realm of possibility? Instantly, her eyes underwent a familiar transformation, morphing into glowing berry symbols powered by pure avarice. You're not thinking of taking my head to exchange for money, are you? Shin was stared at by Nami and couldn't help but ask her. Knowing Nami's character intimately, the thought had definitely crossed her mind. Given her pathological obsession with wealth, such mercenary ideas came naturally. Shin's 6 billion berries bounty stood as legitimate fact, surpassing even the legendary pirate King Roger's final valuation. His astronomical price tag had been earned through acts that shook the world's foundations, obliterating Eni's lobby, executing celestial dragons with impunity. The celestial dragon murders in particular had sent his bounty into the stratosphere. Though Shin hadn't personally delivered the killing blows, the world government's fury fell squarely on his shoulders. Then there were the 5 elders' barely concealed fears. If asked to name their greatest nightmare among the sea's powers, Shin topped their list without debate. Whitebeard. A magnificent relic of bygone days. This new era had already sailed past his anchored ship. Although he was still one of the 4 emperors, everyone knew that he had fallen. As for Kaido, if Big Mom still drew breath, the 5 elders might lose sleep over their potential alliance. United, they'd represent a catastrophic threat. But Big Mom lay cold in her grave, eliminated by Shin. Kaido alone posed manageable danger, troublesome certainly, but containable. One emperor could be handled through careful strategy and overwhelming force. The Marines possessed sufficient might to defeat Kaido using internal resources alone. Deploy the 3 admirals alongside Garp and Sengoku in coordinated assault, even the strongest creature would bend the knee. But Shin Uzumaki remained an equation with too many unknowns. His overwhelming power defied conventional military doctrine. So they'd inflated his bounty to absurd heights, desperately hoping some fool might attempt collection. Well, the 5 elders primarily sought to paint a target on Shin's back. A 6 billion bounty would tempt even the most cautious pirates into foolish dreams. Though few still seriously pursued that impossible prize now. The entire world understood this fundamental truth: this reward would never be claimed. If the other 4 emperors combined couldn't handle him, what hope did lesser pirates have against the strongest emperor? But returning to the present moment, learning of Shin's incomprehensible bounty, Nami's lingering doubts evaporated like morning mist. A bounty of 6 billion berries was almost unimaginable. With strength like that, taking down Arlong should be no problem, right? You look pretty thin. How'd you earn such an insane bounty? Nami couldn't contain her burning curiosity. Mainly because Shin didn't look like the type who radiated strength and power. He wasn't built like a tank or anything. He usually seemed pretty harmless, so Nami had always doubted just how strong he really was. After all, every powerful person she'd encountered before had been some intimidating brute who looked like they'd tear your head off if you looked at them wrong. Never judge combat potential by physical appearance, that's an excellent way to find an early grave. Shin delivered the lesson with patient wisdom. Appearances meant less than nothing in their world. If intimidating physiques equaled power, the giant tribes would rule unchallenged. Yet many ordinary-looking individuals could obliterate entire giant armies without breaking a sweat. Besides, Shin wasn't exactly ordinary in appearance, at minimum, he possessed striking good looks. In terms of pure aesthetics, Shin felt confident claiming the pinnacle. That much self-awareness came naturally. This is Arlong Park. Look, there are the fishmen. Nami said to Shin. I'm quite familiar with fishmen, thank you. Besides, Shirahoshi herself is a mermaid. Shin glanced at Nami with mild exasperation. Shirahoshi's a mermaid. Nami had heard tales of mermaids, weren't they supposed to have fish tails? Why did Shirahoshi appear completely human in form? Nami stared at the pink-haired girl walking beside Shin, searching for any sign of her supposedly aquatic nature. A normal mermaid definitely couldn't shed her tail at Shirahoshi's age. Ordinary mermaids had to wait until they were over 30 to transform. The only reason Shirahoshi could change her fishtail into legs was because of Shin's help. Without it, even being a mermaid princess wouldn't have mattered. She'd still have to wait until her 30s like everyone else. My fishtail already turned into legs, Shirahoshi said to Nami with an adorable expression. At the moment, Shirahoshi was actually several years younger than Nami. So that's how it is. Nami nodded with newfound understanding. She'd learned something today, apparently mermaid tails could transform into legs. Actually, only female mermaids possessed this transformation ability. Males remained permanently tailed throughout their lives, as King Neptune's form demonstrated clearly. Shirahoshi happens to be royalty, princess of Ryugu Kingdom, Shin mentioned with casual pride. Nami's expression turned completely blank. Where in the Four Seas was Ryugu Kingdom located? Seeing her utterly confused face, Shin realized she'd have zero frame of reference for such information. Living isolated in the East Blue severely limited one's knowledge base. She didn't even recognize his name, how much could she realistically know about the wider world? Well, if it isn't little Nami. Boss Arlong was looking for you earlier. An obnoxiously familiar voice interrupted as several fishmen swaggered forward, their movements radiating casual menace. Let's skip the tedious posturing. Hancock's hand found her sword's hilt with practiced ease, drawing and striking in one fluid motion. Pink sword energy erupted from her blade, tearing through the earth itself as it raced toward the approaching fishmen with lethal intent. The two fishmen died before their minds could even process the danger, bodies bisected cleanly. Gulp. Nami swallowed hard, her throat suddenly desert dry. 50 meters of separation, and Hancock had executed them with a single, casual slash. Plus that rose-colored energy, was that the legendary sword aura she'd only heard about in stories. Hancock could actually project pure cutting force through empty air. Don't look so shocked. This barely qualifies as a warm-up, Shin observed, noting her open-mouthed amazement with amusement. Indeed, it represented the barest minimum of effort, just two insignificant fishmen eliminated with Hancock barely exerting herself. If she'd channeled real power into that strike, one slash would have torn the earth asunder and split all of Arlong Park into scattered ruins. Witnessing that level of destruction might leave Nami catatonic from sheer incomprehension. Actually, you might develop comparable powers yourself someday. Alvia patted Nami's shoulder with encouraging warmth. At Alvia's optimistic words, Nami shook her head in immediate denial. She didn't dream of wielding such earth-shaking power, besides, raw strength had never been her ambition or focus. Chapter 605, Impotent Rage. Too small fry down, but the main event hasn't shown his face yet. Let's send him a proper invitation, just remember not to kill Arlong. Shin gestured meaningfully to Hancock. Understanding his intent, Hancock raised her blade once more. This strike wouldn't be the trivial gesture that had dispatched two fishmen moments ago. A sword slash dozens of meters long tore through Arlong Park, splitting the compound perfectly down the middle. Multiple fishmen perished instantly beneath the devastating energy. Gulp. Nami swallowed hard again, her mind reeling. The sheer power on display defied comprehension, one sword strike had bisected the entire complex. What kind of strength was this? No wonder Shin had called the earlier display child's play. Compared to this devastating attack, the previous strike truly had been nothing more than a warm-up exercise. But the power being demonstrated now seemed beyond human capability. Was Hancock even human? Fortunately, Hancock remained unaware of Nami's internal speculation. Had she known what the girl was thinking, Nami would have faced severe consequences. Who is it? A furious roar erupted, the enraged voice of the fisherman Arlong himself. The infuriated Arlong burst forth, wielding a saw-toothed blade named Kiribachi in his webbed hands. Seeing Arlong triggered waves of fear through Nami's heart. Having witnessed his brutal methods firsthand, she couldn't fully suppress her terror despite finding powerful allies. This was precisely why Shin had ordered Hancock to spare Arlong's life. His navigator needed to conquer her fears properly. And the method? Let Arlong himself provide the therapy. Unlike the original story where Arlong merely faced imprisonment, Shin had no intention of showing such mercy. Creatures like this were nothing but walking disasters, better to eliminate them entirely. The Marines' approach to pirates had always been excessively merciful. Rather than executing dangerous criminals, they typically imprisoned them and impelled down. Even Golden Lion Shiki had been imprisoned rather than executed after capture. The Marines' reasoning remained incomprehensible. Had they never considered the consequences if these vicious pirates escaped? Perhaps overconfidence blinded them, absolute faith that no one could break free from the underwater prison. The future would teach them bitter lessons when Blackbeard orchestrated a mass breakout, releasing countless powerful criminals back into the world. Arlong's bloodshot eyes fixed on Shin's group with murderous intent. Spotting Nami, his pupils contracted before revealing cruel anticipation. Nami, you brought them here. You dare betray me. Arlong's vicious gaze bore into Nami. Betray you? How amusing. Nami belongs to the Kuja pirates now. On your knees, fish. Khalifa's cold laughter cut through the air. Kuja pirates. The name felt frustratingly familiar to Arlong, hovering just beyond recall. He knew he'd heard it somewhere, but where? Definitely not an East Blue crew. Arlong knew every power player in these waters intimately. With his 20 million bounty, Arlong reigned as East Blue's strongest. His closest rival was Don Krieg, the self-proclaimed ruler of these seas. Not that Arlong respected Krieg. Word was the full plan to challenge the Grand Line. Whether he'd already departed remained unknown. With that pathetic strength, heading to the Grand Line. Arlong's contempt ran deep. Could these people also be from the Grand Line? Arlong muttered internally. Yet even acknowledging this possibility, Arlong's arrogance refused to bend. His extreme self-confidence convinced him that no human here could match his fishman superiority. Fishmen were the ultimate life form, humans couldn't even qualify for comparison. He was extremely contemptuous of humans. Though really, he only bullied the weak to feed his superiority complex. Die. Arlong charged toward Shin, correctly identifying the leader. Cruel anticipation filled Arlong's eyes. After killing these fools, he'd take his time punishing Nami the traitor, along with all of Kokoyashi village. He showed no tolerance for betrayal. Death was the only answer. How can someone be this suicidal? Khalifa stared at Arlong in genuine amazement. Such complete ignorance of danger defied belief. She'd already announced their affiliation with the Kuja pirates. Had this fool never heard the name? Perhaps their reputation needed to spread further if people still had the audacity to act so foolishly. Tempest kick. Khalifa's leg whipped forward, creating a vacuum blade that raced toward Arlong. Upon impact, his saw-toothed sword shattered while his body flew backward like a discarded puppet. Khalifa had deliberately held back her killing intent. Shin's earlier instruction to Hancock suggested restraint, so Khalifa avoided a lethal strike. Better to let Shin handle the final judgment. Watching Arlong's crumpled form, Nami's shock transformed into overwhelming joy. The invincible demon of her nightmares wasn't so untouchable after all. How do you feel now? Shin asked with a knowing smile. Khalifa's single kick had nearly ended Arlong's life. He'd survived by the thinnest margin. Though Khalifa had spared him, Arlong suffered grievous wounds. It feels unreal, like I'm dreaming. Even now, Nami struggled to process the reality. The unstoppable Arlong of her darkest fears lay defeated by a single technique. The impossibility of it all left her reeling. How is this possible? Inferior humans couldn't possibly hurt me. Arlong's impotent rage echoed across the ruins. Watching his pathetic fury, Shin's lips curved with disdain. Creatures like Arlong earned only his contempt. Didn't he understand fishmen's actual standing? His discrimination against humans was laughably unearned. Moreover, Arlong had sailed the Grand Line. Shouldn't he comprehend how deep these waters truly ran? Trash like him wouldn't just fail in the New World, he barely qualified for the Grand Line's first half. The New World. He wouldn't last long enough to even count as cannon fodder. I'll kill you all. Arlong's furious roar preceded his struggle to rise, murderous eyes locked on Shin and Khalifa. This fishman's delusions know no bounds. Boasting with such pitiful strength, even if Jinbe himself appeared, he'd show proper respect here. Khalifa adjusted her glasses dismissively. The enraged Arlong froze at Jinbe's name. They knew Jinbe. That lapdog had sold out for government favor, living the high life now. Arlong held him in contempt. Chapter 606, 606, Arlong's Death. Humans, I want you all dead. Arlong struggled upright with another roar. Even without his Kiribachi sawtooth blade, Arlong remained undaunted. His entire body served as a weapon, razor-sharp teeth that could bite through steel itself. His pointed nose doubled as a spear, capable of deflecting sword strikes with ease. Of course, this only applied against ordinary attacks. Any true swordsman would bisect Arlong with casual effort, ensuring his complete destruction. Still can't read the room. Shin observed the charging Arlong with mild annoyance. Hadn't the previous exchange taught him anything? Didn't his wounds provide sufficient reality check? Shin had misjudged, he'd assumed Arlong possessed basic situational awareness. Reality proved otherwise. Despite Arlong's loud proclamations, his actions revealed pure cowardice. After all that bluster, he suddenly turned and fled in panic desperation. Arlong's actually running away. Nami watched in stunned disbelief as her tormentor scrambled to escape. Did the captain give you permission to leave? Califa's form vanished, reappearing directly in Arlong's path. Seeing her sudden materialization, Arlong skidded to a halt, his face contorted with fear. This woman had shattered his weapon and carved grievous wounds into his supposedly impervious body with a single kick. Fear gripped Arlong despite his proclaimed superiority over humans. When faced with truly powerful individuals, his courage evaporated entirely. Woman, don't push me too far, or else. Mid-threat, Arlong lunged forward in a desperate attack. She wouldn't spare him, his only option was fighting through. Die, foolish woman. Seeing her complete lack of defensive movement as he closed in, cruel satisfaction spread across Arlong's features. His fist drove toward Califa with force sufficient to deform steel itself. Yet after striking, Arlong froze in confusion. No sensation of impact, his fist had passed through empty air. You think someone like you could touch me? I could kill your kind all day without effort. Califa's cold voice drifted from behind. Arlong felt the devastating impact before he could react, his body catapulting backward to crater the ground. He struggled desperately to rise, but his injuries proved too severe. Despite his efforts, he could only glare up with impotent hatred. Release me immediately. My sworn brother is Jinbe of the Seven Warlords. Arlong played his final card. Shin found it genuinely amusing. If Jinbe were present, he might indeed attempt a rescue. But threatening him with Jinbe's name. What kind of joke was this? Nami, he's all yours. Shin addressed his navigator. Mine. Nami's expression went blank before shifting to stare at Arlong. Arlong's vicious gaze locked onto her. Nami, you don't have the guts to kill me. Still making threats in your position. Finish him, Nami. Shin handed her the Kusanagi sword. Regular blades would struggle to cut through Arlong's tough scales. But the Kusanagi was one of the legendary artifacts from the Naruto world. Shin had tested it himself, the blade was easily on par with the supreme-grade swords. Can't you find the courage? If Arlong survives, do you think he'll spare Kokoyashi village? Shin studied Nami intently. Survival in this world demanded abandoning excessive mercy. The more compassion one showed, the more suffering would follow. Arlong, you've committed too many atrocities. Today I avenge my mother Belmir. Hatred crystallized in Nami's eyes as she remembered her adoptive mother. Die, Arlong. Nami's hesitation vanished as she raised the Kusanagi, bringing it down in a decisive arc. The other fishmen attempted rescue, but Califa's tempest kick bisected them all instantly. She'd shown mercy to Arlong on Shin's orders. No such restriction applied to the rest of these pirates. You can't kill me. Arlong's voice dripped with disdain. With Nami's pathetic strength, even armed with a sword, she couldn't possibly wound him. Arlong's faith in his defenses remained absolute. Reality shattered his delusions. How sharp was a supreme-grade sword? It could cleave through sea stone itself. Its edge alone sufficed, no great strength required. Breaching Arlong's defenses proved trivially simple. So when Nami slashed down, Arlong's eyes widened in final disbelief. No prolonged suffering, one clean strike ended him forever. Gazing at Arlong's corpse, Nami felt waves of disconnection. She managed to keep her composure despite the nausea, she'd seen enough death already. But taking a life herself. This marked her first kill, explaining the unsettling sensation. Is Arlong really dead? I finally avenged Belmir. Nami collapsed to her knees as tears streamed down her face. Belmir had been Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother, a former marine murdered by Arlong. She died protecting her daughters. Shin approached and gently ruffled Nami's hair, offering silent support rather than empty platitudes. Some grief needed space to breathe. After considerable time, Nami finally collected herself, gazing at Shin with profound gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Her thanks carried genuine weight. You're my crew now. My people don't suffer injustices. Shin's response came naturally. Joining the Kuja pirates is my greatest honor. Nami meant every word. Without them, revenge might have remained forever beyond reach. In the original story, though Luffy defeated Arlong, the fisherman survived to face imprisonment. Let's head back to the village. We'll be departing soon, so make your farewells. Shin's words left no room for doubt. Their time in the East Blue was nearly over, soon they would return to the Grand Line or the New World. Nami nodded, but grabbed Arlong's corpse before leaving. Upon returning to the village, Genzo's reaction to seeing Arlong's body was pure shock. Is Arlong really dead? Genzo could barely process the sight. His loud exclamation drew other villagers, who quickly surrounded them to stare at the corpse. Yes, Arlong's dead. The village is free now. No more living under the fishmen's tyranny. Nami's smile radiated pure joy. Her long-time dream had become reality. Plus, all her saved money could stay with her. Happiness overwhelmed her completely. Chapter 607, 607, The Baratai Sea Restaurant. Because of Arlong's death, Kokoyashi village held a banquet, bringing out all the best food and drink they had. It was clear that everyone was thrilled by his demise. Thank you, Nami. We misunderstood you before. We're sorry, a few villagers admitted, approaching her with apologetic expressions. Nami forgave them. Or rather, she had never been angry in the first place. Nojiko, I'm leaving. Nami said to her sister as they sat together. Nojiko's smiling face turned serious. She looked at Nami and shook her head slightly. I know you have to. Just, be safe out there. Nojiko didn't want her to leave, but she also knew about her dream, to draw a map of the entire world. It was a grand dream, one that was difficult to achieve. Now that Nami was going to pursue it, Nojiko would not stand in her way. Yes, I'll come back to see you in the future. By the way, the berries I earned before, I'll leave them all to you. Nami said to Nojiko. Getting money from the money-grubbing Nami was really not an easy thing, but Nojiko was the person she valued the most. So she really wanted her to live a better life. Nojiko did not refuse, but she still gave Nami a few words of advice. The next day, Nami went to Belmir's grave to pay her respects, and then left Kokoyashi village with Shin. Looking at Kokoyashi village, Nami was a little lost in thought. Don't worry, it's not like you're never coming back. If you miss the village, you can always return. Shin said to Nami. Nami nodded, then asked Shin, Captain, would it be possible to plant a tree on the ship? A tangerine tree. Besides money, what Nami liked the most was tangerines. There are empty spots on the ship. If you want to plant a tree, go ahead, but you'll have to take care of it yourself, Shin told Nami. He didn't turn her down. The Pluton was enormous, with plenty of unused space. As for whether the tangerines would taste good, that didn't concern him. Thank you, Captain, Nami said to Shin with joy. By the way, have you heard of the sea restaurant Baratai? Shin asked Nami. As a person from the East Blue, she should have heard of it. I've heard of it. It's said to be a sea restaurant floating on the sea, but because it's drifting, no one knows its fixed location. The Baratai had no fixed location and was always drifting on the sea, so it was not easy to find. I'll find it myself, then. Shin unleashed his terrifying observation haki. For most, covering an island was impressive enough, but his stretched across the sea. Found it. Shin chuckled lightly, then directly controlled the Pluton to change direction. Found it. How did you find it? Nami looked at Shin with a dazed expression. You didn't even move, how did you find the Baratai? It's a power called observation haki. Shin said to Nami. When Shin realized Nami didn't know what observation haki was, he went to find Alvia and asked her to teach Nami the basics. They'd be heading to the Grand Line and New World soon, so it would be good for Nami to learn more skills. If she was interested, Alvia could train her in combat too. It wasn't about making Nami incredibly strong, just giving her enough ability to protect herself. If she stayed too weak and couldn't even defend herself, it would become a real problem. She couldn't always depend on others for protection. Of course, this all depended on whether Nami actually wanted to learn. Getting stronger wasn't easy work. He could also consider finding a good devil fruit for her to eat. Sure, they came with drawbacks, but the power they provided was incredible. Are we going to the Baratai Sea restaurant? Hancock asked Shin. Shin nodded. He'd already asked Nami and confirmed that Luffy had set sail. She and Luffy had even met, he'd invited her to join his crew, but she'd turned him down. Shin had no idea if Luffy had reached the Baratai yet, but it didn't really matter. He wasn't going there to find Luffy anyway. His main goal was to try the food. How could he pass up eating at such a famous restaurant? With Pluton's speed and knowing exactly where the Baratai was located, the trip was quick. Before long, they spotted the ship. They sailed slowly toward the floating restaurant, passing several pirate ships anchored nearby. Head chef, an incredible ship has arrived. You should come see this, a chef came to Zeph and asked him. Zeph glanced at the chef, startling him. Because Zeph's personality was quite irritable, he would hit people. A customer is a customer. And if they cause trouble, we're not afraid to handle it, Zeph said calmly. Then Zeph still prepared to take a look. It was good to understand the information. What if it was a pirate who was not easy to provoke? But after taking a look, Zeph froze. His whole body couldn't support him and he fell to the ground. What's wrong with the old geezer? Sanji glanced at Zeph. I thought he was tough as nails. Why'd he suddenly fall over? Impossible. Why would someone like that be in a backwater like the East Blue? Zeph looked at the Kuja Pirates flag. Not all East Blue people didn't know about the Kuja Pirates, and Zeph knew about them. He still often paid attention to the newspapers. The Kuja Pirates, now the strongest pirate crew in the world, the captain Shin Uzumaki's strength was even more terrifying than Whitebeard's. A monster like that was completely out of his league. Zeph had also sailed in the Grand Line before and returned to the East Blue smoothly after a year. It was precisely because he had been to the Grand Line that he knew how terrifying it was. And the Grand Line and the New World were completely incomparable. He had never been to the legendary New World, and the Kuja Pirates were the powerhouses of the New World. As long as we don't cross him, he probably won't bother with us, Zeph said as he stood, casting a glance at Sanji nearby. Old man, are you okay? Sanji asked Zeph with concern. Although he often hit him, Sanji had no ill feelings towards him. Bomb. The question was answered with a swift kick to the head. Zeph's prosthetic leg slammed into Sanji, knocking him out cold. As darkness took him, Sanji's last thought was a confused one, what the hell was that for? Chapter 608, Don't drag me down with you. Looking at the unconscious Sanji, the chefs on the ship felt a little sympathetic. Even the customers looked at him with sympathy. Lock Sanji up, Zeph ordered. Although they didn't know why, Zeph's order was everything. Since he said to lock him up, of course they would. Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good, so you don't get into any trouble, Zeph said calmly. He knew Sanji's weakness very well. The moment a beautiful woman appeared, the boy turned into a fawning idiot. The Kuja Pirates were almost entirely female, and their vice-captain, Hancock, was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Zeph knocked him unconscious as a precaution, better safe than sorry if Sanji's hormones triggered a war they couldn't win. Zeph even kept his famous temper in check and had specifically ordered his crew to clear out all the customers from the restaurant, kicking them out one by one until the restaurant was empty. Soon, when the Kuja Pirates' Pluton arrived, there was not a single customer in the restaurant. Sigh, I hope it's not a disaster. Zeph sighed. If something went wrong, the entire sea restaurant might not be able to be saved. He was more experienced and understood just how terrifying those powerhouses could be. The Grand Line was full of monsters who could obliterate a ship without breaking a sweat. And they were absolutely no match for the legendary pirates of the New World. The chefs on the ship didn't understand why their head chef was being so careful, but they all got serious fast. They knew exactly what kind of man Zeph was. If even he was playing it safe, this had to be someone incredibly dangerous, the type you absolutely did not want to piss off. So they just focused on doing their jobs perfectly. Respected guests, welcome, Zeph said, his heart pounding as he greeted Shin with a respectful bow. Shin stepped into the sea restaurant and couldn't help but smile slightly. If he didn't know who Zeph really was, he might have thought the man was actually pleasant. Having read the original story, Shin knew better. Zeph had a terrible temper. Back in his pirate days, he'd been cold and ruthless. Even after mellowing out somewhat, he was still quick to anger. Sanji caught beatings from him on a regular basis for all sorts of reasons. We'll have a few of your best dishes, Shin said to Zeph. This time, he had brought the entire Kuja Pirates. Fortunately, this restaurant was big enough to accommodate them. Please wait a moment. Zeph tried his best to maintain his composure. It seems this one knows who we are. Not everyone in the East Blue is completely ignorant. Hancock said. I wonder how the dishes here are. Shin was very picky. Soon, a stream of fragrant, colorful dishes filled the table. They looked and smelled irresistible. Not bad. This is sea beast meat, right? Shin examined the roasted meat, and after taking a bite, he had to admit it lived up to its reputation. But where was Sanji? Had Luffy already been here and recruited him into the Straw Hat Pirates? Just then, a loud voice boomed from the entrance. Hey, old man, got any meat? I'm starving. Behind the boisterous young man stood a figure with green algae hair. Shin glanced over there. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, the three of them appeared here at this time. We're not doing business today. Zeph came out and said calmly after seeing Luffy and Zoro. What? But why? Luffy's excited expression vanished. Suddenly, his eyes lit up again. Hey, Nami. You're here. He spotted her and immediately started running toward their table, completely ignoring Zeph. However, before he could run over, he was met with a kick. Zeph kicked him away. Seeing Zeph suddenly act, Zoro immediately drew his sword and looked at him with vigilance. As for Usopp, he was too scared to move. Don't disturb my guests, Zeph said calmly, though his voice carried a menacing edge that made even Zoro uneasy. Don't underestimate Zeph, the old man was still incredibly strong. He'd been a legendary pirate in the East Blue back in his day. Luffy, who got sent flying, was actually fine. Being a rubberman meant blunt force attacks barely fazed him. A kick like that was nothing. But getting launched across the room still pissed him off. Why the hell did this old geezer attack him out of nowhere? So it's you. Nami recognized Luffy. If you're trying to invite me to your crew, forget it. I'm already with the Kuja pirates, Nami told Luffy. He had asked her once before, but she despised pirates and refused outright. Now that she was part of the Kuja pirates, she had no intention of joining the Straw Hats. Besides, she had little faith in Luffy. From what she'd seen, he was just a fool. The thought of someone like him leading a crew was downright unsettling. What, you've already joined another pirate crew? Luffy heard this and immediately showed a disappointed look. Wait, is this them? Why are they all women? Luffy pointed at Hancock and the others with confusion. You little brat, are you trying to get us all killed? Zeph was so angry. He wanted nothing more than to march into the kitchen, grab a cleaver, and end this kid's life before he could cause any more trouble. Luffy, right. Does Garp know you've set sail? Shin felt no hostility toward Luffy. After all, who could hold a grudge against someone so simple-minded? Hey, you know my grandpa? Luffy asked, surprised. Zeph was stunned. He had assumed the boy was just a rookie, but clearly, he was no ordinary rookie. Garp's grandson. The marine hero Garp. Wait, your grandfather is Garp. Zoro and Usopp were absolutely floored. They never expected their captain to have a marine for a grandfather. How screwed up was that? A marine grandfather, and the kid runs off to become a pirate. And not just any marine either, Garp the hero, a living legend. Yeah, that's him. Luffy looked at the shocked Zoro and said. Chapter 609, 609, Don Krieg, ruler of the East Blue. If anyone had known who Luffy's father really was, Zoro probably wouldn't have followed him. Are you and my grandpa on good terms? Luffy asked Shin with a carefree attitude. He showed no fear of Shin, but Zoro's eyes narrowed with calculation. Don't be fooled by Zoro's terrible sense of direction, he wasn't an idiot. He could read the fear in Zeph's eyes when the chef looked at this man. This stranger was dangerous, powerful beyond their understanding. Zoro hoped Luffy wouldn't do anything stupid. Your grandpa and I aren't exactly friendly. You know how it is, one's a marine, the other's a pirate. That's right. Luffy nodded simply. Owner, this meal is on me, Shin said to Zeph. Zeph froze for a moment. If Shin wanted them here, he wasn't about to kick them out again. He'd only tried to get rid of them earlier because he was worried these morons might piss Shin off. True, if they pissed off Shin Uzumaki, it had nothing to do with Zeph directly, but this was his territory. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. But now that Shin had spoken, Zeph had no choice but to comply. Driving them away after Shin's declaration would be a direct insult, and the consequences would be severe. Thank you, you're a good person. Luffy instantly labeled Shin as one of the good guys. I'm not a good person. Remember this, on these seas, good people don't live long. Shin gave Luffy a meaningful look. Luffy scratched his head, puzzled by the warning. Shin didn't elaborate further and returned to his seat. You seem interested in that idiot? Robin asked after he sat down. Don't even joke about that. I don't swing that way. Shin said quickly. Robin rolled her eyes. Obviously that's not what she meant. Actually, that kid isn't as simple as he looks. Shin chuckled and continued. Though Luffy was simple-minded, he was far from stupid. And his background was anything but ordinary. If you had to pick who had the most insane connections in the entire One Piece world, it'd hands down be Luffy. Navy, Revolutionary Army, pirates, he had allies everywhere. Wasn't that incredible? If Luffy was ever in real danger, would his father Dragon really stand by and watch? On the Navy side, if not for Garp's influence, Luffy would have been captured long ago in the original story. Akiji had multiple chances to capture him but gave Garp face instead. It was also fortunate that Luffy never encountered a Kainu. Call it luck or fate. On the pirate side, at least Shanks stood as his protector. Shanks had wagered an entire arm on him. Losing that arm had affected his combat power significantly. The impact wasn't small. Just then, the door of the Baratai restaurant was suddenly knocked open, and then a pirate who looked miserable walked in. Where are the people? Quickly bring me food. You wanna die? Zeph moved instantly, his leg a blur as he kicked the intruder out with explosive force. What the hell is happening today? Having a powerhouse like Shin Uzumaki here was enough stress. Why did idiots keep showing up to test fate? If you want to die, at least pick a better time. Shin glanced at the newcomer, Jin the Man Demon, commander of the Krieg pirates. His strength was respectable, at least. In the original story, he'd come here begging for scraps too. Started off acting tough, then got thrown out by the Baratai cooks. It was Sanji who finally gave him water and fried rice, which left him sobbing with gratitude as he bowed down in thanks. Since Jin was here, Krieg couldn't be far behind. Speaking of Krieg, the man's luck was absolutely terrible. Called himself the ruler of the East Blue, but after entering the Grand Line, he met Mihawk within a week and got sent running back with his tail between his legs. Jin got thrown out. This time, nobody offered him so much as a crumb. Zeph's face stayed stone cold. When he saw Jin still hanging around outside, he chased him off for good. If Shin hadn't been there, Zeph might have actually helped the guy. He understood starvation better than anyone. He and Sanji had been through that hell together. That's exactly why Sanji couldn't stand people who wasted food. There might be quite a show coming up. Shin said with a faint smile. A show? You mean that pirate who got kicked out? Hancock asked. Yes and no. Shin kept his answer cryptic, maintaining the suspense. His crew was probably used to his mysterious hints by now. Though internally annoyed, they didn't press further. They knew he wouldn't elaborate even if asked. Not long after, Jin returned, and this time, Krieg accompanied him. Back again. Are you really that eager to die? Zeph's eyes turned glacial. So it's you, Red-Leg Zeph. Krieg recognized him. Rumors said he'd also entered the Grand Line once. Krieg. Zeph's recognition was immediate. They were both East Blue legends, how could he not know him? I strongly advise you not to cause trouble right now. Zeph said flatly. If Krieg really wanted to start something now, death was his only outcome. Zeph was confident he could handle the current Krieg. After all, the man was so weakened by hunger he probably couldn't defeat even a regular chef. I'm not here for trouble. Just food. Don't worry, I'll pay once I'm full. As Krieg spoke, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Zeph was silent for a moment, then said, Don't enter the restaurant. Stay outside. To prevent any incidents that might endanger the Baratai, Zeph refused to let them inside. A cold light flashed in Krieg's eyes, murderous intent flickering toward Zeph. He'd never endured such humiliation. However, recognizing his current weakened state, he compromised, nodding to Zeph with a fawning smile. Zeph said nothing more, ordering the kitchen to prepare food for them to eat outside. They were absolutely forbidden from entering the restaurant. Soon, like a starving animal, Krieg devoured everything ravenously until he was full, strength returning to his limbs. Jin, let's take this place. Krieg's expression turned cold and ruthless. Captain, this doesn't feel right. Jin hesitated, torn between duty and conscience. They'd just been shown mercy, how could he repay that kindness with violence? For all his reputation as a ruthless pirate, Jin had his own code of honor. Right now, he couldn't bring himself to act. Chapter 610, The Arrival of Mihawk. Sensing Jin's reluctance, cold calculation flashed through Krieg's eyes. He despised disobedient subordinates above all else. Jin, are you betraying me? Krieg's voice carried lethal promise. He gripped his massive war spear, dangerous energy radiating from his form. No, Captain. Never. Jin said quickly. He would never betray Krieg. Jin's loyalty ran deep, though loyalty to such a heartless man was ultimately worthless. Boom. Krieg's one-ton war spear shattered the Baradi's doors with devastating force. Women. So many beautiful women. Krieg's eyes lit up greedily as he spotted the Kuja pirates inside. That disgusting gaze. Who gave you permission to look at me like that? Die. Hancock's eyes flashed with arctic fury. A sword light erupted from her blade, pink energy that carved through space itself. Krieg, barely through the doorway, was bisected in an instant. Jin stood frozen in shock. Their captain, the ruler of the East Blue, was dead. Cut down in one strike by a woman. The surviving pirates scattered like roaches, fleeing in panic. Jin wanted to run too, but his loyalty to Krieg wouldn't let him. That devotion ran deeper than fear or common sense. Even staring down impossible odds, he couldn't walk away from his duty. Shin observed Jin with mild interest. Though he recognized Jin wasn't entirely evil, attacking now meant certain death. Besides, what pirate was truly kind? Jin was merely decent compared to the worst of his breed. I'll avenge our captain. Jin roared, Tunfas in hand as he charged Hancock. Another flash of pink sword light. The energy tore through Jin's body effortlessly. He followed his captain into oblivion. Humph, ignorant fool. Hancock sheathed her blade with practiced elegance. Zeph's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Was this the true power of the Kuja pirates? Even East Blue's strongest pirate, eliminated with a casual strike. This level of swordsmanship transcended mere skill. This was the realm of true sword masters, perhaps even a legendary great swordsman. Zoro stood abruptly. Witnessing Hancock's swordsmanship had shaken him to his core. Her skill surpassed his by dimensions he couldn't even comprehend. The urge to challenge her burned in his chest. He took a step forward. Luffy's hand caught his arm, pulling him back with a bright smile. Zoro, sit down and eat. Where do you think you're going? Luffy wasn't stupid. He'd read Zoro's intentions instantly, but Zoro stood no chance whatsoever. Exactly, Zoro, don't do anything stupid. She could take all three of us down without breaking a sweat. Usopp said frantically. Challenge that woman. She'd cut him down before he could draw his blade. Zoro was completely outclassed. Luffy had intervened to save him. He didn't want his newly recruited crewmate to vanish in the blink of an eye. Just as Zoro was about to protest, a green sword aura suddenly carved through the air toward them. That's Mihawk's signature. Alvia's gaze pierced the distance. On the distant sea, Mihawk stood on his small craft, blade drawn. So this is the show Shin mentioned. Robin murmured in understanding. Now she grasped what entertainment Shin had anticipated. It was Mihawk himself. But how had Shin known he would come? And why would the world's greatest swordsman suddenly appear in a backwater like the East Blue? Indeed, someone of Mihawk's caliber visiting the East Blue was almost unthinkable, yet here were both Shin's crew and Mihawk. What terrifying sword pressure. Zoro forgot about challenging Hancock entirely, his gaze locked on the sea. Though he couldn't yet see Mihawk, he could feel the overwhelming sword intent radiating from that direction. Zoro didn't recognize it as Mihawk, but he knew with certainty, this was an extraordinarily powerful swordsman, someone who existed in realms beyond his current understanding. Zeph's forehead dripped with perspiration. What in hell's name is happening? Another monster in the East Blue. Is this a challenge? Hancock's voice turned sharp as steel. She drew her blade in one fluid motion, pink sword energy shattering Mihawk's incoming attack. The sea itself split beneath her counterstrike, unable to heal for long moments. Her sword aura continued onward, racing toward the distant Mihawk. The Kuja pirates, as expected. Mihawk murmured to himself, raising his blade to deflect the incoming energy. Originally, Mihawk had been merely bored, pursuing a pirate crew, the Krieg pirates. The self-proclaimed ruler of the East Blue had encountered terrible luck upon reaching the Grand Line. He met Mihawk, and aboard Mihawk at that. So naturally, he'd carved Krieg's fleet to pieces. He pursued Krieg all the way back to the East Blue on a whim, never expecting to encounter the Kuja pirates here. The Kuja pirates moved like ghosts, finding them was never easy. Mihawk had assumed they'd be in the New World. Finding them in the East Blue was unexpected, but fortuitous. Mihawk had been seeking a chance to challenge Shin. Rumors claimed Shin Uzumaki's swordsmanship reached transcendent levels, and that he'd personally trained Hancock in the blade. In his battle with Hancock, Mihawk had tasted defeat. Though she'd employed her devil fruit abilities rather than pure swordsmanship, a loss was a loss. No excuses. So he'd surrendered the title of world's strongest swordsman. After defeat, what right did he have to claim such a title? Mihawk's pride wouldn't allow such dishonesty. Soon, Mihawk's small craft reached the Baratai. It's Mihawk. Zoro's excitement erupted upon seeing him. The world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk himself. Though Mihawk had been defeated once and relinquished his title, Zoro remained ignorant of this fact, as did most of the world. Captain, I need to challenge Mihawk. Zoro's voice carried absolute determination. Hearing his resolve in the word captain, Luffy understood his crewmate's conviction. He released Zoro's arm, stepping back. He could feel Mihawk's overwhelming presence. The aura alone made him feel as if he might be cleaved in two. If Mihawk attacked seriously, he could probably kill him with a single strike. Zoro definitely stood no chance, their strength levels were comparable. But Luffy also understood Zoro's dream. He could only offer his support. To fall while pursuing one's dream wasn't shameful. Just like his own ambition to become Pirate King, no matter how impossible it seemed, he would walk the path to its end. Luffy's declaration wasn't mere words. Mihawk, I challenge you. Zoro stepped forward, his voice ringing across the water. Mihawk's eyes flicked to Zoro for a moment. The kid's stubborn determination was worth noting. In different circumstances, he might have entertained the idea of putting him in his place. But Mihawk was here for a reason. He'd been hunting the Kuja pirates for months, and they'd finally surfaced in the East Blue. His real target was Shin. He needed to see for himself what the so-called world's strongest was actually capable of. Chapter 611, Mihawk's Challenge. Mihawk ignored Zoro, his gaze fixed on Shin inside the Baratai. Shin Uzumaki, I want to challenge you. Mihawk said with solemnity. Zoro stood there, utterly mortified. He had wanted to challenge Mihawk, but the man hadn't even spared him a glance. Instead, he had chosen to challenge someone else. Mihawk is challenging him. Who is he? Zoro's gaze also turned to Shin. Unfortunately, there was nothing obviously special about him. He had an ordinary presence and looked like any regular guy, except he was ridiculously good-looking. Even Zoro, who couldn't care less about appearances, felt a twinge of envy over Shin's face. You want to challenge Shin? You, a loser I've already beaten. Hancock sneered. Mihawk had no right to go after Shin. He clearly didn't understand what he'd be up against. When Hancock called him a loser, Mihawk didn't even blink. She'd beaten him fair and square, the insult was earned. I hope you can give me a chance. Mihawk's sharp eyes locked onto Shin. He desperately wanted to see just how skilled Shin's swordsmanship really was. He'd hit a wall, his abilities had plateaued completely. It felt like he'd reached the absolute limit of what swordsmanship could offer. So Mihawk was hungry to witness superior technique, to prove that there was still more to discover on this path. Oh, you're challenging me. Aren't you afraid of death? Shin asked Mihawk calmly. Who the hell is he? Zoro was puzzled. The world's strongest man, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, Shin Uzumaki. Zeph said calmly to Zoro. Zeph's expression darkened. Shin Uzumaki and Mihawk looked like they were about to throw down right here. If they actually fought, the Baratai would be the first casualty, completely demolished. But Zeph was powerless to stop them and didn't even dare speak up. Both men were way above his pay grade. Of course, if a fight did break out, Zeph was betting on Shin Uzumaki. One was an emperor, the other just a warlord. How could a warlord possibly match an emperor? And Shin was the man who'd beaten Whitebeard to claim the title of world's strongest man. Mihawk wouldn't stand a chance. Zoro was completely lost. The world's strongest man. One of the 4 emperors. Coming from a backwater like the East Blue, Zoro really didn't know jack about the major players on the seas. It couldn't be helped, information was scarce in the 4 seas. News from the New World rarely made it out there, and even when it did, people usually forgot about it pretty quickly. Very few actually kept track of that stuff. Regardless of life or death, I will not regret challenging you. Mihawk's eyes showed determination. He was not afraid of death. As a swordsman, he would not be afraid of death. All right, then I'll accept your challenge. Shin nodded calmly, not refusing, which surprised everyone in the Kuja pirates. Shin really agreed. He's a guy who can't even beat me. Hancock said. In fact, what Hancock said was true. At this point, Mihawk was clearly outclassed by her. The current Hancock could go toe-to-toe with any of the 4 emperors without breaking a sweat. One admiral wouldn't stand a chance against her, and it would probably take 2 just to keep her in check. So yeah, Mihawk really was out of his league. Her power had grown at an insane rate over the past few years. Since Shin agreed to fight, there must be a reason. Alvia said. Actually, I'm just itching for a fight. It's good to stretch my muscles. Shin heard Hancock and the others talking and glanced over at them. For years now, he hadn't found a single worthy opponent, and the boredom was killing him. At least this Mihawk could make him break a sweat. As long as he held back his power, he could get some decent practice in. Monet, it's your time to be tested. Shin's gaze turned to Monet, making her face full of question marks. What did he mean? Did he not want to fight and want her to fight? Monet didn't think she was Mihawk's opponent. Of course, if Shin ordered her to, she would obey without question. But Monet was mistaken. Shin had no intention of letting her fight. I want you to create a place for the battle. We can't destroy someone's restaurant, can we? Shin glanced at the nervous Zeph. From the moment Shin accepted Mihawk's challenge, Zeph had been on edge. If the two clashed, his sea restaurant, Baratai, would be doomed. But when he heard Shin's words, Zeph immediately relaxed, gratitude shining in his eyes. Oh, I see. Monet nodded in understanding, then activated her snow fruit powers. The previously clear sky suddenly erupted with falling snow. The blizzard covered nearly 10 kilometers in every direction, thick, heavy flakes that brought bone-chilling cold. The sea surface froze solid under the plummeting temperatures, forming a thick sheet of ice that was quickly buried under the accumulating snow. What is this power? Zoro asked Zeph. Zeph glanced at Zoro. The old man had a short fuse. Normally, he wouldn't waste time explaining anything to some random swordsman. But right now he was feeling generous, since his Baratai was finally going to be saved. Kid, let me tell you, this is the power of a devil fruit. Do you know? In Zeph's eyes, Zoro was just an ignorant little kid. A devil fruit? I know what that is. I'm a devil fruit user too. Luffy grabbed both sides of his face and stretched it hard, able to stretch it indefinitely. A paramecia type, I see. Zeph said. If I'm not mistaken, hers is a Logia devil fruit. The snow fruit had incredible development potential. Sure, people called it inferior to the ice fruit, but if pushed to its absolute limits, it might rival even Akiji's power. Take the flare fruit and magma fruit, for example. If someone could develop the flare fruit to its maximum potential, the flames could burn hotter than magma itself. But reaching temperatures that extreme would be incredibly difficult. In the original story, Ace's flames never matched the heat of Akainu's magma. Chapter 612, The Gap in Strength. Shin and Mihawk stood on the snow-covered sea. Although the battle had not yet begun, the sword momentum had already erupted completely. The sheer force radiating from Mihawk cracked the ice beneath his feet. Shin, in contrast, stood perfectly still. He appeared calm, but within him was a power like a dormant volcano. Since you challenged me, Mihawk, let's settle this with swords. A blade appeared in Shin's hand, the Kusanagi, a divine weapon from another world, further enhanced by his own power. The Kusanagi blade was easily the equal of any supreme-grade sword. He's a swordsman too. Zoro's gaze was on Shin. Right, since Mihawk would challenge him, he must also be a powerful swordsman. Zoro didn't want to miss the duel between two powerful swordsmen. Just watching the battle of such strong people could give him a lot of gains. Come on. Shin gestured to Mihawk. Mihawk's expression was deadly serious. The moment Shin drew his sword, he felt the terrifying aura hidden beneath that calm exterior. Unlike himself, Shin Uzumaki was holding back his true power. Only a true master of the sword could sense it. Mihawk rushed forward, gripping his sword with both hands as he planted his feet on the ice, then unleashed a devastating slash at Shin. He wasn't holding anything back. Facing the strongest opponent he'd ever encountered, there was no room for restraint. Clang. Clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out. The clear sound could be heard from a great distance, even several miles away. The Kusanagi blade in Shin's hand blocked Mihawk's attack. Shin hadn't moved an inch. Such a fast strike, and he blocked it so easily. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew how powerful Mihawk's slash was just now. He couldn't even see his figure. If he had been the one to face it, he wouldn't have known how he died. Mihawk, is this all you've got? Shin asked him calmly. It wasn't to anger him, but he was really a little disappointed. Mihawk didn't say a word, not affected by his words. The supreme-grade sword in his hand was getting faster and faster, and he didn't know how many times he had attacked in a second. The blade couldn't even be seen, only the afterimages left in the air. So fast! Luffy exclaimed, eyes wide with amazement. But beneath his excitement, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Even someone as dense as him could recognize what he'd just witnessed. He'd always thought he was pretty strong, but reality was starting to hit home. The sea was crawling with monsters, and his current power wasn't nearly enough. Still, nothing would ever shake his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Zoro stayed silent. Mihawk was terrifying, sure, but Shin Uzumaki was on another level entirely. As for Usopp, the coward was shaking like a leaf and didn't dare make a sound. Is this what real powerhouses look like? Maybe being a pirate isn't such a great idea. Maybe I should just go home. Shin stood firm against Mihawk's onslaught, not taking a single step back. He parried every blow with one hand. A single slash from Mihawk could cleave a warship in two, but against Shin, it felt like a child's tantrum. I've let you attack for so long, it's my turn now. Shin said calmly. Mihawk felt a crushing sense of danger grip his heart as a terrifying slash tore toward him. In that moment, it was as if the entire world had become a blade, every edge turning against him. Puffed. Mihawk's body flew out, blood splattering from his body, staining the snow red. He sent Mihawk flying with one attack, incredible. Zeph was witnessing a duel on a level he'd never imagined. The outcome, however, was not what he had expected. Mihawk was powerful, but Shin Uzumaki was on a completely different plane of existence. If I had that kind of strength, I could definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy declared. Kid, don't daydream. Zeph glanced at Luffy. But thinking of this guy's grandfather, Marine Hero Garp, Zeph didn't dare to say much. But then he remembered the boy's grandfather, Marine Hero Garp, and held his tongue. Though Zeph was no longer a pirate, he had a history. The Marines could still decide to settle old scores. Compared to the shock of the others, Hancock and the Kuja pirates were perfectly calm, as if Shin's display was completely normal. And to them, it was. They all knew Shin was invincible. No matter how overwhelming the force he unleashed, they saw it as normal. They had become his most fervent devotees. Can you keep going? Shin asked Mihawk, who was picking himself up off the ground. Mihawk struggled to his feet, clearly in bad shape. A massive gash stretched across his chest, blood seeping through his coat. Of course. Mihawk would never give up so easily. Even wounded, retreat never crossed his mind. He had searched for Shin for too long just to face him in battle, and now that the chance was here, he would seize it. He hadn't fallen yet, and until he did, he would never admit defeat. To rise as the world's greatest swordsman demanded terrifying perseverance, and this kind of injury was nothing he couldn't endure. Good. Shin's figure vanished. The moment he disappeared, Mihawk pushed his observation haki to its limit, searching for him. Behind. Mihawk swung his sword backward with all his might, but it met only empty air. Damn it. When Mihawk realized something was wrong, he felt a pain in his back, and his body was thrown out uncontrollably. He'd been hit again, this time from behind. A wound on the back is a shame for a swordsman. Mihawk said in a deep voice. He had countless scars, but this was the first on his back. Then let's see if you can erase that shame, Shin said, slashing at Mihawk again. He wouldn't stop just because his opponent was injured. Mihawk was thrown back again. The impact sent a numbing shock up his arm, and the webbing of his hand split open. The hilt of his sword was now slick with his own blood. Even his supreme-grade sword, Yoru, now had a chip in its blade from Shin's last attack. Looking at the notch on his sword, Mihawk felt a sharp pang. This was his most prized possession. But he also knew that now was not the time to be heartbroken about the sword. He gripped Yoru and counterattacked, unleashing waves of green energy that hardened into flying slashes. However, Shin parried every single one with ease. Chapter 613, Mihawk's Crushing Defeat. With a casual slash, Shin shattered Mihawk's sword aura. The icy battlefield Monet had created was now a ruin of shattered ice and churning sea. Mihawk knelt on a piece of floating ice, clutching the hilt of his supreme-grade sword. The other half of the legendary blade had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Mihawk's Yoru had been broken by Shin. Even reinforced with his formidable armament haki, it could not withstand a single blow from Shin. Mihawk, do you understand the gap between us now? Shin asked calmly. My strength is no match for yours, Mihawk admitted, his voice devoid of its usual confidence. The defeat had been purely in terms of swordsmanship. In truth, Shin's power had reached a level he could not even begin to comprehend. From the start of the fight, Shin had not used a single intricate sword technique, only casual slashes, yet, these simple attacks had torn through all of Mihawk's moves and ultimately shattered his blade. This was complete domination. Mihawk could not even force Shin to use his full strength. They were not on the same level. The more they fought, the more unfathomable Shin became. Even Mihawk's legendary conviction was shaken. For the first time in decades, he was starting to doubt his own power. Challenging me was a mistake, Shin said, his tone matter of fact. Right now, Mihawk had almost no ability to resist. Shin could kill him with a single strike. Fighting an evenly matched opponent could help a warrior discover his own flaws, but fighting an opponent who could effortlessly crush him would teach nothing. It would only break his spirit. Shin looked at Mihawk and knew the man had been deeply affected. His sword was broken, and for a swordsman, his blade was his life. Mihawk was as good as dead, his body was intact, but his spirit was shattered. However, if Mihawk could overcome this trial, it would forge his spirit into something stronger. It all depended on whether his will was strong enough. If not, this defeat would be the end of him. Nearby, Zoro's expression was dazed. The very men he had been chasing, his ultimate goal, had just been defeated so utterly before his eyes. It was a crushing, effortless rout. Besides Mihawk himself, Zoro was the one most affected. He stared blankly ahead, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he had lost his purpose. Zoro, are you okay? Luffy noticed that something was wrong with him and grabbed him by the neck and shook him. Seeing the dazed Zoro, Luffy was really a little worried. Usopp was in a similar state, though his was a paralysis born of pure terror. Luffy paid him no mind, knowing he was simply scared. Mihawk is far beneath Shin, Hancock said calmly. Her gaze shifted to Shin, her eyes shining with boundless pride. He was her man, and her greatest source of pride. Mihawk challenging Shin was definitely biting off more than he could chew, Alvia observed. At this point, she felt confident she could take on the world's greatest swordsman herself. Having mastered her rumble fruit to perfection, she'd also picked up swordsmanship, and turned out to have serious natural talent for it. She was now a formidable swordswoman in her own right, powerful enough to make waves on the Grand Line even without her devil fruit abilities. "Kill me," Mihawk said, closing his eyes. "Oh. I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Can't even face losing." Shin sneered. "I'm not interested in killing someone who's already given up." He looked at Mihawk with open disappointment. Shin had never intended to kill him, and seeing him in this pathetic state only reinforced that decision. Shin's words seemed to strike a nerve. Mihawk swayed slightly before opening his eyes to meet Shin's gaze. A spark of life flickered back into those empty depths. Propping himself up, he stood and held his broken sword. Mihawk said in a deep voice, "I will challenge you again." Seeing the change in Mihawk's eyes, Shin knew the swordsman had shaken off his despair. "If you challenge me again with the same level of strength, don't bother coming." After Shin finished speaking, he turned and left, while Mihawk simply watched his retreating figure. Mihawk could not move, his body was so severely injured that he could not even walk. "Owner Zeph, this is for the meal." At Shin's signal, Alvia left a bag of berries on a table. "The food here is excellent. We'll be back if we get the chance." "Let's go," Shin announced. Then, the crew returned to the Pluton, which began to sail into the distance. The sea was still littered with shattered ice. The sheer force of Shin and Mihawk's battle had decimated the frozen landscape Monet had created. The ice had simply not been hard enough. Had it been Shin's ice release, Mihawk would not have been able to break it. "They're gone." Phew. Zeph watched the Pluton depart and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Having the Kuja pirates here, even for a moment, had subjected him to an indescribable pressure. Though they were gone, another problem remained, Mihawk. Although he was grievously injured and looked half dead, the aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. As Zeph looked at the broken swordsman, Mihawk's sharp, eagle-like eyes met his. Feeling that piercing gaze, Zeph immediately looked away. "I'm going over there," Zoro said to Luffy, then began walking toward Mihawk. Luffy watched his first mate approach the dangerous man, his heart tightening slightly. In the end, he did not stop him. He knew Zoro had a reason. What is he doing? Is he suicidal? Zeph's face sank. "That's right, why approach that dangerous guy?" Usopp shouted. Although Mihawk was defeated, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. "I don't know what Zoro is going to do, but he must have a reason," Luffy said with a wide smile. Zeph glanced at Luffy. "Silly looking, is he really Vice Admiral Garp's grandson?" "Hard to believe." "Forget it. Whether they wanted to throw their lives away or not, as long as it didn't affect his sea restaurant, it wasn't his concern." Chapter 614, Akainu's Gamble. After leaving the sea restaurant, Shin and his group departed the East Blue. Shin's main goal had been to find Nami, but to his surprise, Nami had sought him out herself. After a satisfying meal at the Baratai, his purpose in the East Blue was fulfilled. However, as they passed through Logtown, Shin's ship was intercepted. Looking at Smoker standing on the warship in front of him, Shin's face showed a playful smile. Wasn't the lesson he got before enough? Standing beside Smoker, Tashigi was trembling slightly. Although she despised pirates and would arrest any she encountered, she knew this was different. Rushing headlong against an enemy you could not defeat wasn't bravery, it was foolishness. Right now, Tashigi felt her commander was being incredibly foolish, but she had no choice but to follow his reckless lead. "Shin Uzumaki, did you capture Hina?" "Release her." Smoker shouted, his voice thick with anger. Shin then understood why Smoker had the courage to stop him. It was because of Hina. "Humph," Hancock scoffed. She drew her sword, a flash of steel preceding her single, decisive slash, and sheathed it in the same motion. Smoker collapsed onto the deck. Even with a Logia devil fruit, he could not resist a strike imbued with armament hockey. Tashigi stared at the unconscious Smoker, at a loss for words. "Get out of the way," Hancock said calmly. Sparing them once was already mercy. If they blocked her path again, she wouldn't hesitate to send them to the bottom of the sea. "Move aside," Tashigi ordered through gritted teeth. With Smoker unconscious, she was the highest-ranking officer. Looking at the departing Pluton, Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, Marine Headquarters received word that Smoker was unharmed. Relief spread quickly. At the same time, they received another piece of intelligence: Mihawk was in the East Blue and had been seriously injured. "Fleet Admiral, I believe we should take this opportunity to arrest Mihawk," Akainu proposed to Sengoku. Upon learning that Mihawk had been wounded after challenging Shin, Akainu saw a chance to eliminate a thorn in their side. Mihawk is still a warlord. We cannot move against him, Sengoku said, casting a glance at Akainu. Still, his presence in the East Blue is suspicious. Was he targeting Shin Uzumaki, or was there another reason? We need to investigate. Akiji, this investigation is yours, Sengoku commanded. When Sengoku assigned the mission to Akiji, Akainu's expression darkened. Lately, Sengoku had been favoring Akiji, and voices within the Marines calling for him to be the next fleet admiral were growing louder. I'll take my leave. Akainu exited the office. Kizaru and Akiji followed soon after. Garp put down his rice cracker and said to Sengoku, Akainu's getting more frustrated by the day. You thinking about what's gonna happen between him and Akiji? Sengoku went quiet for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. Of course he knew about it. The tension between those two had been building for years. But if forced to choose, he'd back Akiji, though losing Akainu would be catastrophic. Truth was, the Marines needed all three admirals to survive. If only they were all as easygoing as Kizaru, Sengoku lamented. Garp's expression turned strange. All like Kizaru? That would be a disaster. Kizaru was lazy on another level. Akiji might be relaxed, but he was nothing compared to Kizaru. If you had become the fleet admiral back then, I wouldn't have these worries, Sengoku couldn't help but say. TCH, easy for you to say. If I'd actually gone after the position back then, you might not have been so eager to hand it over, Garp shot back before walking out. After leaving the office, Akainu returned to his ship and pulled out a Den Mushi to contact Crocodile. When the call connected, Crocodile tensed up. Have the Marines figured out his plan? He was still scheming to locate Pluton and use its devastating power to conquer the world. Little did he know that the ancient weapon he desperately sought was actually Shin's own ship, a truth that would have sent him into a complete meltdown. Admiral Akainu, Crocodile's hoarse voice answered. Crocodile, I have a mission for you, Akainu said coldly, his tone making it clear this wasn't a request. Crocodile's jaw tightened, but he kept his mouth shut. Pissing off Akainu and the Marines would bring heat he couldn't afford. His warlord status was too valuable to throw away over pride. What mission does Admiral Akainu have for me? Deal with Mihawk. Kill him. Akainu's plan was straightforward, let one enemy take out another. He'd use Crocodile as his attack dog, then have a perfect excuse to arrest him afterward. The cigar dropped from Crocodile's mouth. Fight Mihawk. He knew damn well he'd get slaughtered. That bastard was in a completely different league. Mihawk's badly hurt. He picked a fight with Shin Uzumaki and barely survived. You can finish the job. Akainu laid out the situation. If Mihawk were at full strength, he never would have sent Crocodile, that would be suicide. The 7 warlords had a clear hierarchy, and Crocodile sat near the very bottom. Mihawk actually challenged Shin Uzumaki. Crocodile said, surprised by the news. Fine, I'll go after Mihawk. But I can't promise I'll be able to kill him, Crocodile said after weighing his options. He knew he didn't have a choice in the matter. Refusing Akainu would just give the bastard an excuse to hunt him down. Chapter 615, Nefertari Vivi. Akainu wants me to deal with Mihawk. A sinister glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes as he considered the situation. Mihawk, I have no personal grudge against you, but for the sake of my own peace, I'll have to get rid of you. Crocodile had no quarrel with Mihawk, but now he had to act. The reason was simple, Akainu was watching. He knew Akainu's personality well, the man showed no mercy to his own people, let alone to pirates. If he didn't handle Mihawk, Akainu would undoubtedly find a reason to come after him. Although he was a warlord and the Marines couldn't move against him at will, finding a pretext wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, Crocodile was already involved in shady business. He was targeting the kingdom of Alabasta, secretly plotting to seize Pluton. If the Marines found out, his warlord title would be revoked and he would be arrested. The world government would never allow anyone to get their hands on the 3 ancient weapons. Of course, if Crocodile had Shin's level of strength, he could do as he pleased. The problem was, he didn't. Afterward, Crocodile ordered Baroque Works to find Mihawk's whereabouts. He was certain Mihawk was now in the East Blue. Akainu's information had to be accurate. He was seriously injured after fighting Shin Uzumaki, though Crocodile didn't know how badly. Mihawk fought with Shin Uzumaki and survived, he thought, skeptical. When he was young, he had challenged Whitebeard and felt that overwhelming power. At the time, Whitebeard hadn't even gotten serious, and he was almost killed. In the end, Whitebeard spared his life and let him go. But Shin Uzumaki had once defeated Whitebeard, and a Whitebeard in his prime. One could only imagine his strength. Crocodile suspected that even after obtaining Pluton, he might not be a match for him. Mihawk had to be suicidal. Crocodile wondered how he had survived, had he been spared. Indeed, Crocodile's guess was correct. Mihawk had been spared by Shin. As long as he's still in the East Blue, he has to return to the Grand Line. I'll have a chance to act. I'll just wait for him here. Crocodile was in no hurry, content to let Mihawk come to him. Meanwhile, Shin and his group had arrived at Whiskey Peak. So this is the Grand Line. Nami was full of anticipation. Compared to Shin and the others, who were accustomed to such sights, Nami had far less experience. For her, it was astonishing. She had already encountered many things on the Grand Line she had never seen before. This place is a gathering point for bounty hunters. Shin's knowledge of Whiskey Peak came from his past life, as he had never stopped here before. This was a town that welcomed pirates because it was filled with bounty hunters. Naturally, they were thrilled to see pirates arrive, as taking their heads was how they claimed their bounties. When Shin's Kuja pirates arrived, the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak didn't even try to make a move. They didn't show themselves at all. By the time the crew docked, not a single bounty hunter remained. The sight of the Kuja pirates' flag had already sent them fleeing. Of course, Shin didn't care about those bounty hunters. It made no difference to him whether he saw them or not. He came here to buy supplies. They hadn't stopped at Loketown before entering the Grand Line, so the provisions on the ship were nearly gone. Shin strolled around the small town with his crew, and after buying what they needed, he returned to the ship. Shin, this woman wants to see you. As soon as he returned, Alvia pointed at a blue-haired woman. Nefertari Vivi, right? Shin looked at her. The beautiful woman with blue hair was definitely her. This was, after all, a subordinate organization of Baroque Works. Nefertari Vivi was the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. She had come here as an undercover agent to investigate Baroque Works' plot to incite a civil war and overthrow the kingdom. Shin-sama, you know me? Vivi asked cautiously. At the same time, she felt a wave of disbelief. Even as a princess, the distance between her and a Yonko like Shin Uzumaki was immense. The fact that he even knew her was astonishing. Of course I know you. Are you looking for me? This was the first time Shin had seen her. He only knew of her from his previous life. With a thud, Vivi knelt in front of Shin. Please, Your Majesty, help me. Vivi pleaded for his help. What do you want my help with? Shin asked, though he had already guessed. It had to be about Crocodile. During her time undercover, Vivi had discovered that the leader of Baroque Works was one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. My name is Nefertari Vivi. I am the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Although Shin had already called her by name, she introduced herself again out of politeness. Afterward, she stated her purpose. She requested his help to deal with Crocodile. Despite being a Logia user, Crocodile's power was surprisingly limited. For a warlord, he was disappointing. Yet for the Kingdom of Alabasta, he remained an overwhelming force. If not for his fear of the Marines, the kingdom would have fallen into his hands long ago. Princess Vivi, why should I help you? Shin asked her the pragmatic question calmly. Vivi was silent. Yes, why would he help me? She had come here on a desperate gamble after seeing the Kuja pirates' ship. As for whether she could get help, she wasn't optimistic. Why don't you ask the Marines for help? Momosaji couldn't help but say to her. It's useless. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords. Even if you tell the Marines, nothing will happen to him without evidence, Vivi said with disappointment. If asking the Marines for help was an option, she would have gone long ago. But Crocodile wouldn't allow them to escape and seek help. At the moment, the kingdom was in civil unrest. The Marines would not interfere in the internal conflicts of a kingdom, so it was useless to ask for help unless she had proof of his crimes. Chapter 616, Little Garden, Dori and Bragi. Princess Vivi's face was filled with despair. It seemed she wasn't going to get any help. Shin and I, can we help her? Shirahoshi asked, tugging on Shin's hand. Hearing her words, a flicker of hope ignited in Vivi's eyes. She looked at Shin with anticipation. A Yonko could solve the Kingdom of Alabasta's crisis with a single casual move. Shirahoshi, you're too kind. Nothing in this world is free, Robin said, patting her little head. Getting something for nothing was simply impossible. Even if you asked Shin for help, he would never do it for free. I will do my best to repay Shin-sama, Vivi immediately stated. A verbal promise is meaningless, Califa glanced at her and said calmly. Vivi gritted her teeth before speaking. I truly have nothing to offer. I'm just a princess. But if Shin-sama is willing to help me, I will repay him with everything I have. Shin and I, Shirahoshi pleaded, pulling his hand again. Looking at her cute, wide eyes, Shin felt quite helpless. All right. Remember what you said, he said calmly to her. For Shirahoshi's sake, he didn't mind helping. Thank you, Shin-sama, thank you. Vivi thanked him, and then she thanked Shirahoshi. She knew that without the mermaid's help, he would have never agreed. Alvia and the others had no objection to Shin agreeing to help Vivi. The kingdom of Alabasta was on their way regardless. So even if they helped her, it wouldn't waste any of their time. You can come on board with us for now, Shin said to her. Vivi was a bit reserved, but her heart was filled with gratitude. The kingdom was finally saved. With a Yonko involved, not even Crocodile could stir up any trouble. As a princess of a Grand Line kingdom, she was well aware of how powerful the four emperors were. By the way, Shin-sama, I believe my undercover identity has been discovered, so the senior agents of Baroque Works are all hunting me, Vivi explained. Oh. Shin's reaction was calm. Could the agents of Baroque Works really come to his ship to arrest someone? If they truly had the guts, he wouldn't mind sending them to their deaths. Seeing his calm reaction, Vivi stayed silent. A warlord was nothing compared to a Yonko. Yet to her, a warlord was still an untouchable titan. Let's go to Little Garden first, Shin said to Nami. Little Garden, it's marked on the nautical chart, Nami replied, looking at the chart. What are we going to do there? Hancock asked him with confusion. Little Garden is called the prehistoric island. There are two giants fighting on it, and they have been fighting for 100 years. I'm going to see them. Shin suddenly remembered the two giants in Little Garden. The lifespan of the giant race was obviously longer than that of normal people. Giants. Alvia and the others thought of Saul. Because of Shin, Saul had escaped and was now living quietly in a remote corner of the world. Giants were exceedingly rare. A few giant vice admirals served in the Marines, and their strength was formidable. The greatest advantage of giants was their sheer physical power. With ease, they could overturn a warship as if it were a child's toy. Thanks to Pluton's incredible speed, it did not take long for them to reach Little Garden. Is this a giant? This was the first time Nami had seen a giant. It was 20 meters tall, which was a terrifying sight to her. I never expected there to be creatures like giants in this world. But thinking about it, since creatures like fishmen existed, why couldn't giants? The blue ogre, Dori, and the red-gray, Broggy. Shin looked at the two former captains of the giant warrior pirates. Because of a small matter, they had been fighting in Little Garden for 100 years. Their minds probably weren't all there. If they were thinking clearly, they wouldn't have been fighting here for so long. Well, someone's here. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone. The two giants who were fighting temporarily stopped and looked at Shin and his group. They won't attack us, will they? Why don't we just leave quickly? Nami asked Shin. At that moment, fear flickered across her face. After all, when confronted with legendary giants, who wouldn't be afraid? Such a terrifying creature could crush her beneath a single step. Nami, are you scared? I could take down a beast like that with one swing, Hancock said to Nami. Really? Nami looked at Hancock with suspicion. Comparing Hancock's height to the giant's, the difference was immense. Could she really kill him with one swing? Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate. Hancock said, preparing to act. Forget it, Hancock. They haven't attacked us, Alvia said. Killing those two giants with a single slash would have been terribly unfair. Humans, your aura is very strong, Dori said, looking at Shin and his group. They could all feel that formidable aura. Want to fight? Broggy asked Shin, holding a giant axe in one hand and a round shield in the other. Fight. You think you're worthy of challenging the captain? Khalifa said with disdain. Her scorn was palpable, and Dori and Broggy bristled with anger, barely restraining themselves from attacking. While they weren't evil, neither one was exactly known for keeping their cool. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beating the hell out of each other for hours over something so petty, they just had to prove who was stronger. You're not convinced, are you? Very well, Khalifa said, very confident. Earth Scroll. Using her float fruit powers, she tore up chunks of earth and hurled them at Dori and Broggy. The ground itself was ripped away in massive sheets. Even the two giants were knocked back, their bodies battered and bleeding. You're that strong? Nami stared at Khalifa in shock. How could someone so slender send two mountain-sized giants flying like that? This is nothing special. Get yourself a decent devil fruit and put in the work, and you could be just as strong, Khalifa said matter-of-factly. But Nami wasn't so sure about that, she knew herself well enough to admit she wasn't exactly the training type. Chapter 617, I don't need a giant on my ship. Let me show you the power of a giant. Dori roared, swinging his massive sword toward Shin and the others. He was pissed after getting caught off guard earlier and was ready to unleash hell. Shin watched him charge, not particularly bothered. He hadn't come here looking for a fight, he was just curious. But if a fight was what Dori wanted, Shin wasn't about to back down. Besides, he didn't even have to lift a finger. This was a perfect chance to test his crew's skills. Tempest Kick. Khalifa executed the Marine 6 Powers technique, launching a blade of compressed air from her kick. It slammed into Dory's giant sword with incredible force. Boom. The sound ripped across the island, startling countless prehistoric beasts into a frenzy of roars. Dory was thrown back, staggering from the impact. It was almost unbelievable. Calipha, a normal-sized woman, had sent a giant flying. The Calipha from the original story could never have pulled this off. Damn, I wish I had that kind of power, Nami muttered under her breath. You know, Nami, you really should work on getting stronger, Robin advised. She's right, Nami, Shirahoshi added, her voice trembling slightly. The pirates in the New World are very ruthless. Is it really that bad? Nami's face paled. Looks like she couldn't afford to be the dead weight anymore. Ha! With a sharp cry, Calipha used her float fruit ability, levitating a massive boulder and sending it crashing down on Dory. That was the terrifying power of the float fruit, it could turn entire islands into weapons. Among all the devil fruits, it was definitely one of the top-tier abilities. Give it to a Marine Vice Admiral, and you could probably train them into an Admiral. Baby, 5, I've got a mission for you, if you're up for it, Shin said, turning to her. Ready for your orders, Captain, she snapped to attention. It's nothing too crazy. I just need you to go hunt some of the local wildlife. We'll have them for dinner. Shin assigned her this glorious and vital task. I'm starting to think I know why you really wanted to come to Little Garden, Shin. You were after the animals all along, Alvia said, a note of pity in her voice for the island's beasts. Shin just rubbed his nose. Seeing Dory and Broggy was a minor detour, his real target had always been the island's unique fauna. This place was crawling with extinct creatures, maybe even dinosaurs. Shin was dying to find out what they tasted like. Baby 5 headed off to hunt, but considering some of these ancient beasts could be seriously dangerous, Shin sent Monet with her for backup. Hopefully, they'd bag a dinosaur. The rumors said they existed here, but who knew if it was true? Meanwhile, the fight between Calipha and Dory the Blue Ogre was wrapping up. Dory was no match for her. With the float fruit, her own advanced combat skills, and the power of armament hockey, beating him was easy. She could even take him head-on, but she was smarter than that. Dory's greatest strength was his raw power, there was no reason for Calipha to get into a brute force slugfest with him. Broggy watched from the sidelines but didn't intervene. It was a matter of Dory's pride. If he jumped in, it would only make things worse between them, their rivalry might even turn into a fight to the death. I lose, Dory finally admitted. He knew he was outmatched, so he conceded defeat gracefully. Calipha held back, not dealing a final blow. You must be some seriously promising pirates, Dory said, laughing heartily. Shin's expression turned a little strange. These two really had been cut off from the world for a long time. They didn't even recognize him, which meant they had no idea who the 4 emperors were. Dory and Broggy had been fighting here for a century, Whitebeard wasn't even born when they started. They'd lived an insanely long time, but their strength hadn't really grown. If they combined their strength for a single, all-out attack, they might be able to match an admiral. But individually, Dory was at the level of a Marine Vice Admiral at best. Maybe their potential was just low. Or maybe it was harder for giants to get stronger. Have you two ever thought about leaving this island? Shin asked them. Are you trying to recruit us? Dory asked. Shin blinked, surprised by the misunderstanding. I don't need a giant on my ship. And I don't take men, either, Shin stated flatly. Right. With a crew as strong as yours, you probably wouldn't be interested in our strength, Dory said, sitting down with his knees crossed. Seeing Dory sit, Broggy followed suit. It had been a long time since they'd seen other people, and they were eager to talk. Shin didn't mind chatting. They probably knew a lot of secrets he didn't, like what the seas were like 100 years ago. Back then, even rocks probably hadn't become the ruler of the seas yet. Baby 5 and Monet are back already. That was fast. Shin glanced over as they returned. They had brought back a few animals, some were ordinary, but others Shin had never seen before. And holy shit, they actually caught a dinosaur. Looks like this island was even more ancient than he thought. They had a barbecue on Little Garden and even invited Dory and Broggy to join. Those two giants could really eat. We're off. Who knows if we'll see you two again out on the seas. Shin and his crew stayed on Little Garden for one night before departing the next day. Here, a gift from us. Dory and Broggy presented their parting gifts, a few massive beasts from the island, each one easily the size of a sea king. Shin gladly accepted them. The meat was delicious. This trip to Little Garden had definitely been worth it. Next stop, the Alabasta Kingdom, Shin announced, glancing at Vivi. Hearing his words, Vivi's face lit up with excitement. We're really going to Alabasta. The intel she'd received painted a grim picture of the situation back home. She wanted to get back as soon as possible to protect her people and her father, Cobra. Chapter 618, Arrival in the Alabasta Kingdom. Don't worry, Vivi. I'm sure your country will be fine, Shirahoshi said, noticing Vivi's worried expression. I hope so. But Vivi still couldn't shake the anxiety. And even if the kingdom falls, we'll help you take it back, Khalifa added, glancing at her. Vivi shot Khalifa a look, completely speechless. Was that supposed to be a comfort? If the kingdom really fell, what would happen to her father? Crocodile may be one of the 7 warlords, but he's not stupid enough to just attack a kingdom outright. Besides, your kingdom is more than it seems, Shin said, giving Vivi a meaningful look. It was the country that held the secrets of Pluton. Of course it wasn't simple. The Nefeltari family was no ordinary royal line, they were shrouded in mystery. Vivi herself could probably be considered a celestial dragon. After all, the celestial dragons were descendants of the 20 kings, and the Nefeltari family was one of the few that had survived the Void Century. But for all their history, they didn't have any real powerhouses. It was their lineage that was special, not their strength. If they could find and use Pluton, then the Alabasta Kingdom would be a force to be reckoned with. But finding Pluton wasn't easy. How many people in this world could even read the poneglyphs? Roger couldn't read the poneglyphs, but he had the voice of all things. He didn't need to read them. That ability was seriously overpowered. Shin wondered if it was a form of observation haki. For all his strength, he didn't have it. Vivi looked at Shin, confused. As the princess of Alabasta, she had no idea what was so special about her kingdom. As Shin and his crew headed for Alabasta, Crocodile got the news. You're telling me Princess Vivi got away on Shin Uzumaki's ship? And you couldn't do anything to stop it? Crocodile's expression darkened. His face was already menacing, but this news made it downright murderous. Yes, we saw Miss Wednesday board the Kuja pirate's ship with our own eyes. Miss Wednesday was Vivi's codename in Baroque works. I see. Keep a close watch on the Kuja pirates' movements, Crocodile ordered his subordinate. He had originally tasked them with monitoring Mihawk, but now, Shin Uzumaki was the bigger priority, especially since he was heading straight for Alabasta. Shin Uzumaki. Are you after Pluton too? After his men left, Crocodile stared into the distance, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Even you won't stop me from getting Pluton. For the sake of finding Pluton, Crocodile was willing to make an enemy of Shin. His ultimate goal was to become the Pirate King. Most pirates on the sea shared that dream. But Crocodile knew he couldn't achieve it with his own strength, so he was counting on something else to get him there. Something like the 3 ancient weapons. He was going to use them to become the Pirate King. So, even against Shin Uzumaki, he wouldn't back down. However, unlike in the original story, where he had Robin to decipher the poneglyphs for him, he now had no one. Finding Pluton had hit a major roadblock. Should I try to work with him? The thought crossed his mind. He acted tough, but deep down, Crocodile was a coward. He was about to face Shin Uzumaki, after all. The man's strength was recognized by all pirates as the strongest of the 4 emperors. A fight was out of the question. He knew that much. But he couldn't give up on Pluton. Our power levels are too different. Working with him would be a disaster for me. Crocodile felt trapped. He couldn't win, and he couldn't cooperate. If he really tried to team up with Shin, he'd be eaten alive. The smartest move would be to leave now, abandon his plans, and give up on years of work. But he couldn't accept that. He had wasted so much time. If he didn't find Pluton, it would all be for nothing. Honestly, if Crocodile had focused on training, he would be at least Admiral level by now, or close to it. With the Sand fruit, a Logia type, his potential was huge. But he had been so focused on finding external power that his own strength had stagnated. Now, he was only slightly stronger than a Marine Vice Admiral. The gap was significant. This is the Alabasta Kingdom, Vivi said, her face lighting up as she saw her homeland again, eagerly pointing things out to Shin and the others. The Alabasta Kingdom was a massive country, at least compared to the other small nations in the Grand Line. It was a desert kingdom. So, while it was a big country, it wasn't particularly wealthy. Especially since it hadn't rained in 3 years. The people were living in poverty. It's a bit poor. Let's go find Crocodile. I hope he hasn't run off, Hancock said, thinking he might have fled. After all, the Kuja pirates were heading straight for him. He couldn't possibly not know. He probably can't let go of what he's chasing here, Shin said, not worried at all. Crocodile's goal was Pluton, he wouldn't give up so easily. Besides, we don't need to find him. He's already on his way to us. Shin said. Hearing him, the girls activated their observation haki and immediately sensed Crocodile and his subordinates approaching. Knowing Shin had arrived, Crocodile had decided not to hide. He was going to negotiate. If he could strike a deal with Shin, it would be a good thing. If not, he'd have to fight. No matter what, he would not give up on Pluton. I can't believe he actually showed up. What an idiot. Does he have a death wish or something? Khalifa said with a cold laugh. Vivi felt her nerves kicking in. She was about to face the men who'd torn her kingdom apart. Even with powerful allies backing her, her heart was still racing. Chapter 619, either get lost or die. Crocodile arrived, bringing the agents of Baroque Works with him. Of course, he hadn't brought the entire organization, only his most elite senior agents. The weaker ones would be completely useless. If a real fight broke out, they'd only get in the way. So, they're here. Crocodile stared at Shin and the members of the Kuja pirates from a distance. Steeling himself against the immense pressure rolling off them, he forced a slick, artificial smile and walked forward. Captain Shin. Didn't realize you were paying a visit. You could have at least sent a postcard. Oh. Shin asked, his tone flat and unimpressed. Are you saying I should have called ahead? Though Shin's words were spoken calmly, they hit Crocodile with the force of a tidal wave, a heavy pressure that made it hard to breathe. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of questioning you, Captain Shin. No matter how arrogant he was, Crocodile knew he had to swallow every last drop of his pride right now and grovel. Crocodile. You're the one who stirred up the rebellion in the Alabasta Kingdom, aren't you? Vivi demanded, her voice shaking with rage. Quahahaha, Princess Vivi, I don't think you have any right to speak here, Crocodile laughed, his tone dripping with contempt. He could be meek in front of Shin, but he didn't have to show this little princess a shred of respect. Who the hell gave you permission to act so tough around here? Hancock cut in, her eyes flashing with annoyance. A guy like Crocodile didn't have the right to be so smug in front of them. Before he could even process her words, she drew her blade and slashed. The attack passed straight through him. If he hadn't reflexively turned his body to sand, he'd be dead right now, cut clean in two. Right, I almost forgot. You're a Logia user, Hancock remarked, only now remembering his devil fruit ability as his sandy form reformed. Crocodile scrambled back, his heart pounding in his chest. That was too damn close. If Hancock had used armament hockey, he knew he would have been finished. Don't move, Crocodile snapped, not at them, but at his own men standing behind him. He couldn't afford to get on Shin's bad side. If things really went south, they'd all be wiped out in an instant. The power gap was just too massive to ignore. His most loyal agent, Mr. One, a man who could turn any part of his body into a blade thanks to the dice fruit, froze in place. His real name was Daz Bonez. Captain Shin, I mean you no harm, Crocodile said, turning his attention back to Shin. TCH. If you did, you'd already be dead, Hancock scoffed. Crocodile's face darkened, but he kept his mouth shut. He was a master at masking his emotions, quickly forcing his expression back to neutral. Not that it mattered, if Shin wanted to, he could read Crocodile's mind like a children's book. What, you got a problem with that? Hancock pointed aim no habakiri at him, looking like she was 1 second away from slicing him to ribbons. Crocodile was practically choking on his own pride. It was the first time he'd ever backed down like this. The shame ate at him from the inside. He found himself powerless to speak, forcing himself to bite his tongue. He knew she meant every word. One smart remark, and she'd end him without hesitation. After a tense silence, Crocodile finally looked at Shin. Captain Shin, I believe we can work together. Work on what? Shin asked, glancing at him with a completely bored expression. Pluton. I'm sure a man like you has heard of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, right? Crocodile gritted his teeth and laid his cards on the table. He knew he'd probably never find Pluton on his own. Without someone to read the poneglyphs, it was impossible. His plan? Use Shin to find Pluton, then find a way to snatch it for himself. Yeah, he had balls. Plotting to steal from Shin Uzumaki was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Hey, of course I have. Shin's expression turned odd. Crocodile saw the look and took it for shock, completely missing the real meaning behind it. The rest of the crew exchanged amused glances. Pluton. They knew it better than anyone, they were basically sailing on it. Their ship had been built straight from the original blueprints, after all. I've already found clues to its location. Why don't we find it together? We could rule the world, Crocodile said, a mad glint in his eyes. His ambition was sky high, even if his strength wasn't. Rule the world. I'm not interested. Why would Shin need some ancient weapon to do that? Crocodile, I'm giving you 2 choices. Either you get the hell out of the Alabasta Kingdom, or you die. Shin had no time for Crocodile's bullshit. The choices were simple. Crocodile's face fell. He asked, Captain Shin, can't we discuss this? You think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Crocodile, you really don't know your place, do you? Shin looked at him with pure disdain. He had zero respect for this clown. All ego, no substance to back it up. If the guy wasn't such an arrogant prick, he wouldn't have gotten his ass kicked by some rookie like Luffy in the original story. Sure, plot armor played a part, but Crocodile's massive ego was what screwed him over. I know you're powerful, Captain Shin, but don't think you can just push me around, Crocodile said, his voice laced with a threat. Are you threatening me? Shin asked, genuinely amazed by the guy's balls. Did this idiot really not grasp how outclassed he was? Shin, stop wasting time on this nobody. Just put him out of his misery. Hancock had run out of patience ages ago. This pathetic worm still had the nerve to act tough in front of Shin. Who the fuck did he think he was? Chapter 620, The Fall of Crocodile. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Compared to Shin's casual demeanor, Crocodile was on edge. He was trapped. If he backed down now, he'd lose face in front of his men, and more importantly, he'd lose any chance of getting his hands on that superweapon, Pluton. But if he fought, he was dead. Simple as that. Desert Spada. After a split second of hesitation, Crocodile's eyes sharpened. He lunged, his arm transforming into a blade of hardened sand, slashing toward Shin. Be careful. Vivi shouted, her warning coming a beat too late. But she was the only one who needed to worry. Shin and the powerful women around him had seen the attack coming a mile away. Just as Hancock was about to make her move, Momosaji stepped forward, drawing her own sword. With a speed that defied logic, she met Crocodile's sand blade head-on. A black aura clung to Momosaji's blade, an energy that felt like it could shatter anything it touched. The moment her sword made contact with the sand blade, the attack completely disintegrated. Crocodile's entire arm vanished. Momosaji had eaten the destruction fruit, and after years of developing its power, she had become a terrifying force. Her ability wasn't about wide-scale devastation like the Tremor fruit, it was about single-target annihilation. The fruit's power allowed her to break down anything she touched, whether living or inanimate. Crocodile stared in disbelief. Even if his sand blade was destroyed, his arm shouldn't have just disappeared. What the hell just happened? He didn't know that Momosaji's destruction fruit attacked things at their very foundation. It was one of the few abilities that could hit a Logia user's real body without the need for armament hockey. Damn it. Kill them all. Losing an arm sent Crocodile into a blind rage. He ordered his men to attack. Myriad thunder. Alvia created a storm cloud above them, and 1,000 bolts of lightning rained down. Everyone except Crocodile was instantly vaporized. As a Logia user, he was harder to kill with just lightning. Crocodile's face twisted with rage. His crew, all dead. He'd spent years building this empire, and it had been wiped out in seconds. Your crew is a bit disappointing, Crocodile. Looks like you'll need a new one. Too bad you won't get the chance, Shin said calmly. Sables. Crocodile roared, slamming his remaining hand on the ground. It was his strongest wide-area attack, capable of sucking the moisture out of the earth and anyone standing on it, turning them into dried husks. But before he could even fully activate it, he was sent flying by a single sword strike. The impact left his body feeling like it was collapsing. He quickly coated himself in armament hockey to stabilize himself. Momosaji's fruit wasn't invincible, hockey could counter it. Crocodile was a warlord who had spent time in the New World, of course he knew armament hockey. If he didn't, he'd be a complete joke. Sent flying, he lost all will to fight. He turned and ran. Not exactly playing by the book, are you? I thought you were going to fight to the death. You're surprisingly quick to run. Shin remarked, watching him flee. Shin didn't chase him, but he wasn't about to let him get away either. He didn't have to. Momosaji was already on his tail. Using the 6 powers shave technique, she closed the distance in an instant. Crocodile was fast, but he was no match for her. This is a desert. Can't you just turn into sand and escape underground? Shin wondered aloud. Looks like Crocodile really was an idiot. Or maybe he was just too panicked to think straight. Die. Momosaji's voice was cold. She slashed, leaving Crocodile no room to dodge. She had infused her attack with the power of her destruction fruit. The very air seemed to tear as her blade shot forward, striking Crocodile in a flash. The power gap was too immense, he couldn't even react. His body began to crumble, his eyes filled with disbelief and regret as he collapsed. But it was too late. He was dead, killed by a single strike from Momosaji. Not even a body was left behind. A pitiful end. After finishing him off, Momosaji returned to Shin's side. Captain, Crocodile has been killed. Momosaji, it looks like your strength has improved a lot lately, Shin said with a small smile. She had gotten stronger. Killing Crocodile in one blow was impressive. Even Hancock, after all his training, was only at about that level. Without your guidance, Captain, and the devil fruit you gave me, I wouldn't have improved so quickly, Momosaji replied. Speaking of devil fruits, you should be thanking Shirahoshi. She's the one who found the destruction fruit in the sea, Shin said, glancing at the mermaid princess. Shirahoshi just smiled shyly and waved her hands, not wanting to take any credit. Indeed. Momosaji was fond of Shirahoshi. Everyone on the crew was, including Shin. Her kind nature was infectious. If Shirahoshi hadn't asked him to help Vivi, Shin probably wouldn't have bothered. Crocodile is finally dead. Our kingdom is safe, Vivi said, tears of joy streaming down her face. It's not that simple. The mastermind might be dead, but your country is still in the middle of a rebellion, Shin reminded her, stating the harsh reality. Vivi fell silent. She wanted to ask Shin for help, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Honestly, the rebels aren't that big of a threat. Your kingdom should be able to handle them on its own, Shin said. If Alabasta couldn't even crush its own rebellion, then they were completely worthless and not worth helping. Chapter 621, This kingdom is mine now. Back at Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, Sengoku's brow was furrowed. He'd just received intel that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was dead. When the report first came in, Sengoku was stunned. Sure, Crocodile's bounty was less than 100 million, but a wanted poster isn't the whole story. His bounty had been frozen the moment he joined the warlords. At his current strength, he was easily worth over 300 million. That might put him in danger in the New World, but Crocodile was operating in the first half of the Grand Line. He should have been safe, getting killed was the last thing anyone expected. At first, Sengoku thought it had to be a joke. But then a second, more reliable report confirmed it, Crocodile was really dead. Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates took him out. What the hell does that mean? Did Crocodile piss Shin off, or is this part of some other scheme? Sengoku's mind started racing. From what he knew, it was highly likely Crocodile had done something to provoke Shin. As for whether Shin was plotting something bigger, Sengoku couldn't rule it out. If Shin could hear Sengoku's paranoid ramblings, he'd probably just laugh. A guy with his power doesn't need schemes. Only the weak rely on conspiracies. If Shin really wanted to do something, who in the world could stop him? This is a big deal. We need to call a meeting. Sengoku decided. Meetings weren't called for just anything, but when it came to Shin Uzumaki, it was mandatory. Anything involving him was a major incident. Meanwhile, in the Alabasta Kingdom, the civil war was over. The internal conflict had been quelled. Putting down the rebellion had been surprisingly easy, all it took was a decisive strike against the leaders. Of course, the Kuja pirates had a hand in that. Vivi had pleaded with Shin for help. Naturally, Shin himself didn't lift a finger, those guys weren't worthy of his time. Alvia alone was enough. Using her rumble fruit, she summoned a storm cloud and obliterated the rebel leaders with a bolt of lightning. Bon Clay, the user of the clone fruit, hadn't been killed in the initial strike, but he was now locked away. And Cobra, Vivi's father, had been rescued. Shin-sama, thank you for your help. I am eternally grateful, Cobra said, bowing deeply. He truly meant it. If it weren't for Shin, his kingdom would have fallen into Crocodile's hands. Cobra, do you know the secret of Pluton? Shin stared at him, his question direct and sharp. Cobra's face changed instantly. He stared back at Shin, trying desperately to read his intentions. Had they just escaped one nightmare only to stumble into something worse? You don't want to say. Fine. I'm not really interested anyway. Honestly, Shin couldn't care less about some legendary weapon. He already had Pluton, there wasn't much difference between the two anyway. But Cobra, how exactly do you plan on thanking me? Shin hadn't forgotten Cobra's earlier promise of gratitude. Words were cheap. Even though it was Shirahoshi who had asked him to help Vivi, Shin wasn't about to do it for free. A troubled look crossed Cobra's face. The truth was, the Alabasta Kingdom had nothing to offer. The country was so poor it was almost unbelievable. If their national finances were made public, no one would believe a kingdom could be so broke. They were worse off than some smaller nations. Shin-sama, please don't misunderstand, I'm incredibly grateful, but the Alabasta Kingdom have no money. Cobra's voice was heavy with regret. As for other treasures, famous swords, devil fruits, they had nothing. Devil fruits were impossibly rare, and even if they'd possessed one, it would have gone to someone crucial for national defense. Shin-sama, I will repay you, Vivi said, stepping forward. Vivi. Cobra's face paled as he looked at his daughter. From now on, I am no longer the princess of Alabasta. I will serve on the Kuja pirate ship as Shin-sama's maid, Vivi said, her voice firm. It was a decision she had made long ago. It was the only way she could truly repay him. I think she'll do, Hancock said, looking Vivi over. Her eyes lit up. Vivi was pretty enough to be Shin's maid. Hancock approved. All right. But from now on, the Alabasta Kingdom belongs to the Kuja pirates, Shin said, glancing at Cobra. Cobra's face went pale, but all he could manage was a bitter smile. He didn't protest. One wrong word would doom his kingdom. His nation now served under a pirate flag, his daughter was lost to him, and the weight of his failures was suffocating. Fine. I agree on my father's behalf, Vivi said with grim determination. She had agreed because, in her time with them, she had come to understand Shin. She knew he wasn't a bad person. Even if Alabasta belonged to the Kuja pirates, they wouldn't suffer. It was common for kingdoms in the New World to seek the protection of the four emperors. Without it, they'd be devoured by other, more ruthless pirates. Afterward, Cobra arranged for his men to host Shin and his crew while he and Vivi had a private talk. Vivi, are you sure about this? Cobra asked his daughter. Yes. From now on, the Alabasta Kingdom has a protector, right? And I know. Captain Shin isn't a bad person, she said, her resolve unshaken. Sigh, all right. If you've made up your mind. Cobra looked at her, seeing no reluctance in her eyes. He sighed again, his voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Vivi. It's because your father is useless. I failed you. Vivi just smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel wronged at all. Many people would kill for a chance to board the Kuja pirate's ship. In a way, this might even be a stroke of luck. Chapter 622, Girl, you have no way out. After their talk, Cobra and Vivi returned to host Shin and his crew. They stayed in the Alabasta Kingdom for a few days before preparing to leave. Vivi, now a maid, boarded the ship with them. What the hell? Is she here to take our jobs? Baby 5 looked at Vivi with hostility. She didn't like anyone who threatened her position. She's here to take your job. Don't drag me into this, Monet said coolly. Aren't you a maid too? Baby 5 asked, confused. I'm a combatant, Monet said, lifting her chin proudly. Heh, I don't need a combatant as weak as you, Shin said with a chuckle. Monet looked hurt. She wondered if she really appeared that weak to him. After all, she could probably take on a Marine Vice Admiral. But she had no idea that in Shin's eyes, even a Marine Admiral was considered weak. Vivi stood on the deck, watching her homeland grow smaller in the distance, a hint of sadness in her eyes. If you don't want to stay, we can still send you back, Shin told her. No. I've decided to be your maid. I will stay with the Kuja pirates for the rest of my life, Vivi said with unwavering conviction. Hancock listened and nodded with satisfaction. If Vivi had really wanted to leave, she wouldn't have let her go so easily. Baby 5, you're the senior here. You can teach her, Hancock said. Me. Teach her. Baby 5's face lit up. She looked at Vivi with excitement and nodded eagerly at Hancock. The flag of the Kuja pirates now flew over the Alabasta Kingdom. The news spread quickly, even reaching the ears of the 5 elders. What are your thoughts on this? St. J. Garcia Saturn asked the others, his face grim. More than a decade had passed, but the 5 elders looked the same, their life force still incredibly strong despite their aged appearance. The Nefertari family of Alabasta is one of the 20 royal families. If they hadn't refused to move to the Holy Land, they'd be celestial dragons now. I never thought they'd align themselves with Shin Uzumaki, St. Ethan Baron V. Nustero said gravely. Although Alabasta was still technically part of the world government, the 5 elders knew their first loyalty was now to the Kuja pirates. Shin Uzumaki is getting too bold. It's time we put him in his place, St. Marcus Mars said coldly. To be honest, the 5 elders had been sick of Shin for months. He'd leveled Eni's lobby and murdered celestial dragons, earning them a brutal tongue-lashing from Emu. Then there was Shin himself, he'd grown too powerful, become a threat that needed to be eliminated. But taking him down required serious planning. They were still working out the details. Shin, naturally, had no clue the 5 elders were scheming against him. Not that he'd give a damn if he knew. He was strong enough now that a single 80 gods vacuum attack could probably reduce all of Mary Geos to rubble. At the moment, Shin was in Pluton's prison, looking at Hina. Feeling lonely all by yourself in here? Shin asked her. Just let Hina out already, Hina said, glaring at him angrily. She was indeed lonely. Besides the person who brought her food, no one ever came to see her. The days of her confinement were incredibly dull. I can let you out, but how about you join the Kuja pirates? Shin asked, his arms crossed. In your dreams. I'll never join you, Hina replied stubbornly. What's the point? You really think you can escape? If that's what you're thinking, you should give up now. Escaping from here was harder than breaking out of Impel Down. From Impel Down, there was still a chance. From his ship, it was impossible. Hina already knew that. Even if I can't escape, Hina will never join a pirate crew, she snorted. All right then. Looks like you're not joining. You can just stay here. Shin turned to leave. Wait. Hina called out as he was about to go. She had been locked up for half a month and was desperate for someone to talk to. Seeing him about to leave, she couldn't help but call out. What, changed your mind? Fine. Hina will join the Kuja pirates. After some hesitation, she agreed. Of course, she wasn't really agreeing. She was just pretending so she could find a chance to escape. If she stayed locked up, she'd never get out. All right. Shin smiled faintly, then drew his sword and cut the sea stone cuffs, releasing her. Hina looked at him, surprised and a little suspicious. He was letting her out just like that. Was he serious? She couldn't help but wonder if he had some other scheme in mind. Let's go. Shin just smiled and motioned for her to follow. He knew exactly what was going through her head, but he'd already leaked the news that Hina had joined the Kuja pirates. She was trapped. Even if she managed to escape, would the Marines believe her story? Sengoku sure as hell wouldn't. He'd probably assume she was a double agent working for Shin. Your strength isn't bad. From now on, you're on floor duty. After leading her out, Shin patted her shoulder with a look that said, I have high hopes for you. Hina took a deep breath, trying to control her anger. Floor duty. Was he looking down on her? Whatever. She wasn't planning on staying anyway. Besides, interns on any ship were always given the grunt work. Even Shanks had to do all the hard labor when he was an apprentice on Roger's ship. Chapter 623, Akainu makes his move. So, how does freedom feel? Shin asked Hina, who was staring out at the endless sea. Hina shot him a sideways glance but said nothing. She already knew the news had spread like wildfire across the seas, a new member had joined the Kuja pirates. She was branded, tied to this crew for good. There was no going back. In the eyes of the Marines, she was now a disgrace. Returning was impossible. Shin, there's some important intel here. You should take a look, Robin said, walking over with a newspaper in hand. Important intel. Shin took the paper from her and saw the headline. Blackbeard had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, murdering the 4th Division commander, Thatch, in the process. The article also mentioned that the 2nd Division commander, Ace, was now hunting him down. Whitebeard cares more about his sons than anything. This is going to get messy. Robin could feel that the sea's fragile peace was about to be shattered. Marshal D. Teach is no simpleton, Shin remarked. The 3 scars on Shanks's eye were left by him. Reading the article, Shin knew a major event was imminent. The Summit War would be on a scale that dwarfed even Roger's execution. This was going to be a real, all-out battle. And one of the key players was Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Even though Shin had defeated him and stripped him of the title of World's Strongest Man, Whitebeard was still a force to be reckoned with. But with Shin in the picture, who knew if the Summit War would even happen? The Marines had to consider him now. He's that strong. And he was just a low-ranking member of the crew. He must have some serious ambitions, Robin said, her gaze turning thoughtful. She was a truly intelligent woman and could infer from Shin's comment that Blackbeard was a man with grand designs. In the original story, though Whitebeard died, both his crew and the Marines ended up as losers. Whitebeard was dead, Marineford was in ruins, and Blackbeard emerged as the ultimate winner. He broke out a crew of the world's most dangerous criminals from Impel Down, stole Whitebeard's devil fruit power, and became one of the 4 emperors. It's got nothing to do with us. We'll just sit back and watch the show, Shin said, setting the paper aside. There was definitely a good show coming, and it seemed that even with his presence, Blackbeard's plans were still on track. For Shin, the Summit War was nothing more than entertainment. Whitebeard may be good to his sons, but he would never tolerate a traitor, especially one who murdered another one of his own. Robin added, a similar look of detached amusement on her face. The Kuja pirates' ship sailed slowly toward Amazon Lily. They weren't heading back to the New World just yet, they planned to stay on the island for a while. Shin had originally intended to return to the New World, but with a major event about to unfold on the Grand Line, he decided to stick around. At the same time, Akainu, who had been on his way to the New World, changed course and headed for Reverse Mountain. That useless fool Crocodile is dead. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself, Akainu muttered, his eyes narrowed. He had ordered Crocodile to eliminate Mihawk, but now Crocodile was dead before he could even complete the mission. Now, Akainu had to handle it personally. He had no personal grudge against Mihawk, he just saw him as a threat. The man was too close to one of the 4 emperors, Shanks. Under normal circumstances, Akainu wouldn't have made a move. Mihawk was every bit as strong as he was. But now, Mihawk was severely injured and hadn't fully recovered. It was the perfect time to strike. As for how he'd justify it later, that was simple. He could just fabricate a crime. But the entire plan hinged on one thing: Mihawk had to die. In the East Blue, the Straw Hat Pirates were sailing toward the Grand Line. Finally, the Grand Line. Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though they had lost Nami as their navigator, they had gained Mihawk. He didn't plan on staying with them forever, but for now, he was on board. He'd even helped them out of a few jams, like dealing with Smoker. In the original story, Luffy had only escaped thanks to his father. This time, Mihawk had handled it. Even though he'd been seriously injured by Shin, taking down someone like Smoker was still a piece of cake. They had no idea that Akainu was on his way to kill them. Luffy's luck was really something else. He hadn't even reached the Grand Line, and now an admiral was coming for his head. Just as they finally made it over Reverse Mountain and into the Grand Line, they saw a marine warship waiting for them. Why is there a warship here? They're not here to arrest us, are they? Usopp asked, his voice trembling with fear. Akainu. Mihawk's sharp eyes spotted them and standing on the deck, staring right at them. Looks like he's here for me. Mihawk was certain. They weren't after Luffy, they were after him. He could guess why. Even though he was one of the 7 warlords, the Marines would never pass up a chance to eliminate him. If they took out one warlord, they could always recruit another. It was no loss to them. Who's Akainu? Luffy asked, looking at Mihawk with a clueless expression. Mihawk shot him a look. He already knew Luffy's grandfather was Garp, but the kid was acting like a complete idiot. How could he not know who a Marine Admiral was? Even the most ignorant person should know that. Mihawk didn't dwell on it. He knew what kind of person Luffy was. An admiral is here to kill us. Usopp swallowed hard, looking like he was about to wet himself. A Marine Admiral, the ultimate authority in the Navy. They were just rookies starting out. To an admiral, they were insects. An enemy at that level definitely wasn't here for them. Like Mihawk said, he was the real target. You guys should leave. Akainu is here for me, Mihawk said. He didn't want to drag them into his mess. He'd grown fond of them over the past few days and had even started training Zoro. He's strong, right? I might not be a match for him, but I'm not running away, Luffy said with a huge grin. No matter who the enemy was, he would never back down. Chapter 624, Akainu vs. Mihawk. Mihawk looked at Luffy, honestly a little touched. But even if Luffy did try to help, he'd be completely useless. They weren't even in the same league, unless his grandfather Garp showed up. But even then, Garp couldn't openly help his pirate grandson. Marine Admiral Akainu is not someone you can fight. Staying here will only get in my way, Mihawk said, standing up with his broken blade in hand. Although Yoru was severed, he hadn't discarded it. It was his life. He would never abandon it. Besides, even broken, it was still one of the 12 supreme-grade swords, a legendary weapon. Akainu wasted no time on words. He attacked, a torrent of magma shooting toward Mihawk. Luffy's ship, the Going Merry, was caught in the line of fire. Usopp was so scared that he dropped to the deck and squeezed his eyes shut, convinced this was the end. Is my dream going to die here before it even begins? Sanji muttered. Zoro just stared at Mihawk, silent. He didn't know if Mihawk could handle Akainu. If he couldn't, they were all dead. As the fist of magma flew toward them, Mihawk showed no fear. Go. After speaking, he charged towards Akainu, ignoring his grievous injuries. Let's run. Usopp said to Luffy through gritted teeth. It wasn't that he was a coward, staying here was just suicide. This was an enemy they couldn't possibly handle. Besides, Mihawk wasn't even their crewmate. He was an outsider. No. If it wasn't for Mihawk, we would have been caught by Smoker. I'm not abandoning him, Luffy said firmly. Call him stupid, call him an idiot, he wasn't leaving. Usopp's eyes went dim. Looks like he'd signed up with a moron for a captain. This was probably it. Sink that ship, Akainu ordered his men, referring to the Going Merry. The Marines on the warship followed his command without hesitation. He was an admiral, after all. Who were they to disobey? A volley of cannonballs rained down on the Going Merry. Boom boom. A series of explosions lit up the sky, but every cannonball detonated midair. Mihawk had sliced through them all with a single strike, along with Akainu's magma fist. His razor-sharp gaze locked onto the admiral. Mihawk didn't waste time asking why he was under attack. He wasn't an idiot, Akainu was here to kill him. Words were pointless now. Only power would settle this. As he delivered that slash, the wounds from his fight with Shin tore open, blood soaking through his shirt. That battle had nearly killed him, leaving him in rough shape. Now, facing Akainu, he knew he wasn't a match. Even at full strength, he might not be able to beat Akainu, let alone now, in his injured state. Mihawk, you die today, Akainu said, his eyes glinting with cold light, as if he and Mihawk had some deep-seated hatred. Mihawk didn't reply. He dragged his wounded body forward, his broken blade coated in armament haki as he slashed at Akainu. Darkhound. Akainu met the attack without fear, his arm turning into rolling magma. The two powerhouses clashed, their attacks boiling the very sea around them. Mihawk's slash split the ocean, while Akainu's magma sent clouds of steam into the air. As for the Straw Hat crew, who had wanted to help, they quickly realized they were completely out of their league. They couldn't even get close. Let's go. We can't help here, Usopp yelled at Luffy. They were just getting in the way. It was better to leave and at least save themselves. Zoro and Sanji said nothing. Normally, they didn't show their captain much respect, but in a situation like this, they would follow his lead. If Luffy didn't leave, they wouldn't either. Besides, Zoro owed Mihawk for the training. He couldn't just abandon him. The clash ended in a stalemate, but it was clear Mihawk was in bad shape. Mihawk, with those injuries, you're no match for me, Akainu said calmly. He was taking advantage of the situation, but he didn't care. He didn't give a damn about his reputation. All that mattered was eliminating the threat of Mihawk. Inugami Gyuren. His arm transformed into magma, then into the head of a molten dog that lunged at Mihawk. The power of a Logia fruit was truly terrifying. Akainu was like an erupting volcano, a massive threat. Even a Yonko couldn't guarantee a win against him, except for Shin, of course. For Shin, killing Akainu was a one-move affair. But for the other Yonko, it would be a bloody, drawn-out battle, with the outcome uncertain. Akainu was incredibly tough and fought with a suicidal ferocity. Mihawk slashed with a green sword aura, meeting the molten dog head-on. The sword aura tore through the dog and continued toward Akainu. Akainu didn't even bother dodging. The slash wasn't coated in armament haki, so his elemental form was immune. With elementalization, he was practically immune to all physical attacks. It was an incredibly overpowered ability. Even a great swordsman like Mihawk was at a disadvantage. Akainu used Moonwalk and charged straight at him. It's over. He can fly. We can't win, Usopp said in despair. You're already scared, and you haven't even faced him yet, Zoro said, glancing at Usopp. But he knew Usopp was a coward and didn't expect him to help. Should we make a move? Zoro ignored Usopp and asked Luffy. Mihawk was in a bad spot. If they didn't help, he'd be defeated soon. This was a nightmare for the Straw Hat crew. They had just entered the Grand Line, and now Akainu was here to kill them. Although the target wasn't them, they were still in deep trouble. Chapter 625, Shanks arrives, Akainu retreats. Luffy watched as Mihawk was pushed back again and again by Akainu's relentless assault, then glanced at his crew. I've made up my mind. I'm helping, Luffy declared. Anyone got a problem with that? If any of you disagree, you can leave now. I'm with you. Zoro drew Wado Ikemanji, clenching it between his teeth. In his hands, he held his other two blades, Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri. He'd acquired both in Logtown, proof that even if he wasn't the main character, his luck was still pretty damn good. Sanji said nothing, his feet planted firmly on the deck. That just left Usopp. He wanted to run, but seeing his friends stand their ground, he knew he couldn't. Usopp gritted his teeth. He might as well be reckless with them, just this once. A Marine Admiral was the highest power in the Navy. From what they'd witnessed so far, they had a terrifyingly clear picture of what that meant. Just as Luffy and the others were about to make their move, a flash of light cut through the air from a distance, a blade of pure energy aimed directly at Akainu. The Admiral, who had been pressing his attack on Mihawk, felt the chill of danger at his back. Akainu instantly broke off his assault and spun around. Akainu. Mihawk is a friend of mine. How about you do me a favor and stand down? Shanks came sprinting across the surface of the sea like some kind of ninja. It was a technique similar to the Marine's moonwalk. While the six powers were supposedly a secret art, plenty of powerful figures knew them or had developed similar abilities. It's Shanks! Luffy shouted, his face breaking into a wide, joyous grin. Shanks glanced at Luffy for a second before refocusing his attention on Akainu. This wasn't the time for a reunion. He had to either defeat the Admiral or force him to retreat. A cold light flared in Akainu's eyes. Shanks. Of all the damn times for him to show up. What was he even doing here? Akainu had no idea that Shanks had gotten word of Mihawk's injuries and, fearing for his friend's safety, had rushed over immediately, so fast that he'd left his own crew far behind. Shanks. Mihawk looked over, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He didn't have many friends, but Shanks was his best. Red hair, you want me to do you a favor? Akainu sneered. The idea was laughable. Was he supposed to just let Mihawk go? He had finally gotten the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, why the hell would he back down now? Shanks didn't need a clearer answer than that. He drew his griffin, his gaze locked on the Admiral. A wave of Conqueror's haki exploded from him, churning the sea into a frenzy. The oppressive force slammed down on Akainu. The Marines on the warship, far too weak to withstand it, collapsed one by one. As expected of the men with the strongest Conqueror's haki in the original story, he could shatter a warship with his will alone. Luffy and his crew were unaffected, Shanks's control was precise. Luffy, you know that guy? Usopp asked. He was starting to realize that his captain knew a shocking number of incredible people. His grandfather was a Marine hero, and now this guy, who was clearly a big deal, just who was Luffy's dad. If Usopp ever found out, he'd probably have a heart attack. In terms of sheer danger, Dragon was arguably a bigger threat than any of the four emperors. Of course I know him, Luffy nodded. It was because of Shanks that he had set out to be a pirate in the first place. He'd even gotten the gum-gum fruit from him. As Shanks arrived, a figure hidden in the shadows, cloaked in a dark green robe, slipped away unnoticed. It was Dragon. Though he pretended not to pay attention to his son, he had been keeping an eye on him ever since he set sail. In the original story, he was the one who saved Luffy from Smoker. He had been about to intervene this time, but with Shanks here, Luffy was safe. Dragon didn't want to expose himself, his appearance would only draw more attention from the Marines, maybe even CP0. Akainu lunged at Mihawk again, but this time, his attack was blocked by Shanks. Stop this, Akainu. You don't want to start a war, do you? Shanks said calmly. If Akainu didn't back down, this would escalate into a battle between the Marines and the red-hair pirates. Humph. Akainu grunted, his face dark. He was furious, but with Shanks here, killing Mihawk was impossible. He had no choice but to give up. He shot Shanks a deep, menacing look, committing his face to memory. If he ever got a chance to move against the red-hair pirates, he wouldn't hesitate. Shanks wasn't worried. Even the Marines wouldn't lightly start a war with one of the four emperors. Besides, Akainu alone was no match for his crew. Shanks, we'll meet again. Akainu said before turning and leaving. Seeing him retreat, Shanks finally relaxed. He wasn't afraid of Akainu, but he didn't want an all-out war with the Marines. Even if they won, the red-hair pirates would suffer casualties. And winning was far from a guarantee. No single Emperor crew could take on the full might of the Marines. Are you all right? Shanks asked Mihawk. The swordsman's clothes were soaked in blood from where his old wounds had reopened during the fight. I'm fine. I won't die, Mihawk said flatly. What were you thinking, challenging Shin Uzumaki? And how did you even know he was in the East Blue? What was he doing here? Shanks had a million questions, but the most important one was about Shin's purpose in the East Blue. I didn't know he was here. I just happened to run into him, Mihawk said, shaking his head. As for why he challenged him, it was to hone his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, not only had he failed to improve, he'd been seriously injured, nearly had his spirit broken, and had his beloved sword shattered. Later, Shanks and Mihawk boarded Luffy's small ship. Looking at the tiny vessel, Shanks couldn't help but smile. He looked at Luffy, who was still naive. But he believed that he would grow up quickly on the sea. Chapter 626, An Unwanted Display of Affection. So, Akainu went after Mihawk, and Shanks showed up to save him. What a show. Too bad we missed it. Shin said, holding the latest newspaper as he relaxed on Amazon Lily. It kind of happened because of you, though, didn't it? Robin pointed out, a knowing smile playing on her lips. If you hadn't injured Mihawk in the first place, Akainu never would have made a move. None of this would have happened. Shin retorted defensively. Mihawk challenged me, not the other way around. By the way, any news on Blackbeard and Ace? That was the drama he was really interested in. Blackbeard and Ace, two powerful Logia users clashing. Not that he had any intention of copying their devil fruits. He already possessed the core abilities of the dark fruit, and his own mastery over gravity was far superior. As for the flame fruit, he wasn't interested. There was a hard limit to how hot its flames could get, it could never reach the temperature of the sun's surface. It wasn't worth a divine replication card, especially when he figured his own Amaterasu flames burned hotter anyway. Nothing on them for now, Robin replied. Blackbeard is still on the run, and no one knows his exact location. But every once in a while, there's a report of him being sighted somewhere. It's strange. He's doing it on purpose. Shin deduced instantly. He's baiting Ace. He knew exactly what Blackbeard was up to. He wanted Ace to find him, to draw him into a trap so he could capture him. Capturing Ace was the linchpin of his entire grand plan. Without Ace, there would be no Summit War, a war that Blackbeard himself was orchestrating from the shadows. He's trying to bait Ace. He already killed one of Whitebeard's sons. Does he want to piss him off completely? Robin found it strange. Whitebeard may be old, but he wasn't dead. Not many people were stupid enough to pick a fight with him. Ace is Gold, Roger's son, Shin said with a knowing smile. Blackbeard has his reasons for going after him. In the original story, Blackbeard had used Ace as a bargaining chip to secure a position as one of the 7 warlords. Robin's eyes widened in shock. Ace is Roger's son. That was some bombshell news. But weren't Whitebeard and Roger bitter enemies? Why would Roger's son call Whitebeard father? Shin didn't bother explaining that particular piece of history. Just then, Hancock walked into the room, a clear expression of annoyance on her face. What are you two talking about? Oh. Hancock, what's wrong? Shin asked. On Amazon Lily, there shouldn't be anyone who could possibly upset her. It's that old hag, Elder Nyan, Hancock complained. She dumped a mountain of paperwork on me. It's driving me absolutely crazy. You are the queen of this country. It's your job, isn't it? Robin remarked dryly. To be fair, Hancock was probably the most irresponsible queen in the entire world, rarely even staying in her own country. So how did you get away this time? Did you send Elder Nyan flying again? Shin asked, a teasing glint in his eye. That seemed like the most probable outcome. Poor Elder Nyan. Of course not. I would never be so violent, Hancock denied immediately, a little too quickly. Heh. Robin just let out a small, disbelieving chuckle. You don't believe me? Hancock asked, her annoyance rising as she glared at Robin, looking ready for a fight. Of course I don't. This wouldn't be the first time you've sent her flying, Robin stated calmly. From what she had seen, it had happened several times. Humph. Are you trying to slander me in front of Shin? Hancock shot her a dangerous glare, her voice dropping an octave. Shin couldn't help but laugh out loud. As sweet and docile as Hancock was to him, she could be a real terror to everyone else. See. Even Shin is laughing at what you said, Robin said, pointing at him with a smirk. Hancock's head whipped around to look at Shin, who immediately wiped the smile off his face. But it was too late, she'd already seen it. She pouted, her lower lip trembling as her eyes welled up with unshed tears. Shin, you don't believe me either, do you? Of course I believe you, Hancock, Shin said quickly, pulling her into a warm embrace and stroking her hair. Hancock immediately buried her face in his chest, then shot a triumphant, provocative look at Robin over his shoulder, as if to say, see. He's mine. Robin watched them, her heart twisting with a feeling that was sour and distinctly unwelcome. She'd just been force-fed a dose of their sickeningly sweet affection, and it left a bad taste in her mouth. Humph. Robin snorted dismissively and walked out of the room. After she left, Hancock tilted her head back and stared up at Shin with shining, expectant eyes. Hancock, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Shin asked, feigning innocence. Shin, she whispered, her voice husky. Let's go do something meaningful. Shin understood in an instant. He scooped her up effortlessly in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Robin, who had stormed out of the room in a huff, bumped right into Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, are you all right? Robin asked, steadying the mermaid princess. I'm fine, Sister Robin. But, are you upset? Shirahoshi asked, looking at her with wide, concerned eyes. She had an uncanny knack for sensing people's true emotions. No, why would I be upset? Robin denied it, of course, forcing a smile. I'm sure of it. You're definitely upset, Shirahoshi insisted gently. Did Shin-sama bully you? She glanced toward Shin's room, from which Robin had just emerged. The thought of Shin being mean to Robin made her want to stand up for her. Of course not, Robin said, shaking her head. Come on, I'll go play with you. She took Shirahoshi's hand and led her away, hoping the distraction would quiet the storm in her own heart. Chapter 627, heading to Dressrosa. Shirahoshi took a few steps with Robin before suddenly stopping. Sister Robin, I'm sorry, but I can't go play with you right now. I came to find Shin-sama. Shirahoshi said apologetically to Robin. You're looking for Shin right now? Robin paused, then a hint of urgency entered her voice. Ah, Shirahoshi, Shin is busy with something at the moment. It's probably best not to disturb him. Busy. Is there anything I can do to help? Shirahoshi asked eagerly. This is something you can't help with, Shirahoshi. Robin's face flushed slightly. Not disturbing him is the greatest help you can give. Even though Robin had left early, she had a pretty good idea of what Shin and Hancock were up to. You didn't need to be a genius to figure it out. Oh. Shirahoshi, though curious, took Robin's words to heart. If she said not to disturb him, then she wouldn't. Half a month passed in a flash. Shin, who had been lingering on Amazon Lily, finally set sail again, leading the Kuja pirates away from the island. Thank you, Captain, Monet said to Shin, her voice filled with gratitude. She had been missing her younger sister and had asked Shin to take her to see Sugar. He had agreed. Honestly, he'd been on Amazon Lily for long enough. There was no news from the seas, nothing about Blackbeard, nothing about Fire Fist Ace. Shin was getting bored. Monet's sister was Sugar, who was currently on Dressrosa. And so, Dressrosa was their new destination. Besides, the Dressrosa from the original story was a pretty nice place. A perfect spot for a vacation. Dressrosa was in the New World, which meant they had to head there first. Conveniently, Shirahoshi, who had been away from home for a while, was also eager to visit Fishman Island and see her father. We just left, and we're already being tailed. Shin's gaze drifted to a ship in the far distance. It looked like an ordinary vessel, but there was no fooling him. It was a marine ship, and they were monitoring the Kuja pirates. They were smart enough to keep their distance while following the crew around. Since they weren't causing him any trouble, Shin decided to be merciful and let them be. They're so blatant about it. How come the Marines aren't trying to arrest you? Hina asked, shooting Shin a sideways glance. Hey, if they came to arrest me, they'd be coming for you too. You want to get captured again? Shin chuckled. Whatever the truth was, Hina was officially a member of the Kuja pirates now. Humph, Hina is not pleased. She snorted and walked off in a huff. Shin paid her no mind, his eyes fixed on the distant waves. The sea breeze was strong today. The Pluton sped across the sea, reaching the Sabaody archipelago in no time. After restocking their supplies, they prepared to head for Fishman Island. Sabaody seems a lot calmer than it used to be, Shin remarked. That's probably because we visit so often, Alvia said with a light laugh. Their frequent visits had a civilizing effect on the pirates there. Any who didn't play by the rules and caused trouble for the Kuja pirates ended up getting wiped out by Shin. It had made the rest of them much more behaved. They arrived at Fishman Island, but after a short stay, they departed, heading for Dressrosa. Doflamingo probably knows we're coming, Shin said. We didn't send word, but he's definitely gotten the intel by now, Alvia agreed. The route they were on led straight to Dressrosa. Doflamingo's intelligence network was too good for him not to know. Sure enough, when they arrived at Dressrosa, Doflamingo was waiting to welcome them. Whatever he really thought about Shin, he didn't show any disrespect. Even with Kaido backing him now, he knew better than to anger Shin. Kaido would never start a war with Shin Uzumaki over him. Besides, even if Kaido did fight him, he'd have to actually be able to win. And everyone knew Kaido didn't have a chance. Fufufufu. Captain Shin, what brings you to Dressrosa? Are there any instructions for me? Doflamingo asked, his signature unsettling laugh echoing. Shin just shot him a flat look. Doflamingo, go get Sugar for me. The commanding tone clearly pissed Doflamingo off, but he forced it down. May I ask what business you have with Sugar? Doflamingo asked, his gaze flickering to Monet. The moment he saw her, his expression soured. He'd already figured it out. The only reason Shin would be looking for Sugar was because of Monet. She was Sugar's older sister. Do you have the right to ask questions here? Califa said coolly. Doflamingo's brow furrowed as he stared at her. Boom. An indescribable, kingly pressure slammed down on Doflamingo, forcing him to his knees before he could even speak. Califa's right. Do you have the right to question me? Shin's expression was calm, but his voice sent a chill through Doflamingo's heart. Get Sugar. Now. Don't make me angry. Doflamingo's face burned with humiliation, but he kept his mouth shut. He obediently went to fetch Sugar. Sugar looked like she was only 10 years old, but in reality, she was much older. She had eaten the hobby fruit over a decade ago, and her body had been frozen at that age ever since. It was a side effect of the fruit, the user's body was locked at the age they ate it. Of course, for Sugar, who was just a child at the time, it was a curse. But for a young woman in her prime, the hobby fruit would be priceless. Not only her age but also her mind was stuck at 10, making her a true legal loli. Not that Shin had any interest in that. He wasn't a creep. Big sis. You're finally back. Sugar cried, throwing herself into Monet's arms and bursting into tears. Sugar, don't cry. This time, I'm taking you with me, Monet said, having already gotten Shin's permission. Chapter 628, Isn't a Sister Meant for Teasing? Copying the hobby fruit. Sugar might have the appearance and mind of a little girl, but she was deceptively powerful. In the original story, she almost took out the entire Straw Hat crew. If Usopp hadn't scared her into fainting at the last second, Luffy and the others would have been finished. So yeah, Sugar was a force to be reckoned with. Even a monster like Kaido would be turned into a toy if she managed to touch him. System, copy the hobby fruit's ability. Shin mentally commanded. It had been over a decade since the system last gave him a mission, but he hadn't forgotten it. Without it, he never would have reached this level. Consuming one divine replication card. Hobby fruit successfully replicated. The system's mechanical voice chimed in his head. Besides the yearly gift card, it was a sound he rarely heard. With the hobby fruit's ability now his, Shin needed a test subject. His eyes instinctively landed on Doflamingo. Doflamingo would make a perfect test subject, but then again, he's still making me money. Better not. Doflamingo felt a sudden chill, a sense of deep unease. Shin abandoned the idea. After all, he was getting half of all the money Doflamingo made. Without lifting a finger, Shin was raking in half the profits that Doflamingo worked his ass off to earn. All right, let's go, Shin said, glancing at Doflamingo before leading Hancock and the others away. Of course, they didn't leave Dressrosa. He wanted to look around for a bit. Seeing Shin's calm expression, Doflamingo started to panic. He had heard Monet's words. Was he really going to let Shin take Sugar? She was crucial to his operations here. The original royal family of Dressrosa and their soldiers had all been turned into toys, controlled by Sugar to serve the Don Quixote family. If Sugar left, who would control them? The hobby fruit's power couldn't possibly work over an infinite distance, right? But looking at Shin, Doflamingo ultimately kept his mouth shut. What if Shin decided to kill him? He knew he wasn't that valuable in Shin's eyes. He was smart enough to know that much. He had ambition, but he wasn't about to let it get him killed. So he just watched them leave. Shin, in turn, was impressed by his intelligence. If Doflamingo had tried to stop him, he would have been turned into a toy on the spot. Sugar. Shin walked over to the girl, who didn't seem at all afraid of him. He smiled. From now on, you're part of my crew. You'll listen to me, understand? Sugar glanced at her sister, who gave her a subtle nod. Sugar then nodded at Shin. She might be mischievous, but with Monet around, Shin wasn't worried about her causing trouble. Besides, her own combat ability was pathetic. Even with an overpowered devil fruit, she couldn't do much with it. The hobby fruit was only dangerous in the hands of a master. If you couldn't even touch your opponent, how were you going to turn them into a toy? And one more thing, Shin said. On my ship, you don't turn people into toys. If you do, I'll turn you into a toy. Like this. As he spoke, he tapped Sugar, and she instantly transformed into a small teddy bear. She could still speak and think, but her body was now completely under his control. You can turn people into toys too. Sugar's voice came out, muffled by the fabric. Of course. If you don't behave, this is what will happen to you, Shin threatened. With the mind of a 10-year-old, Sugar was easily scared. She started trembling. I'll be good. I promise, she squeaked. Don't bully my sister, Monet said, looking at Shin with annoyance. Oh. How about I turn you into a toy instead? A little snow woman doll, maybe. Shin said with a grin, reaching for her. Monet's eyes widened in fear. No, wait. If you have to bully someone, just bully my sister. Leave me out of it, she yelped. Are you really her sister? Shin asked, completely deadpan. It seemed Monet was more interested in messing with her own sibling. He then released his power, and Sugar returned to her normal form. Sugar glared, not at Shin, but at Monet. She was pissed that her own sister had sold her out so quickly. Monet just smiled. Isn't that what little sisters are for? Besides, she knew Shin wouldn't actually hurt Sugar. He was just scaring her. And she knew exactly how to handle Sugar. After buying her some grapes, Sugar's anger vanished. See? So easy to deal with, Monet said with a light laugh. Sugar's ability is seriously dangerous, Robin remarked. If you didn't know about it, you could easily get caught. In the original story, Robin had fallen victim to it. Her devil fruit ability made her particularly vulnerable. Yeah, you can't underestimate any devil fruit user, Alvia added cautiously. Everyone said Logia fruits were the strongest, but when it came to weird, unpredictable powers, Paramecia types were in a league of their own. Of course, the hobby fruit had its own counter, the dark fruit, the bane of all devil fruit users. Let's go, Shin said, looking toward the city. Let's see how well Doflamingo has been running this place. He knew that as soon as he left with Sugar, all the toys in Dressrosa would likely turn back into people. He wondered how Doflamingo would handle that mess. Then again, Doflamingo's probably prepared for it. It shouldn't be too hard for him to suppress them. Chapter 629, Nami wants to get stronger. They spent a few days on Dressrosa, and during that time, Doflamingo was smart enough to stay out of their way. Not that he had the guts to cause trouble for Shin in the first place, unless he had a death wish, which he currently did not. Whatever happened in Dressrosa after Shin left was Doflamingo's problem. If he couldn't handle it, that was on him. But with Doflamingo's skills, there was no way he'd screw it up. What the hell? Who ripped out my tangerine trees? Nami's furious voice echoed across the deck. Besides money, the little thief cat loved tangerines the most. Yet someone had the audacity to pull out her tree. I did, Sugar said, not looking the least bit sorry. I'm going to plant grapes here. Nami was so angry she wanted to march over and give the little brat a piece of her mind. But then she remembered how small Sugar was and decided against it. Alright, let's be real. Nami just knew she couldn't win. If she could have, she definitely would have thrown down. But the truth was, she was no match for Sugar. I need to get stronger, Nami thought, a new resolve in her eyes. Otherwise, I can't even get revenge when I get bullied. For the first time, she felt the burning need to improve her own strength. Shin had taught her the basics of the 6 powers before, but as for armament and observation hockey, you needed a strong body to even begin learning them. So even if he tried to teach her now, it would be useless. Nami swallowed her anger and went to replant her tangerine tree somewhere else. Thankfully, Sugar had only uprooted them, not thrown them overboard. If she had, Nami might have actually tried to fight her to the death. Shin, I want to get stronger, Nami said, having found him. Oh. Is this about Sugar? Shin had heard her yelling earlier. It wasn't hard to guess what had sparked this sudden motivation. Nami didn't speak, just nodded silently. It was indeed because of Sugar. She wasn't asking Shin to punish the little girl for her, she wanted to do it herself. But with her current strength, that wasn't happening. To get stronger, and fast, her only option was to ask Shin for help. Funny, Shin mused. I seem to recall offering to train you before, and you weren't interested. Now you're coming to me. He had personally offered to teach her, but she'd blown him off. Now that she was the one asking, he felt like making her sweat a little. I was stupid then. Nami said. In truth, she was kicking herself. She should have started training long ago. Go ask Alvia to train you, Shin told her. You're not going to teach me, she asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nope. Shin nodded. Why not? Nami grumbled. Was it because she had refused him before? Is it because I turned you down that one time? You're not that petty, are you, Shin? She grabbed his arm and shook it, already knowing his weakness. He was a sucker for this kind of thing. Please, forgive me. I'm just feeling lazy right now, Shin said with a sigh. Honestly, Alvia teaching you is the same thing. It was just the 6 powers, after all. That was the best place to start. Getting stronger in this world was a lot more painful than in the world of Naruto. Too bad they can't use chakra. That would make things a lot easier. But different worlds, different rules, I guess. I can't even learn hockey naturally, I had to copy it first. Fine, don't teach me then. Humph, I'll go find Alvia. Nami stomped her foot and marched off. Shin just chuckled and lay back on his beach chair to soak up the sun. Today, no one is going to interrupt his sunbathing. He had just had the thought when a small figure came barreling toward him, crashing right into him. Annoyed at being disturbed again, Shin opened his eyes to see Sugar. This little girl was a real handful. She'd only been on the ship for a short time, and she'd already caused more chaos than everyone else combined. Shin, it was Baby 5. She was chasing me, that's why I bumped into you. Sugar squeaked, seeing the dark look on his face. She pointed a finger at Baby 5, who was running up behind her with 2 swords drawn. Oh. And can you tell me why Baby 5 was chasing you? Shin asked with a deceptively sweet smile. I don't know. She just started chasing me. Sugar lied through her teeth. Baby 5, take her and teach her some manners. Shin picked Sugar up and handed her over. He didn't believe for a second that Baby 5 would chase her for no reason. The furious Baby 5 took Sugar from him, a cruel smile spreading across her face. You deliberately messed up the floor I just finished cleaning. If I don't set you straight, you'll never learn. Baby 5 said, pulling out a variety of weapons and brandishing them at Sugar. Sugar had done it on purpose, and that's why Baby 5 was so pissed. And so, Sugar was dragged away. She looked pitiful, but Shin felt no sympathy. She had brought it on herself. He went back to his sunbathing while Nami found Alvia. Alvia, please teach me, Nami said with a serious bow. You want to ask me about navigation? Of course, Alvia replied, assuming Nami was there for a lesson on sailing. Alvia knew a great deal and was more than capable of teaching her. No, it's not about navigation. I want to get stronger. Nami quickly shook her head. Sailing was important, but this was about improving her own strength. You want to get stronger? Alvia looked at Nami, completely surprised. Back on Amazon Lily, she had zero interest in this. Alvia thought. What happened? Yes. I want to get stronger. Will you teach me, Alvia? Nami asked, looking at her with a mix of nervousness and hope, afraid she would say no. Chapter 630, Don't Push Yourself. Alvia was thrilled to hear Nami's request. After all, Nami was a member of the Kuja pirates. If her strength increased, it would be a direct boost to the crew's overall power. Of course, Alvia said, her voice warm and reassuring to the anxious Nami. I'll teach you anything you want to learn. Phew, thank you, Alvia. Nami let out a huge sigh of relief. I was honestly afraid you'd turn me down, just like that jerk Shin did. You mean Shin refused you? Alvia looked at Nami strangely upon hearing this. Logically speaking, if Nami really wanted him to teach her, he shouldn't have refused. Yes, because he's despicable. Nami nodded at Alvia and then said, it must be because I refused him when he wanted to teach me before, and he's not happy about it. Shin's not like that. You must have misunderstood, Alvia said with a light, knowing laugh. She knew Shin far better than Nami did. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial. It was far more likely that he was just feeling lazy. Well, it had to be said that Alvia really knew Shin better. Indeed, he just wanted to be lazy. Besides, when it came to teaching Nami, he didn't think he could do better than Alvia. Sure, he was stronger than her in terms of raw power, but that didn't mean he was a better teacher. In fact, he wouldn't even claim his teaching skills were on par with hers. Alvia had a real gift for instruction. If she ever decided to take on students, there'd probably be a long line of people wanting to learn from her. Alright, let's start with the 6 powers, Alvia said, shifting into instructor mode. Wait, you know the 6 powers? Hina, who had been training nearby, heard them and immediately walked over, her eyes fixed on Alvia with a sharp, analytical gaze. Yes. Is that strange? Alvia replied with a calm nod. Hina finds it very strange, she stated, her tone formal. The 6 powers are a secret art of the Marines, not to be taught to outsiders. How do you know them? As a high-ranking Marine officer herself, Hina had been trained in the techniques, though her own mastery was nothing special. If possible, please teach Hina as well. Well, the truth was, Hina mainly wanted to find out how much Alvia had mastered of the 6 powers. She didn't actually want to learn from her. Of course. Now that you're a member of the Kuja pirates, you're one of us. I won't hold anything back, Alvia said with a genuine smile, making it clear she wouldn't treat Hina differently just because she was a former Marine. Hina was slightly silent upon hearing this. A member of the Kuja pirates? Yes, she was a pirate now. She remembered how much she used to hate pirates. Yet here she was, one of them. At first, Hina had still planned to escape from the Kuja pirates. But she'd given up on that idea, not for any noble reason, but because she knew she simply wasn't strong enough to get away. And though she didn't want to admit it to herself, part of her was actually reluctant to leave. Nami, I will be very strict when I teach you, so you have to be prepared. Alvia's gaze towards Nami immediately became serious. If she really wanted to teach her, she certainly couldn't relax. I'm ready, Nami replied, her own face set with determination. I know getting stronger will be tough. I've prepared myself for that. Good. A few days later, Nami looked completely and utterly miserable. I'm exhausted. I feel like I can't even move. I had no idea getting stronger would be this brutal. I don't think I can take much more. Nami said with a miserable face. If you can't take it, just give up, Shin said, walking by with a cool, refreshing drink in his hand. Don't push yourself. Being the crew's designated freeloader isn't so bad, you know. Nami shot him a venomous glare. The more he mocked her, the more a stubborn fire ignited within her. She refused to let him get the best of her. I'll show you, she declared, clenching her fist with newfound resolve. I'll prove I'm not some delicate little girl who gives up easily. I hope so, Shin replied with a faint, infuriating smile, taking a leisurely sip of his juice. Alvia walked over to him, a knowing look in her eyes. You're deliberately provoking her, aren't you? Yep, Shin admitted with a grin. A little motivation should help her improve that much faster. Aren't you worried you'll push her too hard and she'll just quit for real? Alvia asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Nah, I know Nami, he said confidently. She's not one to give up that easily. He thought of the Nami from the original story, the one who had worked tirelessly for years to save up 100 million berries. Her willpower was not to be underestimated. By the way, Alvia mentioned, changing the subject, Hina's been improving really fast. Hina hadn't been particularly strong before, at least not compared to the true powerhouses of the world. But with Alvia's dedicated guidance, her strength was increasing exponentially. That's all thanks to your excellent teaching. I should be the one thanking you, Shin said sincerely. Don't say that. I know my own limits. Hina has a lot of raw talent, but it seems like it was never fully brought out back in the Marines. That just proves how amazing you are, Alvia. Here, let's have a drink. Shin produced a bottle of wine as if from nowhere. Are you trying to get me drunk and then have your way with me? Alvia asked, eyeing him with a healthy dose of suspicion. What? How could you even think that? Shin feigned offense, his reaction a little too dramatic. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm a perfect gentleman. Heh, I think you're definitely up to no good, a new voice chimed in. Robin had appeared behind him, a cold, amused smile on her face. Ahem, Robin, I think you're biased against me, Shin coughed. And when did you even get here? He had been so engrossed in his conversation with Alvia that he hadn't noticed her approach at all. Robin rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Chapter 631, Whitebeard, care to make a deal? Being the target of Robin's resentful glare left Shin feeling utterly baffled. He had no idea what he'd done to deserve it. Shin, Whitebeard's ship spotted ahead, Amatsuki Toki reported suddenly, pulling him from his thoughts. Oh, the Whitebeard pirates. Shin's listless expression shifted, a spark of genuine interest in his eyes. So, the old man is still out here enjoying the breeze. Oh, Whitebeard's ship. He's still quite leisurely, isn't he? Hearing about the Whitebeard pirates, a hint of interest appeared on Shin's listless face. Whitebeard was still sailing the seas, but he didn't know that he was about to be finished. Let's go say hello, Shin decided. All right, Toki replied, a hint of caution in her voice. As long as we don't end up in a fight with them. What, are you afraid of Whitebeard? Shin asked, raising an eyebrow. Or do you think we're no match for his crew? Of course not, she said, shaking her head. I'm just not in the mood for a pointless brawl. Why would I be afraid of the Whitebeard pirates? With Shin leading the Kuja pirates, they were unquestionably the strongest crew on the seas. Not even Whitebeard's fleet could compare. After all these years, Toki still couldn't fathom the true depths of Shin's power. As the Kuja pirates approached, they were spotted by the crew of the Moby Dick. Pops, that's the Kuja pirates' ship up ahead. Should we maintain our course? Marco asked, his gaze fixed on the approaching vessel. To continue forward meant an inevitable meeting with Shin Uzumaki. Of course we do, Whitebeard laughed, his voice booming across the deck. You think I'm afraid of him? The Whitebeard pirates aren't afraid of anyone, Marco said with a firm nod. He then looked at the deep worry etched on the old man's face. Pops, are you worried about Ace? Whitebeard fell silent. Ace has been gone for a while now, he finally said, his voice heavy. For some reason, I've got a bad feeling about this. The weight on his heart was immense. He couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Shanks had visited him recently, confirming his fears about Blackbeard. The man was far stronger than he appeared, strong enough to scar a Yonko. Don't worry, Pops. Ace will be fine. There's no way Blackbeard is a match for him, Diamond Josa said, his large frame a comforting presence. Let's not talk about that for now, Whitebeard said, his gaze shifting back to the approaching ship. It seems Shin Uzumaki is heading right for us. Let's give him a proper welcome. We can't lose face. Though he admitted to himself that he was no longer a match for Shin, he felt no fear. They had no grudge against each other. Why should he be afraid? Whitebeard. Shin called out from the bow of the Pluton, his voice carrying easily across the water. Long time no see. You're looking a lot rougher than you used to. He studied the mountain of a man sitting on the deck, whose presence was as imposing as ever. But Shin's senses told him a different story. It was all a facade. The old man's body was failing. Gururara. Even so, I could still fight you to a standstill, brat, Whitebeard laughed, refusing to admit his weakness. You're getting old, and you're covered in wounds. The Marines see you as a prime target right now. You should accept it, Shin said with a faint, knowing smile. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He knew Shin wasn't just making idle conversation. There was a deeper meaning to his words. His presence isn't what it used to be, Hancock commented coolly. I think I could probably take him down myself. You think you can defeat me, little girl? Whitebeard's voice rumbled as he heard her remark, his eyes narrowing as an invisible pressure rolled off him. A wave of conquerors' haki washed over the area, but the first to suffer were his own men. Many of the weaker pirates on the surrounding ships collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Conqueror's haki is no threat to me, Hancock said calmly, releasing her own wave of haki. I have it too. Her aura flared, meeting Whitebeard's without giving an inch. In truth, when it came to Conqueror's haki, Whitebeard wasn't at the absolute peak of the world. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed further, and he let out a silent, internal sigh. The Kuja pirates were on another level. His own crew, for all its numbers and the 43 allied crews under his banner, lacked the same top-tier power. It wasn't that his commanders were weak, they were all formidable. But none of them had the presence to truly command the seas. If something happened to him, there was no one who could hold the Whitebeard pirates together. Marco was strong, but he wasn't a leader of that caliber. Whitebeard had hoped to pass the mantle to Ace. The boy might not be as strong as Marco yet, but his potential was far greater. Shin Uzumaki, you didn't come all this way just to chat, did you? Whitebeard asked, letting his haki subside. Hancock did the same. I didn't come looking for you at all. This was just a coincidence, Shin replied. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Whitebeard pressed, still focused on Shin's warning. Were the Marines really planning to make a move on him? It seemed plausible. He was probably the easiest target among the Yonko right now. Whitebeard, Shin said, his tone shifting. Care to make a deal? Gururara. A deal, you say? What kind of deal? Whitebeard asked, a deep laugh rumbling in his chest. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates remained silent. This was a conversation between two titans. They had no place in it. I can restore you to your prime, Shin said, his gaze steady and intense. In exchange, you give me all the treasure you've amassed in your lifetime. How about it? That's impossible. You're trying to trick Pops. Marco shouted immediately. The other crew members glared at Shin, their expressions a mix of anger and disbelief. Shut up, Shin said, his eyes sweeping over them. You have no right to speak here. The sheer force of his gaze made them all lower their heads. He then turned his attention back to Whitebeard. He was the one Shin was making a deal with. As long as he agreed, the opinions of the others were irrelevant. Chapter 632, Whitebeard in his prime. Shin, you brat. I may be old, but I'm not senile, Whitebeard said, his eyes, full of a deep, unreadable wisdom, fixed on Shin. You claim you can restore me to my prime. Is that even possible? That's for you to decide, Shin replied coolly, his tone unwavering. Believe it or don't. Whitebeard considered him for a long, heavy moment, the silence stretching between them. Finally, a slow grin spread across his face. All right, Whitebeard declared, his voice booming with newfound resolve. I believe you. I'll give you all my personal treasures. But remember, this is my treasure, not the treasure of the Whitebeard pirates. He was willing to gamble his own hard-won fortune, but he would never touch the riches his sons had earned. Their treasures were their own. Deal. Shin agreed without a moment's hesitation. In truth, the treasure was irrelevant to him. Other pirates might kill for a mountain of gold, but he had no use for it. This entire deal was just a pretext, a way for him to give Whitebeard a helping hand, though not entirely for free. There was no cost to Whitebeard now, but in the future, Shin would need him to put on a grand, unforgettable performance. In the original story, Whitebeard had died at Marine Ford, old, sick, and past his prime. But now, at full strength, who knew how the Summit War would play out? That uncertainty made it worth Shin's investment. After all, he wasn't in the business of helping people for free. Yin-Yang release. A shimmering ball of pure life energy, woven from the fundamental forces of Yin and Yang chakra, materialized in Shin's hand. He tossed it gently toward Whitebeard, deliberately making the throw slow enough for the old man to dodge if he chose to. This was the final test. If Whitebeard flinched now, he would lose his one and only chance. Whitebeard watched the glowing orb float toward him, his massive frame unmoving. He stood his ground. The moment the chakra entered his body, a powerful, almost violent wave of vitality erupted from within him. He felt his old bones strengthen, his muscles tighten and swell with renewed power. Every old wound, every nagging ache from decades of legendary battles, simply vanished. The very life force that had been slowly, painfully draining from him for years began to surge with the vigor of his youth. Though his outward appearance hadn't changed, Whitebeard could feel the monumental shift within himself. It was a resurrection. Pops, are you okay? Marco and the other commanders rushed forward, panic written all over their faces. They'd seen Shin hurl that mysterious object at their father and had almost attacked, thinking it was some kind of sneak attack. If Shin knew what they were thinking, he would have scoffed. If he really wanted to harm Whitebeard, did he need to resort to such petty tricks? He could have ended him openly, and Whitebeard would have been powerless to resist. "I'm fine," Whitebeard said, clenching his fists, a look of pure, unadulterated shock in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. Shin Uzumaki actually possessed such an incredible, godlike power. So this is what it felt like, the power of my prime. It had been so long since he had felt this surge of limitless strength. He never thought he would experience it again. "Thank you, Shin Uzumaki," Whitebeard said, his voice filled with a deep, solemn gratitude that went beyond mere words. "You'll get your treasure. To trade the accumulated riches of a lifetime for this feeling. It was more than worth it." Treasure used to be important to him, but now, all he truly cared about was his family and possessing the strength to protect them. "Don't thank me just yet," Shin said calmly, his expression unreadable. "My reasons for helping you go beyond your treasure." "Then what is it you want?" Whitebeard asked immediately, his guard rising. He had received a great gift, but he was wary. "You'll find out when the time is right," Shin replied with a faint, mysterious smile. "There's no need to tell you now." Whitebeard looked at him, his brow furrowing at the cryptic answer, but he didn't press the issue. "All right, Whitebeard, bring out your treasure," Shin said, his tone shifting to one of mild curiosity. "I'm interested to see just how much a great pirate like yourself has managed to hoard over the years." He was actually a little excited. A pirate of Whitebeard's stature, a man who had dominated the seas for decades, must have a personal fortune that could literally form mountains. Of course. Whitebeard turned and ordered his sons to bring out his personal collection. The sheer amount of gold, jewels, and priceless artifacts that they hauled onto the deck was enough to leave even Shin momentarily speechless. "Not bad, Whitebeard. You're a very rich man," Shin said, genuinely impressed. Still, he was probably richer, thanks to his lucrative arrangement with Doflamingo. "So, do you have any regrets about giving all this up?" Shin asked, a playful glint in his eye. "Compared to what I've gained, this is a small price to pay," Whitebeard replied, his eyes clear and resolute. This treasure was just sitting around collecting dust anyway. But to feel this powerful again, it was intoxicating. Ever since his battle with Shin all those years ago, his strength had been in a slow, irreversible decline. Now, he was back. He knew he was still no match for Shin, but he was confident that besides him, no one else in the world could defeat him. "Shin, you brat," Whitebeard said, his tone turning serious and earnest. "Regardless of your true motives, I thank you." "No need," Shin replied. "I've already been paid." This was an equal exchange. "Farewell, Whitebeard." With that, Shin turned and ordered the Pluton to depart, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in their wake. "I don't understand your motives at all, Shin," Robin said as they sailed away. "Why did you help him? His treasure, as vast as it is, can't possibly be worth the price of restoring him to his peak, can it?" "I just want to see a good show," Shin said with a light, almost chilling laugh. "If I'm not mistaken, Ace will fall into the hands of the Marines soon enough. And when that happens, Whitebeard and the Marines are destined for a massive, world-shaking war." He wanted to see how a full-powered Whitebeard would change the outcome of the Summit War. This was his true, selfish reason. Chapter 633, Blackbeard captures Ace. Blackbeard wants to become a warlord. In his office at Marine Ford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression was unreadable. He was, of course, well aware of the Blackbeard incident that was causing such an uproar on the seas. As Fleet Admiral, if he didn't know about something this big, the five elders would probably be looking for his replacement. "Tsuru, what's your take on this?" Sengoku asked, turning his gaze to the staff officer standing beside him. "From our perspective, Blackbeard wanting to become a warlord isn't a bad thing," Tsuru said after a moment of thought. "We're currently down 2 warlords. From a purely strategic standpoint, this benefits us." She was right. The 7 warlords were short 2 members. The first was Crocodile, who had been killed by Momosaji. The second was Mihawk. After Akainu had been sent to deal with him, he had naturally withdrawn from the organization. It wasn't in Mihawk's character to stick around after the Marines had openly tried to kill him. With 2 members gone, the threat level of the warlords had dropped significantly. They needed a powerful new recruit to fill the gap. Of course, they couldn't just let anyone join. The candidate had to be strong, but not too closely aligned with one of the 4 emperors. This Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, had 0 bounty to his name. All they knew was that he was a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Beyond that, his file was empty. For such an unknown figure to suddenly kill the 4th Division commander, Thatch, was a major development. To be able to kill a Whitebeard Division commander, whether by ambush or by sheer strength, means he can't be weak. Sengoku mused. He was already leaning toward accepting. Blackbeard had made an irreconcilable enemy of Whitebeard. After killing one of his sons, Whitebeard would never let him live. They were now enemies to the death. "Still, we need to be wary of this man," Tsuru added, her tone carrying a deeper meaning. Sengoku understood perfectly. Blackbeard's ambition was clearly massive. To stay hidden for so long and then announce himself by killing a division commander, this wasn't someone to take lightly. If he didn't have serious goals, he never would have betrayed Whitebeard to begin with. By the way, Sengoku, Blackbeard said he's bringing you a gift. I wonder what it could be, Tsuru said. Let's see if he even has the guts to show his face at Marineford. Sengoku stood and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the distant harbor. A few days later, Blackbeard arrived, bold as brass. He wasn't alone. Slung over his shoulder was the unconscious, beaten form of Fire Fist Ace. Blackbeard was a mountain of a man, rough-looking, covered in thick body hair, and towering over even the three admirals. Marshal D. Teach, Sengoku said, his voice cold and expression stone-faced. You actually had the balls to show up here. Do you have any idea where you are? Zehahaha. Surely you wouldn't make a move on me, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I don't even have a bounty, Blackbeard laughed, showing not a shred of fear. You're a pirate. A bounty is irrelevant. I can issue one for you right now, Sengoku replied coolly. He was annoyed. For this man to show up at Marineford without a hint of fear, was he mocking them? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I want to become one of the 7 warlords, Blackbeard declared. And this is my gift to you. He walked back to his ship and unceremoniously dumped Ace's unconscious body onto the pier. Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine surprise on his face as he looked from the body to Blackbeard. You captured him yourself? He knew Ace was no pushover. The user of the Logia Flame fruit had been a supernova when he first set out to sea, drawing Sengoku's attention immediately. When he joined the Whitebeard pirates, he became an even greater threat. Ace's potential was immense. Of course, Blackbeard said with a proud grin. Back on Whitebeard's ship, he had played the part of a humble, unassuming crewmate. Now, his true, wildly arrogant nature was on full display. This was the real Blackbeard. Blackbeard, you came all this way. Aren't you afraid I'll just keep you here? Sengoku's gaze was sharp. He needed to reevaluate this man's strength. To be able to defeat Fire Fist Ace meant he was far more powerful than their intel suggested. Blackbeard's pupils contracted slightly. Of course, he was afraid. But he was a gambler by nature. He had waited 20 years on Whitebeard's ship for the slim chance of finding the dark fruit. This was no different. If he lost this gamble, he'd be thrown and impelled down. But if he won, his grand plan would be one step closer to completion. He could recruit powerful crewmates and begin his conquest of the New World. His ultimate ambition was to become the Pirate King. I doubt the Fleet Admiral would do such a thing, Blackbeard said, forcing a casual expression. Besides, he added, his smile turning into a grotesque leer that showed off several missing teeth, a souvenir from a past encounter with Shanks. I have a big secret to tell you. I'm sure once you hear it, you won't be so eager to arrest me. A secret? About the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku asked, his eyes narrowing. Not about them, Blackbeard chuckled. It's about Ace. You see. Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Sengoku felt a jolt run through him. He stared at Blackbeard, his mind reeling. He was skeptical. Everyone related to Roger was supposed to have been eliminated years ago. How could he possibly have a son? Chapter 634, Garp's Pain. Garp's face was grim as he fixed Blackbeard with a gaze so cold it seemed to freeze the air. Blackbeard shifted uneasily. He had felt that icy stare ever since he brought Ace out, and if Sengoku were not there, he was certain Garp would have already punched a hole through his chest. When he revealed Ace's lineage, the killing intent radiating from the old Marine had become almost suffocating. If Ace's identity hadn't been exposed, he would have just been captured and thrown into Impel Down. He could have survived that. But as Roger's son, carrying demon blood in his veins, they'd never let him live. Blackbeard, is what you said true? Sengoku's voice was dangerously low. You know the price of lying to me. Blackbeard barely paid him any mind. It was Garp's stare that truly terrified him. He had only felt a pressure this intense from Whitebeard himself. The Marine hero was no joke. Even as a vice admiral, the man was a monster. I would never lie to you, Fleet Admiral, Blackbeard said, turning his attention back to Sengoku. I heard it with my own ears, from Whitebeard himself. Ace is Roger's son. He's not my father. Ace's eyes shot open. The blow had knocked him senseless, but he was awake now. I only have one old man, and that's Whitebeard. He was shackled with sea stone cuffs, his body weak and powerless. All he could do was glare at the men he once considered a friend. He had even wanted to promote Blackbeard, but the men had refused, claiming he wasn't ready. Now Ace knew the truth. Blackbeard was a monster wearing a human face. Shut up. A cold light flashed in Blackbeard's eyes as he drove a fist into Ace's face. The blow didn't knock him out, but it left his head spinning. This is not the place for you to act so high and mighty. Garp's voice was a low growl. He rarely got angry, but now, he was furious. Blackbeard felt a surge of raw, untamed power from Garp and froze. Did I piss this guy off somehow before? No, I've always kept a low profile. He knew Ace was Roger's son, but he had no idea he was also Garp's grandson. Not by blood, but in every way that mattered. Hearing Garp's voice, Ace's body trembled. He risked a glance at the old man before quickly lowering his head, shame washing over him. Of all the people he had let down in his life, his grandfather was at the top of the list. Sengoku glanced at Garp but said nothing. He knew why his old friend was so angry. He knew Ace was Garp's grandson, it wasn't a huge secret. But if Ace was also Roger's son, then Garp had been hiding a secret of monumental proportions. All right, Sengoku finally said to Blackbeard. I'll grant you the position of warlord. Whether Ace was Roger's son or not, capturing the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates was a major accomplishment. It was enough to earn him the title. Besides, making an enemy of Whitebeard a warlord was a strategic win for the Marines. Blackbeard left, completely satisfied with the outcome. Garp, talk to me, Sengoku said once they were alone. Is he Roger's son? Garp remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floor. You know I can find out, with or without your help, Sengoku pressed. Garp's silence was all the confirmation he needed. Garp, if my investigation reveals a different story from what you tell me, you know what the consequences will be. Then go investigate, Garp said, his voice rough. He took one last look at Ace, a deep sigh escaping his lips, and walked away, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. Sigh. Tsuru, who had been watching from the side, knew the truth now. Ace was Roger's son, and Garp had known all along, had even helped raise him. She didn't try to stop him. She knew how much pain he must be in, torn between the grandson he loved and the justice he served. Grandpa. I'm sorry, Ace cried out, forcing his weakened body to its knees, tears streaming down his face. Garp's steps faltered for a second, another heavy sigh escaping him. I'm the one who's sorry. He said, his voice thick with a self-reproach that cut deeper than any blade. But he couldn't save Ace. It went against the very justice he had dedicated his life to. Ace didn't blame him. He had always felt guilty for disappointing Garp, for becoming a pirate when his grandfather had wanted him to be a Marine. Garp left without another word. He couldn't bear to stay. It was his own form of escape. Tsuru, investigate whether Ace is Roger's son, Sengoku ordered, his face grim. No, on second thought, I'll do it myself. Tsuru sighed. She knew he didn't trust her, not with her close relationship with Garp. He was afraid she would hide the truth. With the full power of the Marines and a directive from the 5 elders, the truth was quickly uncovered. Portgas Ace was, indeed, the son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Blackbeard had been telling the truth. I hope Garp doesn't get caught up in this, Sengoku said, a deep worry in his voice. Ace had only survived because of his mother's sacrifice and Garp's protection. If the world government found out Garp had hidden the son of the Pirate King. Chapter 635, The Execution of Ace. The Marines' investigation was surprisingly swift, aided by the agents the 5 elders had dispatched to assist Sengoku. The truth was confirmed, Ace was, indeed, the son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. He was now imprisoned in the deepest level of Impel Down. In Sengoku's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Garp, Sengoku began, his tone grave, the 5 elders have instructed me to give you a warning. Fortunately, this time, they had only issued a warning and had no intention of actually punishing him. You and Roger were enemies, Sengoku said, looking at his old friend, who was staring at the floor. Why would you help him? Roger and I may have spent the better part of our lives trying to kill each other, Garp said, his voice a low rumble, but we weren't just rivals. You could say we were friends. It was the two of them, after all, who had joined forces to bring down the legendary Roxy Zebek, consigning him and his era to the history books. Sengoku said nothing. He understood. It was a bond forged in battle, a mutual respect between two monsters. Roger must have trusted Garp completely to entrust his own son to him. And he had been right to do so. If not for Garp, Roger's bloodline would have been extinguished over 2 decades ago. The fact that Ace had chosen the path of a pirate couldn't be blamed on Garp, it was his own choice. All right, don't dwell on it, Sengoku said, placing a hand on Garp's shoulder. They only ordered a warning. There will be no formal punishment. Even the 5 elders wouldn't punish a man of Garp's stature lightly. He was the hero of the Marines, a living legend with immense influence and the adoration of countless soldiers. Still, Sengoku knew that the trust the world government had in Garp was now shattered. Garp remained silent. He wasn't worried about the five elders. He was worried about Ace. Sengoku. Garp said, finally looking up, his eyes filled with a deep pain. What are you going to do with Ace? He will be executed. Sengoku replied, his voice devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with strategic coldness. Ace wasn't just Roger's son. He was also Whitebeard's son. And that was a fact of monumental importance. Sengoku knew Whitebeard's fierce protectiveness of his crew. He would never abandon Ace. This was his chance. He would use Ace as bait to lure Whitebeard into a trap. Best case scenario, he could eliminate a Yonko. Worst case, he would at least erase the demon's bloodline from the world. It was a brilliant, ruthless gamble. Knowing Whitebeard, he would walk right into it. The man's love for his family was his greatest strength, and his greatest weakness. Can't you change it? Garp asked, his voice raw with desperation. No. This is also the will of the five elders, Sengoku said, his tone final. Garp, don't do anything foolish. I don't want to see you throw your life away for a pirate. I know, Garp sighed, the fight going out of him. Don't worry, Sengoku. I won't do anything. He knew what Sengoku was really saying, don't try to save him. And he wouldn't. As a marine, his loyalty was absolute. I'm going to see him, Garp said, standing. All right. Sengoku considered it for a moment, then nodded. A simple visit wouldn't break any rules. After Garp left, Sengoku set his plan in motion. He leaked the news of Ace's impending execution to the world, but he kept one crucial detail secret. Ace's true parentage. The announcement was a declaration of war aimed squarely at the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, despite being the son of the Pirate King, was just a means to an end. Looks like the show is finally about to begin. Aboard the Pluton, slicing through the waves of the new world, Shin held a newspaper, a faint smile on his face. The entire front page was dedicated to the execution of Fire Fist Ace, scheduled for 7 days from now. This is obviously a trap for Whitebeard, Alvia remarked, reading over his shoulder. A very blatant one at that. Anyone with eyes could see it. Whitebeard himself would surely know it was a setup. The question was, would he still walk into it? Given his reputation, the answer was almost certainly yes. He'll definitely go, Shin said, his decision made. Let's leave the new world. With this news, he had no reason to linger. It was time to head back to paradise and get a front row seat. The Pluton changed course, heading for the first half of the Grand Line. This was going to be a clash between a Yonko and the full might of the Marines. If it played out exactly like the original story, it would be boring. But things were different now. Whitebeard had been restored to his prime. How would that change the outcome? Would he still die at Marine Ford? The uncertainty was what made it so exciting. Heading back to paradise now, the Marines will be watching us like hawks, Robin commented. When are they not? Shin laughed. It's not just the Marines. The five elders are always watching. He couldn't care less. What were they going to do, attack him? Not now. With a war against Whitebeard looming, the last thing they wanted was to anger another Yonko. They could handle one emperor, but not two at the same time. And the Kuja pirates weren't just any Yonko crew. Shin alone could probably take on all three admirals and Sengoku himself. So no, Sengoku would play it safe. If anything, he was probably terrified that Shin would intervene on Whitebeard's behalf. Now that would be a nightmare for him. Chapter 636, A Message Delivered. In the depths of Impel Down, a weary-looking Garp walked through the halls of the 6th level, Infinite Hell, escorted by the warden, Magellan. This was the prison for the world's most dangerous criminals, a place from which escape was said to be impossible. Only one man, the Golden Lion Shiki, had ever broken out. Ace. Garp's voice, rough and dry, echoed in the oppressive silence. Ace, who had been sitting with his head bowed, looked up. Grandpa. Tears immediately welled in his eyes, streaming down his face. He had been ready to die, but he never thought he would see Garp again. Guilt gnawed at him. He had betrayed his grandfather's hopes, becoming a pirate when Garp had wanted him to be a Marine. If he had joined the Marines, even if his identity was revealed, Garp could have protected him. But now, as a pirate, he knew his grandfather would never forsake his duty. I'm sorry, Garp said, his voice thick with pain as he sat down cross-legged in front of the cell. I can't save you. It was my choice, Ace said, shaking his head. It's not your fault. The two of them began to talk, a grandfather and his grandson, sharing a final conversation in the darkest pit of the world. At the same time, Sengoku received a report. Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates had left the New World and had been sighted at the Sabaody archipelago. What is he planning? To show up at Sabaody at a time like this? Sengoku's mind raced, trying to decipher Shin's intentions. The Kuja pirate's ship had docked and hadn't moved since. Was he planning to intervene? The thought sent a chill down his spine. We need to prepare for the possibility that he might get involved, Sengoku said to Tsuru. What are your thoughts? If Shin Uzumaki decides to intervene, she said, her expression grim, we won't be able to stop him. It wasn't just him. If Kaido or Shanks decided to make a move, the outcome would be a disaster. Shanks was an apprentice on Roger's ship, Tsuru reminded him. It's possible he'll try to save Ace. After all, Ace was his former captain's son. No matter what, Sengoku said, his voice hard as steel, the execution will proceed. The bloodline of the demon must not be allowed to continue. He was aware of the risks. There were still old members of the Roger pirates out there. He could only hope they didn't know the truth about Ace's identity. In reality, most of them didn't. In the original story, not a single one had come to Marineford to save him. Tsuru said nothing more. She knew Sengoku's resolve was unshakable. She just hoped this wouldn't drive a permanent wedge between him and Garp. At the Sabaody archipelago, Shin was sitting in Shaki's rip-off bar. Across from him sat Shaki herself, and the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. To be honest, having you in my bar is not good for business, Shaki said with a sigh. Oh. I would think my presence would bring you some prestige. Instead, you see me as a problem. Shin raised an eyebrow. You are a problem, she replied, exasperated. With you here, my bar is going to be crawling with CP0 agents. If it were anyone else, she would have kicked them out without a second thought. But you didn't just kick out Shin Uzumaki. Not if you valued your life. Even Rayleigh was no match for him. Relax, I won't be here for long, Shin said with a light laugh. Just make sure the drinks are on the house. You don't waste any time, do you? Rayleigh commented, a faint smile on his face. Usually, Shaki was the one doing the ripping off. It was a rare sight to see her on the losing end. Fine, Shaki sighed in defeat. Drinks are on me. There were some people in this world you just couldn't afford to piss off. Rayleigh, Shin said, his tone turning serious. They're going to execute Roger's son, Ace. Are you planning on doing anything about it? Rayleigh froze. Ace is Roger's son. He hadn't known. Very few people did. If it had been common knowledge, the secret never would have been kept for so long. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence. If he was really Roger's son, he had to do something. Shin watched him, a faint smile playing on his lips, then turned and called for drinks for his entire crew. After they had finished, they got up to leave. He almost seemed like he came here just to deliver that message, Shaki murmured, watching Shin's retreating back. Rayleigh looked at her, a thoughtful expression on his face. You didn't feel it, she asked. Or do you really think Shin Uzumaki just happened to stop by for a drink? You might be right, Rayleigh conceded after a moment. He probably did come here on purpose. But what was his goal? Shin Uzumaki wasn't the type to do things without a reason. Unable to decipher his motives, Rayleigh pushed the thought aside. Rayleigh, are you really going to come out of retirement? Shaki asked, her voice tinged with concern. If you get involved, your peaceful life is over. He is the captain's son, Rayleigh said, his mind made up. Are you going to try and break him out of Impel Down? I'm not a fool, Rayleigh replied. To go to Impel Down now would be a suicide mission. The place is on lockdown. No, I'll have to coordinate with Whitebeard. He'll definitely make a move to save Ace. Even though Ace was Roger's son, and Roger and Whitebeard were rivals, Whitebeard had accepted him as his own. Rayleigh was optimistic. Whitebeard would come. Chapter 637, An Order from the Five Elders. Shin, you went to see Rayleigh on purpose, didn't you? To leak that information. Back aboard the Pluton, Alvia turned to Shin with a knowing look. I did, Shin admitted. I thought the battle could use a little more excitement. If Rayleigh shows up, things will definitely get more interesting. Of course, it didn't really matter if Rayleigh decided to stay out of it. A Whitebeard in his prime was more than enough to stir up a storm. The elderly Whitebeard had nearly toppled the Marines, a version of him at his peak, at least 30% stronger, would be a sight to behold. I think if we want it to be more lively, it's better for us to intervene, Hancock declared, her voice filled with her usual arrogance. If we were to intervene, the Marines wouldn't stand a chance. Shin chuckled at her words. Hancock, if we step in, it'll be over before it even starts. Where's the fun in that? A battle without suspense was hardly worth watching. Besides, he had no personal connection to Ace. There was no reason for him to intervene and save him. Nami, you've been working hard lately, Shin remarked, turning to a visibly tired Nami. Her training had been paying off, and her strength had improved significantly. A large part of that was thanks to the perfect sage body Shin had granted her. If she could just get her hands on a powerful devil fruit, she could easily become a formidable fighter in her own right. Unfortunately, powerful devil fruits were few and far between. Shin had a decent collection, but none of them were particularly noteworthy. The truly potent ones were usually eaten the moment they were found. Getting one now was a long shot. He had plenty of Zoan-type fruits, but most of them were disappointingly weak. Sure, people always said there were no useless devil fruits, only useless users, but that was just a nice saying. Believing it blindly would make you a fool. Are you going to train me? Nami's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shin. Alvia had been the one guiding her training recently. Shin hadn't been directly involved, at least, not yet. All right, I'll train you. Shin thought for a moment and nodded. He had the time, after all. To be honest, my guidance probably won't help you improve much faster. Alvia is actually a better teacher than I am. Shin believed that when it came to teaching, Alvia was superior. He might be countless times stronger than her, but being a good teacher wasn't just about personal strength. It's fine. I don't mind, Nami said, shaking her head. Whether his training would boost her strength wasn't her main concern. She just wanted him to be the one to train her. Nothing else mattered. Shin began to guide Nami's training. Meanwhile, the summons for the 7 warlords of the sea had been issued. Sengoku had ordered all of them to Marineford. With the Whitebeard pirates on their way, and other potential threats to watch out for, they needed all the firepower they could get. The warlords had reaped the benefits of their position, it was time for them to earn their keep. The summons went out, and most of the warlords answered. The only ones who didn't show were Blackbeard and Jinbe. Jinbe, being on good terms with the Whitebeard pirates and holding a deep respect for Whitebeard himself, refused to fight against them. As a result, Sengoku had him arrested, stripped of his title, and thrown into Impel Down. Any movement from the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku inquired. Reporting, Fleet Admiral. There is currently no sign of the Whitebeard pirates. They've completely vanished, a marine reported immediately. Let's see him try to stay hidden when the execution begins, Sengoku said, unfazed by the less-than-ideal report. Even if they couldn't find Whitebeard now, he was certain the men would show up for Ace's execution. And if, by some chance, he didn't, it wouldn't be a loss for the Marines. Sengoku could use it to tarnish his reputation. He claims his crew is his family, yet he won't even save his own son. Whitebeard's standing in the pirate world would plummet. Whether he came or not, Sengoku had a plan. Still, he hoped Whitebeard would come. With the preparations they had made, he was confident they could end the legend of Whitebeard at Marineford. They had been observing him for years and knew his condition was deteriorating. He was constantly on an 4 drip, a far cry from the men he was in his prime. This was why Sengoku had decided to make his move. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard was currently the easiest target. That was Sengoku's assessment. Moreover, Whitebeard was a symbol. Taking him down would send a powerful message to pirates everywhere, a deterrent that might just stem the tide of the great pirate era at its source. Get Akainu and the others. We're going to escort Ace. I'll go myself, Sengoku ordered, adjusting his uniform. He was taking all 3 admirals with him. This wasn't overkill, it was a necessary precaution. If Whitebeard managed to intercept them and rescue Ace, the Marines would become a laughingstock. Soon, the 3 admirals arrived and followed Sengoku to Impel Down. The journey from Marineford to the great underwater prison wasn't long. Fleet Admiral, isn't this move against Whitebeard a bit reckless? Akiji asked Sengoku. Even if they succeeded in taking down Whitebeard, the Marines would suffer heavy losses. Akiji felt the price was too high. What about the aftermath? This is an order from the 5 elders. Sengoku glanced at Akiji. It was true, the 5 elders wanted to deal with Whitebeard, and Sengoku had then formulated the plan. Of course, Sengoku himself had been thinking along the same lines, so their ambitions aligned perfectly. An order from the 5 elders. Akiji's brow furrowed, but he said no more. If it was their command, there was nothing he could say to change it. Akiji, I expect you to give it your all in the coming battle, Sengoku said, clapping him on the shoulder. His words carried a deeper meaning. Sengoku had always wanted Akiji to succeed him as Fleet Admiral, and this was his chance to prove himself. Chapter 638, the execution begins, Whitebeard arrives. If Akiji performed well, with Sengoku's backing, his path to becoming the next Fleet Admiral would be smooth. But he had competition, Akainu. And it seemed the 5 elders favored Akainu for the position. In terms of support, Akainu clearly had the upper hand. Sengoku just hoped Akiji would make a strong showing. Understood, Fleet Admiral, Akiji nodded. Akiji's personality was somewhat lazy, not quite on the level of Kizaru's professional slacking, but close to Garp's. This was one of the reasons the 5 elders preferred Akainu. The group arrived at the great underwater prison, collected the condemned Ace, and left with Garp in tow. Garp-san. Akiji looked at Garp and let out a sigh. The journey from Impel down to Marineford was quiet. It seemed the Whitebeard pirates had no intention of launching an attack on the way. Whether Whitebeard makes a move or not, we still need to be prepared. Sengoku had turned Marineford into an iron fortress. The civilians had been evacuated, this was now a battlefield. The warlords had arrived as well. Those who hadn't were now ex-warlords. On the execution platform, Sengoku glanced at Ace indifferently, then ordered the broadcast Den Den Mushi to be activated, allowing the world to watch. Looks like it's starting. Let's head to Marineford as well, Shin said with a faint smile, and the Pluton set a course for the island. Shin, look. It's Whitebeard's fleet. Amatsuki Toki suddenly shouted. Oh. What a coincidence. Shin was surprised. In the original story, Whitebeard was supposed to have his ships coated and launch a surprise attack from underwater. It seemed he had changed his plans. Then again, with his power restored to its prime, Whitebeard had no need for sneak attacks. Perhaps he was confident he could face the Marines head-on. Pops, the Kuja pirates' ship is just ahead, Marco said to Whitebeard after spotting Shin's vessel. Oh. Whitebeard glanced in their direction, then said, ignore them. We're here to save Ace. Save Ace. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Let's go save our brother. The Moby Dick suddenly picked up speed, charging towards Marineford. Behind it followed a massive fleet. It wasn't just the Whitebeard pirates, their subordinate crews were also present. Meanwhile, Sengoku had already announced Ace's true identity to the world. Across the globe, people watching the broadcast were shaken. To think that the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, had a son still living in this world. It was a shocking revelation, and many had mixed feelings. My father is Whitebeard. Ace gritted his teeth. He held no affection for his biological father, the legendary Pirate King. In fact, he resented him. If not for Roger, his mother would never have died. Ace, my brother. I'm here to save you. A thunderous shout shook Ace to his core. He lifted his head and saw a massive green figure rushing towards them in the distance. Oars. Ace stared at the distant figure. With a ferocious face, twin horns, long fangs, red hair, and pale green skin, he looked like a demon. Little Oars Jr. was a descendant of the ancient giant race, likely related to Oars, the legendary giant who died in the Land of Ice and was later reanimated as a zombie by Gecko Moria. Fire! Sengoku ordered from his chair, his face expressionless as he watched the approaching giant. Countless cannonballs flew towards Little Oars Jr. A single cannonball might not do much, but with enough of them, even Oars couldn't withstand the barrage. Quantity has a quality of its own. Ace watched as Little Oars Jr. charged to save him, tears streaming down his face. They were from different races, but their bond was real. In such a dangerous situation, Oars had come to save him, charging ahead alone. Fu. I've never fought a giant before. Parasite string. Doflamingo suddenly attacked, 5 threads shooting from his fingers and piercing through Oars' body. The defense that cannonballs struggled to breach was easily pierced by Doflamingo's strings. After Doflamingo made his move, the other warlords, like Kuma and Gecko Moria, also attacked. Oars, already wounded by the cannonballs, was instantly brought down by the warlords' combined assault. Doflamingo even used his string fruit ability to sever one of his feet, the blood dyeing the sea red. Oars. Ace watched as Oars fell, his teeth gritted, his eyes filled with hatred. Isn't it me you want to kill? Ace roared in fury. Sengoku merely glanced at Ace. If it were just about executing him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. This public execution was to crush the morale of pirates and to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. The execution of Roger's last son would undoubtedly have a major impact. If they could also take down Whitebeard in the process, the blow to the pirate world would be even greater. So, from the very beginning, Sengoku's target was never just Ace. Boom. Suddenly, a tremor shook the world, and massive waves formed on the sea, instantly destroying the defensive perimeter they had set up. It's Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Sengoku stood up, his gaze turning to Akiji. If those waves hit, he and the other top fighters would be fine, but the ordinary Marines would be wiped out. Ice Age. Akiji released a wave of cold air. The approaching tsunami was instantly frozen, along with the sea itself. So that's the power of an admiral, incredible. Are the Whitebeard pirates any match for them? They're probably walking into a trap. On the Sabaody archipelago, countless pirates had gathered to watch the events at Marineford. Some of them, seeing Akiji's power, were shocked. Was this the strength of the Marines' top combatants? This was a power they couldn't possibly face. Some even lost the will to fight. A few of the pirates were so affected that they even considered giving up their life of piracy. If they ever ran into an admiral, they and their ship would be frozen solid. It was too dangerous. They had to change careers. A few of the less ambitious pirates decided to wash their hands of the pirate life after witnessing an admiral's power. The civilians, on the other hand, cheered. Most of them despised pirates. Chapter 639, The Summit War begins. Akiji's ice age flash froze the tsunami and the surrounding sea, but in the next instant, the ice shattered. The Moby Dick crashed through the frozen debris, charging toward Marineford. Gururara. Ace, Pops is here to save you. Whitebeard gripped Murakumajiri, his Naginata, and swung it toward Marineford. The single slash tore the ocean apart, the waters parting so completely that the seabed itself was visible for long, harrowing moments. Pops. Ace's face lit up with joy. He thought he'd never see his father again. Garp looked up at the Whitebeard pirates, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He found himself actually wishing they would succeed in rescuing Ace. Everyone has a selfish side, even in the name of justice, personal feelings are hard to ignore. Ace, we'll get you out of there in a second. Ha ha ha, the Marines can't stop us. Hearing the pirates' taunts, Sengoku's face turned livid. To be so arrogant even here, they clearly had no respect for Marine headquarters. Fire, Akainu ordered the Marines, his voice devoid of emotion. For this war, the Marines had prepared an arsenal of countless cannonballs. A full-scale bombardment began. Shin's ship had just arrived, just in time to see the Marines open fire on the Whitebeard pirates. The fighting's already started. Good thing we're not late, Shin said, sitting at the bow and watching the chaos unfold. Shin, who do you think will win? Hancock asked, her curiosity piqued. Shin shrugged. That's a tough one. I can't say for sure who'll come out on top. Neither side was weak. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines were formidable forces. Of course, in terms of pure combat strength, the Marines had the upper hand, but their side also had its share of slackers, like Garp, and that lazy bastard Kizaru. Garp certainly wouldn't fight seriously. Even if he did, he'd hold back. Just like in the original story, if Garp hadn't pulled his punches, there was no way Luffy could have rescued Ace. Ace had only died in the end because he threw his own life away. Otherwise, the sacrifice of Whitebeard would have been enough to save him. In the original story, the Summit War was a complete failure for the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard died, and so did Ace. But now, who knew? Shin couldn't predict the outcome. Everything depended on Whitebeard's performance. Just what kind of power could he unleash in his prime? Sengoku, you only know how to scheme. If you've got the guts, come after me. What kind of man goes after my son? Whitebeard's gaze was locked on Sengoku. The slash Whitebeard had unleashed moments ago had been blocked by Sengoku himself. After transforming into a giant golden Buddha, Sengoku's shockwaves were nothing to scoff at. His strength might not match Whitebeard's, but he could certainly block one of his attacks. Sengoku. Shin Uzumaki is here too, Tsuru suddenly reminded him. A Marine had spotted Shin's arrival and immediately reported it to her. Sengoku's expression hardened. He hadn't expected Shin to actually show up. What's he doing? Nothing for now, Tsuru replied, shaking her head. That's good. Let's hope he stays out of it, Sengoku could only pray. If he decided to intervene, Sengoku couldn't stop him. Ignore him for now. Focus on Whitebeard. Something about him feels different. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard in the distance. Though he looked the same, the sense of threat he radiated had skyrocketed. Whitebeard, receiving no answer from Sengoku, let his anger show. He leaped from his ship onto Marineford, his aura pressing down on every Marine present. He didn't use Conqueror's Haki, it was an indiscriminate attack that would knock out his own men as easily as the enemy. Shin, on the other hand, had mastered it to the point where he could avoid friendly fire. Countless scars, large and small, crisscrossed Whitebeard's body, a testament to a lifetime of battle. The sight of them was enough to tell anyone that Whitebeard was a force of nature. Great eruption. Seeing no one move against Whitebeard, Akainu attacked first, a fist of magma flying toward him. The molten rock could melt a steel warship. Even Whitebeard would be vaporized if he took a direct hit without defending himself. Faced with the incoming magma, Whitebeard's response was simple and direct, a single slash from his Naginata. He coated Murakumajiri in armament Haki, but his was unique. While others' Haki manifested in black, red, or even purple, Whitebeard's was completely colorless. Most people couldn't even see it when he used it. The blade sliced through the magma fist, forcing Akainu back. The sheer force of the blow sent a shockwave through the Admiral's body. Monster strength. Akainu commented. He was usually the one called a monster, but after feeling Whitebeard's terrifying power, he knew he was still a step below. If this were like the original story, their strength would have been comparable, with an aging Whitebeard's power severely diminished. But now, Whitebeard could practically crush him. Akainu alone stood no chance. I knew it. My gut was right. Whitebeard feels like he's back in his prime. Sengoku said grimly. From the moment Whitebeard had effortlessly swatted Akainu aside, it was clear that his power was even greater than imagined. Could the intel have been wrong? Mama, should we help Papa now? Weevil asked Miss Bakken. Hearing her son's question, Miss Bakken's expression froze. Help Whitebeard? Not a chance. By the looks of things, the old man was finished. Miss Bakken did know Whitebeard, they'd even served on the same crew once. Weevil really was his son. But given the circumstances, there was no way she would stand with him. Whitebeard had no time to spare for them. He was currently facing the combined assault of all three admirals. Together, they had managed to temporarily hold him back. But now, the Whitebeard pirates' ships had reached the shore, and their strongest fighters were disembarking. We have to help Pops. Marco, wreathed in blue flames, charged towards the three admirals surrounding Whitebeard. Having eaten the Phoenix fruit, Marco was fearless, charging straight through a barrage of attacks. He was hit several times, but it didn't seem to matter. Any wounds he sustained healed in an instant. As long as he had stamina, Marco was as hard to kill as a cockroach, no, even more resilient. Chapter 640, Ace Must Die. This is not what I expected. Shin watched the Great War unfold, a look of surprise on his face. He had assumed it would be an even match, or that the Marines would have the advantage. But the situation now was different. Though the Whitebeard pirates were outnumbered, they were the ones gaining the upper hand. Marco had gone to help Whitebeard but was sent away by the man himself. Whitebeard was now fighting all three admirals alone. And not only was he holding his own, but he was actually suppressing them. It was an incredible sight. Looks like Whitebeard in his prime is a real force of nature. Shin couldn't help but say. I'm almost tempted to join in, Hancock remarked, watching the battle. If you want to, go ahead. Shin didn't mind. He was content to watch, but if Hancock wanted to fight, he wouldn't stop her. I think I'll pass, Hancock said, shaking her head. I'd rather stay here with you. Momosagi's expression was complicated. She activated her observation haki, her focus entirely on her sister figure, Tsuru. Though they weren't blood relatives, Tsuru had always treated her better than a real sister. Momosagi had sworn to protect her, no matter what. If Tsuru was in danger, she would act immediately. As for the other Marines, she was no longer one of them. After so long undercover, she had truly become a member of the Kuja pirates and had no intention of returning. Hina watched the battle with a similar conflicted expression. She wanted to help the Marines, but one look at Shin, and she abandoned the thought. Hina is going to rest. She turned and went back to her cabin. Clearly, she couldn't bear to watch the Marines suffer while she stood by and did nothing. The pirates' advantage is only temporary. It's because they caught the Marines off guard. Once they recover, the Whitebeard pirates will be the ones on the back foot, Alvia said, analyzing the battlefield. With her rumble fruit enhancing her observation haki, she had a clear overview of the entire situation. You're right. The 7 warlords are just phoning it in. If they actually helped the Marines, the Whitebeard pirates would be the ones losing ground, Shin nodded. The Whitebeard pirates' current advantage was entirely due to Whitebeard himself holding back the 3 admirals single-handedly. If they were free to act, the Whitebeard pirates would suffer heavy losses. The admirals were all Logia users, and their greatest strength was their destructive power, especially over a wide area. Stronger pirates might be able to withstand their attacks, but the weaker ones would be wiped out. But overall, the Marines had the advantage in numbers. The Marine headquarters vice-admirals had now entered the fray, engaging the Whitebeard pirates' commanders. Marco was being held back by 2 vice-admirals, preventing him from doing anything else for the moment. Save Ace. Whitebeard shouted to his crew after knocking Kizaru back. Their purpose in coming to Marineford wasn't to fight the Marines, but to save Ace. As long as they could do that, it would be their victory. Ace, we're coming for you. A group of pirates charged towards the execution platform. This is no place for you to run rampant. Sengoku roared, transforming into his great Buddha form. A single shockwave sent the charging pirates flying, spitting up blood, their combat abilities gone. Some were even killed on the spot. Damn you, Sengoku. Vista glared at Sengoku, his brothers having just been killed by the fleet admiral. He abandoned his fight with Doflamingo and charged towards Sengoku. However, Vista was no match for him either. Sengoku was old, even older than Whitebeard, but he showed no signs of slowing down. His strength hadn't diminished much. Another shockwave, and Vista was severely injured. Vista, are you all right? Marco immediately abandoned his own fight and rushed to Vista's side, enveloping him in blue flames. Though the flames of regeneration had a weaker effect on others, they still helped speed up Vista's recovery. Jozu, you go save Ace. We'll hold them off. Marco ordered. Jozu had eaten the diamond fruit, giving him incredible defense. He could withstand Sengoku's shockwave attacks. Garp, it's time for you to act. Tsuru said to him. The 5 elders are watching this battle. Garp stood up with a sigh, then moved to block one of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders. He did nothing more. With his strength, he could have fought the current Whitebeard and not been at a disadvantage, but he didn't. He just picked a commander and didn't even fight seriously. Garp is deliberately holding back, isn't he? The 5 elders watched the battle through the visual den mushy, their faces filled with anger. Humph, it seems Garp wants to spend the rest of his life in Impel Down, St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero snorted. According to the reports, Shin Uzumaki is there as well. What are your thoughts? St. J. Garcia Saturn asked the others. Since he hasn't acted yet, it means he doesn't want to. There's no need to anger him, St. Shepherd Jew Peter said. Are we just going to wait for him to act? Even if he's not fighting now, when he does, it will be too late, St. Marcus Mars said with a frown. Shin Uzumaki, even just by being there, was a great threat. Send the order, St. Topman Warcury said after a moment of thought, speaking to a CP agent. Even if we can't wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, we cannot let Ace escape. Ace must die. Fire Fist Ace had to die. Not because he was the son of the Pirate King, but because this execution was for him. If he were allowed to live, this whole affair would become a joke. To preserve their authority, Ace had to die. Even if they didn't kill Whitebeard, they had to kill Ace. If the Marines lost face, the pirates would only become more arrogant. If necessary, we may have to make a move ourselves. St. J. Garcia Saturn Elder added. Yes, if necessary, the 5 elders would not remain idle. This matter was gradually escalating beyond their control. Chapter 641, Sengoku takes a hit. Shin, blissfully unaware that he was causing a headache for the 5 elders, was currently dealing with sugar. Intentionally spilling juice on my clothes, you've got some nerve, Shin said, giving Sugar a pointed look. I didn't do it on purpose, Sugar said, her face a perfect mask of innocence. But the mischievous glint she couldn't quite hide in the depths of her eyes didn't escape Shin. Still trying to deny it. I saw you spill it on me with my own 2 eyes. Seeing her attempt to feign innocence, Shin's gaze sharpened. Liar. You weren't even looking back at me. How could you have seen it? Sugar shot back, unconvinced. Sugar, have you forgotten about a little thing called observation hockey? Robin said, patting Sugar on the head. Don't pat my head. Sugar scowled, trying to look fierce. Robin had only hit on part of the truth. Besides his observation hockey, Shin's eyes offered a complete 360-degree field of vision. He could see everything happening behind him just as clearly as what was in front. Still trying to act tough. Robin grabbed Sugar's cheeks and gave them a playful stretch. It was true. Robin's new favorite pastime was teasing Sugar. In fact, almost everyone on the ship enjoyed riling her up just to watch her get flustered, even her own sister, Monet, was no exception. One could say Monet wasn't exactly a model older sister. Of course, Shirahoshi was the exception. With her gentle nature, she was more likely to be the one getting teased than doing any teasing herself. Shin glanced at the brewing squabble between Sugar and Robin but decided to ignore it. Normally, he might have watched with interest, but right now, the summit war was far more important. He wondered if Luffy would still make an appearance. The incident with the Celestial Dragon had still occurred, and Luffy had been sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma, just like in the original story. This time, however, he hadn't landed on Amazon Lily. Where he had ended up was anyone's guess. Shin hadn't bothered to keep tabs on the protagonist, Luffy. He had little interest in the Straw Hats' affairs. As things stood, Luffy had yet to appear, and Ace was on the verge of being rescued. The Whitebeard pirates surged forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Even Sengoku was caught off guard by the sheer force they could muster. And Whitebeard, wasn't he supposed to be a frail old man, no longer a threat? Why did he look anything but? Right now, Whitebeard was holding his own against 3 admirals, showing no signs of faltering or fatigue. He seemed even stronger than he was in his prime. And in a way, he was. In his youth, Whitebeard's power was immense, but his control over that power and his mastery of the Tremor fruit were nowhere near their current level. Now, with the body of his prime and his current mastery of his devil fruit, he was stronger than ever before. All forces, stop them from reaching Ace. Sengoku roared after sending Joseph flying again. Though he'd knocked Joseph back, the Diamond Pirate's injuries weren't severe. It wasn't that Sengoku's shockwave lacked power, Joseph's defense was just that formidable. His incredible durability was enough to hold off even Sengoku for a considerable amount of time. Enigmo, you deal with Diamond Jozu, Sengoku ordered. Though Enigmo was no match for Jozu, he should be able to keep him occupied. He was a headquarters vice admiral, after all. Enigmo's expression was ferocious. If Zora was a 3-sword style user, then Enigmo was an 8-sword style user. He had mastered the 6 powers to their absolute limit, able to use his hair with the same dexterity as his arms. To an onlooker, it appeared as if he had 6 spider-like arms in addition to his own, each brandishing a sword. Sword auras erupted as Enigmo charged Jozu, fighting with a reckless abandon that matched his fierce appearance. Even Diamond Jozu was wary of him now. Enigmo was a skilled swordsman, a master of the 6 powers, and proficient in both armament and observation haki. In his own right, he was a genius. Of course, compared to monsters like the admirals, he seemed insignificant. But to an ordinary person, he was a force to be reckoned with. With Enigmo handling Jozu, Sengoku didn't stay idle. He charged Whitebeard himself. At the same time, he ordered the video Den Mushi to be shut off. The situation was looking dire for the Marines. He couldn't risk broadcasting this any longer, or their prestige would take a massive hit. Impact wave. Sengoku roared, unleashing a shockwave at Whitebeard. The 3 admirals surrounding Whitebeard were also caught in the blast. Sengoku made no effort to control the attack's range. In his giant golden Buddha form, it was impossible to avoid hitting them. But it didn't matter. The admirals were all Logia users and could simply turn intangible to avoid the damage. Whitebeard, on the other hand, had no such ability. He had to take it head-on. Gururara. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight, Sengoku. Whitebeard slammed his Bicento into the ground, the muscles in his right arm bulging like steel. Colorless armament haki coated his fist as he met Sengoku's golden form head-on. Boom. The very foundations of Marineford cracked, and countless soldiers were killed in the ensuing shockwave. It was a grim reminder of how powerless the weak were. A mere aftershock from the clash between Whitebeard and Sengoku had claimed so many lives. Good thing none of my own were hurt, Whitebeard thought, glancing at his crew. Fortunately, the attack hadn't harmed any of the Whitebeard pirates. At this point, even he couldn't use the full power of the Tremor fruit recklessly. Its power was immense, but in a chaotic battle like this, he risked hitting his own men. Puffed. Sengoku coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before coming to a stop, critically injured by Whitebeard's full-powered punch. Sengoku. Garp's expression changed. He could no longer stay on the sidelines. He immediately moved to block Whitebeard, preventing him from pursuing the injured Sengoku. Whitebeard, your strength seems to have returned to its peak. No, you're even stronger than you were in your prime. Garp's eyes narrowed as he faced Whitebeard. The men before him exuded a sense of danger Garp had never felt before. There had to be a reason for this sudden resurgence of power, this enhancement beyond his peak. Garp just didn't know what it was. Chapter 642, Whitebeard vs. Garp. Whitebeard looked at Garp and let out a hearty laugh. Gururara. Garp, as an opponent, you might be even more exciting than Sengoku. Whitebeard was a warrior at heart. Now, back at his absolute peak, he craved a battle between equals. If it hadn't been for Ace's capture, he might have gone to challenge Shin. Of course, if he had challenged Shin, Whitebeard would have undoubtedly lost. He was no match for him. The very reason he had regained his peak strength was all thanks to Shin. Your change, it has something to do with Shin Uzumaki, doesn't it? Sengoku staggered over, his uniform stained red, his body covered in blood as he glared at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's expression shifted, but he didn't bother to hide it. As expected of the strategist. It was indeed that kid, Shin, who restored me to my peak. Though he didn't know how Shin had done it, the method was undoubtedly his. I knew it. I was right. Sengoku had only been guessing. He had noticed that Shin and Whitebeard had met a while back. It was classified marine intelligence. At the time, Sengoku had dismissed it as a chance encounter and paid it no mind. And it was a chance encounter. Shin and Whitebeard had simply run into each other, Shin hadn't sought him out. It was only after seeing Whitebeard that the idea had struck him, and he had acted on it. It was that simple. But Sengoku didn't know that. He believed it was all part of Shin's grand conspiracy. If Shin knew, he would have claimed he was being framed. Did he really need to resort to conspiracies? Not at all. Besides, he had no intention of taking on the Marines right now. If he did, they probably wouldn't even exist anymore. Garp, are you really going to stand in my way? Whitebeard asked, his gaze fixed on him. Though he longed for a good fight, he knew now wasn't the time. The most important thing was to save Ace. Even though Ace was right there, until he was safely away, Whitebeard couldn't rest easy. Garp's expression showed a flicker of hesitation. Deep down, he wanted Whitebeard to save Ace. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Whitebeard kill Marines. Too many had already died at his hands. Garp couldn't let that go. Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp. The three admirals' gazes were on him as well. Sorry, Ace. Garp's eyes sharpened. He couldn't let a pirate run rampant in Marineford. What's more, the aftershock from the clash between Whitebeard and Sengoku had killed nearly 1,000 elite Marines. He couldn't just let that slide. I'll hold off Whitebeard. You guys take care of the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, Garp said to Sengoku and the three admirals. Can you do it? Sengoku asked Garp, his brow furrowed. If it had been the Whitebeard from before, Sengoku wouldn't have asked. He had faith in Garp's strength. After so many years as partners, how could he not know Garp's power? But the current Whitebeard was terrifying. Sengoku had been severely injured by a single punch and was now just barely holding on. As the fleet admiral, he couldn't fall, or it would be a huge blow to Marine morale. I don't know, but I'm confident, Garp said. Since Garp had said so, Sengoku had to believe him. Besides, with Garp's strength, even if he couldn't beat Whitebeard, he wouldn't be in any danger. Garp's strength was even greater than his. Oh, Iron Fist Garp versus a prime Whitebeard. This is getting interesting. Shin's eyes lit up. I can't see anything. Nami craned her neck, trying to see Marineford in the distance, but it was all a blur. Nami wasn't Shin. His eyesight could see for miles, but she couldn't. And without observation hockey, she had no idea how the battle was progressing, which was incredibly frustrating for her. Shirahoshi, can you see? Nami asked. Of course I can, Shirahoshi nodded. Don't underestimate her, Shirahoshi's talent was astounding, especially her observation hockey. She could already communicate with the terrifying Sea Kings, displaying some of the power of the Sea King herself. If she wanted to, the Sea Kings sleeping in the depths of the ocean would rise from the sea and destroy an island in an instant. Even Shirahoshi can see. I guess I'm just useless, Nami said, lowering her head in disappointment. Don't sell yourself short, Nami. Your talent is already amazing, Alvia said, hearing Nami's self-deprecating words. Even Hina's a little jealous. Hina walked out and said to Nami. She had trained for years to achieve her current strength, while Nami had almost caught up to her in no time at all. Didn't you go to the cabin to rest because you didn't want to see this battle? Shin turned his head and looked at Hina. Hina wanted to come out and see. What's wrong with that? Hina tilted her head up at Shin. If you want to watch, then watch. Did you think I was going to do something to you? Then Shin's gaze turned strange, looking Hina up and down, making her feel very uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Hina asked, on guard. Sigh, I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. Do I really have to knock some sense into you? Shin sighed and said. Don't talk nonsense. Hina doesn't have anything like that. Hina's face flushed as she retorted. Seeing her instantly understand his meaning, a smile appeared on Shin's face. Hina was a real veteran at this. Shin, stop teasing Hina. Let's watch the fight between Whitebeard and Garp. There's some real suspense there, Robin said, helping Hina out. Hearing this, Shin did turn his attention to the fight. The clash between the two of them indeed made his eyes light up. Garp was holding his own against Whitebeard's punches, not at a disadvantage at all. His strength was truly formidable. If it were the Whitebeard from the original story at this time, he would definitely be no match for Garp. Garp's strength wouldn't decline with time. Boom. After another clash of fists, Garp was sent flying by Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was also pushed back by Garp. Gururara. Garp, your strength is no weaker than when you were young, Whitebeard laughed after being pushed back. Without using his Bisento, Murakumajiri, just trading blows with Garp, the two of them were like ancient beasts. So scary, Kizaru said, watching their fight. This time, he wasn't being sarcastic, it was truly terrifying. Chapter 643, The Hunt for Blackbeard. The war had reached a fever pitch. Whitebeard and Garp were locked in a stalemate, though for now, Whitebeard still held the upper hand, managing to keep Garp on the defensive. Even so, he couldn't land a decisive blow. Ace knelt on the execution platform, his heart torn. The two most important men in his life were locked in a desperate battle, and he was completely helpless. Whitebeard was the father he had chosen, the man he wanted to make the Pirate King. And Garp was his grandfather, the men who had raised him. That was a debt he could never forget. Ace, I'm here to save you. A familiar voice rang out. Ace's head shot up, and he saw his brother, Luffy. Garp, in the middle of trading blows with Whitebeard, froze at the sound. That split-second hesitation was all Whitebeard needed, and a powerful punch sent him staggering back. If Garp hadn't reinforced his body with armament hockey, that single blow might have been the end of him. How did that kid get here? Garp said in shock. Luffy wasn't alone. He had brought a small army of prisoners with him, all broken out of the great underwater prison, impelled down. Among them was the queen of the Okama kingdom, Emporio Ivankov, a being who was neither man nor woman, with a bizarre and unforgettable appearance. The world of One Piece was home to countless strange and wonderful races, giants, fishmen, merfolk, and even the unique Okama. Garp's heart sank even further. First Ace, now Luffy, both his grandsons were giving him nothing but trouble. He had been racking his brain for a way to save Ace, and now Luffy had just walked right into the lion's den. With Luffy's current strength, just surviving this war would be a miracle. A single admiral could take him out in an instant, and even a vice admiral could defeat him with ease. Luffy's here, just as expected. Aboard the distant Pluton, Shin watched Luffy's arrival with keen interest. If Luffy was here, then Blackbeard couldn't be far behind. He was probably already lurking somewhere, waiting for his moment. You seem quite interested in that, Luffy, Alvia remarked. No, not at all. Shin shook his head. Even though Luffy was the protagonist of this world, Shin had no personal interest in him. He was just surprised. Despite all the changes he had made to the timeline, Luffy had still arrived, and he'd even brought the prisoners from Impel Down. It seemed that, just like in the original story, Luffy had also made a trip to the Great Prison. Let's go. We're going to find Blackbeard, Shin said to Alvia and the others. The moment the Kuja pirates' ship moved, the Marines assigned to watch them went on high alert. The Kuja pirates are on the move. What are they doing? They were terrified. If the Kuja pirates joined this war, Marine headquarters would be utterly overwhelmed. Whitebeard alone was causing this much chaos. If Shin Uzumaki joined in, they would become history. Quick, go inform Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Tsuru ordered a nearby Marine soldier. Yes, ma'am. The soldier saluted and immediately ran to find Sengoku, ready to report the Kuja pirates' movements. Wait, you don't need to inform the Fleet Admiral just yet. Just as he was about to leave, Tsuru stopped him. She had noticed that Shin's ship wasn't heading toward them. In other words, the Kuja pirates weren't planning on joining the fight. Perhaps she had been overreacting. I hope they just leave. Tsuru was one of the Marines' top combatants, but she couldn't leave her post. Her job was to keep an eye on the Kuja pirates. Any movement, no matter how small, had to be reported to Sengoku for his decision. Seeing the Kuja pirates' ship suddenly sail away, Tsuru finally relaxed. You all stay here and keep watch. I'm leaving. Remember, if there's any sign of trouble, report it immediately. Tsuru ordered the remaining soldiers before leaving. She had to go help Garp and the others deal with the Whitebeard pirates, so she had to leave her post. The watch would have to be handled by other Marine soldiers. After leaving, Tsuru first found Sengoku, who was standing on the execution platform. Sengoku, the Kuja pirates have just left, Tsuru reported. Shin Uzumaki left. Sengoku's brow furrowed. What was Shin Uzumaki up to? Sengoku had suspected Shin was plotting something. He had been waiting for him to make a move, but instead, he received news that Shin was leaving. Yes. I saw the Kuja pirates' ship leave with my own eyes, Tsuru confirmed with a nod. Sengoku believed her, of course. Shin had left. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Shin was up to something. Should we keep watching them? Yes. I haven't let my guard down. I've left other Marine soldiers to monitor the Kuja pirates' movements. Now, I have to go help the others. Tsuru prepared to join the battle. All right. Sengoku thought for a moment, then nodded. If the Kuja pirates made another move, they would know immediately. And with Tsuru joining the fight, the Marines' combat strength would increase significantly. Meanwhile, Shin wasn't plotting anything. He was simply going to find Blackbeard. With his observation hockey covering the entire area, he had already pinpointed Blackbeard's location. Blackbeard was still far from Marine Ford, currently making his way there. Shin, why do you want to see Blackbeard? Hancock asked. To see for myself. Shin said with a light chuckle. Blackbeard might be a despicable, treacherous, and cunning man, but he was also intelligent and a true player. In the original story, he was the biggest winner of the Summit War. He used the chaos to find his new crewmates in Impel Down, then came to Marine Ford to steal Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, becoming one of the 4 emperors and taking Whitebeard's place. Of course, Blackbeard had his moments of arrogance. His overconfidence had almost gotten his entire crew wiped out by Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. But regardless, Blackbeard was someone worth meeting. Shin had met him before, but at that time, Blackbeard was still hiding his ambition within the Whitebeard pirates. The Blackbeard of then and the Blackbeard of now were two completely different people. Shin wanted to see the current Blackbeard for himself. He just wondered if Blackbeard would welcome his visit. Chapter 644, Shiryu's Challenge. Blackbeard's ship was sailing toward Marineford, filled with his new crewmates. Besides his original followers, there were also the prisoners he had broken out of Impel Down, the most terrifying criminals from the 6th level, all incredibly powerful. Zihahaha. Pops tremor fruit. I'm going to get it for sure. Blackbeard stared in the direction of Marineford. If he could get his hands on that fruit, Blackbeard was confident he could become the strongest man on the seas, perhaps even strong enough to defeat Shin Uzumaki. Of course, that was just his own feeling. Blackbeard had no idea just how powerful Shin truly was. Captain, look over there. I think that's the Kuja pirate's ship. Suddenly, Jesus Burgess, one of Blackbeard's earliest followers, called out to him. The Kuja pirates? Blackbeard's arrogant smile vanished. He turned to look in the direction Burgess pointed. His eyes widened. It really was the Kuja pirate's ship. Shin Uzumaki. A wary expression appeared on Blackbeard's face. He remembered a time when Whitebeard was still in his prime, yet he had been defeated by Shin Uzumaki in a single battle. Let's go meet him. But then Blackbeard thought of his dark fruit and his new crew of powerful allies. He didn't need to be too afraid of Shin Uzumaki. Shin Uzumaki, the men I've always wanted to kill. Shiryu, a cigar clenched between his teeth, let out a cruel smile. Shiryu was a bloodthirsty man who loved to kill powerful and famous figures. And Shin Uzumaki was probably the most famous person on the seas, widely recognized as the strongest, even more so than Whitebeard. Shiryu had been the head jailer of Impel Down, one of the 2 Great Walls alongside Magellan, and was incredibly strong. But his bloodlust, his habit of killing prisoners, had led to his imprisonment by Magellan. When Blackbeard invaded Impel Down, Magellan had temporarily released Shiryu to deal with him. But Shiryu had betrayed him, joining Blackbeard's side and even providing an antidote when Blackbeard's crew was poisoned. If not for Shiryu, Blackbeard might have died in Impel Down. Magellan's strength was terrifying, definitely at an admiral's level. His venom fruit was something to be feared. Shiryu, you'd better not be careless. Blackbeard glanced at Shiryu. He had gone to great lengths to find these new crewmates, he didn't want to lose one so soon. Shiryu's expression was nonchalant, as if he hadn't heard a word Blackbeard said. In truth, Shiryu hadn't fully committed to Blackbeard yet. He was still in an observation period. If Blackbeard didn't meet his standards, Shiryu would leave without hesitation. The same was true for the others from Impel Down, like Avalo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, and Vasco Schott. They had no loyalty to Blackbeard, not yet. They were only following him because they acknowledged his strength. Blackbeard glanced at Shiryu, then said nothing. If Shiryu insisted on courting death, at worst, he would just have to abandon him. Though Blackbeard was currently overflowing with confidence, he was still wary of Shin. That must be Blackbeard up ahead. Aboard the Pluton, Robin looked at Blackbeard's distant ship. Is that guy with his head sticking out of the water even a person? Nami couldn't help but ask, spotting a massive figure standing in the sea. That's San Juan Wolf, also known as the Colossal Battleship. He's much larger than a giant. Shin explained. Excluding the Sea Kings in the deep sea, his size was among the largest in the world. The Sea Kings in the deep sea were on another level, some larger than islands, capable of destroying one with a single movement. Such a terrifying creature actually exists. Nami swallowed hard. He's nothing compared to what Shin can do. Hancock scoffed, a hint of disdain in her voice. She had seen Shin's Susanoo. Compared to that, this colossal battleship was nothing. The Pluton drew closer. Blackbeard didn't move. Looking at Shin's Pluton, a flash of envy crossed Blackbeard's eyes. This ship was far superior to his current makeshift raft. If he could, he would have tried to steal it. But that was just a thought. He didn't have the guts to actually try. Captain Shin, what brings you here? Blackbeard asked with a wide grin. He wanted to find out Shin's purpose. Not knowing made him uneasy. Came to see the men stirring up the seas. Shin stood with his arms crossed, looking at Blackbeard. Shin, this man is hideous. I find him quite disgusting. Hancock looked at Blackbeard with contempt. Hancock looked down on ugly people, and Blackbeard was clearly a prime example. His looks were not his strong suit. Blackbeard's expression darkened. To be insulted to his face like that, he wanted to get angry, but after a glance at Shin standing beside Hancock, he held it back. He could ignore Hancock, but he was extremely wary of Shin. Captain Shin, if you don't mind, could you tell me your real purpose? I have business to attend to, Blackbeard said to Shin. He was in a hurry to get to Marineford, afraid that Whitebeard would be killed before he got there. He could steal a devil fruit, but if Whitebeard had been dead for too long, he wouldn't be able to. Shin Uzumaki, I hear you're strong. Care to test my blade? Just then, Shiryu suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Shin. Shin raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Shiryu. Blackbeard's face, already dark, turned even darker. He couldn't believe Shiryu was this reckless, picking a fight with Shin Uzumaki at a time like this. Was he trying to get himself killed? At this moment, Blackbeard wanted nothing more than to beat Shiryu to death. He had been somewhat grateful to Shiryu for saving him, but now the idiot was actively trying to piss off Shin Uzumaki. Did he have a death wish? If he had the tremor fruit, Blackbeard felt he wouldn't be afraid of Shin Uzumaki. But he hadn't gotten his hands on it yet. Chapter 645, Shin's Show of Force. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Shin didn't look angry at all. If anything, there was a slight smile on his face as he studied Shiryu. It had been ages since anyone had the guts to challenge him. The novelty was almost entertaining. But just because Shin wasn't pissed off didn't mean everyone else was keeping their cool. Hancock, for one, was absolutely livid. You arrogant bastard. I'll cut you down where you stand. Hancock drew aim no habakiri, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that made the very air around them ripple. Shiryu said nothing, but his pupils contracted sharply. He had initially seen Shin as his only opponent, but now, feeling Hancock's aura, he realized her strength was nothing to scoff at. Blackbeard, as their captain, aren't you going to say something? Shin asked, his tone calm and detached. Are you here looking for trouble? Blackbeard's expression turned grim. Even though Shiryu had started this mess, Blackbeard couldn't just leave him to die. It wasn't about loyalty. If he abandoned Shiryu now, the crew he'd busted his ass to put together would probably fall apart. Looking for trouble? Shin asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Do you honestly believe I came all this way just for you? If I wanted you dead, you'd already be at the bottom of the sea. His words, blunt as they were nothing but the truth. If he truly wanted Blackbeard gone, it would have already happened. Shiryu, put away your sword, Blackbeard said, his voice low and heavy. He didn't want a conflict with Shin Uzumaki, not until he had the tremor fruit in his grasp. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, then started to sheath his blade, deciding to back down out of respect for his new captain. But just because Shiryu was backing down didn't mean Hancock was. She gripped her sword and lunged, unleashing a slash so powerful it threatened to cleave the Blackbeard pirate's ship in two. Blackbeard's face contorted. He instantly used his elementalization to block Hancock's attack. Gah, that hurt like hell. The dark fruit's elementalization was different from other Logias. It didn't nullify attacks, it absorbed them. The ability was powerful, but it came at the cost of feeling double the pain. Even a man like Blackbeard couldn't help but cry out. Despite using armament hockey and absorbing most of the damage, a deep gash was still left on his body. Umph. Hancock snorted, clearly annoyed that Blackbeard had intercepted the attack meant for Shiryu. She quickly unleashed another cross slash, this time aimed directly at her original target. Shiryu wasn't about to stand there and die. He drew his own sword to counter her attack. Blackbeard's expression darkened, and he prepared to intervene again. In his mind, Shin Uzumaki had to be here to cause trouble. He wondered if Whitebeard was involved, perhaps they had struck some deal, with Whitebeard sending Shin to deal with him. I wonder if you have the guts to make a move. Shin's gaze fell on Blackbeard, and the men felt a wave of pure terror wash over him. If anyone makes a move, kill them, Shin said to Alvia. With Alvia's power, annihilating Blackbeard's crew would be simple. Even Blackbeard himself might not be a match for her. And besides Alvia, there was Momosaji, another formidable fighter on his ship. Shirahoshi was even stronger. The three ancient weapons were feared for a reason. A sea king larger than an island could unleash unimaginable destruction. And Shirahoshi could command more than one. Murafufufu. Katarina Devon let out a mocking laugh. Clearly, she found Shin's words laughable. As the most vicious female prisoner from Impel Down, the Crescent Moon Hunter was not easily intimidated. This one seems to have a death wish. Shin's gaze fell on the grotesque Katarina Devon. In the world of pirates, women were either stunningly beautiful or truly hideous. Katarina Devon fell squarely into the latter category, so much so that just looking at her was an offense. Alright, I'll use her to make an example. One quick kill should be enough to get the rest of them to fall in line. Shin, let me do it. Alvia said. No, he said, shaking his head. I'll handle this myself. In an instant, Shin's figure vanished, reappearing directly in front of Katarina Devon, a blade of pure light already in his hand, Ama no Murakumo, forged from the power of the glint fruit. With a single, fluid motion, he brought the blade down. Katarina Devon's head tumbled from her shoulders. Despite being a mythical Zoan user, she never even had a chance to activate her devil fruit ability. Shin was back in his original spot before Blackbeard and the others could even process what had happened. They stared at Katarina Devon's lifeless body, a chill running down their spines. If it had been them, they would have been just as helpless. The speed was terrifying. To appear in an instant and kill her with a single slash, even observation hockey couldn't track his movements. Cold sweat dripped down Blackbeard's back. It seemed that even with the dark fruit, the gap between him and the world's strongest man was still immense. I was just making an example of her. If any of the rest of you want to test me, I wouldn't mind letting you taste my blade. Shin's calm gaze swept over the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates. He alone was enough to intimidate the entire crew. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Shin's show of power had rattled them to their core. Blackbeard knew his authority had just taken a massive hit, but even so, he remained silent. Chapter 646, Shiryu's End. With Katarina Devon dead, the rest of the Blackbeard pirates fell silent. In truth, Katarina Devon had been incredibly unlucky. If she hadn't spoken up, Shin probably wouldn't have used her to make an example. But she had no one to blame but herself for mocking him. Shin watched the fight between Hancock and Shiryu with a calm expression. He had no worries about the outcome. Shiryu's strength was just shy of an admiral's, but Hancock was a true admiral-level fighter, perhaps even stronger. The difference in their strength was vast. Shiryu might be able to hold his own for a short time, but in a prolonged battle, he was no match for her. Sure enough, after 30 exchanges, wounds began to appear on Shiryu's body. Damn it, how is a woman this strong? Shiryu cursed inwardly. His arm was numb from the force of her blows, and the webbing of his hand had split. A piece had been gouged from his great-grade sword. His armament hockey was weaker than Hancock's, so although they both wielded great-grade swords, his alone bore the damage. This is all you've got, and you thought you could fight Shin? I could crush you by myself. Hancock snorted again, her icy gaze fixed on Shiryu. Shiryu's expression was grim. He was being utterly humiliated, beaten soundly by a woman. But he truly had given it his all. Even at full strength, he was no match for her. The woman's power was terrifying. Shiryu's no match for her, Avalo Pizarro said to Blackbeard. He had no intention of helping Shiryu. He wasn't about to risk his own life. The memory of Katarina Devon's death was still fresh in his mind. Blackbeard glanced at Pizarro. He knew Pizarro was ambitious, even wanting to usurp his position as captain. But Blackbeard wasn't worried. He knew what truly mattered. With his strength, he could easily suppress Pizarro. Blackbeard would only grow stronger, while Pizarro would never surpass him. Besides, Pizarro and Shiryu had their own history. Shiryu, as the former head jailer of Impel Down, was a known killer. Pizarro had almost been killed by him in the past. Even if he watched Shiryu die now, Pizarro wouldn't bat an eye. Puffed. The sound of tearing flesh. Another gash appeared on Shiryu's body, and then his left arm was sliced off. The pain made cold sweat bead on his forehead. His eyes turned red, his killing intent growing stronger. With Hancock's strength, she could have killed him ages ago. Alvia commented. Robin glanced at Shin. It's because of Shin, Shiryu challenged him, so she's not going to let him die quickly. She's making him pay for it. Shiryu had now lost an arm, which greatly affected his fighting ability. A short while later, his other arm was also severed by Hancock. For a swordsman, losing both arms was a fate worse than death. Shiryu's expression was dazed. He didn't even try to dodge Hancock's next attack. Given up already. How pathetic. Hancock's eyes were filled with disdain. Indeed, having lost both arms, Shiryu had given up. His greatest strength was his swordsmanship, and now he couldn't even hold a sword. His spirit was broken. He didn't know if he regretted his actions, but now, he only wanted to die. He hoped Hancock's next blow would be the final one. Shin, are you satisfied? Hancock asked him. Just kill him, Shin said with a smile. His words were, in a way, an act of mercy. Shiryu was in immense pain. All right. Hancock then swung her sword at Shiryu's neck. He didn't dodge. He had lost his arms, his purpose. Death was a release. And to be defeated by such a woman, there was no shame in it. Shiryu was beheaded by Hancock's single slash. Seeing his death, Blackbeard and the others felt a pang of sympathy. It could have just as easily been them. I just came to see you, Blackbeard. I didn't expect to accidentally kill 2 of your crew members. Shin said to Blackbeard. Blackbeard's face was grim. He wanted to vomit blood. But after considering the situation, he knew he was no match for Shin. He could only let it go. In fact, he now had to worry about whether Shin Uzumaki would let him go. If he didn't, he would die here. All right, you can go now. Shin didn't kill Blackbeard. He waved his hand, dismissing them. Seeing Shin's gesture, Blackbeard didn't hesitate. He and his massive warship immediately left. Shin, you're not going to kill them. Amatsuki Toki frowned. That Blackbeard was clearly a bad man. He would definitely seek revenge in the future. Letting him go was leaving a future threat. But Amatsuki Toki was overthinking it. Even if Blackbeard survived, Shin didn't believe he could ever pose a threat to him. Besides, Blackbeard had made enemies everywhere. If Whitebeard survived Marineford, as he likely would now, he would hunt Blackbeard to the ends of the earth. Without Blackbeard's betrayal, none of this would have happened. Whitebeard's greatest hatred was undoubtedly reserved for him. Let's go. We'll go back and continue watching the show. Shin planned to return to Marineford. The show wasn't over yet. He wondered how far along the main event was. The Pluton turned and headed back towards Marineford. Chapter 647, Ace still dies. Blackbeard, you're not exactly captain material. Shiryu and Katarina are dead, and you haven't said a word. After Shin's Pluton had departed, Avalo Pizarro seized the opportunity to challenge Blackbeard. Blackbeard's face was already grim, but now he shot a vicious glare at Pizarro. Don't forget who got you out of Impel Down. Blackbeard looked ready to throw down. He usually didn't mind Pizarro's ambition, but now was not the time. If he let Pizarro run his mouth, the newly formed Blackbeard pirates would fracture before they even set sail. Perhaps wary of Blackbeard's power, Pizarro fell silent. The others said nothing. The Blackbeard pirates' ship set a course for Marineford, even though they had seen Shin's ship heading in the same direction. Going to Marineford now was risky, but Blackbeard had no intention of changing course. Whitebeard's devil fruit was a prize Blackbeard had to claim. Of course, he would have preferred Shin's, but he knew that was out of his reach. In truth, Shin had never eaten a devil fruit, he wouldn't willingly saddle himself with a weakness. But no one knew that. Everyone on the seas, including the 5 elders, believed Shin had eaten some unknown, powerful devil fruit. While Blackbeard was still en route, Shin's ship had already returned to Marineford, taking up its original position. Reporting to the fleet admiral. The Kuja pirates are back. They're in the same spot. Awaiting your orders, sir. A marine, his voice trembling with panic, rushed to report the moment the Pluton reappeared. Sengoku, who had been focused on the battle against Whitebeard, immediately looked over. What's going on? We don't know the specifics, sir, but the Kuja pirates have returned. The marine hadn't seen much. All he knew was that the Kuja pirates had come back. As for their intentions, that was still unclear. The moment he saw them, he had rushed to report. All right, I understand. Go back and keep an eye on them, Sengoku said after a moment of thought. Remember, if anything urgent happens, contact me immediately via Den Den Mushi, Sengoku added as a reminder. The soldier nodded and left, and Sengoku turned his attention back to the fight with Whitebeard. Garp alone couldn't hold off Whitebeard. He had been able to trade blows at first, but as the fight dragged on, he was starting to lose ground. This was a testament to Whitebeard's terrifying strength in his prime, even Garp was slightly outmatched. Now, Akiji had joined Garp. The two of them together could just about hold Whitebeard back. This suggested that Garp's combat power was at least equivalent to 2 admirals. Before, it had taken 3 admirals to stall Whitebeard, now, Garp and Akiji were managing it. Pirapiru. Just then, the Den Den Mushi in Sengoku's hand rang, he tensed. Had the Kuja pirates made a move? But after glancing at the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. It was the one used exclusively to contact the 5 elders. They must be calling him. It wasn't about the Kuja pirates. That was a relief. Sengoku, execute him now. Ace must die. The voice of one of the 5 elders came through. It didn't matter which one it was, the order was clear. Carry out the execution, Sengoku said calmly. His words made Garp, who was fighting Whitebeard, falter for a split second. Get out of my way. Whitebeard roared, throwing a punch at Garp. Garp would normally have been able to react, but in the end, he only managed a defensive posture and was sent flying. After knocking Garp back, Whitebeard glared at the 2 executioners and unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking them out instantly. At this point, Whitebeard didn't care about the collateral damage. Ice Partisan. Just as Whitebeard was about to advance, Akiji, wielding 2 spears of ice, charged at him. Whitebeard completely ignored Akiji's attack, covering his body in armament Haki and continuing towards Ace. Impact Wave. Sengoku transformed into his giant Buddha form and slammed a palm strike towards Whitebeard. Luffy, who had been rushing to save Ace, was also sent flying by the attack. Garp caught the airborne Luffy. A quick check confirmed that although his grandson was badly injured, his life wasn't in danger. Seeing Luffy was alright, Garp finally relaxed. However, when he looked up again, his world went dark. Akainu had suddenly abandoned his fight with the Whitebeard pirate's commander, appearing in front of Ace. Ignoring Whitebeard's incoming attack, he drove his magma fist straight through Ace's chest. Ace, still bound by sea stone cuffs, was powerless to resist. Akainu's magma fist blasted a gaping hole clean through him. He was done for. Just like in the original story, there was no difference. Ace was going to die. Of course, Akainu didn't get off easy either. He took a direct hit from Whitebeard's fist, a blow that severely injured him. But it was too late to change anything. Ace's fate was sealed. With a magma fist through his torso and his heart gone, how could Ace possibly survive? Akainu was truly ruthless, paying a steep price to ensure Ace's death. Damn you, Akainu. Garp put Luffy down, roared in fury, and charged straight at Akainu. Garp, what the hell are you doing? Seeing Garp about to attack Akainu, Sengoku immediately intervened. He wouldn't let his old friend spend the rest of his life in the depths of Impel Down. Whitebeard, seeing this, felt tears well up in his eyes. He couldn't believe Ace had died right in front of him. Well, Ace wasn't dead just yet. The people of this world had incredibly tenacious life force. He still had a breath left in him. Pops. Ace glanced at Whitebeard, then closed his eyes, his body slumping to the ground. I didn't expect to walk in on Ace getting killed. Shin had just returned to witness Akainu kill Ace with a single punch. It seemed that even with his interference, Ace still died in the end. In fact, his death was even more pathetic than in the original story. At least then, he had been rescued before sacrificing himself to save Luffy. Now, he was killed without even a chance to fight back. Akainu had successfully drawn a lot of hatred. Both Whitebeard and Garp now despised him. Chapter 648, The Future is Changed. As Shin observed the situation at Marineford, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Silver's Rayleigh had arrived. But wasn't he a little too late? Ace was already gone. This war. Whitebeard has lost, Robin said. With Ace dead, the Whitebeard pirates had lost. Sengoku, on the other hand, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If the Whitebeard pirates had actually managed to rescue Ace, the Marine's reputation would have been in tatters. Die. Ace's death sent Whitebeard into a complete rage. He unleashed the full power of the Tremor fruit. The sea churned, and the very island of Marineford began to shake, countless fractures spreading across its surface. Pops. Marco cried out. Hearing Marco's voice, Whitebeard snapped back to his senses, his rage subsiding slightly. Seeing his father calm down, Marco felt a wave of relief. The Tremor fruit wasn't a power to be used indiscriminately, it didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Their own people could get caught in the crossfire. Garp, you need to calm down too. Sengoku said to the despondent Garp. Garp's eyes were bloodshot. Sengoku was certain that if he let him go, Garp would beat Akainu to death. And he had no doubt Garp had the strength to do it. Held back by Sengoku, Garp finally managed to calm himself, but only because he was being restrained. I know Ace is your grandson, but he was still a pirate, Sengoku said to Garp. Then, he glanced in Luffy's direction and whispered in Garp's ear, get your other grandson out of here. I'll pretend I didn't see anything for now. Sengoku was known for his impartiality, but he had his reasons for saying this. Garp had already lost one grandson. If he lost another, even a man like Garp might break. Thanks, Garp said to Sengoku. It was his duty to deal with pirates, he couldn't hold a grudge against Sengoku. He probably shouldn't hold a grudge against Akainu either, but he couldn't help it. I was a step too late. Rayleigh looked at the fallen Ace with a hint of sadness. But he didn't feel overly guilty. Though Ace was Roger's son, it didn't mean Rayleigh was responsible for him. Ace was Ace, and Roger was Roger. They were two different people. He had come to save Ace out of respect for Roger. If he couldn't, then that was Ace's fate. Spotting Luffy, Rayleigh made a beeline for him. He recognized Luffy. If it weren't for him, Luffy would have never escaped Kizaru. Rayleigh glanced at Ace's body, then turned away. He was so well hidden that few people had noticed his arrival. And even among those who did, not many recognized him. After all, he had been retired for many years. Rayleigh grabbed Luffy and disappeared into the distance. This, of course, did not escape the notice of Sengoku and Garp. Looks like he doesn't need your help. I wonder how he got involved with Rayleigh. Your grandson is a real troublemaker, Sengoku said, giving the retreating Rayleigh a deep look. As he finished, Garp's eyes shot a sharp glare at him. He didn't want Sengoku scheming against his grandson. The truth was, Rayleigh had saved Luffy because of the straw hat Shanks had given him, it marked him as Shanks' chosen successor. This was a legacy being passed down through generations. Otherwise, Rayleigh wouldn't have stuck his neck out for some random kid. Rayleigh came and went, taking only Luffy with him. Though Luffy was unwilling to leave, in Rayleigh's hands, he had no chance of struggling free. Ace is dead. This war is drawing to a close, Shin said. Now that Ace was gone, there was no reason for the battle to continue. Yes, the war is ending. Is this what you predicted? Alvia asked Shin. I didn't predict any of this. From the moment he helped Whitebeard recover his peak strength, the course of this war had changed. But it was different from the original story. Whitebeard hadn't suffered any major injuries and hadn't been backstabbed. He was in good condition. He probably wouldn't die at Marineford. This meant the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't fall, and the Blackbeard pirates wouldn't rise. Though Shin hadn't seemed to do much, he had truly changed the future of the world. The Whitebeard who was supposed to die here was still alive. This was the biggest change. As long as Whitebeard, the heart and soul of the crew, was still around, they would remain the overlords of the sea. Just as Shin had predicted, with Ace dead, the Whitebeard pirates had no intention of staying. Their morale was shattered. They'd come here to save Ace, and now he was gone. What was the point? They had to retreat. Continuing to fight the Marines would just get more of their people killed. As for revenge, sure, the Whitebeard pirates were like family, but not everyone had been close to Ace. When he was alive, they'd risk everything to rescue him. Now that he was dead, even if they wanted payback, this wasn't the time. Whitebeard sent Akiji flying with a devastating punch. Even in retreat, he was determined to take Ace's body with him. He refused to leave it in Marine hands. Ace was gone, Whitebeard wouldn't let them defile what remained. Get out of my way. A white halo of energy formed around Whitebeard's fist as he smashed it towards Akainu. When dealing with Akainu, Whitebeard showed no mercy. This was the man who had killed Ace. How could he possibly hold back? The punch smashed directly into Akainu's face. What was the cost of taking a punch from Whitebeard to the face? His face was completely caved in. Akainu was severely injured by the blow. No one could stop the enraged Whitebeard. Chapter 649, Meltdown. Even with his near-invincible power, cutting a swath through anyone who stood in his way, Whitebeard still couldn't get close to Ace's body. The admirals were no pushovers, and the endless barrage of cannonballs was no joke. Plowing through the storm of steel, Whitebeard began to show signs of injury. Cannonballs rained down on him as if the Marines had an infinite supply. Akainu, despite having his face nearly caved in and deformed by Whitebeard's earlier punch, relentlessly blocked his path, fighting like a rabid dog. I understand. Keep Whitebeard here at all costs. Sengoku was on a den mushi, receiving orders directly from the five elders. With Ace dead, the five elders had given Sengoku a new mission: throw everything they had at Whitebeard and ensure he didn't leave this place alive. Even if the five elders hadn't given the order, Sengoku would have done everything in his power to finish the job. He and Whitebeard were old rivals who had clashed for decades. If there was a chance to finally put an end to him, Sengoku wouldn't hesitate. Puru. The den mushi rang again. Sengoku's brow furrowed. What now? He answered immediately, and a wave of pure rage washed over him. Damn it, Blackbeard. How dare he invade Impel Down? The news had just reached him. Blackbeard had broken into the great undersea prison and released the most notorious criminals locked within. Sengoku's world went dark. He knew how much it had cost them to capture those monsters in the first place. Now, all that effort had been undone by that bastard Blackbeard. Years of hard work, all for nothing. But that wasn't the worst of it. The real catastrophe would be the chaos those criminals would unleash upon the world. Looks like it's time for me to step down. Sengoku felt as if he had aged decades in an instant. This incident alone was enough to end his career. The five elders might not force him out, but Sengoku no longer had the heart to continue in his position. Well, no time to dwell on that now. I have to deal with what's in front of me. Sengoku gave a bitter smile. He never imagined things would spiral into such a disaster. His grand plan to deal with the Whitebeard pirates had backfired spectacularly. In the end, the Marines had suffered the greatest losses. And that bastard Blackbeard. Sengoku had completely misjudged him. If he hadn't made Blackbeard a warlord, none of this would have happened. Garp, you should rest. Sengoku glanced at Garp. He had wanted Garp to join him in finishing Whitebeard, but seeing the state his old friend was in, he held his tongue. Garp's wounds weren't physical, they were wounds of the heart. It was better to let him be. The cannonballs continued to pound Whitebeard as the three admirals relentlessly attacked. They held back their most devastating moves, knowing that the full power of a Logia user could easily wipe out half of Marineford. The island was already on the verge of collapse, another major blow and it would sink into the sea for good. Sengoku joined the fray, adding his strength to the assault on Whitebeard. Jozu, with me. We have to help Pops. Marco shouted to Diamond Jozu, and the two commanders charged toward their captain. The battle raged on, unabated by Ace's death. The Whitebeard pirates wanted to retreat, but as long as their captain fought, they would not abandon him. Why hasn't Shanks shown up yet? Isn't he going to use his face powers? Shin mused, his observation hockey blanketing the entire area. He found no trace of the red-haired pirates. He did, however, spot Blackbeard's crew. They were slow, but after all this time, they had finally arrived. "Captain, this doesn't look like what we expected," Van Augur said to Blackbeard. The situation was completely different from what they had planned. They had anticipated finding Whitebeard on his last legs, or perhaps even already dead. But looking at him now, he was still a monster, holding his own against the admirals and the fleet admiral without giving an inch. The man's power was terrifying. Could they really take him on? How? Blackbeard's eyes were wide with disbelief, his mind completely blown. From everything he knew, Whitebeard's health was failing. This war should have been the end of him. But right now, it didn't look like Whitebeard had suffered any critical damage at all. The situation had gone completely off the rails, leaving Blackbeard at a loss for what to do. I bet Blackbeard is totally freaking out right now. Shin watched as Blackbeard's ship lingered at the edge of the bay, hesitating to make a move, and couldn't help but smile. Originally, Blackbeard was supposed to be the biggest winner of this war. Now, that chance was gone. In this war, there were no winners. Everyone was a loser. As for Shin, he was just a spectator. He hadn't gotten involved in the slightest. "Shin, why don't we just step in and wipe them all out?" Hancock suddenly suggested. "And what good would that do us?" Shin replied with a small smile. Hancock was taken aback for a moment. What good would it do? Thinking it over, she realized it truly offered them nothing. What was the point in fighting the Marines, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates? The title of Pirate King. Shin had no interest in it. Ruling the world. He had no ambition for that either. Being a king was too much work, and ultimately pointless. As long as you had the strength to crush anyone who called themselves a king, you were already above it all. So, it's meaningless for us. That's why I'm not getting involved. This world is just a stop on our journey. Shin would leave this world eventually. He couldn't stay in the world of One Piece forever. The system's power was probably almost recharged. In a few more years, at most, it would have enough energy to travel to another world. After spending so many years here, Shin felt it was about time to move on. Unfortunately, he didn't have the power to traverse worlds at will just yet. That kind of power was still a distant dream. The ability to freely travel between worlds, that was power on the level of true immortals. Not the fake kind from Naruto, genuine immortals who transcended reality itself. Shin didn't even know if he'd ever reach that height. Well, everything depended on which worlds he'd visit in the future. With the system as his ultimate ace in the hole, danger didn't scare him. The stronger the world, the faster he'd grow. After all, he could copy anything. Chapter 650, Whitebeard vs. Blackbeard. We're making our move. Blackbeard stared at Whitebeard battling the admirals and spoke in a low, determined voice. "Are we attacking the Marines or Whitebeard?" one of his crew members asked. If they were going to act, they needed a clear target. They couldn't just attack everyone. Both the Marines and Whitebeard were his enemies, but for now, Blackbeard decided to deal with Whitebeard first. Hopefully, the Marines will stay out of this. We're taking on Whitebeard. I want to see how much longer he can last. Blackbeard's target was Whitebeard. Even now, he hadn't given up on the idea of obtaining the Tremor fruit. He had to get that power, and Whitebeard had to die. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Whitebeard survived, he would undoubtedly hunt Blackbeard to the ends of the earth. Just staying alive would become a struggle. As for the Marines, Blackbeard wasn't too worried. Although he had released countless criminals from Impel Down, those same criminals were now drawing the Marines' attention. As long as he didn't go out of his way to provoke the Marines, he should be fine for now. But Whitebeard was the greatest threat. Don't be afraid. I know what state that old man is in. He's at the end of his rope. Blackbeard tried to rally his crew, afraid their fear would get the better of them. In the original story, they'd waited until Whitebeard was practically a corpse before striking. But now, though Whitebeard was injured, his wounds were far from fatal. Blackbeard felt fear twisting in his gut, and if he was scared, his crew was terrified. Still, Blackbeard charged forward, his men following close behind. Besides himself, only 6 others remained. Originally there'd been 9, but Hancock had killed Shiryu and Shin had taken down Katarina Devon, thinning their ranks considerably. The Blackbeard pirates are on the move. Their target must be Whitebeard. Robin, with her excellent eyesight, noticed Blackbeard's actions. I think Blackbeard's lost his mind, choosing to make a move now, Shin commented, watching the scene unfold. Blackbeard was indeed being foolish. If Shin were in his shoes, he would have cut his losses and left. Greed is a deadly sin. Whitebeard is much stronger than you think. In the canon, a dying Whitebeard still had the strength to beat Blackbeard to a pulp. In his current state, he would utterly demolish him. Moreover, the hatred the Whitebeard pirates felt for Blackbeard probably surpassed their hatred for the Marines. The Marines were their natural enemies, but a traitor like Blackbeard was the one they despised the most. Given the chance, they would ignore the Marines and focus all their fury on him. Teach. Whitebeard spotted Blackbeard, his furious roar echoing across Marineford. Kizaru was forced back by the sheer force of his presence. Nobody was foolish enough to face the full wrath of an enraged Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't forget Ace's body. He grabbed it and handed it to Marco. Marco understood his father's meaning, immediately transformed, and flew into the sky, heading into the distance. He had to get Ace's body away from here. Ace was already gone, they couldn't let the Marines take his body. That bastard Blackbeard. Sengoku's eyes burned with a deep-seated killing intent. After so many years, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly outsmarted. To be played by a man like Blackbeard, it was humiliating. Zihahaha. Pops, long time no see. Blackbeard ignored Sengoku's glare and greeted Whitebeard. Teach, you broke the rules of my ship. You deserve to die. Whitebeard threw a ferocious punch at Blackbeard. In terms of size, Blackbeard only came up to Whitebeard's waist. The sight was like an adult fighting a child. Blackbeard's expression changed, but he didn't dodge. He wanted to see just how much strength Whitebeard had left. Dark water. This move could pull enemies towards him, and anyone touched by the darkness would have their devil fruit abilities sealed. It could also absorb the attacks of devil fruit users. The two attacks collided, and Blackbeard was sent flying, along with the rest of his crew. With a single punch, Whitebeard displayed his near-invincible power. Whitebeard suddenly felt something was wrong. His power had been sealed. The ability of the Tremor fruit was temporarily unusable. So this is the power of the dark fruit. Whitebeard realized. This ability was truly the bane of every devil fruit user on the sea. Sealing devil fruit powers with a touch, anyone who relied on their fruit would be helpless the moment Blackbeard grabbed them. Zihahaha. Pops, you can't use the Tremor fruit now, can you? Blackbeard said, getting up, his face covered in blood. Whitebeard's punch had hit him hard. Fortunately, Blackbeard was durable, and the dark fruit could absorb some of the damage. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed on the spot. For this devil fruit, you would kill your own brother. Answer me, Teach. Whitebeard's face was as cold as ice as he questioned Blackbeard. Brother. Pops, you don't really think I saw them as brothers, do you? Blackbeard said, his face twisting into a vicious sneer as he pointed at the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's brow furrowed. Were the men on this ship not good to you? Teach, you disappoint me more than I can say. You've committed the most unforgivable sin of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard could forgive any crime his sons committed, but killing a brother was something he would never tolerate. Blackbeard hesitated at those words, a memory surfacing. Honestly, everyone on the ship had treated him well. There was a time he'd even imagined spending his entire life aboard that vessel. But everything changed when he saw the dark fruit. The ambition he'd buried deep inside roared back to life. The crew had a simple rule, whoever found a devil fruit got to eat it. Thatch had discovered the dark fruit, so it was his call. Unless he decided not to eat it himself, it might go to someone else, but there was no guarantee Blackbeard would ever get his hands on it. So in that moment, Blackbeard made his choice. He murdered Thatch and abandoned the Whitebeard pirates. Pops, you were good to me, but you can't give me what I want. I'm going to become the Pirate King. From now on, this will be the era of Blackbeard. At this point, Blackbeard stopped hiding. He let his ambition show, dark, oppressive energy radiating from him like a physical force. Chapter 651, Blackbeard's Escape. What an arrogant declaration. The era of Blackbeard. What does that make Shin? I'll kill that pompous bastard right now. Hancock drew her sword, her voice laced with fury. Who the hell did Blackbeard think he was, making such a grandiose claim? Hancock, calm down. Shin placed a hand on hers, calming her down. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Pay him no mind. Blackbeard's ambition was massive, but his strength didn't quite match up, at least, not yet. Even with the dark fruit, Blackbeard was probably only at the level of an admiral. He was certainly no match for the other emperors. If he managed to steal the Tremor fruit, then perhaps he could reach the level of Kaido and the others. That's right. We don't have to lift a finger. Whitebeard will clean his own house. Why should we get angry? Robin said, glancing at Hancock. I just can't stand that arrogant bastard making such a claim. Hancock was still fuming. Speaking of which, Marineford has turned into a complete mess, Shin remarked, observing the situation. The battle had started as a two-faction war between Whitebeard and the Marines. Now, with Blackbeard's interference, had it become a three-faction war. Blackbeard's faction was clearly the weakest, but both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines had already suffered heavy losses. It was hard to predict how the war would unfold from here. I'm guessing the Marines will stand down, Alvia said to Shin. I think they'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. Shin nodded. Knowing Sengoku's personality, that was a likely move. Just as Alvia predicted, the Marines, who had been on the offensive, came to a halt. Sengoku watched Whitebeard and Blackbeard with a detached expression. They were both pirates. Let them tear each other apart. If they both ended up dead, all the better. Sengoku would be thrilled. Currently being pummeled by Whitebeard, Blackbeard was silently cursing the Marines, not for refusing to help, but for being so useless. Whitebeard showed almost no signs of injury, he was as full of life as ever. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected to find a severely wounded Whitebeard, but while the old man had taken some damage, it was nothing more than a few flesh wounds. More importantly, his stamina seemed completely untouched. He was beating Blackbeard to a pulp, leaving him with no room to fight back. Even with the Tremor Fruit's abilities temporarily sealed, Whitebeard's strength far surpassed Blackbeard's expectations. Blackbeard's new crewmates were useless. They might have been infamous criminals from Impel Down's 6th level, but against Whitebeard, they were nothing. Fleet Admiral, we should join forces and finish Whitebeard now, Akainu said, approaching Sengoku. Akainu himself was badly injured. After killing Ace, he had been on the receiving end of Whitebeard's furious retaliation. He probably had several broken bones, but he showed no signs of backing down. You're right. This is the best chance to eliminate Whitebeard. Sengoku nodded. If it had been an even fight, he would have been happy to let them continue. But this was a complete rout. It was like watching an adult beat up a child. Whitebeard was toying with Blackbeard. Light speed kick. Kizaru launched a kick at Whitebeard. It was an insidious attack, taking advantage of the fact that Whitebeard's attention was entirely on Blackbeard. He aimed for Whitebeard's head. At the last second, Whitebeard managed to partially dodge, but the kick still connected with his face. Boom. Whitebeard's massive frame was sent flying by Kizaru's kick. As expected of Whitebeard. His defense is incredible. How terrifying. Kizaru commented, watching Whitebeard climb back to his feet. To get up so quickly after taking a hit like that was indeed frightening. Zehahaha. Black hole. Blackbeard wouldn't miss this opportunity. He slammed his hand on the ground, and darkness instantly enveloped it, spreading rapidly. Anything touched by the darkness would slowly sink, crushed into dust. Every Logia devil fruit had a large-scale attack, and Blackbeard's was no exception. Damn you, Blackbeard. Sengoku roared, transforming into his golden Buddha form and launching a shockwave at Blackbeard. The impact sent Blackbeard flying like a rubber ball, spitting up blood. With Blackbeard sent flying, his technique was interrupted. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he stopped him in time. Blackbeard's ultimate move was aimed at Whitebeard, but it would have affected everyone within its range. And the majority of people here were Marines. The Whitebeard pirates had mostly retreated to their ships. It was precisely for this reason that Sengoku had furiously attacked Blackbeard. He had thought he could use Blackbeard as an ally against Whitebeard, but he hadn't expected him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Captain, are you all right? The original members of the Blackbeard pirates immediately helped him up. Of course, the prisoners he'd freed from Impel Down showed no such loyalty. Blackbeard looked up hatefully, glaring at Sengoku. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Let's go." His fight with Whitebeard had shown him that things were not as he had imagined. Whitebeard was too strong. Even with his devil fruit ability sealed, he was no match. Now that he had been severely injured by Sengoku, he couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave, and quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. The Blackbeard pirates immediately began to flee with their captain. When Whitebeard saw this and moved to attack, he was met with the combined assault of the three admirals. Damn it, Blackbeard's trying to escape. Sengoku, realizing Blackbeard's intent, immediately moved to stop him. In a drawn-out fight, it was uncertain if Blackbeard could beat Sengoku, but when it came to escaping, he was more than capable. Especially with several strong fighters at his side, an escape was definitely possible. Sengoku chased Blackbeard for a while but ultimately let him escape. If Garp had helped, they might have been able to stop him. But Garp was in no condition to fight, he had no spirit left at all. Sengoku understood Garp's situation, so he didn't blame him. With Ace dead, it was a miracle Garp hadn't completely lost it. Chapter 652, The Summit War Ends. Whitebeard watched as Blackbeard escaped, his eyes bloodshot. He unleashed all his fury on Akainu and the other two admirals. Akainu, in particular, became Whitebeard's primary target. Faced with the enraged emperor, Akainu was powerless to even fight back. He was beaten until his face was a bloody pulp, a truly pitiful sight. Even someone who knew him best wouldn't be able to recognize him now. Sengoku could only identify him by his clothes. Yet, even after being beaten half to death, Akainu didn't give up. He fought back desperately, leaving several magma burns on Whitebeard's body. At this moment, Whitebeard couldn't use his devastating Tremor fruit, so dealing with him was not as difficult. Without the Tremor fruit, Whitebeard was still incredibly powerful, but he was no longer an apocalyptic threat. His sharpest fangs had been pulled. Of course, the Tremor fruit wasn't permanently unusable. The seal from the dark fruit was temporary. Once the time was up, it would be unsealed. "Pops, let's go," Marco called out, having returned to his father's side. Whitebeard, after sending Akiji flying with a punch, fell silent for a moment, then nodded and began to retreat with Marco. "Cover, Pops." Vista, the flower sword, shouted, then unleashed two sword auras, one at each of the two admirals. While Kizaru and Akiji were dodging, Marco and Whitebeard retreated towards the Moby Dick. "Fire on the Moby Dick!" Sengoku commanded the Marines. "Fleet Admiral, the cannons we prepared are broken." Just then, a Marine ran to Sengoku's side to report the situation. The cannons had all been destroyed by the power of the Tremor fruit. They were now useless. Sengoku's face darkened. It seemed the ordinary Marines were temporarily out of the fight. Meteor Volcano. Akainu launched countless magma fists, bombarding the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Besides the Moby Dick, the other pirate ships were all sunk. Akainu. Whitebeard's eyes were splitting with rage. His hatred for Akainu was now irreconcilable. He had killed his son, Ace, and now he had destroyed dozens of ships, with countless more of his sons on board. Faced with Whitebeard's fury, Akainu merely snorted. He, too, had a blood feud with Whitebeard. After the beating he had taken, did he think he could just let it go? Of course not. Yasakani's sacred jewel. Just then, Kizaru also unleashed his ultimate move. Countless light bullets rained down on the Moby Dick. Though not as visually impressive as Akainu's attack, they were fast and had incredible penetrating power. More lives were lost. Akiji then used Ice Age, freezing the sea surface, trying to trap Whitebeard and his crew. From a distance, Shin watched the chaotic scene. It was even more spectacular than the height of the battle before. It seemed the Marines were hell-bent on keeping the Whitebeard pirates here. "Looks like the Marines really want to kill Whitebeard," Shin said, observing the ferocious assault. Of course, the Marines' original goal had been to kill Whitebeard. But given how things stood now, killing him would come at a devastating cost. That was, of course, if they fought to the death. It all depended on whether Sengoku could make that decision. "I don't think the Whitebeard pirates can be wiped out. By the way, you did them a huge favor, didn't you, Shin?" Robin said to Shin. Though Shin had never lifted a finger, his contribution to the Whitebeard pirates was immense. If not for him restoring Whitebeard to his peak, and even surpassing it, Whitebeard would be dead by now. "All right, this war should be coming to a close. We should be leaving," Shin said to the others on the ship. Though it wasn't over yet, it was close. Whitebeard had no intention of fighting anymore. If he wanted to leave, he could. The Marines couldn't stop him. So Shin didn't plan to watch any longer. There was nothing interesting left to see. After Shin left, the Whitebeard pirates began their retreat. By now, Whitebeard's Tremor fruit was usable again. With a single punch, he shattered the ice. Wielding his Naginata, he blocked every attack from the three admirals. The Whitebeard pirates began to retreat. Without the ice blocking their way, their escape was swift. In the blink of an eye, their ship had disappeared over the horizon. As for the Marine warships, Whitebeard had made a point of destroying them as he left. With the warships gone, pursuit was impossible. Unless Kizaru went after them, but he was the only one who could catch up. And what could he do alone? Did they expect him to take on Whitebeard by himself? If Kizaru tried that, he would be beaten to a pulp and killed. Sengoku wouldn't order him to go alone, and Kizaru was too smart to take on such a thankless job. And this battle had completely fractured Marineford. As he left, Whitebeard had given the island one last parting gift. Damn it, Whitebeard. He actually got away. Sengoku's face was grim. Though the exact number of Marine casualties was still unknown, one look at the current situation was enough to know how great their losses were. Even several high-ranking officers had been lost. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates had also suffered, losing several division commanders. "Sai, clean up the battlefield," Sengoku said to Tsuru. "And make sure the details of this war don't get out." The initial execution had been broadcasted via visual Den Mushi, but not the later parts of the battle. It's worth noting that Buggy never showed up. This should have been the battle that made him famous, but he was nowhere to be seen. Maybe his legendary luck had failed him. Or maybe that same luck had kept him away, because this summit war was far more dangerous than in the original story. If Buggy had actually shown up, he might have gotten himself killed for real. Hearing Sengoku's order to suppress the news, Tsuru smiled wryly. She knew he didn't want the Marines' current situation exposed, to avoid causing a panic. But it wasn't something that could be suppressed just because he wanted to. And in this situation, how could they possibly keep it a secret? Chapter 653, Sengoku intends to resign. Not long after, news of the war spread across the entire world, delivered by the news crew to every corner of the globe. Damn that Morgans. Morgans was one of the emperors of the underworld, the president of the World Economic Newspaper and the man responsible for crowning the Straw Hat Luffy as the fifth emperor in the original story. While Luffy wasn't weak at the time, being hailed as the fifth emperor was clearly setting him up for a fall. The news crew were all essentially his underlings, he was the king of the newsbirds. Sengoku had tried desperately to suppress the news of the Summit War, but it had been exposed anyway. "Sengoku, you can't hide this," Tsuru said to the furious fleet admiral. With Garp absent, it was just the two of them. "I know I can't hide it, but I was hoping to buy some time." Sengoku was well aware that an event as monumental as the Summit War couldn't be kept under wraps forever. He had simply wanted to delay the news to give the Marines a chance to lick their wounds. With the truth now out, pirates across the seas would undoubtedly be emboldened to stir up trouble. "I've already prepared a conscription plan and submitted it to the 5 elders. I'm just waiting for their approval," Sengoku said. "Will the 5 elders agree?" Tsuru asked. For the Marines, conscription was a clear path to bolstering their strength. But for the 5 elders, it might be seen as a threat. If they were to approve it and loosen their restrictions, the Marines could swell in power to the point where they could overwhelm the pirates entirely. But to the 5 elders, the Marines were just a subordinate organization. If they became too powerful, they would pose a threat to the world government's absolute authority. They wouldn't have agreed before, but they will this time. Sengoku was absolutely certain the 5 elders would approve. The reason was simple: the Marines had suffered catastrophic losses and were no longer capable of maintaining order on the high seas. They had no other choice but to approve the conscription. "What about the escapees from Impel Down?" Sengoku asked Tsuru, still lacking any recent intelligence on them. "They haven't surfaced yet. Their whereabouts are currently unknown." Tsuru shook her head. She understood that the escapees wouldn't show their faces for a while. They had just broken out and hadn't recovered their strength. They wouldn't risk making a move until they were back at full power. "I see. I'm planning to resign from my position as Fleet Admiral." Sengoku nodded, then suddenly dropped the bombshell on Tsuru. Tsuru was stunned for a moment, but seeing the guilt on Sengoku's face, she understood. It was true that Sengoku had to bear a great deal of responsibility for what had happened. Marineford was in ruins, and the 5 elders would surely hold him accountable. Of course, the 5 elders wouldn't let Sengoku step down, they needed him to manage the situation. But the guilt weighed heavily on his conscience, and he wanted to resign. It wasn't just Sengoku. Garp was also planning to resign his position as Vice Admiral. The 5 elders probably wouldn't object to that. Even though Garp hadn't been idle during the war, the 5 elders undoubtedly held his actions against him. While Sengoku and Tsuru discussed their plans, Shin had already returned to Amazon Lily, keeping a close eye on the situation at sea. Blackbeard returned to the New World. "He's got guts," Shin remarked as he read the intelligence report. Returning to the New World meant Blackbeard would have to face the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Blackbeard didn't return to the New World, Whitebeard would never have let him go, Robin said to Shin. "You're right, Robin. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses this time. The Whitebeard pirates' losses were entirely Blackbeard's fault, and the entire crew now harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. But Blackbeard would have been safer if he had stayed in the first half of the Grand Line," Shin said, still thinking Blackbeard would be safer in paradise. But Blackbeard's ambition was what truly mattered to him, not safety. He had his sights set on becoming the Pirate King, and for that, he had to return to the New World. Even without the Tremor fruit, he wouldn't abandon his dream. Blackbeard is safe for now. Even though Whitebeard wants to deal with him, he's in no position to do so, Alvia said with a smile. Kaido had taken the opportunity to move against Whitebeard, seizing his territories and even attempting a surprise attack. Their feud ran deep, so it was no surprise Kaido would make such a move. However, Shanks had intercepted Kaido. Unlike in the original story, where they had merely clashed, the two pirate crews had engaged in a full-blown battle. By the time the summit war was over, their conflict had also ended. With a surprise attack on Whitebeard now impossible, Kaido had gone to claim the Whitebeard pirates' territories for himself. And Whitebeard, having returned to the New World, was now leading his crew to reclaim what was theirs. The two pirate crews were currently locked in a massive war. As for the red hair pirates, they were staying out of it. They had already done enough by holding off the beast pirates for Whitebeard, they wouldn't help him any further. Are we not setting sail? Nami suddenly ran over to Shin, who was sunbathing on the beach, and asked him. Are you that eager to set sail? Shin lifted the hat covering his face and turned to ask her. Of course. My dream is to draw a map of the entire world, and I haven't finished it yet, Nami said. Before, it had just been a dream. Nami wasn't sure if she could ever achieve it. But now, she was certain she could. You're right. We've been on Amazon Lily long enough. It's time to set sail. Shin stood up. It had been half a month since the summit war. The aftershocks of that event had not yet subsided. Whitebeard hadn't died, but both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines had suffered greatly. The seas were in turmoil, especially with the criminals released by Blackbeard and Luffy. The impact they had on the world was immense, particularly the ferocious inmates from level 6 of Impel Down. Tell Hancock and the others. We're leaving. Shin turned and said to Nami. All right. Nami's face lit up with joy. She had thought Shin was content to just enjoy life on Amazon Lily and had no intention of setting sail again. Hearing him say they were leaving, she happily ran off to find Hancock and the others. Chapter 654, Akainu vs. Akiji. Hancock. Nami arrived at the palace, shouting before she even stepped inside. The female warriors guarding the palace paid her no mind. They all knew the relationship between Nami and their empress. If it had been anyone else calling out Hancock's name so casually, they would have been arrested. What is it? Is it something about Shin? Hancock, initially annoyed by Nami's shouting, immediately brightened at the thought. You guessed it. It is about Shin. To be precise, we're leaving Amazon Lily. We're setting sail. Are you coming? If you're too busy, we won't bother you. A sly smile appeared on Nami's face as she spoke. Of course I'm coming, Hancock said hurriedly, dropping everything she was doing. Let's go now. Don't you think you're in a bit of a rush? You should at least delegate your tasks first, Nami said, seeing Hancock's haste. There was no need to be in such a hurry. But Hancock ignored her and rushed off to find Shin. Nami, left behind, quickly followed. Soon, the news that Shin was setting sail with the Kuja pirates spread throughout the island. Elder Nyan immediately gathered everyone to see them off. Elder Nyan, there's no need for such a big display, Shin said. Elder Nyan had gathered the entire population of Amazon Lily to bid him farewell. Of course there is, Elder Nyan said with a solemn expression. Shin was the guardian of their island. It was only natural that they would see him off when he left. Elder Nyan, I'll leave the island's affairs to you for now, Hancock said. She had never wanted to handle these things in the first place, and now that she was leaving, she was the happiest of them all. Of course. Take care, Empress. Yeah, Hancock waved dismissively at Elder Nyan, then leaned against Shin as the Pluton set sail. Sailing through the calm belt, the Pluton had no sea stone on its hull, yet it didn't attract a single sea king. Those massive creatures were smart enough to know who to mess with and who to leave alone. Besides, in addition to the powerful auras of Shin and his crew, Shirahoshi was on board. She was Poseidon, the sea king of the entire ocean. No sea king would attack her. To do so would be an act of high treason. They left the calm belt peacefully. Shin didn't bother the sea kings either. The ship was well stocked with meat, there was no need to hunt them. Not long after, their ship arrived in the New World, the second half of the Grand Line. If they were going to set sail, they certainly weren't going to linger in the first half. I hear the Marines are about to decide on the next fleet admiral, Alvia said to Shin. So soon. Shin, who had been lying on a deck chair eating fruit, sat up at the news. It had only been half a month since the summit war. If they were already deciding on the next fleet admiral, it meant Akainu and Akiji were about to fight. If I'm not mistaken, the battle will take place on Punk Hazard. Let's go take a look. Shin recalled the island where they had fought. Punk Hazard was an island in the New World, the first island Luffy and his crew had landed on after entering the New World in the original story. The Punk Hazard of that time was completely different from the current one. Half of it was a frozen wasteland, the other half a blazing inferno. That was because Akainu and Akiji had fought there for 10 days and 10 nights, completely changing the island's climate. But even now, Punk Hazard was not a suitable place for humans to live. Otherwise, Akainu and Akiji wouldn't have chosen it as their battleground. How do you know that, Shin? Did you really just guess? Robin looked at him, surprised. Though the news of the two admirals fighting for the position of fleet admiral had spread, the location of their duel was still a secret. The Marines would never release that information, they didn't want any trouble. That's not important. Let's head to Punk Hazard. Having just arrived in the new world, Shin was close to Punk Hazard. It wouldn't take long to get there. Meanwhile, on Punk Hazard, Akainu and Akiji stood on opposite sides, their eyes filled with hostility. Akiji, as a colleague, I'll say this, you're not fit to be fleet admiral, Akainu said calmly, his tone laced with disdain. Just as Akiji couldn't stand Akainu, Akainu couldn't stand him either. Akiji didn't speak, but the growing fighting spirit in his eyes was his answer. Great eruption. Akainu, seeing that words were useless, attacked directly, his magma fist flying towards Akiji. Ice block, pheasant beak. Akiji's hand transformed into an ice bird, and he met Akainu's attack head-on. The two moves collided, and both were thrown back. Fire and ice are polar opposites, and magma and ice even more so. The trees and flowers on Punk Hazard were instantly destroyed. Outside, Sengoku and Garp were watching. From there, they couldn't see the battle, but with observation hockey, that wasn't a problem. Garp, who do you think will win? Sengoku asked Garp. He had never expected things to come to this. He had recommended Akiji to be the next fleet admiral, but the five elders preferred Akainu. In the end, it had come down to a battle of strength. Even though I don't want Akainu to win, I think he will be the one who comes out on top in the end. Garp had a good relationship with Akiji, they weren't in the same faction as Akainu, so their relationship was average at best. But when it came to strength, Garp still favored Akainu. Akiji hadn't served as long as Akainu, and in terms of ruthlessness, Akiji couldn't compare. So, even if their strength was similar, Garp felt Akainu would be the one to win in the end. And this is probably what the five elders want as well, Garp said meaningfully to Sengoku. The five elders definitely wanted Akainu to win. After all, Akainu was closer to them now, and they felt his personality was well suited for the current chaotic situation on the seas. They needed someone like him to bring order. Sengoku fell silent upon hearing this. Yes, no matter how much he wanted Akiji to succeed him, he had to consider the circumstances. In the end, the opinion of the five elders was what truly mattered. Chapter 655, he can back up that arrogance. Looks like the fight's already started. By the time Shin and his crew arrived, they could already see Sengoku's fleet and the state of Punk Hazard. Half the island was a sea of roiling magma, the other a frozen wasteland. The entire landmass had been split into two different worlds. Shin Uzumaki, what are you doing here? Sengoku and Garp approached, their eyes fixed on Shin with suspicion. How did the Kuja pirates get here without us knowing? They've made it all the way to the new world, and I haven't heard a single report. Relax. If I wanted to take you out, I could do it in an instant. No need to be so on edge. Shin glanced at Sengoku, his tone flat. He understood Sengoku's concern, he was afraid Shin would interfere with Akainu and Akiji's duel. But Shin had no interest in getting involved with them. He was just here for the show. You came here because you received intel, didn't you? Sengoku pressed. Shin just smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about that. Sengoku's expression soured. What do you mean, I don't need to worry? You just show up here, knowing about Akainu and Akiji's duel. That means our intelligence has been compromised. Though the world knew Akainu and Akiji were fighting for the fleet admiral position, the location of their battle was a closely guarded secret. Sengoku couldn't risk anyone finding out. If one of the four emperors decided to launch a surprise attack, the Marines could lose two of their top fighters in one fell swoop. Sengoku's mind raced, trying to figure out who could have leaked the information. This was no small matter. If other pirates found out, who knew if they'd try to swoop in for scraps? At that thought, Sengoku felt the urge to call Kizaru for backup. With another admiral here, they could handle any potential threats. He even considered ordering Akainu and Akiji to stop fighting altogether. He knew all too well that no matter who won, the outcome would be a loss for the Marines. If Akainu won, Akiji would surely leave. If Akiji won, Akainu would do the same. One of them was bound to quit. If he could stop the fight now, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. The fighting's getting more intense. It's a real deathmatch. I wonder what kind of grudge they have against each other, Shin remarked with interest. His ship was close enough to Sengoku's warship, and with Sengoku's observation hockey, he could definitely hear him. Sengoku's face darkened. Two of his top admirals fighting to the death like this, it was a complete disgrace. Don't worry. The other pirates probably don't know, Garp said to the scowling Sengoku. And even if they did show up, as long as Shin Uzumaki stays out of it, we'll be fine. Even if Whitebeard himself came, the two of us could at least hold him off. That's right, Garp's right. The other pirates have no idea, Shin said, turning to look at Garp and Sengoku. Hina, did you really betray the Marines and join the Kuja pirates? Sengoku's expression softened slightly, he figured Shin had no reason to lie. But the moment he saw Hina, his face went dark again. Hina looked uncomfortable. She hadn't wanted to come out, especially knowing Sengoku was here. But Nami had dragged her out. The two of them had gotten along surprisingly well after sharing a cell. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hina nodded. There was no turning back now. Everyone knew she had become a pirate. Besides, she found her new life to be quite good. Even though she was a pirate now, the Kuja pirates hadn't done anything evil. I never thought you would fall so low, Hina. Sengoku had once had high hopes for her. He couldn't believe she had joined the Kuja pirates. What's so low about it? Hearing Sengoku's words, Shin felt a surge of anger. What do you mean, fallen so low? Is joining the Kuja pirates some kind of disgrace? His pirate crew had never committed any atrocities, never harmed innocent civilians. Shin wouldn't stoop to that level. Sengoku just snorted coldly. Facing Shin, he couldn't say anything more forceful. Then, his gaze fell on Momosaji, his expression turning incredibly complicated. If Hina's betrayal had angered him, Momosaji's presence just left him at a loss for words. He had sent her as an undercover agent, but now she seemed to have genuinely become a member of the Kuja pirates. Was it his fault, or hers? If he hadn't sent her in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. But she also had a choice in the matter. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. In the end, Sengoku decided to just ignore it and focus on the battle between Akainu and Akiji. 2 days later, the fight was still raging, but Shin had already lost interest. This is boring. A fight I could finish with one punch has dragged on for this long. It's completely pointless. Shin looked utterly bored. Sengoku's expression soured. That's some serious arrogance. But then he thought about it, coming from Shin, he had the right to be arrogant. Sengoku still vividly remembered Shin's terrifying power, a single meteor had obliterated Ini's lobby. And he had been easily overpowered, unable to even block one of Shin's punches. Let's go. Shin said to the women, who were equally bored. To them, this life-or-death struggle between two of the world's strongest fighters was nothing more than a sideshow. If Akainu and Akiji knew, they'd probably abandon their fight and come after Shin and his crew. Or maybe they wouldn't have the guts. He's really leaving. Sengoku watched as the Kuja pirates' ship sailed away, a frown on his face. What, are you unhappy that the Kuja pirates are leaving? Garp glanced at Sengoku, picking his nose. A moment later, Garp wiped what he had picked on Sengoku's uniform. In an instant, Sengoku's face, which had just started to relax, contorted with rage. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku's roar was so loud it startled Garp. He casually cleaned his ears, feeling like he was about to go deaf. What's with all the shouting? Chapter 656, The Red Count. Looking at Sengoku's thunderous expression, Garp offered a sheepish grin and an apology. Sengoku just stared at him, then let it go. In a way, he was happy for Garp. It seemed he had finally moved on from the shadows of the past. That was a good thing. It was all thanks to Luffy surviving. If Luffy had also died at Marine Ford, Garp might have completely broken down. Just as in the original story, Akainu and Akiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, Akainu emerged with a narrow victory, and Akiji lost a leg. Of course, Akiji's injuries weren't limited to his leg. His body was covered in severe burns. Akainu wasn't much better off. He had numerous frostbite scars, some of his muscle tissue even frozen to the point of necrosis. The island of Punk Hazard, the site of their battle, was now permanently transformed into an island of ice and fire, its environment forever altered. It was already uninhabitable, but now it was a wasteland where no ordinary person could survive. Akainu won. That's not surprising, Shin said, looking at the intelligence report. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. He had always favored Akainu in this fight, and the original story had confirmed it. Akiji has left the Marines. That's a huge loss for them, Amatsuki Toki commented. They'll recover soon enough. Never underestimate the Marines. Shin chuckled lightly. It wasn't a crippling blow. A single mass conscription would replenish their forces. But that also came with risks. Some of those new recruits could be spies from other factions. I'm sure Dragon won't pass up this opportunity. Shin felt that Dragon would definitely use this to his advantage. If you were to ask who had the greatest ambition on the seas, Blackbeard and Kaido wouldn't even come close. Dragon's ambition was the greatest in the world of One Piece. The other factions are also making moves. The Whitebeard pirates are still fighting the Beast pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates have actually teamed up with Kaido. Robin suddenly produced a piece of intel that even surprised Shin. Blackbeard and Kaido, working together. That was certainly unexpected. By the way, is our territory secure? Shin asked Robin. Humph, who would dare start shit in our territory? If they've got the balls, I'll wipe them out myself, Hancock said coldly. It's secure. Neither the Whitebeard pirates nor any of the other emperors have made a move on our territory, Robin said, shaking her head. Shin's annihilation of Big Mom had proven an effective deterrent. Even the 4 emperors had to think twice about the consequences of crossing Shin. If the emperors wouldn't risk it, then smaller pirates definitely wouldn't. There's a lot of conflict on the seas. Should we get involved? Alvia asked Shin. I have no interest in getting involved. I'd rather just sit back and watch. Shin smiled. He had no interest in the disputes of the sea. But with Whitebeard still alive, he wondered how things would play out. Even with Blackbeard and Kaido teaming up, they're probably no match for Whitebeard. Their conflict will likely end soon, Shin said, gazing out at the endless sea. After that, Shin returned to his territory, where he enjoyed the highest level of treatment. Countless kings bowed before him, and they did so willingly. Shin's presence had brought them peace. In the past, pirates of all sizes had constantly harassed them. But now, because this was Shin's territory, even the pirates who showed up kept their heads down and behaved themselves. And Shin's earlier prediction had come true. Whitebeard had indeed defeated Kaido and Blackbeard. Of course, he hadn't been able to wipe them out. The 2 of them had retreated together and were still maintaining their alliance. Just how solid that alliance was, however, was another question. Shin, something major has happened. An entire village in our territory was massacred. All the blood was drained from the bodies. It's suspected to be the work of a devil fruit user. Alvia's expression was grave, her eyes filled with rage. To do such a thing in the Kuja pirates' territory was a direct provocation. Who do you think did it? Shin was pissed. Someone had the nerve to start shit in his territory while he was away in the New World. This had to be a deliberate challenge. Based on my research, the most likely culprit is Patrick Redfield. Alvia handed her investigation file to Shin. Shin looked at the file and fell into thought. He knew of Patrick Redfield. This guy was no small fry, he was an old monster from the same era as Whitebeard. He was the user of the mythical Zoan, Bat Fruit, Model, Vampire, one of the few mythical Zoan users. He had many titles, such as the Red Count and Red the Aloof. Mythical Zoan devil fruits were even rarer than Logia types. Every mythical Zoan user was a formidable figure. To stand toe-to-toe with Roger and Whitebeard on strength alone, he's definitely powerful. But his fatal mistake was messing with me. A cold glint flashed in Shin's eyes. We don't have conclusive evidence yet. He's just the most likely suspect, Alvia said to Shin. That's enough, Shin said with a faint smile. Being the most likely suspect was enough. Besides, Shin was 80% sure it was him. It seemed the Red Count had already found the vampire fruit. Originally, the Red Count had been imprisoned in Impel Down, but he had escaped during the chaos of the Summit War caused by Blackbeard and Luffy. To regain his strength, he needed the vampire fruit to return to his youthful state. In the original story, the Red Count of this period should still be searching for the vampire fruit. But it seemed things had changed. The Red Count had already found the fruit and was starting to recover his power. Investigate every piece of information on the Red Count. As soon as you find him, I'll deal with him personally, Shin said to Alvia. Shin, I don't think you need to act. I can handle anything for you, Hancock said, walking in from outside. Hearing that Shin was going to personally deal with someone, Hancock felt it was unnecessary. Chapter 657, Calculated Risk. Hancock, this is the Red Count we're talking about, a living legend. They say he was strong enough to rival Whitebeard and Roger all on his own. I'm curious to see what he's made of. Shin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Of course, the main reason is to get revenge for my people. Since they were under his protection, they belonged to him. If the Red Count killed his people, Shin would make damn sure he paid with his life. All right. Hancock nodded obediently. Alvia immediately set out to gather information on the Red Count. The Kuja Pirates' intelligence network had become quite formidable. The fact that Redfield was still in Shin's territory meant it wouldn't take long. If he had already left, tracking him down would have been a bit more complicated. But only a bit. Shin had several giants of the underworld under his thumb. The next day, Alvia returned with the intel, her speed surprising even Shin. You found him already? I have to admit, that was impressively fast, Shin couldn't help but comment. Honestly, we got lucky. Someone happened to run into him and was fortunate enough to escape. The Red Count is still in our territory. As she spoke, Alvia's expression turned icy. Redfield had some nerve. To cause trouble in their territory and then have the audacity to stick around, it was a blatant provocation. Then let's go. Time to pay the Red Count a visit. Although Shin's face showed no trace of anger, he had already sentenced Redfield to death in his mind. Shin felt it was time to remind the world of his power. And the Red Count was the perfect example to make. After this, he'd see if anyone else was stupid enough to step out of line. The Pluton, which had been dormant for some time, set sail once more. Their destination was a small, unremarkable village where the infamous Red Count was currently hiding. It only took a few hours for Shin and the Kuja pirates to arrive. He's still here. Is he waiting for me on purpose? Shin's observation haki detected a powerful presence. The aura was incredibly strong, certainly no weaker than Whitebeard's. And Shin could also sense a distinct scent of blood. Who else could it be but the Red Count? The ship docked at the small port, and Shin disembarked immediately. Hancock, Robin, and the others followed him ashore. Alvia and the rest, however, remained on the ship as Shin had instructed. Dealing with someone like the Red Count didn't require the entire crew. The villagers, they're all dead. Robin's face was grim. This small village had suffered the same fate as the last one, everyone's blood had been drained. I think he's baiting me deliberately, Shin said with a cold smirk. The bastard deserves to die. Hancock's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, a startling killing intent radiating from her. The moment her killing intent flared, the Red Count, who was in the center of the village, sensed it. A wicked smile crossed his face, and he moved towards them like a phantom. In an instant, Shin and the Red Count were face to face. He didn't look old. Sucking blood also allowed him to absorb lifespan, and the Red Count had already restored himself to his youthful prime. He carried an umbrella, which was actually his weapon. He had a tall, slender build, and his entire outfit, from his cape to his clothes, was blood red. So you're Shin Uzumaki, the man who managed to get the best of Whitebeard, the Red Count spoke first. Redfield's own observation haki was incredibly powerful, even allowing him to see into people's hearts and read their memories, but he couldn't see through Shin. Patrick Redfield, give me an explanation, Shin said flatly. He wasn't about to let the murder of his people slide. I acquired the vampire fruit. To regain my youth, I must drink blood, the Red Count stated calmly. He had recently obtained the vampire fruit, and was eager to restore himself to his prime. Redfield was no saint. Sacrificing a few people to return to his peak strength was a price he was more than willing to pay. Hey, if you had chosen some other place, I couldn't have cared less. But to come to my territory, aren't you getting a little too full of yourself? Shin sneered, then lashed out with a kick. Redfield had been on guard. The moment Shin moved, he immediately blocked with his umbrella. Boom. The Red Count was sent flying, crashing into a distant mountain. Shin appeared in an instant in front of the downed Redfield, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. At this moment, Redfield's appearance had completely changed. His ears had become long and pointed, making him look even more like a vampire. Such incredible power. No wonder you could defeat Whitebeard. Redfield had managed to gather some information. After all, it had been a long time since he had escaped from Impel Down. He had familiarized himself with the current state of the seas. He knew that the strongest on the seas now were the four emperors, each one more powerful than the last. Whitebeard was one of them. And Whitebeard had been defeated before. The title of world's strongest man now belonged to Shin. He did intend to push Shin's buttons, to see what he was really made of. You may be strong, but you won't defeat me so easily, Redfield sneered, his body dissolving into a swarm of countless bats. Didn't know you had that trick up your sleeve. Shin watched with mild surprise as Redfield escaped his grasp. But it was only a moment of surprise. Classic vampire move. As for Redfield's other abilities, Shin wasn't familiar with them. He didn't know much about the Red Count. Whoosh. Redfield's figure instantly appeared behind Shin, his umbrella sword slashing down. Redfield used his umbrella as a sword, and his swordsmanship was quite formidable. An average person probably couldn't block his moves, but Shin was no average person. The sword aura passed straight through Shin's body, leaving him completely unharmed. No damage. Redfield frowned. The attack just now hadn't felt like it hit a solid body. Was that just an illusion? What kind of devil fruit ability was this? Redfield hadn't been able to find out what devil fruit his opponent had eaten. Chapter 658, The Death of the Red Count. It wasn't surprising that he hadn't found out. Everyone, from the five elders and the marines to other pirates, desperately wanted to know what devil fruit Shin had eaten. Only the Kuja pirates knew the truth, Shin had never eaten a devil fruit. If that got out, it would probably cause a worldwide shock. The idea of Shin being so powerful without a devil fruit was simply unbelievable to them. Even Blackbeard suspected that Shin had eaten more than one devil fruit, because Blackbeard himself knew his own body was unique. Is that all you've got? Shin asked Redfield calmly. Humph, don't get ahead of yourself, young man. The Red Count snorted coldly, then swung his umbrella, creating a net of sword slashes that completely enveloped Shin. But without exception, every attack passed through Shin, failing to cause even the slightest bit of damage. Kamui really is useful. Shin was, of course, using Obito's Kamui. It was worth copying that ability. It was incredibly effective. An average person couldn't break through it. Anyone without spatial abilities was helpless against it. Is this a spatial ability? Redfield asked Shin. Space-type devil fruits, though incredibly rare, were not unheard of. But Redfield had never encountered an ability like Shin's before. That's right, it's a spatial ability, Shin said flatly. Even if you know, can you do anything about it? Obito had been able to dominate the Naruto world with Kamui. It was a tricky ability even in the later stages of the story. In the original story, Madara had to get his hands on Kakashi's eye and use its Kamui to deal with Obito. And in Shin's hands, the power of Kamui was clearly even greater. Boom. Shin threw a punch, blasting Redfield into a swarm of bats. The bats then reformed into Redfield's body. This ability was similar to elementalization, perhaps even more advanced. Even an armament hockey attack could likely be survived with this trick. But it wasn't without a cost. Redfield's face was a shade paler, and he looked slightly older. Using his swordsmanship again, this time Redfield coated his umbrella with armament hockey, but he still couldn't hit Shin. No one could imagine the frustration Redfield felt at this moment. You can hit me, but I can't hit you. How could anyone not feel aggrieved? Anyone in his position would feel the same. The Kamui ability was just that unfair. As for the weakness of being vulnerable while attacking, Shin had already improved upon it. Turning into bats. I wonder, if I kill all your bats, will you still be alive? Shin asked with a curious expression. Redfield's face paled even further. If even one bat survived, he wouldn't die. But if all the bats were killed, then he would have no choice but to die. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Shin performed a jutsu he hadn't used in a long time. It was even more exaggerated than Madara Uchiha's version. A sea of fire instantly engulfed the Red Count. He let out a miserable scream. Turning into bats was useless. With this move, the bats would be burned to death the moment they appeared. Blood release. The Red Count roared, his body dissolving into blood that seeped into the ground. The blood then reformed into his body. However, he had lost his previous elegance. His body was covered in severe burns, his figure somewhat stooped. The once youthful Red Count had aged again, looking even older than before. You have quite a few life-saving tricks. Shin said, looking at his seemingly endless supply of escape techniques. He was almost on par with Orochimaru in that department. Humph, I'll remember this. The Red Count snorted coldly, then prepared to retreat. He was decisive. Realizing he was no match, he immediately prepared to flee. However, just as he was about to leave, a pink sword aura slashed him back. It was Hancock. Trying to escape. I don't think so, Hancock said, looking at Redfield with cold eyes. Hancock's strength was not much different from Redfield's. And now, Redfield was injured. Caught off guard, he took a direct hit from Hancock's sword, nearly getting killed on the spot. Damn it. Redfield roared, his eyes filled with furious killing intent as he stared at Hancock. The one who should be damned is you. Shin stepped on Redfield's head, stomping him into the ground. Being stomped on was extremely humiliating for Redfield, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He had just witnessed Shin's strength. He was no match. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful being. The most crucial thing was the strangeness of his techniques. Even when Shin stood there and let him attack, he couldn't do anything. Aren't you going to say something now? Like begging for mercy? Shin looked down at Redfield. The current Red Count probably didn't have the ability to use his bat transformation to escape. Of course, it was also possible that Redfield was just pretending, waiting for a chance to escape when Shin let his guard down. That possibility wasn't out of the question. Beg for mercy? I, the Red Count, would never beg for mercy. Redfield stared at Shin angrily. He felt Shin was going too far. All right. In that case, I'll give you a quick death. A golden light shone from Shin's hand, piercing through the void and heading for Redfield's head. If it hit, it would definitely put a hole in his head. Just at that critical moment, Redfield's body once again turned into bats. However, the laser Shin shot out suddenly split into 100 beams, simultaneously hitting all the bats. I didn't even get a chance to act, Hancock came over and complained to Shin. Isn't it better if you don't have to act? I wouldn't want you to, Shin said, stroking Hancock's soft hair. I feel like a third wheel here. Robin, seeing Shin and Hancock together, suddenly became expressionless. Shin looked at Robin, smiled, and walked over to her. He also patted her head and asked, "Could it be that you're jealous, Robin?" Seeing the teasing smile on Shin's face, Robin's expression changed slightly. Her already blushing face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she immediately turned and returned to the ship. Chapter 659, A Moment of Calm. Is Red Count dealt with? Alvia asked as Shin and the others returned, though she couldn't help but notice the strange expression on her daughter's face. Did Shin bully Robin? That was Alvia's first thought. Of course we took care of him. With Shin on the case, was there ever any doubt? I just wish I'd had more of a chance to fight, Hancock said, still a little unsatisfied. In truth, Hancock had gotten a shot in, a single sword strike that had sent the Red Count flying back toward them. Of course, even if she hadn't, he never would have escaped Shin. That was fast. Alvia remarked, marveling at how quickly a legendary figure had been dealt with. She was still young when the Red Count roamed the seas, but she had heard plenty about his infamous reputation. Dealing with a minor player like the Red Count is a quick job, Shin said with a smile. Though, he had to admit, the Red Count's devil fruit was interesting. If it hadn't allowed him to cling to life for a bit longer, the fight would have been over even faster. By the way, Alvia, make sure this news gets out. All those old-timers who broke out of Impel Down, they've been locked away for so long, they don't fear anything. They need a reminder of how the world works now. It wasn't that Shin had a personal grudge against them, he just wanted to send a message to avoid future trouble. Right. I'm on it. Alvia nodded. The news of the Red Count's death should be enough to make those legendary pirates think twice. Before long, the story of Shin killing the Red Count had spread across the seas. With news coups, information traveled fast. The Red Count killed by Shin Uzumaki. The pirates who had escaped Impel Down looked grim. They had been imprisoned for decades and had never even heard of Shin. They knew of Whitebeard and his power. If he were still called the world's strongest man, they wouldn't have questioned it. But now, that title belonged to Shin, a title that practically painted a target on your back. Of course, some of the old pirates would never accept it. Shin had anticipated that. That was precisely why he'd spread the news. The Red Count's name might not mean much in this era, but to the pirates of his time, he was a legend, a man who stood on equal footing with Whitebeard. After hearing the news, fear settled in their hearts. For now, at least, they wouldn't be stupid enough to mess with Shin. Of course, if any of them were bold enough to try, Shin wouldn't mind wiping them all out. The Red Count is gone, too. Fewer and fewer people from my era are left, Whitebeard said with a sigh. Roger had died over 20 years ago. Shiki was dead. Now, even the Red Count was gone. If it hadn't been for Shin, Whitebeard himself would have fallen at the Summit War. That fool Redfield, he must have pissed off Shin Uzumaki. He brought it on himself, Garp remarked after hearing the news. He then went to find Sengoku for a drink. Sengoku had since retired and was now training new recruits, leaving the Marines in Akainu's hands. He had plenty of time for a drink with Garp. Akainu had inherited a total mess. The Marine situation was far from ideal. The losses from the Summit War were immense, and they still hadn't fully recovered. Furthermore, Marineford was no longer suitable as Marine headquarters. Akainu was planning to move into the New World. All the major pirates were in the New World. Akainu wanted to establish a new Marine headquarters there to directly confront them. If all went according to plan, the New World would become the main stage, while the first half of the Grand Line would be left to the small-timers. The seas fell into a strange, temporary calm. The major battles were over, and even Whitebeard had temporarily halted his pursuit of Blackbeard. The Summit War had taken a heavy toll not just on the Marines, but on the Whitebeard pirates as well. In fact, they had fared much worse. Of their 16 divisions, only 9 remained, and the allied fleets that had followed them were scattered and broken. Even if they wanted to take on Blackbeard, they didn't have the strength. They had to wait. There was also the matter of Kaido, who had now allied with Blackbeard. To get to Blackbeard, they'd have to go through Kaido. So, Whitebeard had no choice but to bide his time. It was a temporary truce, not a surrender. Once the Whitebeard pirates recovered, Blackbeard would be their first target. As for Shin, he had no interest in disrupting this fragile peace. He was busy training Nami. Shin, who had grown increasingly lazy, had no desire to train Nami. But her constant pestering had finally worn him down. He had no choice but to agree. Since you want to learn observation hockey, don't blame me for being rough. Shin warned Nami. That's right, Shin was now teaching Nami observation hockey. She had already mastered armament hockey, but observation hockey still eluded her. Still, for Nami, her progress was already incredibly fast. So, how exactly are you planning to train me? Nami suddenly had a bad feeling and asked Shin warily. Shin's face broke into a faint smile. Seeing that smile, Nami's unease grew. Was he planning to take advantage of the situation and bully her? Don't even think about backing out now. It's too late for regrets. Shin sensed her hesitation and cut her off. I'm not. I have no regrets, Nami said, though she was already second-guessing her decision. Good. I've prepared a special training regimen for you. You have to stick with it. Don't give up halfway, or all my hard work will be for nothing, Shin said, his tone heavy with meaning. Nami's biggest mistake was probably asking Shin to train her. It looks like he's going to make her regret this, Robin mused, watching with interest. Chapter 660, Hellish Training. Nami didn't back down. Even knowing that Shin was about to put her through hell, she stood her ground. I may not be the best teacher, but my method will help you master observation haki quickly. It's just going to hurt a little. Shin suddenly picked up a pebble from the ground and tossed it in his hand. What are you doing? Nami asked, taking a few wary steps back. We're going to play a game, Shin said. What kind of game? Nami's heart pounded with anxiety. She took a few more steps back, her eyes fixed on Shin. I'm going to throw stones, and you're going to dodge them. Ready? Shin said, and without waiting for an answer, he flicked the pebble at her. The small stone shot through the air like a bullet. Nami immediately threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Not bad. You actually dodged it. Shin gave Nami a thumbs up. Hey. Is this how you're going to train me? Aren't you afraid you'll accidentally kill me? Nami asked, fuming. Hey, if you want to get stronger, you have to put your life on the line. This is how you train observation haki. Shin prepared to continue. Robin smiled. It looked dangerous, but she trusted Shin to have some restraint. He probably wouldn't seriously injure Nami. She was right. Even if Nami did get hit, it wouldn't be dangerous. Pain, however, was unavoidable. That was the only way to push Nami. If getting hit didn't hurt, Nami probably wouldn't even bother trying. The training would be far less effective. Shin then grabbed 10 pebbles and threw them at Nami, almost completely cutting off her escape routes. Panic flashed across Nami's face. Though she did her best to dodge, she still took several hits. Ow, that hurts. Nami rubbed her reddened arm, glaring at the merciless Shin. If you want to be strong, you have to suffer, Shin said sagely. Besides, you don't like slow training, so I'm giving you the fast track. It'll hurt, but I guarantee it's the quickest way to master observation haki. Shin's smiling face only made Nami's blood boil. She was convinced he was doing this on purpose. Be honest with me, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Nami asked. You still have time to talk. Looks like I need to up the difficulty. Shin grabbed another handful of pebbles and threw them at Nami. Under the barrage of stones, Nami had no time to speak. Is this really going to work? Robin asked Shin. Of course it will. Shin nodded. While it couldn't compare to a real life-or-death crisis, this method was much faster than conventional training. Of course, a true life-or-death situation was the best way to unlock one's potential, but Shin wasn't that sadistic. How long do you think it will take for Nami to learn? Robin asked. I'd say about a week to grasp the basics, Shin estimated, not without a hint of praise for Nami's talent. By the way, if you're interested, you could help me. As he spoke, he didn't forget to continue Nami's training. She was living through hell. If she could catch a breath, she'd probably run over and throttle him. I'll pass. I'd rather not have Nami hate me, Robin said, glancing at Nami and refusing Shin's offer. Can I try? Sugar asked, running towards them with a handful of grapes. She thought it looked incredibly fun, especially throwing stones at Nami. The two of them didn't always see eye to eye, so this was a perfect chance to get some payback. Not you. Go eat your grapes somewhere else. Shin tapped Sugar on the head and shooed the pouting girl away. Why not let Sugar help? Robin asked curiously. Given Shin's lazy nature, she thought he would have jumped at the chance to have someone else do the work. Sugar has no restraint. She might actually hurt Nami. I'm just training her, not trying to injure her. The pebbles Shin threw were carefully controlled. They would cause a sharp sting, but the pain would quickly fade. At lunchtime, Shin finally let Nami go. She glared at him, gritting her teeth. If I had the energy, I'd scratch you to death, Nami threatened. You seem to enjoy threatening me. But after this, you'll just have to endure more suffering. Shin was completely unfazed by Nami's threats. After all, what could she do? But if he wanted to punish her, he could make her life very difficult. Are you regretting it now? Shin asked. Yes, I regret it. I'm not training with you anymore, Nami said, already planning her escape. She would never train with Shin again. It was pure torture. That's not an option. You can't just quit because you feel like it. That kind of attitude won't get you anywhere. We're continuing. Shin wouldn't let Nami off so easily. Since she had chosen him, he would be responsible for her until the end. I think you just like to bully me, Nami said, her face flushing with anger. You're the one who walked right into my trap. I can't help it. You disrupted my leisurely life, so you have to pay the price. Shin said, shrugging. This is retaliation. Blatant retaliation, Nami said, glaring at Shin. At this moment, Nami was filled with endless regret. Why hadn't she just trained with Alvia? Why did she have to come to Shin? Now she wasn't too deep to back out. Suffering a little now is actually good for you. It's a quick way to get stronger, Shin said, patting her on the shoulder comfortingly. Nami rolled her eyes at his words. Easy for you to say, you're not the one suffering. If it were you, I'd like to see you say the same thing. She didn't know Shin. To get stronger, he had endured far more than she could ever imagine. And his method, though harsh, was undeniably effective. Chapter 661, then we'll continue. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Just as Shin had predicted, Nami successfully awakened her observation haki within that week. Though she had only just begun to grasp it, her abilities had already seen a significant boost. I really am a genius, Nami said, a little smug. Oh. Weren't you the one wearing a long face just a few days ago? Shin teased, noticing her smug expression. Don't you start. I'll bite you. Nami's smugness vanished in an instant. She charged at Shin, mouth open, ready to make good on her threat. Shin simply sidestepped and casually stuck out a foot. Nami, unable to stop her momentum, went tumbling face first into the sand. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, she shot Shin a resentful glare, her aura of pure indignation so thick it was almost palpable. Don't think that's the end of it. You've only just scratched the surface of observation haki. The training continues, Shin said, smoothly changing the subject. What? It's still going. Nami's face went white. She thought she had finally escaped her personal hell, but it seemed she was still trapped. Didn't you say it would only take a week? Nami couldn't help but ask. You're right, I did say a week. But that was a week for you to awaken your observation haki, not to master it. I don't need to master it. This is good enough. I'm perfectly happy with where I am. Nami pleaded with Shin. There was no way she was going through any more of his hellish training. You might be satisfied, but I'm not. I demand perfection. So, we continue. Shin chuckled, having no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. Now that he was in the zone, how could he let her go? If Nami knew what was going through his head right now, she'd probably try to kill him. Besides, we're upping the difficulty. The current level is no longer a threat to you. So, from now on, we'll be using guns. Shin produced a pistol, and Nami's face went pale. You're actually pulling out something that terrifying. Are you really not going to be happy until I'm dead? Nami said, her expression completely deadpan. Don't be so dramatic. A gun isn't much faster than the stones I was throwing. It's just more intimidating for you. What Nami didn't know was that the stones Shin threw were far more dangerous than any normal firearm. He had been casually tossing them before. If he had been serious, a single pebble could have hit with the force of a missile. Even if you can't dodge, you can use your armament haki to block it. You won't be in any real danger. Shin tried to comfort the terrified Nami. In truth, a regular gun posed little threat to her now. It was all in her head, a deep-seated fear of firearms. That was precisely why Shin had brought out the gun. Using it would help Nami overcome her fear. After all, in the world of One Piece, guns were quite common, even if most of them were fairly standard. However, their power could be enhanced with armament haki. In the hands of some, a gun couldn't even scratch a normal person. In the hands of a powerhouse, it could threaten an admiral. It all depended on the user. Of course, Shin wouldn't be using armament haki. A regular pistol would be more than enough to make Nami miserable. Get ready. Here I come. Shin aimed the gun at Nami and gave her a heads up. Nami's expression was grave. She didn't move, her observation haki focused entirely on Shin. Bang. 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 3 shots rang out, the bullets streaking towards Nami. As they flew, Nami had already predicted their trajectory. She executed a slick back bend, dodging 2 bullets, then pushed off the ground with one arm, launching her body into the air to avoid the third. Shin didn't fire again. He just shook his head at her. Nami, remember this for the future, never let yourself hang in the air unless you can find a foothold. If Shin had continued firing just then, Nami would have been completely defenseless. I understand. Nami's ability to learn was impressive. She nodded at Shin. From then on, Nami's skills improved daily under Shin's training. Though his methods were extreme, they were undeniably effective, and her progress was rapid. A month later, Nami's mastery of observation haki had reached an incredibly high level, far surpassing her armament haki. Alright, that's enough training for now, Shin said to Nami. Nami had basically graduated. It hadn't been easy, and Shin had seen her effort. It's finally over, but a little part of me will actually miss this. Hearing that the training was on hold, Nami suddenly felt a strange emptiness and couldn't help but sigh. Oh. So you want to continue? Since you'll miss it, then we'll continue. A smile spread across Shin's face as he looked at Nami. No. Absolutely not. I was just kidding. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Nami quickly shook her head. The moment Shin said, then we'll continue, all of Nami's nostalgia vanished into thin air. What was there to miss? She had just crawled out of a fiery pit, she had no intention of jumping back in. Right, we have to celebrate today, Nami said to Shin. Now that she was finally free from that nightmare, she had to celebrate. Good. Since we're celebrating, you can go hunt. Bring back some food for the party. Shin gave this arduous task to Nami. This time, Nami didn't complain. She simply nodded and accepted, which surprised even Shin. He hadn't expected her to agree so quickly. He had thought she might drag her feet and try to push the task back onto him. It seemed he had underestimated her. Nami went off to hunt, while Shin lay back to leisurely sunbathe. To be honest, training Nami had become quite tedious for him as well. Now, it was finally over. At first, he had been interested and didn't find it boring. But after training her for over a month, of course he felt it was getting tedious. Now that it was over, he could finally enjoy himself. The thought alone made him feel wonderful. But suddenly, he found his sun blocked by a shadow. He looked up, annoyed. Chapter 662, Have you lost your mind? Hina, would you mind moving? You're blocking the sun, Shin said. Hina wants you to train her. Hina didn't move. Instead, she asked Shin to help her train. Shin was speechless. Are you all trying to keep me from ever relaxing? He really didn't want to train anyone else right now. He felt tired too. I don't think you need me for that. You could just ask Alvia. I'm sure she wouldn't refuse. Shin said to Hina with a hint of exasperation. Hina feels you are looking down on her. Hina's performance will definitely be better than Nami's. Hina's tone was laced with dissatisfaction, which only made Shin feel more helpless. Look down on Hina. No, that wasn't it at all. It was just that training others was incredibly boring. Ah, I'm an idiot. I forgot about my shadow clones. Shin suddenly smacked his forehead. He felt like he had been getting dumber lately. He had even forgotten about a game-changer like the shadow clone jutsu. He could just use a shadow clone to help Hina train. Then Shin himself could relax without wasting any time, and Hina wouldn't have anything to complain about. Alright, I'll help you train. Shin immediately agreed to Hina's request. You want to train your observation haki too, right? Shin felt that teaching Hina would be easier, since she had already awakened her observation haki. Hearing Shin's words, Hina nodded slightly. She wanted to train her observation haki. She had awakened it before Nami, but now, Nami's observation haki had surpassed hers. Hina was naturally unwilling to accept that, which was why she had come to Shin. It wasn't because she had any masochistic tendencies, she just wanted to master a stronger observation haki. Shin formed a hand seal, and a shadow clone appeared. Alright, from now on, my shadow clone will help you train, Shin said to Hina with a light chuckle. When Hina saw Shin use a shadow clone, she was stunned. This was the first time she had seen him use this ability. But it wasn't that surprising anymore. Having been with the Kuja pirates for a while, Hina was no longer as shocked by Shin's numerous abilities. Don't worry, the effect will be the same. Shin said, leisurely sipping his juice. And so, the shadow clone began training Hina, while the real Shin lay back, sunbathing and drinking juice. At this moment, Hina, drenched in sweat, looked at the relaxed Shin and suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. You're taking it a little too easy, aren't you? Hina said to Shin through gritted teeth. She seemed a little angry. Yes. You should focus on your training and not worry about me. It seems there isn't enough pressure. Shin created another shadow clone. The two clones picked up a pile of rocks and started throwing them at Hina. 2 hours later, Nami returned from her hunt and stared at the scene in shock. What's going on here? Nami asked Shin with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Can't you tell? She's training, just like you were. Have you forgotten already? Shin glanced at the giant, boar-like beast Nami had brought back and said. This beast looked like a wild boar, but it was much larger, comparable to an elephant. Have you lost your mind? Nami asked Hina in astonishment. To Nami, Hina had to have lost her mind. Had she not seen her suffering before? Nami sighed, then decided not to intervene. In fact, she found it quite interesting to watch Hina. It was actually quite satisfying to watch Hina suffer. With that thought, Nami had no intention of trying to talk her out of it. She'd just watched the show. Is this thing good to eat? Shin was now examining the beast Nami had brought back. It was quite large, but he didn't know if it tasted good. Shin was mainly concerned about the taste. I've never had it, so I don't know. But it's big enough to feed everyone on the ship. Nami said with some pride. In the past, if she had encountered such a terrifying beast, she would have been a dead woman. But now, Nami could kill this massive beast herself. The change was immense. Joining the Kuja pirates was definitely the right choice. Back then, she had her own schemes for wanting to join the Kuja pirates. But now, looking back, it was the best decision she had ever made. Let's deal with this beast first. Shin glanced at Nami, then got ready to handle it himself. Sure, Nami could kill it, but butchering was another story. Soon, Shin had carved the giant boar into manageable chunks and stripped off the hide. Time to roast this thing, Shin said. Are you going to cook it yourself, Shin? Nami's eyes lit up slightly. If Shin was cooking, then she was in for a treat. Just thinking about it, Nami couldn't help but drool. She really couldn't control it. Yes. Go get Hancock and the others. Shin gave Nami a task. Of course Shin would cook it himself. After all, the best chef on the ship was still Shin. He had wanted to find a chef, but he hadn't found a suitable one. Though Alvia had learned to cook, her skills were only decent. Ouch, that hurts. Hina, distracted, was suddenly hit by a rock and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Getting hit was quite painful. You were distracted. How could you let your focus slip during training? If this were a real battle, you'd be dead already, Shin said, lecturing Hina. I know. Hina pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, then continued her training. It was mainly because Shin and Nami's conversation had distracted her. The thought of Shin's roasted meat, even Hina couldn't resist. Not long after, Hancock and the others were brought over by Nami. Nami pointed at the boar Shin had processed and said proudly, I brought this back. Is that something to be proud of? I could take down a dozen of those with a single slash, Hancock said, glancing at the proud Nami. Hearing this, Nami felt a little deflated. Though her strength had improved rapidly, she was still no match for Hancock. She's older. When I'm her age, I'll definitely be stronger than her. For now, Nami could only console herself with such thoughts. Chapter 663, of course. Ah, I'm so full. Sugar rubbed her round belly and leaned comfortably against Shin. To make matters worse, she started wiping her greasy hands all over his clothes. Shin's expression gradually darkened. After a moment, probably unable to stand it any longer, he lifted Sugar up by the scruff of her neck. From now on, my clothes are your responsibility to wash. Shin glared at his now stained shirt, fighting the urge to discipline the little brat right then and there. Damn it. Shin, you're bullying me. Wah. Sugar burst into tears. Watching her sob uncontrollably, Shin sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling like his life was too damn hard. Shin, maybe you could let her off this time. Shirahoshi, seeing Sugar's pitiful state, pleaded on her behalf. Shirahoshi, don't let her fool you. She may be crying now, but I guarantee you she's having a great time on the inside, Shin said with the gravity of a seasoned veteran. He had made up his mind. Today, he was going to teach Sugar a lesson she wouldn't forget. Realizing Shin was serious, Sugar's face went pale with fright. She quickly looked to her older sister, Monet, for help. Sister, save me. Seeing her sister's desperate plea, Monet glanced at Sugar, then at Shin, who was now staring daggers at her. The choice was obvious. Saving Sugar was out of the question. Not only was it impossible, but she couldn't risk getting involved. Besides, Sugar wouldn't actually be in any real danger. She was perfectly safe. At most, Shin would just discipline her a bit. A little dose of humility might do her some good. Just a few days ago, she had even dared to play a prank on her own sister. Monet simply turned away, adopting an out of sight, out of mind attitude. Even as she felt Sugar's resentful gaze on her back, she felt not a shred of guilt. Tisk, TSK. And you call yourself a big sister? Shin couldn't help but comment on Monet's actions. What else am I supposed to do? Get bullied along with her? Monet asked, throwing her hands up in a gesture of helplessness. If she actually tried to intervene, knowing Shin, she'd just end up in trouble herself. After weighing the pros and cons, Monet had decided to stay out of it. Besides, calming Sugar down later would be simple enough. A few grapes, and Sugar would forget all about it. As her sister, Monet knew her all too well. Shin, count me in on the punishment, Nami said, her eyes shining. The reason she had been training so hard was for a chance like this, a chance to finally teach Sugar a lesson. Nami was confident she could overpower her now. Although Sugar's devil fruit was ridiculously broken, the solution was simple: don't let her touch you. Alright, let's do it together, Shin nodded, sending Sugar into a full-blown panic. If she had been faking her tears before, she was definitely crying for real now. Shirahoshi looked at Sugar, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to intervene. The poor girl was dragged off by Shin for her punishment. After this, Sugar would probably be on her best behavior for a while. After disciplining Sugar and seeing that the sky had darkened, the well-fed Shin prepared to head to bed. But just as he was about to leave, Hina grabbed his arm. Hina, are you hoping to join me for the night? Shin asked, a questioning look in his eyes. Hearing his words, Hina's face flushed red, and she retorted with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, who wants to sleep with you? I have something to discuss. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't interrupt my rest, Shin said with a yawn, his tone impatient. Seeing the smile on his face vanish in an instant, replaced by a stern expression, Hina was at a loss for words. In truth, Shin found the prospect of any discussion to be a hassle. He didn't want to deal with any more trouble. I want you to teach me swordsmanship, Hina said seriously. What? You want to learn swordsmanship? Shin looked at Hina in surprise, then shook his head. I don't think you need to. Why not? Am I not talented enough? Hina's brow furrowed as she looked at him, waiting for an answer. I don't know if you have the talent or not, but I don't think you should be learning swordsmanship right now. Shin felt that Hina hadn't even mastered her other abilities. Why would she try to learn swordsmanship on top of that? She'd be biting off more than she could chew. If she tried to learn everything at once, she'd end up mastering nothing. If Hina knew the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it would be a different story. The Shadow Clone was the ultimate cheat for training. But Hina couldn't learn it, she didn't have chakra. Why? Hina asked, a questioning look in her eyes. Could it be that he's just too lazy to teach me? I have 2 reasons. Which one do you want to hear? Seeing the confusion on Hina's face, Shin asked her which reason she wanted to hear. I want to hear both. Hina said, her face still filled with a questioning and curious expression. First reason, have you mastered everything you already know? Your armament haki, your devil fruit ability, your observation haki, have you perfected them all? Shin's questions left Hina speechless. The truth was, she hadn't mastered any of them, not even close. As for the second reason, of course, it's because I'm lazy, Shin said with a languid expression. Hina was speechless, staring at Shin with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Alright, don't interrupt my rest now. Unless you're willing to join me. Shin waved his hand and walked into his room. What he said, it does make sense. Hina stood outside, mulling over his words. She had mastered both armament and observation haki, but only to a basic degree, far from proficient. Then there was her devil fruit. She was a devil fruit user, but she hadn't really developed its potential. True powerhouses could awaken their devil fruits, but she had only been using her ability in its simplest form. Thinking about it now, perhaps Shin wasn't just being lazy. She really wasn't suited to learn swordsmanship at this time, it would only hinder her progress. Even with the 6 powers, which she was most proficient in, she was still leagues behind the true masters. Looks like I have to work harder, or I'll be at the bottom of the pecking order on this ship. Hina compared her strength to the rest of the Kuja pirates and realized she wasn't strong at all. In fact, she was weak. Chapter 664, It's Because I'm Lazy, An Encounter with a Kainu. These past few days, Shin had been swamped, constantly busy with one thing or another. And it was all because of Hina. Shin had no idea what had gotten into her. She was constantly seeking him out for guidance, from observation haki to the 6 powers, then armament haki, and even her devil fruit abilities. Shin had initially tried to pass Hina off to Alvia, but Alvia, as if reading his mind, immediately told him she was busy too. Alvia was the one managing Shin's territories. After all, Shin was too lazy to manage them, and while Hancock was the vice captain, the mere sight of paperwork gave her a headache. Robin wasn't willing to do it either, so everything fell to Alvia. She was already working hard enough, so when Alvia said she was busy, Shin couldn't argue. Otherwise, if she dumped all the management duties on him, he'd be the one crying. I haven't even been able to go out to sea because of all this. Shin stood on the deck of the Pluton as it pulled away from the port, heading for the open sea. Yes, Shin had decided to set sail, mainly because he was getting tired of Hina's constant pestering. So he decided to go out to sea to get away from it all. Hina, of course, was left behind, along with Alvia and the others. Alvia had to handle her duties, and if she had time, she could guide Hina. You brat, Sugar. Get back here. I'm going to spank you today. Nami, wielding her Climatact, chased after Sugar, who was running ahead of her. The Climatact in Nami's hands was actually made by Shin, a perfect replica of the original. You can't catch me. Sugar taunted, sticking her tongue out at Nami before continuing to flee. Those two are turning the ship upside down, Hancock said to Shin, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Haha, I actually think it's quite nice. The endless sea can get a bit boring. Now we have some entertainment. Shin said with a laugh. What are they fighting about this time? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki, puzzled. Amatsuki Toki had been with them earlier, so Shin figured she would know. Nami's tangerine tree finally bore fruit, but Sugar picked them before they were ripe. That's why Nami's chasing her. Amatsuki Toki, as expected, knew the reason and explained it to Shin. So that's what it was about, Shin chuckled. Just then, he saw Sugar running towards him. Shin, save me. Sugar nimbly scrambled up Shin like a monkey, burying her head in his chest, looking pitiful. You deserve whatever you get. Shin looked at Sugar, who was asking for his help, and said irritably. With what she had done, she deserved a beating. Humph. No one can save you today. Prepare to meet your doom. Nami shouted angrily at Sugar. Damn it. If you dare touch me, I'll have my sister beat you up. Sugar threatened, shaking her fist at Nami. Hey, your sister isn't here right now, Nami said with a cold laugh. Indeed, Monet wasn't here. Shin had left her behind to help Alvia. Sugar panicked. If they really fought, she wouldn't have to be afraid of Nami. But Shin wouldn't let her use her devil fruit ability recklessly. Without her hobby fruit, Sugar was just a little girl with decent combat skills. That's why she was being chased by Nami. If she could use her devil fruit, it was hard to say who would be chasing whom. When Sugar turned someone into a toy, the toy still had considerable fighting power. Hey, look. There's a warship behind you. Sugar shouted, pointing behind Nami. Humph. You've pulled that one on me a million times. You think I'm going to fall for it again? Nami scoffed, not believing Sugar for a second. Nami, Sugar's not lying this time, Hancock said to Nami. Nami was taken aback by Hancock's words. Hancock wouldn't lie to her. Nami immediately turned and looked into the distance. There really is a warship. It's the Marines. Nami immediately prepared for battle. After all, she was a pirate now. Facing the Marines, of course, she had to be ready to fight. Don't be so tense, Shin said to the cautious Nami. Akainu himself is out on the water. Something big must be going down. Shin narrowed his eyes. The current Akainu was a fleet admiral, he wouldn't go out to sea for no reason. It's worth mentioning that the world military draft had already concluded. After the battle for fleet admiral, only Kizaru remained as an admiral. But now, the ranks had been replenished. Fujitora and Ryukujiu had joined the Marines and had become admirals in one fell swoop. Of course, they had the strength to back it up. Fujitora was a gravity fruit user. Because he was blind, his observation haki was extremely powerful. His physical abilities were also not to be underestimated. In every aspect, he was worthy of the title of admiral. As for Ryukujiu, he was more of a mystery, but his strength was undoubtedly immense. If he were weak, he wouldn't have become an admiral. The Kuja pirates. Akainu frowned as he saw the Kuja pirates ship approaching. Fleet Admiral, should we take a detour? A marine soldier asked Akainu. Akainu just gave the soldier a cold glance. A detour? Not a chance. If word got out, what would people think? Not long after, Akainu's warship and Shin's ship met, facing each other in a straight line. Yo, Akainu, long time no see, Shin greeted Akainu with a smile. Compared to Shin, Akainu was in no mood for pleasantries. He stared at Shin with a dark expression. Shin had humiliated him greatly in the past. Akainu had even been captured by him, and people still loved to bring it up, just to get under his skin. Though Akainu hated Shin with a passion, he wasn't as impulsive as he used to be. He wouldn't just attack Shin on a whim. In the past, he could act without considering the consequences, but now, things were different. He was the fleet admiral. And with the 5 elders breathing down his neck, even someone as extreme as Akainu had to tone it down a bit. Shin Uzumaki, I'd advise you to stay in line on these waters, Akainu said, his eyes filled with warning. Though he wouldn't attack, he still had to say the necessary tough talk. What did you say? Hancock glared at Akainu. Was he threatening them? Hancock couldn't stand it. She drew her sword, looking ready to fight. Chapter 665, Revisiting Fishman Island. Honestly, Akainu was taken aback by Hancock's sudden move. Was the pirate empress always this volatile? Drawing her sword at the drop of a hat. He didn't remember being that hot-headed even in his younger days. Let's go. We'll take a detour. Akainu, his face grim, gave the order to the Marines on board. In the end, he backed down. He had other priorities and saw no need to clash with Shin. Shin, should we make a move? It's been a long time since I've had a good fight, Hancock said, a battle-hungry glint in her eyes. Hancock, you don't have to be so aggressive. All this fighting isn't the answer, Shin said, gently patting her head. Oh, as you wish. Hancock nodded obediently. Nami and the others watched the scene without surprise. In front of others, Hancock was the cold, arrogant, and self-absorbed empress, but before Shin, she became a gentle woman. When Nami had first witnessed such a stark difference in Hancock, she had struggled to accept it, but now, she fully had. Shin, weren't you curious about what Akainu was up to? Why let him go now? Robin asked him with confusion. Although I'm curious, it doesn't mean I have to figure it out. Shin shook his head slightly. He was indeed curious why Akainu had suddenly acted, but he had no interest in figuring it out. Let's go to Fishman Island. Shin had his own plans, he was preparing to travel to Fishman Island. Shirahoshi had mentioned wanting to return home, so he intended to take her there himself. Fishman Island was, after all, part of his territory. It had once been under Whitebeard's protection, but after the Summit War, Whitebeard had withdrawn. Now, only the Kuja pirates safeguarded it. Even so, no one was foolish enough to cause trouble there, not even the 5 elders. Their caution was not directed at Fishman Island itself, but at Shin. Their fear of him had never waned. By the way, is there any interesting news on the sea now? Shin asked Robin. He didn't pay much attention to the situation on the sea now, but he knew that she must have paid a lot of attention. The sea is relatively calm now. There are no conflicts between the 4 emperors. Robin said. The 4 emperors were Shin, Whitebeard, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks. No one was stupid enough to mess with Shin. Red-haired Shanks kept to himself and didn't start trouble, few pirate crews ever clashed with his. As for Whitebeard and Kaido, while they'd butted heads plenty of times, the two had just fought recently. Another war between them wasn't happening anytime soon. However, there are some great pirates who escaped from the great underwater prison, and they are very active on the sea these days. The legendary pirates who'd escaped from Impel Down weren't content to lay low. Some of them actually went after the 4 emperors, trying to claim their territories. The Red Count, whom Shin had killed, was one example. He challenged Shin and paid the ultimate price. Kaido and red-haired Shanks had been targeted too. These ambitious pirates wanted to overthrow the current emperors and take their places. But the results were brutal. Both Kaido and Shanks weren't ones to mess with, anyone foolish enough to challenge them was swiftly eliminated. As for Whitebeard, his reputation alone was enough to make even the boldest pirates think twice. Shin's pirate ship sailed smoothly on the sea, and they didn't even encounter a single pirate. Because they had taken a detour from a great distance, they were naturally smooth sailing. We finally arrived at Fishman Island. After sailing for a few days, they arrived at Fishman Island. The current Fishman Island was obviously more harmonious than before. Knowing that Shin was behind Fishman Island, the pirates who came here would not act recklessly. Shin-sama. Neptune came to welcome them respectfully. At this time, he was also very happy, because his daughter had finally returned. Father. When Shirahoshi saw Neptune, she shouted happily at him. Yes, Shirahoshi, you've become much stronger. Neptune looked at her with love. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and now he missed her very much. I wonder how long Shin-sama will stay on Fishman Island. Neptune asked him, with anticipation in his eyes. If he left, then Shirahoshi would definitely go with him. And if he could stay on Fishman Island for a while longer, then she would also stay for a while longer. I will stay on Fishman Island for some days. Shin replied to Neptune. Neptune's face showed a happy smile, and then he said very respectfully, I will ensure Shin-sama receives the finest hospitality. The reason why Fishman Island could have the peace it had now was thanks to Shin's fame. Neptune was not an ungrateful person who didn't know what was good for him. Now that Shin had come to Fishman Island, he would naturally enjoy the highest treatment. Neptune, you can go handle your business now. Shin had noticed him trailing along the entire time and decided to speak up. Honestly, having someone constantly following him around was getting uncomfortable. All right. Neptune immediately nodded. Originally, it was because of etiquette that he was following behind him. It seemed that he didn't like it, so he didn't plan to be annoying here. Let's go see Noah. Shin looked at the huge Noah. The size of Noah was equivalent to half of Fishman Island. This was the promise made by the human Joy Boy and the Mermaid Princess at that time. It was a tool to bring Fishman Island to the sea surface, a tool that carried the important destiny of changing the fate of humans and fishmen. But now it was equivalent to a legend. Noah had been parked here, and no one knew if it still had a chance to appear on the stage. In fact, this was his first time going to Noah, the first time he had seen the inside of this ship. Hancock and Robin were also somewhat curious about Noah. They had heard him say it, and they all knew its use. As for whether this ship could drag Fishman Island to the sea, they felt it was a bit impossible. How much power would it take to drag an island to the sea? With this ship, Noah, could it really be done? Perhaps it was just an impossible promise. Chapter 666, Fujitora Isho. As a behemoth, Noah was actually empty inside. It looked very empty, as if there was nothing inside. I thought there would be something inside. It turns out it's empty. Sigh, what a disappointment. Nami looked at the situation inside Noah and felt a little disappointed. There was nothing inside. Of course, otherwise what do you think there is? A treasure. Shin was not disappointed, because he had long known that there could be nothing here. Although this was the place where Vanderdecken 9 had lived before, he had been dead for who knows how long. Since he died, it was estimated that Neptune should have sent people here. If there was really anything, it would probably have been taken away by him. I really thought there would be some treasure here before. The result is really disappointing. Nami was very obsessed with money. She had originally come to look for treasure, but she didn't find any. She was naturally very disappointed. Let's leave this place for now. Shin took Hancock and the others and left here. Mainly because after looking around on Noah, he found that it was not very good looking. Shin, you should have the ability to fulfill the dream of Fishman Island, right? Alvia looked at Shin and said. What was the dream of Fishman Island? It was to let it come to the sea surface and live in the sun. I can indeed do it, but I don't think this is a good thing for them. Shin could even pull down the meteor in outer space, let alone an island in the deep sea. It was also possible to bring an island in the deep sea to the sea surface. But for merfolk and fishmen, was this really a good thing? Anyway, he didn't think so in his heart. Even, it might be a bad thing. At that time, merfolk would be captured even more. Living in the sea was more of a guarantee. But for these, probably the people on Fishman Island didn't know at all. Perhaps it was because they had lived at the bottom of the sea for too long, so they wanted to leave the sea and go to the sea surface. Upon returning to the Ryugu Palace, Shin was surprised to see someone unexpected. Though it was their first meeting, Shin knew exactly who he was. Fujitora Isho. Shin looked at the blind man not far away in surprise, and he also felt his gaze and turned his head to face him. Although he couldn't see anything, his perception was too powerful. In terms of observation hockey, there were very few people who could compare to him. Neptune hurried over, looking extremely nervous. He was terrified that Shin and Fujitora would clash. He couldn't afford to anger either of them. Shin was widely recognized as the world's strongest, and Fujitora was a marine admiral. Who are you, sir? Fujitora asked him. He couldn't sense anything amiss about Shin, but his gut told him this man was extremely dangerous. My name is Shin Uzumaki. You should know me, right? Shin asked him calmly. He didn't believe that he didn't even know him. If he really didn't know, then it would be really strange. So it's you. Fujitora was slightly silent after hearing his name. How could he not know him? But precisely because he knew, the situation had become incredibly tense. He gripped the hilt of his sword cane, his aura flaring. This. Neptune just stood there, his expression darkening, but he had no idea what to say. He was the weakest one here by far. Even though he sympathized with Shin, he couldn't speak up, he had no standing to say anything. He barely had the nerve to be present at all. All he could do was stand there and hope they wouldn't come to blows. Not that he could stop them even if they did. Are you planning to fight me? Shin asked Fujitora calmly. Shin was quite interested in a fight with Fujitora. His devil fruit was the press fruit, wasn't it? It had some similarities to his own control over gravity. Though not identical, their manifestations were quite similar. When it comes to pirates, I make no exceptions. He would not care who his opponent was, but as long as it was a pirate, he would never shrink back, so at this time he looked at him with hostility. Cut it out, you're not worthy of fighting with Shin. Hancock said to him with disdain. Hancock, let me solve it. Shin stretched his arms and rolled his shoulders. Come to think of it, he hadn't actually fought in quite a while. There were very few opponents worth his time anymore. The Fujitora standing before him was somewhat intriguing, at least, more interesting than most. But comparing him to Shin's level, not even close. In his eyes, Fujitora was still quite weak. Let's change places. Shin glanced at Neptune and then said to him. This was his palace. If they fought here, even if he had control, it would cause great damage. Neptune's eyes filled with endless gratitude. If they really fought here, the entire Ryugu Palace would be destroyed. The destructive power of an admiral was that great, he could probably obliterate the entire Fishman Island. Islands were surprisingly fragile. All right. Fujitora wouldn't refuse. He had no desire to fight Shin here and destroy Neptune's home. They left Neptune's palace, and under the king's guidance, arrived at a remote, uninhabited area. Aren't you afraid of dying here? Shin asked Fujitora, then continued, or do you really think you can stand against me? For the justice in my heart, Fujitora said calmly. He was a man who held justice dear and had an immense hatred for pirates. Do you think all pirates are the villains you make them out to be? Nami said, unable to hold back. His self-righteous tone made it sound as if the Kuja pirates were criminals, and Nami was naturally offended. The Kuja pirates might be pirates, but they had never done anything wrong, that, Nami could guarantee. Shin chuckled to himself. The label pirate already carried a negative weight, but he didn't care. Morality didn't concern him. The good died young, and the wicked endured for 1,000 years. Though Shin would never commit meaningless cruelty, he had no intention of playing the hero either. Fujitora stayed silent, gripping his sword cane as he slowly drew the blade. Chapter 667, Overwhelming Fujitora. Gravity Blade, Raging Tiger. Fujitora struck first. Facing Shin, whose power was the stuff of legends, he couldn't afford to be careless for even a second. He channeled immense gravity into his blade and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. The wave of force was designed to crush and pulverize everything in its path. Shinra Tensei. Shin simply watched the wave of gravity approach and repelled it with Shinra Tensei. Not even the force of gravity could breach his defense. Fujitora's heart sank. He could sense that his attack hadn't fazed Shin in the slightest. The ease with which his opponent had deflected it was a terrible sign. Hell's Journey. With his gravity blade proving useless, Fujitora shifted his focus, applying immense gravitational force to the ground itself. The technique was powerful enough to pin a person to the earth, rendering them immobile, or even carve a massive crater. And yet, even as a great hole was torn in the earth, Shin remained completely untouched, not even budging an inch. This level of force is still too weak, Shin said flatly. Such an attack couldn't even begin to shake him, let alone damage the hem of his clothes. He looked at Fujitora with an utterly unimpressed gaze. They're not even in the same league. Shin-sama is incredible, Neptune murmured, watching from a safe distance. Of course, Neptune kept his distance. His own strength was nothing compared to theirs, getting any closer would be suicide. Even without taking a direct hit, the shockwaves from a battle between Shin and Fujitora would be enough to turn him into paste. It's a good thing this fight isn't happening in the palace. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Neptune imagined the devastation if they had fought in his royal palace and shuddered. The entire kingdom might have been torn apart. This world truly belonged to the powerhouses at the top, and his Ryugu kingdom lacked even a single one. Fortunately, he had hitched his wagon to a star. From now on, he just needed to stick close to Shin, and everything would be fine. Fujitora, is this really the best you can do? Shin asked, letting out a bored yawn. Your strength is even greater than the legends claim, Fujitora said, his tone heavy with caution. He had always thought the stories about Shin were exaggerated, but now he realized he had been wrong. If anything, the rumors had underestimated him. Covering his cane sword with armament haki, he charged. Fujitora, who had been standing far away, appeared before Shin in an instant, bringing his blade down with blinding speed. To an ordinary person, he would have been a blur, the slash landing before they could even register his presence. But to Shin, it was agonizingly slow. He simply reached out and caught the descending blade with his bare hand. He didn't use armament haki. Fujitora's brow furrowed in disbelief. Though he was blind, Fujitora's senses were sharp. He knew Shin hadn't used armament haki to catch his sword. To catch his blade barehanded, it was beyond anything he could have imagined. Fujitora was certain that not even Whitebeard could have done it, not even with armament haki. He blocked an admiral's slash with his bare hands. Just how strong is he? Nami couldn't help but say. Nami was no longer the rookie she had once been. Back then, she knew nothing. Now, she understood exactly what an admiral was, a force of nature capable of destroying an island. Even with her own increased strength, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance against an admiral. Yet here, the roles were reversed. Before Shin, even an admiral seemed as weak as an infant. It was almost impossible to comprehend. No one knows how strong Shin really is, Alvia said. Even after all this time with him, Alvia still couldn't fathom the true depths of his power. It had probably surpassed her wildest imagination. That wasn't an exaggeration. Surrender and leave now, and you might still have a chance. Don't make this any uglier than it needs to be, Shin said, looking down at Fujitora. Gravity slash. Fujitora had no intention of retreating. The muscles in his arm bulged, his robes whipping around him as an invisible pressure emanated from his body, so powerful it could suffocate lesser beings. This wasn't Conqueror's Haki, Fujitora didn't possess it. It was the pure, intimidating aura of a true powerhouse. Conqueror's Haki was exceptionally rare. Even among the strongest on the seas, not everyone possessed it. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, for example, didn't have it, but he was still a formidable force. Light speed kick. Shin's leg suddenly transformed into a whip of golden light, lashing out and striking Fujitora's body. Even with an admiral's physique, he couldn't withstand the blow. Boom. The ground shook. Fujitora was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing through every obstacle in his path. Cough, cough. Fujitora clutched his broken ribs, coughing up blood. The impact had rattled his internal organs, leaving him severely injured. Oh. You can't get up already. To be honest, you're not nearly as durable as a kainu, Shin said with a smile, walking slowly towards him. Fujitora really couldn't take a hit like a kainu. That man was something else, willing to take one of Whitebeard's punches to the face. Then again, maybe a kainu just had a thick skin. Fujitora pushed himself up, his cane sword still clutched tightly in his hand. He was a swordsman, a great swordsman. He would never let go of his blade. Gravity slash. Ignoring the searing pain, he swung his sword at Shin again. Whatever else you could say about Fujitora, the man had guts. Even knowing he was completely outmatched, he still attacked without hesitation. But as the blade neared Shin, it stopped dead in its tracks, held back by an invisible force. A repulsive field surrounded Shin, a barrier that no one could break. A useless attack. Shin lifted his leg again and kicked Fujitora, sending him flying once more. Fujitora coughed up another mouthful of blood. Though there were no visible wounds, his injuries were severe. He didn't know how many bones were broken, but even an admiral's body would take a long time to recover from this. Chapter 668, Wounded by Shin Uzumaki. Give up. You're no match for me. Shin said calmly, looking at Fujitora, who was still trying to get up from the ground. It's been a long time since I've been this badly injured, Fujitora said, using his cane sword to prop himself up. He remembered when he was younger, he had sustained many injuries. The scars on his face were from that time. But since reaching the pinnacle of his strength, he had never been wounded. This was the first time. I have my convictions. Even if I'm not a match for you, unless I've lost every last ounce of strength and can no longer stand, I will not stop fighting. Fujitora's expression was more serious than ever. Well, you've earned my respect, Shin said, looking at Fujitora. He had no ill will towards the man. If he did, he would have killed him already. For Shin, killing Fujitora was a simple matter of lifting a finger. Thank you, Fujitora said, a hint of surprise on his face. Even if he died here today, Fujitora would have no regrets. Supporting his grievously injured body, he rushed towards Shin. Hancock, do you think Shin will kill Fujitora? Robin asked. Based on what I know of Shin, he probably won't. Hancock knew Shin incredibly well, she was one of the few who truly understood him. And she was right. Shin had no intention of killing Fujitora. The charging admiral was sent flying by a Shinra tensei and fell into unconsciousness. It's over. Shin turned and walked back to Hancock and the others. The entire fight, excluding the conversation, had been over in a flash. The fact that he hadn't killed Fujitora in an instant was already a sign of respect. Shin-sama, Admiral Fujitora isn't dead, is he? Neptune rushed over from the distance, his eyes filled with anxiety as he asked Shin. Neptune was extremely nervous, and for a simple reason, Fujitora could not die here. If Fujitora died, it wouldn't matter to Shin, but for Neptune, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Marines might not risk crossing Shin, but they'd have no problem taking it out on him. Relax, he's not dead yet, Shin said to the incredibly tense Neptune. He's not dead. That's good. Neptune finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Fujitora had truly died here, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Even with Shin's protection, Fishman Island would likely suffer. Though Shin was protecting this place, he couldn't stay here forever. Alright, Neptune, I have a task for you. Take care of Fujitora. Shin had no interest in dealing with Fujitora. He'd leave that to Neptune. Of course. Neptune wouldn't refuse. He couldn't refuse. If Shin had handled it, Neptune would have been even more worried. Now that he was in charge, Neptune felt a sense of relief. Shin didn't know how Neptune dealt with Fujitora, nor did he care. A few days later, Fujitora left, taken away by his subordinates to recuperate. His injuries were severe and required proper treatment. There was no one on Fishman Island who could treat him. At this time, Marine headquarters was in the New World. After Akainu took over, he had moved the headquarters to the former G1 branch. Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Fujitora has been seriously injured. Upon his return, someone immediately reported to Akainu, who frowned upon hearing the news. Though his relationship with Fujitora was not good, now that he had been injured, Akainu had to go see him, regardless of their differences. All right, I know. I'll go see him, Akainu said to the Marine soldier. Then Akainu stood up, preparing to check on Fujitora's condition and find out who was responsible. Though he hadn't seen Fujitora yet, Akainu already had a guess. He could probably figure out who had injured him. After all, there weren't many people in the world capable of seriously injuring an admiral. While his relationship with Fujitora was poor, Akainu acknowledged his strength. If he didn't, Fujitora would have never become an admiral. Arriving at the hospital, Akainu saw the injured Fujitora lying in bed. The man's injuries were indeed severe. Wounded by Shin Uzumaki? Akainu asked, looking at Fujitora. Fujitora had known Akainu was coming. Hearing his question, he nodded. I was no match for him, Fujitora admitted freely. There was nothing to be ashamed of. The other party was simply stronger. Moreover, the gap between their strengths was not just a little bit, it was enormous. There was no reason for Fujitora not to admit it. Why did you clash with Shin Uzumaki? Akainu thought of his own recent encounter with Shin. At that time, Akainu had restrained himself and avoided a conflict. He hadn't expected Fujitora to do the opposite. Now that Fujitora was seriously injured, it would be a while before he recovered. This was not good for Akainu's upcoming plans. He had intended to use Fujitora, but now that he was out of commission. We met, so we clashed, Fujitora said calmly. One was a marine, the other a pirate. Of course they would clash when they met. Was there even a need to ask? In the future, if you encounter Shin Uzumaki, avoid conflict with him for now. There's no point. You'll only be the one who gets hurt, Akainu said to Fujitora. It was hard to believe these words came from Akainu's mouth. It was so out of character that even Fujitora looked at him with surprise. Even Fujitora was surprised by Akainu's words. He was telling him to avoid conflict with Shin Uzumaki in the future. Was this really the extremist Akainu? What Fujitora didn't know was that Akainu had many things to consider now, especially the 5 elders above him. This was also, in a way, the 5 elders' intention. Chapter 669, couldn't you have brought this up in private? The 5 elders weren't looking for a fight with Shin. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to target him, it was that they were afraid. If they had a clear understanding of Shin's true strength and knew what his trump cards were, perhaps then they would have the courage to make a move. But as it stood, the 5 elders were completely in the dark about Shin. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly act against him? Then again, if they actually knew the terrifying extent of Shin's power and his true trump cards, they would probably be even more terrified to act. Just focus on recovering for now. I was planning on going after Whitebeard, but it looks like I'll have to postpone that. Akainu had intended to make a move against Whitebeard, but with Fujitora out of commission, he had no choice but to abandon the plan for now. It wasn't that Akainu thought Whitebeard would be an easy target. The Summit War had taught him just how formidable the old pirate still was. But the situation on the seas was becoming increasingly dire, and he needed to do something to regain control. Then there was the matter of the 5 elders. They had supported his bid for Fleet Admiral, but now he was practically their puppet. In front of the 5 elders, Akainu had no dignity to speak of. With that, Akainu left Fujitora to his recovery. As long as his life wasn't in danger, that was enough. In fact, the fact that Fujitora had survived it all was a miracle in itself, something to be grateful for. After Akainu departed, Fujitora was lost in thought. Shin Uzumaki's strength far surpasses that of the other 4 emperors. If we truly want to eliminate the pirates, we'll have to deal with him. Fujitora now had a new objective, one that would become his life's mission, to defeat Shin Uzumaki. As things stood now, his goal seemed to be biting off more than he could chew, but deep down, Fujitora was confident. He believed that one day, he would achieve his goal and defeat Shin Uzumaki. But that day was not today. Now was not the time to dwell on it. For now, he would put it out of his mind and focus on healing. The memory of how easily Shin had defeated him was a stark reminder that such thoughts were futile for now. Fujitora also knew he couldn't achieve this goal on his own. His strength had already peaked. Even if he improved in the future, the gains would be limited. Trying to defeat Shin Uzumaki on his own was a fool's errand, a fact he could see clearly. He would have to take a different path, he would need to unite the strength of others to face Shin Uzumaki. Looks like I can't afford to be at odds with Akainu anymore. Fujitora thought to himself. The first person he could win over was, of course, Akainu. They had their disagreements on many things. Although Akainu had changed somewhat, his extremist nature wasn't so easily erased. In truth, Akainu was still quite radical. He was just better at restraining it now. But Fujitora had always disliked Akainu's personality. There was considerable friction between them. But if it meant being able to one day confront Shin Uzumaki, perhaps compromising a little wouldn't be so bad. He could do it. Yes, that was what Fujitora decided. When the time was right, he would share his thoughts with Akainu. Shin probably had no idea that his actions had inadvertently mended the rift between Akainu and Fujitora. For now, Shin was having a rather pleasant time on Fishman Island. Shin-sama, would you like me to find some beautiful mermaids for you? Neptune asked him. What are you trying to do? Hancock asked Neptune, her voice dripping with ice. Shin shot old Neptune a look. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Neptune? Couldn't you have brought this up in private? Did he really have to say it out loud, right in front of Hancock, of all people? Honestly, the fact that Hancock hadn't drawn her sword and killed him on the spot was a miracle. In fact, if Shirahoshi hadn't been holding Hancock back, Neptune would have been cut down where he stood. Neptune gave a weak laugh, too terrified to speak. He had forgotten that Shin's lover was right there. He never should have said that. Neptune wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say everything that came to mind? He cautiously glanced at Shin, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that Shin wasn't angry. Still, Neptune was on edge, terrified of causing any more offense. Ahem, I think I'll be leaving now. Neptune could still feel a faint killing intent lingering around him, a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. Yes, you should go, Neptune, Shin said, waving him off. This was his way of saving Neptune. The king might have been tactless and spoken at the wrong time, but his heart was in the right place. At least, as far as Shin was concerned, Neptune's intentions were pure gold. Thank you, Shin-sama. Neptune thanked him gratefully and quickly made his exit. Only after he was a safe distance away did he finally let out a breath, feeling as if his entire body was drenched in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Shirahoshi, I would never have let him off so easily, Hancock huffed. I'm sorry, Hancock-nesama, Shirahoshi said apologetically. It's all right. It has nothing to do with you, Shirahoshi. You don't need to apologize to me. Hancock gently stroked Shirahoshi's hair. Shirahoshi closed her eyes, looking as if she were thoroughly enjoying the gesture. She absolutely loved Hancock's head pats. Of course, what she loved most of all were Shin's head pats. Shin, you're not going to blame me, are you? Hancock asked, sitting beside Shin and looking at him cautiously. What did Hancock fear most? She feared Shin's disapproval. Anything else, she couldn't care less about. Don't worry, of course I won't blame you. Why would I ever blame you? Shin said with a faint smile, stroking her head. Yes, just as Hancock had given Shirahoshi a head pat, Shin now gave one to Hancock. And just like Shirahoshi, Hancock savored the moment, leaning into him with a gentle and submissive air. Shin and I want one too, Shirahoshi said, looking at Shin with her adorable, wide eyes, filled with boundless anticipation. All right. Shin smiled faintly at her. Then he placed his hand on Shirahoshi's head. A smile spread across Shirahoshi's face, and she immediately snuggled closer to Shin, pressing against him, just like Hancock on his other side. Chapter 670, The Reckless Supernova. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After the Summit War, the seas enjoyed nearly 2 years of peace. But this peace felt more like the calm before the storm. The 4 emperors and the new generation of supernovas, after concealing their fangs for 2 years, were about to bare their claws. Shin, of course, was no longer on Fishman Island. He had left long ago and was now in his own territory. Luffy should be in the New World by now. Shin was just guessing. There was nothing left for Luffy and his crew on Fishman Island. They had surely entered the New World. The plot had been altered beyond recognition, so he had no idea if Luffy would still end up confronting Doflamingo. It was possible things would still follow their original course, but that had little to do with Shin. He and Luffy were unlikely to ever become enemies. Luffy wouldn't go out of his way to antagonize him, and Shin had no reason to target Luffy. After all, Shin had no grudge against him. He had a decent enough impression of Luffy, he wouldn't go after him. But now, Shin had to deal with the matter of the supernovas. The so-called supernovas were rookie pirates with bounties over 100 million berries who had risen to prominence in a short amount of time. They were seen as pirates with great potential, like red-haired Shanks back in his day, whose bounty had quickly surpassed 100 million. The 11 supernovas, along with Blackbeard, were known as the worst generation, and they were all making names for themselves on the high seas. Once they had a name, they wanted an even bigger one. And what better way to do that than by taking on one of the 4 emperors? Even Shin got challenged. These rookie supernovas, fresh into the new world, actually thought they could take him on. The mad monk, Urij. He really has a death wish, Shin said with a flat expression. Originally, Shin couldn't have cared less about the so-called supernovas. They just had potential, and potential didn't equate to strength. In the first half of the Grand Line, their strength might have been impressive. But here in the new world, they were nothing special. Indeed. Anyone who messes with Shin deserves to die. I think it's time to cleanse the seas, Hancock said, her eyes flashing with anger. These ignorant fools actually thought they could challenge Shin. Death was the only fitting punishment. Shin's victory over Redfield may have deterred the old generation, but it seems to have had no effect on these rookies, Alvia observed. I think it's impossible to ever truly deter those greedy pirates, Robin said, shaking her head slightly. Their insatiable ambition for fame and fortune will always drive them to challenge those stronger and more established than themselves. How strong is this mad monk, Urij? If I fought him, could I take him down? Nami asked curiously. Honestly, besides sparring with the other women, Nami had never had a real opponent. So now, she was itching for a real fight to test her skills. Well, he's probably stronger than you are right now, Shin said, glancing at Nami. Nami's current strength was no match for the mad monk Urij. Though Nami's strength was improving rapidly, she had only just begun her training. Unless she got her hands on a powerful devil fruit, she wouldn't be able to defeat Urij. Let's go. Time to find Urij. Shin wasn't going to let Urij off the hook. Whatever his reasons, the fact was that Urij had caused trouble in his territory. Shin might usually be laid back, but if you crossed him, don't expect mercy. Urij was clearly asking for it. He didn't know Shin's boundaries and had the audacity to cause chaos in his territory. Alvia, you have the intel, right? Shin asked, looking at Alvia. Though Shin was the captain and Hancock the vice-captain, neither of them handled the day-to-day affairs. Everything was left to Alvia, much to her exasperation. Yes, I have information on the mad monk Urij, Alvia nodded. They had, of course, thoroughly investigated his current location. The Kuja pirates' intelligence network was now quite formidable. Good. Then let's go take care of the mad monk Urij. Shin stood at the bow of the ship. He'd been keeping a low profile for too long, it was time to make a move. Perhaps his quiet period had made some ignorant fools bold enough to test him. By the way, Whitebeard sent us an invitation earlier. Alvia slapped her forehead. She had almost forgotten about that. Now she finally remembered. Whitebeard. Shin was slightly stunned when Alvia mentioned Whitebeard. What did Whitebeard want with him at a time like this? After we deal with Urij, a visit to Whitebeard wouldn't hurt. Shin didn't care what Whitebeard was up to. He was prepared to meet him, it was necessary. He was very curious to find out what Whitebeard was planning. The others on the ship had no objections to Shin's decision. At the same time, Robin was trying to guess Whitebeard's motives. Shin, I think Whitebeard invited you to deal with Kaido. Robin said to the leisurely-looking Shin. To deal with Kaido? Shin fell into thought upon hearing this. After a moment, it seemed Robin's guess wasn't impossible. It was quite possible he wanted to deal with Kaido. After all, the grudge between the Whitebeard pirates and Kaido was immense. And now that Kaido had allied with Blackbeard, that had clearly crossed a line for Whitebeard. It was very likely he wanted to make a move against Kaido. If it's to deal with Kaido, are you going to participate? Robin asked Shin. If it really is about dealing with Kaido, then of course I'll participate. A little fun when I'm bored is always nice. Shin said to Robin with a faint smile. But for now, it was just speculation. No one knew if Whitebeard really wanted to deal with Kaido. And with Whitebeard's personality, would he really ask for an alliance? Shin felt that with Whitebeard's pride, he would never do such a thing. But Shin had miscalculated. The current Whitebeard had shed much of his pride. All he wanted now was to avenge Ace. Besides Akainu, the main culprit behind Ace's death was Blackbeard. If not for Blackbeard, Ace would never have died. So, Blackbeard was Whitebeard's primary target. And Kaido was the obstacle standing in his way, preventing him from killing Blackbeard. Chapter 671, You're pitifully weak too. That must be Urij's pirate crew up ahead. Shin's gaze fell upon a distant pirate ship, its crew composed entirely of monks in traditional robes. A bunch of monks who should be chanting sutras are out here playing pirate. This is just ridiculous. Momosaji, let's give them a proper greeting with a few cannonballs. Shin ordered. When dealing with pirates, Momosaji naturally wouldn't go easy on them. With a wave of her hand, a barrage of cannonballs flew towards the fallen monk pirates. On the other side, aboard the fallen monk pirates' ship, the monks were in a state of panic. Captain, you shouldn't have provoked Shin Uzumaki. Now he's coming for us. What do we do? One of them cried out to Urij. At this point, Urige's crew wasn't just panicking, they were filled with despair, ready to simply give up and wait for their deaths. Although the Kuja pirates were made up almost entirely of women, with Shin as their only male captain, no one underestimated them. The reason was simple, the Kuja pirates were genuinely powerful. Even without counting Shin's strength, they had enough firepower to stand as one of the four emperors. What's all the panic for? The mad monk Urige, however, showed no signs of fear. In fact, he looked thrilled. Despite being a monk, Urige had a combative personality. He loved to challenge powerful opponents, and he didn't care if he was defeated or even killed in the process. Of course, that was his mindset for now. Whether he would remain so calm and unafraid in the face of a true life-or-death crisis remained to be seen. Return fire. Urige, completely unfazed, ordered his men to shoot down the incoming cannonballs. But the rest of his crew didn't share his composure or his strength. They were up against one of the most powerful figures on the seas. Let's fight back. In the end, the monks had no other choice. They had to see this through to the bitter end. With no hope of survival, their only option was to fight the Kuja pirates. They think they can fight back. They're really biting off more than they can chew. Hancock drew her sword, but before she could make a move, lightning descended from the sky, vaporizing the cannonballs into ash. Alvia, you. Hancock glanced at Alvia. The one who had just acted was, of course, Alvia. It doesn't matter who does it. Why are you so concerned, Hancock? Alvia said with a smile. You're right. It doesn't matter who does it. Hancock didn't want to argue with Alvia. It was just as she had said, they were all just small fry anyway. So Hancock decided not to act at all, leaving the stage entirely to Alvia. Myriad thunder. Alvia waved her hand, and endless lightning formed a massive thundercloud. The cloud crackled with electricity, and countless bolts descended from the sky. Their target was, of course, Urige and his crew. The combined force of the lightning was earth-shattering. In an instant, the distant ship was blown to pieces. Everyone on board was dead, including Urige. That's right, he was nothing more than cannon fodder, wiped out in a single blow by Alvia. Just as he had been one-shot by an admiral in the past, he was now one-shot by Alvia. It's all over, Alvia said with a smile. No way. I was expecting a big fight. It's over already. Nami said with a disappointed expression. Are you missing the point? A pitifully weak crew like that, did you really think it would take a big fight? Shin shot Nami a sidelong glance. Pitifully weak? Didn't you say I couldn't even beat him? Nami couldn't help but retort. That's right. You're pitifully weak too, Shin nodded calmly, completely ignoring the look of shock on Nami's face. I'm pitifully weak? When did I get labeled as pitifully weak? I don't accept that. Nami said to Shin, completely unconvinced. Oh. You don't accept it? Then let me ask you, who on this ship can you beat? Shin asked with a smile. Nami's gaze swept across the crew, and her expression gradually stiffened. At that moment, she realized she couldn't beat anyone. Shirahoshi might be young, but she was the Sea King, Poseidon, capable of summoning sea kings from the depths of the ocean at will. As for Sugar, who looked even younger but was actually older, her devil fruit ability could instantly defeat Nami. We could always get the flare fruit for Nami, Amatsuki Toki said, holding up a newspaper. Shin took it and saw that Doflamingo was up to his old tricks from the original story. An auction for the flare fruit, should he just have Doflamingo deliver it? If Shin ordered it, Doflamingo wouldn't refuse. Do you want the flare fruit? If you do, I can have Doflamingo deliver it right now, Shin said to Nami. The flare fruit was a Logia-type devil fruit, and a pretty good one at that. If developed properly, it could even surpass the magma fruit. No, I don't want to eat a devil fruit. Nami flatly refused. Eating a devil fruit meant being weak to seawater. Nami loved swimming in the ocean. She didn't want to give up her favorite activity just for a devil fruit. Alright, if you don't want to, then don't. Shin wouldn't force Nami. Everyone had their own choices. Devil fruits were valuable, but not everyone wanted to eat one. Then let's go. To see Whitebeard. Shin prepared to go see Whitebeard. If Robin's previous guess was right, and Whitebeard was planning to go after Kaido, Shin was interested in joining in. The seas had been quiet for too long, even the new world was becoming stagnant. Shin planned to make a move, to bring some excitement back to the dead waters of the new world. If he and Whitebeard really did make a move on Kaido, it would cause a massive shockwave across the seas, even affecting the first half of the Grand Line. Even if that wasn't Whitebeard's intention, Shin was still planning to stir things up. Shin's Pluton set a course for Whitebeard's territory, making no effort to hide their movements as they sailed openly. Chapter 672, Whitebeard's Goal. Shin had never been one for sneaking around. Besides, he wanted the seas to erupt in chaos. He wasn't afraid of anyone knowing he was entering Whitebeard's territory. Typically, the four emperors stayed out of each other's territories. Entering another's domain could easily trigger a war between two emperors. The first to receive news of Shin's entry into Whitebeard's territory were the Marines. Their surveillance of the pirates was the most extensive, they never missed a single move. Shin Uzumaki has led the Kuja pirates into Whitebeard's territory. Are they planning to go to war? In the meeting room, Kizaru stroked his chin, speculating. Though there was plenty of speculation, Kizaru remained completely calm. It didn't have much to do with him, after all. He might be a Marine admiral, but Kizaru had always believed in doing just enough to get paid. He wasn't getting a raise, so why should he risk his life? For his current salary, you couldn't expect him to go all out against Shin Uzumaki. The chances of them going to war are slim. It's more likely they're forming an alliance. Akainu's mood was heavy. If the two most troublesome figures on the seas were to join forces, one could only imagine what the future would hold. The thought alone was terrifying, weighing heavily on Akainu's mind. Things might not be as bad as you think, Kizaru said with a relaxed expression. Kizaru, go and investigate. I want to know the details, Akainu suddenly said, his gaze fixed on the relaxed Kizaru, assigning him a mission. Kizaru's previously relaxed expression instantly changed. He couldn't believe Akainu was setting him up like this. I know this mission might be dangerous, but you're the only one who can do it. Akainu wasn't deliberately trying to set Kizaru up, he genuinely believed Kizaru was the most suitable for the job. As a glint fruit user, even if he was discovered, he should be able to escape. Yes, he should be able to escape. Akainu had great faith in Kizaru, which was why he had sent him. If Kizaru knew what Akainu was thinking, he would probably spit in his face. Escape from Shin Uzumaki. Did he really think Kizaru didn't know he had an ability similar to his? Even if he turned into light, he wouldn't be able to escape him. Kizaru's expression was grim. But Akainu had already given the order, and there was no room for refusal. Kizaru stood up and left. It wasn't just the Marines who were watching. The other four emperors and pirates were also paying close attention. Shin Uzumaki, the strongest man in the world, and Whitebeard, the former strongest, were meeting. What would happen? Everyone was guessing, and some even wanted to find out for themselves, but no one had the guts. Shin had already met with Whitebeard. Upon his arrival, Whitebeard had immediately prepared the finest banquet to welcome him. Whitebeard, let's cut to the chase. Why did you invite me? Shin said to Whitebeard. They were both men, so Shin was a bit impatient. If it were a beautiful woman, Shin would have been interested in chatting, but with this old man, there was nothing to talk about. And the wine Whitebeard had prepared was terrible. Whitebeard might be enjoying it, but it wasn't to Shin's taste. Shin didn't like it at all and planned to leave as soon as their conversation was over. First, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, this old body of mine would have died long ago. Whitebeard said to Shin in a deep voice. Thank you, that's 2 years late. Shin looked at Whitebeard with amusement. Hearing Shin's words, Whitebeard felt a bit awkward, but he was also thick-skinned. With a hearty laugh, he moved on. You know, the Whitebeard pirates haven't had it easy lately. I haven't had a chance to thank you, Whitebeard said with a heavy tone. The Whitebeard pirates were indeed in a tough spot. The pressure from Kaido, Blackbeard, and Akainu was immense. Especially Akainu, who wanted nothing more than to see Whitebeard dead. After all, Akainu knew the hatred between them was a blood feud. By killing the son of Roger, he had become a hero to the Marines, but he had also earned the hatred of the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, Akainu had always wanted to eliminate Whitebeard, this thorn in his side. Similarly, there was a great deal of conflict between Kaido and Whitebeard. He had even tried to ambush Whitebeard while he was on his way to save Ace. If not for red-haired Shanks's intervention, Kaido would have swallowed all of Whitebeard's territory. As for Blackbeard, he was someone Whitebeard absolutely could not forgive, even more so than Akainu. And Blackbeard himself knew very well that Whitebeard wanted him dead, so he had been finding ways to deal with the Whitebeard pirates over the years. Shin, I want to cooperate with you to deal with Kaido and Blackbeard. Whitebeard stated his purpose. It seemed Robin's guess was correct after all. Then what's in it for me? Shin asked Whitebeard calmly. At the same time, Shin wanted to test Whitebeard's resolve. You can have all of it. Whitebeard said to Shin with extreme seriousness. He was willing to give everything to Shin, asking for nothing in return. His only goal was to deal with Kaido and Blackbeard. Although his body was still at its peak thanks to Shin, Whitebeard could still feel himself aging. When he became too old to fight, he wouldn't have a chance against Kaido. And Kaido would definitely not spare his sons. So Whitebeard wanted to eliminate this threat to his sons while he was still at his peak. And the cunning Blackbeard also had to be eliminated. Blackbeard would never show mercy after he died. I appreciate the honesty. Shin looked deeply at Whitebeard. He didn't want anything, giving it all to Shin. But treasure held almost no allure for Shin, so he didn't care much about it. What do you say? Will you agree? Whitebeard looked at Shin with anticipation. If he could handle Kaido and Blackbeard on his own, he wouldn't have sought Shin's cooperation. However, Shin just smiled without saying a word, leaving Whitebeard unsure of what he was thinking. Whitebeard also didn't speak, just quietly looking at Shin, waiting for his answer. Chapter 673, Shin agrees. Honestly, there's no real downside to working with you, but the benefits aren't exactly compelling enough to make me act. Shin said to Whitebeard in a rather flat tone. Whitebeard remained silent. He knew Shin was right, even the spoils of defeating Kaido wouldn't be enough to truly impress a man of his stature. But I'll still agree to cooperate with you against Kaido. It sounds interesting, Shin said just as Whitebeard was about to lose hope. Shin's primary goal was to stir up chaos on the seas, so he certainly wouldn't refuse Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard hadn't asked, Shin would have made a move himself. Then thank you, Shin. After this is over, in addition to whatever you win, the Whitebeard pirates will give you a separate reward. Whitebeard said seriously to Shin. He knew he had to show the proper respect. Moreover, Whitebeard had his own calculations. He didn't know how much longer he had to live. If he were to die in the future, Whitebeard hoped Shin Uzumaki would look after the Whitebeard pirates. But in this, Whitebeard was likely to be disappointed. First, Shin wasn't the type to look after others, especially not as a babysitter. Second, Shin might have already left the world of One Piece before Whitebeard ever passed away. Alright, Whitebeard, let's save the thanks for after this is over. I'm leaving. Shin, holding a giant piece of roasted meat, left Whitebeard's pirate ship. Though the alcohol on Whitebeard's ship was terrible, with a sour and bitter taste, the roasted meat was excellent. The chefs on Whitebeard's ship must be top-notch. Shin was quite satisfied with the roasted meat Whitebeard had served him. Shin returned to his ship, and Hancock and the others looked over at him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Only Sugar was drawn by the aroma, her eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Shin's hand, her mouth practically watering. Shin noticed Sugar's expression and smiled faintly. Here, you can have it. Thank you, Shin. Sugar actually thanked Shin politely, then immediately took the roasted meat from him. Shin, what did that old man Whitebeard want? Hancock asked Shin. Just as Robin guessed. He wants to team up with us against Kaido, Shin said, not hiding anything from Hancock and the others. And did you agree? Alvia asked Shin. I did. Whitebeard said he'll contact us when it's time to act. I don't think it will be long. A smile appeared on Shin's face, as if he could already see the chaos that was about to unfold on the seas. In truth, the seas were never truly calm. But what was coming was a great upheaval, no less than the previous Summit War. In fact, the last Summit War, because of Shin's intervention, had ended without Whitebeard's death, so its impact wasn't as great as it could have been. To be precise, it had a great impact on the Marines, but not a good one. Let's leave Whitebeard's territory. Shin's ship began to leave Whitebeard's territory. As they departed, Shin's gaze flickered in a certain direction. Hidden in the distance, Kizaru clearly noticed Shin's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. Good thing I didn't go over there. Kizaru was somewhat relieved. His body transformed into a golden light, and he instantly vanished from the spot. He was probably heading back to report. As for what Shin and Whitebeard had discussed, Kizaru had no idea. But it didn't matter. Kizaru had never expected to gather any real intelligence. He had only come here to make an appearance, to show that he had completed his mission, and then he could leave. As for what happened when he got back, he would just give Akainu some vague answers. Did they really expect him to get close and eavesdrop? Impossible. Who would do such a dangerous thing? Kizaru certainly wouldn't. Doing the most dangerous work for the least pay, that was Akainu's job. Kizaru would never do it. Clocking in and out was his business. Kizaru's speed was incredible. He returned directly to Marine headquarters. The moment he arrived, Akainu saw him out. Clearly, Akainu was very concerned about this intelligence. But for the very concerned Akainu, this time he was going to be disappointed. Sorry, Akainu. I didn't hear anything. Their security was too tight, Kizaru said to Akainu with a relaxed expression. Akainu's expression darkened. He couldn't stand Kizaru's laziness, especially since Akiji had shared the same trait. Yet the two were different. Kizaru was sharper than Akiji. If Akiji had been as clever, he might not have lost a leg. I see. Akainu left immediately. If he could replace Kizaru, he really would. But he had to consider that Kizaru was a top-tier combatant. Not many days after Shin returned to his territory, he received a message from Whitebeard. It was time to move against Kaido and Blackbeard. Whitebeard is quite efficient, Shin couldn't help but say upon receiving the news. Let's head to Kaido's territory. Let's not screw over Whitebeard. If Shin wanted to betray Whitebeard, he could just not show up. But Shin had no intention of deceiving him. He had no grudge against Whitebeard, so why would he? The Marines seem to be watching us, Alvia said to Shin. They were all men sent by Akainu. Though they were well hidden, they couldn't fool Alvia. Let them watch. Shin didn't care about them watching. So what if you're watching? You can watch all you want, you can't do anything anyway. Should we give Akainu a warning? It's annoying being watched all the time, Hancock suggested to Shin. Shin thought for a moment. Hancock had a point. It was necessary to give Akainu a warning. After he got back this time, he would go and give Akainu a warning, and see if he still had the guts to keep an eye on him. Because Akainu had spies, the movements of Shin's Kuja pirates immediately caught his attention. In addition, the Whitebeard pirates had also made a move, at the same time as Shin's Kuja pirates. The Whitebeard pirates and the Kuja pirates are moving out together. There's definitely a conspiracy. Keep a close watch. Akainu ordered. Not long ago, the two pirate crews had met. Now they were acting together. How could Akainu not pay attention? He had to send people to investigate thoroughly. With two of his most troublesome enemies on the move, Akainu couldn't sit still. He immediately convened a meeting of all his officers. Chapter 674, Kaido and Blackbeard's Alliance. While Akainu was in the meeting, he received the latest intelligence. Both the Kuja pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were now heading towards Kaido's territory. Based on our current intelligence, Shin Uzumaki and Whitebeard have likely teamed up to take on Kaido. What are your thoughts? Akainu's gaze swept over the others. The old generation had all retired. Akainu could only consult with the others, mainly the three admirals. Even Ryakuji was present, and they all began to discuss the matter. I think we don't need to act. We can just sit back and watch them fight, Ryakuji said lightly. This was a good thing for them. A fight between pirates would only further weaken their strength. I know it's best to sit back and watch, but I want to get involved. Akainu stood up, the fire in his eyes unconcealed. For him, this was an opportunity. If they could fight until both sides were exhausted, then they could make a move. I think it's best not to get involved. Kizaru didn't agree. What good would it do for them to get involved? Did they really think it would be so easy to profit from a fight between emperors? If they really were both exhausted, then it wouldn't matter. Kizaru would think it was a good idea to intervene. But the key was, they wouldn't be. The final result would undoubtedly be Kaido getting crushed. Admiral Kizaru is right. Now is not the time to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Fujitora chose to agree with Kizaru. It wasn't that their relationship was particularly good, but that Fujitora felt Kizaru was right. The final result would be Shin Uzumaki and Whitebeard winning, and they wouldn't suffer much damage. Kizaru and Fujitora objected, while Ryakuji abstained. As for the other vice-admirals, their opinions mattered less. In the end, no matter what Akainu thought, he had to abandon the plan. Akainu left the meeting room with a gloomy face. As for the others, they also left one after another. Admiral Kizaru, wait a moment. Just as Kizaru was about to leave, Fujitora called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Admiral Fujitora, what can I do for you? Kizaru stopped and asked. What are your thoughts on dealing with Shin Uzumaki? Fujitora asked Kizaru. You shouldn't be asking me about this. You should go discuss it with Fleet Admiral Akainu. I'm off duty now, I'm going to rest. Kizaru then left the meeting room. He didn't want to continue discussing this issue with Fujitora. As for dealing with Shin Uzumaki, anyone who had seen him wouldn't have such thoughts. Fujitora's expression darkened slightly, then he turned to Ryakuji. Their relationship was quite good. Don't look at me. I'm useless. You have to win over more people. Ryakuji said helplessly to Fujitora. Fujitora had already told him about Shin Uzumaki's strength. Anyone who could one-shot Fujitora was not someone Ryakuji wanted to fight. Still, if Fujitora insisted, he would help as a friend, so long as they had a chance. But if it was a suicide mission, even Ryakuji wouldn't go. Northwest matter how close the friendship, you don't follow someone to your death. I know. I believe I can convince more people. Fujitora walked out. Ryakuji was a little helpless. Don't you get it? This isn't about rallying more people. It's not that simple. Even if you convinced a whole army to go after Shin Uzumaki, you'd need actually powerful fighters. If people attacked him, they'd just get obliterated instantly. And that's the problem, getting wiped out accomplishes nothing. It wouldn't even scratch him. On the other side, Shin had no idea that Akainu had thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. The Pluton was now rushing towards Kaido's territory. They hadn't rendezvoused with Whitebeard, instead approaching Kaido from two different directions. At this point, Kaido should have received the news, right? Robin guessed. Unless Kaido's intelligence was terrible, he would have already received the news that they and Whitebeard were coming for him. Even if he knows, it's useless. Kaido is a dead man this time. Shin's words had already sealed Kaido's fate. If Kaido knew the news, he would be desperate. Facing an unbeatable enemy like Shin, he would definitely be desperate. Do you think the Marines will take the opportunity to intervene? Amatsuki Toki asked. Probably not, Momosaji said with certainty. That's not necessarily true. If it were still Sengoku, then maybe not. But with Akainu, it's not a given. Shin knew Akainu was bold. If he really made a move, Shin wouldn't be surprised. Whether he acts or not, it's no threat to us. Shin said with a light chuckle. Whether he acted or not, could Akainu really pose a threat to him? Compared to Whitebeard, Shin was further away from Kaido's territory, but their arrival times would be about the same. Shin Uzumaki, Whitebeard, you will all die. Kaido's face twisted with madness. The three all-stars stood nearby. Blackbeard, this is all because of you, isn't it? Kaido stared at Blackbeard and asked. Kaido, though I admit Whitebeard is here because of me, don't you have a part in this? Besides, I didn't bring Shin Uzumaki here. Blackbeard wasn't intimidated by Kaido's stare. His strength spoke for itself. Even if they fell out, he wasn't afraid. At worst, they would simply fight. So what if they did? I think we need to truly unite, Kaido said to Blackbeard, his tone grave. He had realized this was not the time for conflict. Their differences could wait until after it was over. For now, they needed to focus on surviving the crisis, otherwise, all their talk would be meaningless. Zihahaha, Kaido, you're right. We need to unite. Before, they had called it an alliance, but in truth, each had their own agenda. It had never been a real alliance. Now, however, they had no choice but to unite for real and face this crisis together. Whitebeard is mine. You go deal with Shin Uzumaki. Blackbeard's eyes flickered as he spoke to Kaido. In truth, he wanted to avoid facing Shin Uzumaki at all costs. Hearing him say this, Kaido's expression darkened. He felt the same. He would rather face Whitebeard than Shin Uzumaki. It settled then. Chapter 675, A Cannonball Greeting. After a tense discussion, Kaido and Blackbeard finally came to an agreement. Blackbeard would face Whitebeard, and Kaido would deal with Shin Uzumaki. But there was one condition: Blackbeard had to finish his battle as quickly as possible and come to Kaido's aid. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't hesitate to abandon the fight, leaving Blackbeard to be attacked on two fronts. Blackbeard agreed to the terms. Captain, do you really trust that man? King asked Kaido. Blackbeard might look like a brute, but his mind was sharp and his heart was dark. He was a snake, through and through. We're out of options. Let's go. It's time to face Shin Uzumaki. I wonder just how strong he's become. Kaido considered his own power. He had grown much stronger since the last time Shin had utterly humiliated him. A sliver of confidence flickered within him. Even against Shin Uzumaki, he felt he could at least put up a fight. We believe in you, Captain, Jack and Queen said in unison. They were all in this together now, there was no backing out. Besides, even if they wanted to desert, could they really escape Kaido? If they even tried, he'd hunt them down and beat them to death. Kaido led the beast pirates out to sea, taking his entire crew with him. Meanwhile, Blackbeard held up his end of the bargain, setting a course for Whitebeard. Whitebeard, the time has come to settle our score. A cold, hateful glint flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. Because of Whitebeard, his life had been a series of frustrations. What he hated most was that Whitebeard hadn't died at Marineford. If he had, Blackbeard would have claimed the Tremor fruit and become one of the 4 emperors. The thought only fueled his rage. The power of the dark fruit surged uncontrollably, its oppressive aura terrifying the crew members on his ship. In the 2 years since, Blackbeard had developed his fruit to an incredible degree, giving him the confidence to finally face Whitebeard. This time, the Tremor fruit will be mine. Blackbeard roared silently. Blackbeard's schemes and Kaido's resolve were of no concern to Shin. Shin, we spotted the beast pirates. They're on that island over there, Alvia reported to a leisurely Shin. Oh. Shin popped a grape, fed to him by Baby 5, into his mouth and sat up. What's the plan? Alvia asked. Shin grinned. Simple. Let's send them our regards. Fire a shot from Pluton. Alvia was speechless. Who greets someone with a cannonball? If Shin had known what she was thinking, he would have told her. He did. And he hoped Kaido would appreciate the gesture. After all, a single shot from Pluton had the power to threaten an entire island. He hoped Kaido could withstand it. Even if he could, his crew wouldn't be so lucky. Following Shin's command, Alvia had Pluton fire a single, massive cannonball toward the distant island. On the island, Kaido, who had been waiting for Shin, was suddenly gripped by a sense of crisis. He trusted his instincts completely. Kaido wasn't known as the strongest creature for nothing, his intuition was sharper than any wild beast's. Sensing the impending danger, Kaido immediately transformed into his dragon form and took to the sky. As for the others, he couldn't be bothered with them now. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sea as the entire island disintegrated, everything on its surface utterly annihilated. Damn you, Shin Uzumaki! Kaido roared, watching the destruction below. His countless subordinates were gone, buried in the rubble. Kaido was so furious he wanted to tear Shin apart. Of course, a few had managed to survive. His 3 all-stars had narrowly escaped the blast. Jack was heavily injured. He had transformed into his mammoth form, shielding King and Queen from the worst of the impact. It was only because of his sacrifice that they were unharmed. That's just overkill, Queen said, his voice laced with anger. Besides the 3 of them, everyone else was dead, including all the artificial devil fruit users they had acquired from Doflamingo. As expected of a shot from Pluton, Shin was quite satisfied with the result. Not even a Marine Admiral could have caused such devastation. As a weapon, Pluton was the ultimate game-changer. It was why so many, like Crocodile, had lusted after it, hoping to use its power to conquer the world. It was a shame for him that he died at Shin's hands before he could even find its owner. That shot probably left Kaido completely stunned, Shin thought with a smirk. He knew it wouldn't kill Kaido, but it would certainly take out his crew. Kaido's attacking, Hancock said to Shin. In the sky, Kaido, still in his dragon form, unleashed a torrent of fire toward Pluton. Come forth! Shirahoshi cried out. Several massive sea kings erupted from the ocean, blasting jets of water that intercepted Kaido's flames. Kaido's attack was neutralized by Shirahoshi. Though it wasn't her own power, she controlled the sea kings, so it was hers by extension. Shin Uzumaki, we have no beef. Why are you attacking me? Kaido demanded angrily. Do I need a reason? If you want one, I can make one up. Shin said coolly. The strong require no justification to act against the weak. Even if I were to attack, what could you do? Would you protest? You may resent it, but you must accept it unless you possess the strength to oppose me. At present, you are not in a position to question me. You think I'm some kind of pushover. I'm not the man I used to be. Kaido roared. Oh, really? I don't see any difference. You look just as weak as ever to me. You think you've gotten stronger. Shin glanced at Kaido, seeing no change at all. Chapter 676, one-shotting Jack the Drought. Enraged by Shin's taunt, Kaido's bell-like eyes locked onto him. If you've really gotten stronger, then show me. Shin's interest was piqued. This Kaido should be durable, just as he remembered from their last encounter. In the original story, he was known as the strongest creature, with such absurd vitality that he couldn't even kill himself by jumping from a sky island. Kaido had already reverted to his human form, his massive Kanabo club in hand. It was a formidable weapon, probably strong enough to withstand even a supreme great sword. Die. Kaido swung his club, charging at Shin with incredible speed. A tempest of lightning-clad strikes rained down on Shin. This was Kaido's signature move, Thunder Bagua, the same technique that had one-shot Gear 4th Luffy in the original story. Kaido wasn't wrong about one thing, he had gotten stronger, far more so than his original counterpart. The immense pressure Shin had put on him had forced him to evolve. Tempest Kick. Shin unleashed one of the 6 powers, kicking out a crescent-shaped blade of air that shot toward Kaido like a shooting star. Boom! The sea churned violently. Kaido used his club to desperately block the attack, the force of the impact splitting the very ocean beneath him. This is the strongest Tempest Kick I've ever witnessed, Momosaji murmured, her expression frozen in awe. Even at full power, her own Tempest Kick couldn't compare to this casual strike from Shin. Damn it, hold. Kaido roared, his muscles bulging as dragon scales erupted across his arm. The transformation doubled his strength in an instant. Not bad, Kaido. To be able to block that, you've grown. I'm proud of you. Shin's patronizing tone made Kaido's blood boil. Shin Uzumaki, are you mocking me? Kaido's rage intensified, his eyes burning with fury. Mocking you? You must be mistaken. I'm not mocking you. I'm genuinely proud of how much you've grown. Shin's calm, sincere tone only infuriated Kaido further. It was the impotent rage of someone who knew they were outmatched. If he had the strength to deal with Shin, he wouldn't be standing here, shouting. Suddenly, a torrent of flames shot toward Shin. A massive pteranodon, breathing fire, swooped down on him. It was King in his ancient Zoan form, the dragon fruit, model, pteranodon. King was shrouded in mystery, believed to be the last surviving Lunarian, a race thought extinct. His ability to manipulate fire came from his Lunarian heritage, not his devil fruit. Humph. Trying to gang up on him. They must have a death wish, Hancock snorted, her hand already on her sword. But before she could act, Alvia stopped her. Shin's finally getting into it. Let him handle this himself. We shouldn't interfere. All right. As long as Shin is happy, Hancock relented, choosing to trust Alvia's judgment. Shin didn't need their help anyway. He stood in the air, watching King approach, and simply kicked out. A golden flash of light tore through the sky. King was sent flying, his body half destroyed. Looks like your subordinate is pretty tough too, Shin remarked with mild surprise. Damn it. Kaido glanced at King but didn't spare him another thought. He couldn't afford to. His own life was on the line. Kaido's massive body took to the air, treading on the sky as if using moonwalk. The technique was different, but the principle was the same. Get back down here. Shin delivered a light-speed kick to Kaido, just as he had to King. Even with his entire body coated in armament haki, Kaido was sent crashing into the shattered remnants of the island, a trail of blood marking his descent. Who's next? Shin asked, holding his Kusanagi blade, a sword of pure golden light, and pointing it at the three all-stars. Seeing this, Jack transformed into a mammoth. Though his size made him an easy target, his defense and strength were pushed to their absolute limits. He swung his trunk at Shin. The elephant fruit, ancient model, mammoth was a powerful devil fruit. Zoan types were often underestimated, but ancient and mythical Zoans were in a league of their own, though ancient Zoans were still no match for mythical ones. Since you're so eager, you can be first. With a single slash, Shin's Kusanagi blade severed the massive trunk swinging toward him. One sword style, flash of thunder. Shin's light sword transformed into a blade of pure lightning. He brought it down on Jack's mammoth form. Like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, Jack's massive body was bisected, his famed durability meaning nothing in the face of Shin's power. Queen, who hadn't even moved, was terrified. Jack's strength wasn't far from his own, yet he had been one shot. If it had been him, he wouldn't have lasted 2 hits. Should I run? The thought flashed through Queen's mind. Trying to escape. Shin's gaze shifted to Queen, his eyes seeming to pierce right through him. Feeling Shin's all-seeing gaze, Queen swallowed hard. It was as if his every thought had been laid bare. He couldn't even muster the will to resist. He knew it then, he never should have come with Kaido to fight this monster. They weren't even in the same league. King was down, his condition unknown. Kaido was nowhere to be seen. Jack was dead. Queen truly wanted to leave. I quit the beast pirates. Queen, scared out of his wits, shouted at Shin, no longer caring about the consequences. Kaido, looks like your crew isn't as loyal as you thought. Someone's already trying to jump ship. Shin said with amusement. As he spoke, Kaido hauled himself out of the rubble, his face twisted with cold rage as he glared at Queen. He'd always believed Queen was loyal, but now, at the first sign of trouble, he was trying to desert. Chapter 677, Crushing King. Kaido glared at Queen, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Traitors were the one thing he despised above all else. Especially traitors who tried to abandon ship at the first sign of trouble. Kaido was no exception. His blood-red eyes were locked on Queen, his war club already raised. Kaido, you have to see it, we're outmatched. I'm not about to throw my life away for a lost cause. Queen stared back at Kaido, forcing down the fear that had been building in his chest. In the Beast's Pirates, Jack treated him with respect, and even King wouldn't dare cross him. But Queen had always been afraid of Kaido. Let's just enjoy the show for now. Shin decided to hold back for a moment. A good show was about to start, a little internal strife among his enemies. He was more than happy to watch it unfold. Besides, killing Kaido could wait. Shin could do it whenever he felt like it. For him, the entertainment was what mattered most. Thunderbugwa. Kaido, in a fit of rage, swung his club at Queen. Though a large man, Queen was surprisingly agile. He dodged Kaido's attack in an instant, having anticipated it. Boom. The ground shattered under the force of the blow. Missing his first strike, Kaido immediately swung at Queen again. King, who had just managed to get to his feet, was completely bewildered. What was happening? Why were his own comrades suddenly fighting each other? Kaido, you're leaving me no choice. Don't blame me for what comes next. He used to call Kaido his captain, a man he trusted. But now, he was expected to die alongside him. No matter how loyal he once was, Queen couldn't bring himself to do it. He wanted to live. He had to choose a side, and it was obvious Kaido was no match for Shin Uzumaki. So, Queen decided to switch his allegiance to Shin. However, Queen hadn't considered what Shin was thinking. To Shin, this was all just entertainment. Even if Queen defected, Shin wouldn't take him. His ship was filled with beautiful women, what use did he have for Queen? In truth, Queen didn't want to join Shin's crew. He just wanted a chance to live. But he wouldn't get that chance. Even after transforming into a Brachiosaurus, he couldn't withstand Kaido's club. Queen was, at best, a Yonko commander. He was no match for a Yonko in a head-on fight. The gap in their strength was simply too wide. The enraged Kaido smashed his head in. It turned out that while Kaido was no match for an external threat like Shin, he was more than effective at dealing with internal dissent. King, are you planning to run too? Kaido glanced at King, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Never. King replied in a deep voice. Running was out of the question, and he wasn't as foolish as Queen. Did he really think that just because he wanted to quit, Shin Uzumaki would let him go? He'd probably just die faster. Then let's take down Shin Uzumaki together. Kaido's gaze returned to Shin. Steeling himself, Kaido decided that even if he were to die, he would take a piece of Shin with him. With style, deep forest emergence. Shin formed a single-hand seal. The already ruined island was instantly transformed into a dense forest. Countless trees twisted and coiled, lunging at Kaido and King. He has this kind of power too. Kaido broke free from the tree's grasp, then cleared the surrounding area with a swing of his club. But it wasn't enough to stop the relentless growth of the trees. And once he was bound, the trees began to drain his stamina. King used his flames to burn the surrounding trees, but even the fire couldn't stop their growth. What kind of devil fruit is this? King thought of the woodswood's fruit, but quickly dismissed the idea. It was impossible, and someone else had already eaten that fruit. Wood golem. Just as King and Kaido were trying to figure out how to deal with the forest, the trees suddenly twisted together, forming a giant wooden golem. The golem was massive, standing at 100 meters tall, far taller than any giant in the world of One Piece. It's enormous. King finally understood why Queen had betrayed Kaido. There was no way to win. Even now, King felt the urge to turn and run. But he wasn't Queen, he wasn't afraid of death. Shin stood on the golem's head. You think this is big? If I used my true several thousand hands, you'd probably die of shock. Compared to the wood golem, the true several thousand hands was truly immense. The golem wasn't even as large as one of its heads. One could only imagine the true size of the true several thousand hands, it was likely thousands of meters tall. Under Shin's control, the golem lifted its foot and stomped down on Kaido and King. King immediately transformed into a pteranodon and flew away, while Kaido chose to face the golem head-on. Boom. The earth trembled, and Kaido was stomped into the ground. The wood golem Shin had created was nothing like the one Hashirama Senju used in the world of Naruto. It was far more powerful. Do you think Kaido was killed in one stomp? Hancock couldn't help but ask. They were no longer surprised by the ability Shin displayed. In fact, for most of Shin's powers, Hancock and the others didn't know the full extent, but they had come to accept that Shin's arsenal was vast. Even if he's not dead, he'll be seriously injured. Kaido is no match for Shin. Robin was completely calm. This was why they hadn't interfered. It was something Shin could handle with a wave of his hand. If they got involved, it might just annoy him. It was better to let Shin have his fun. Flames are useless against me. Shin watched as the pteranodon, wreathed in flames, charged towards him. He simply controlled the golem to open its massive hand and grab King out of the air. The transformed King was only about the size of the golem's palm. He was caught in an instant. With a tight squeeze, a sickening crunch echoed through the air. King was crushed to death in the golem's hand. His fragile body stood no chance against such overwhelming power. King the Wildfire was dead. All three of Kaido's all-stars had been eliminated. Shin suddenly felt the golem tremble. He looked down to see Kaido, using his immense strength, lifting one of the golem's feet. Not bad. The strength you're showing now is a bit more interesting. Not as pathetic as before, Shin said, a glint in his eyes. Shin didn't mind Kaido being strong. In fact, the stronger, the better. Shin was looking for a decent opponent. If Kaido turned out to be a pushover, Shin would be the one who was disappointed. Chapter 678, A Good Punching Bag. You'll never defeat me. I'm Kaido. Kaido roared, his eyes turning completely red not from any special ability, but from pure, unadulterated rage. Armament hockey coated his entire body, turning him a deep, solid black as he pushed himself up from under the golem's foot. Roar. With another furious roar, Kaido transformed into a dragon. In his dragon form, he was massive, but it all depended on what you compared him to. Next to the wood golem, the dragon looked pathetically small. Boom. A single punch slammed into Kaido's head. The dragon, who had just taken flight, was smashed straight out of the sky and back into the ground. Still too weak. Shin looked down at Kaido, unimpressed. He had considered using his true several thousand hands, but now it seemed like a waste. If he had, Kaido might have died of fright. Of course, that was an exaggeration, but the true several thousand hands was far beyond what Kaido could handle. He wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Roar! With another roar, Kaido spat a massive fireball, not at the golem, but directly at Shin, who was standing on its head. Kaido knew that attacking the golem was useless. It was unbelievably durable, and now it was even coated in a layer of armament hockey-like armor. There was no way to break through it. He had to target Shin Uzumaki directly. If he could kill him, this would all be over. That was, of course, wishful thinking. Did Kaido really have the strength to challenge Shin? He was far from it. Faced with the incoming fireball, Shin didn't even flinch. The flames passed harmlessly through him. Kamui rendered him untouchable. Any attack would simply phase through him, causing no damage whatsoever. How weak and pitiful, Shin said calmly. Any other tricks? Now would be the time to use them. You won't get another chance, Kaido. Shin said to Kaido, watching him with an amused expression, not even bothering to attack, as if waiting for Kaido's next move. Kaido was so angry he was about to lose it. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I'll show you what I'm made of. His massive claws lashed out at Shin, larger than Shin himself. But before they could reach him, the golem's arm shot up and blocked the attack. Don't be fooled by the golem's size, it was incredibly agile. Kaido's claws slammed into the golem's arm and nearly shattered from the impact. It felt like hitting solid steel. No, even steel couldn't withstand his attack. In front of him, steel was like tofu. But hitting the golem's arm was a different story. His dragon claws nearly broke, yet they didn't even leave a scratch on the golem. If it had been a normal wood golem, Kaido's claws could have easily shattered its arm. But Shin's golem was coated in armament hockey, like a suit of armor. Of course, Shin hadn't gone so far as to put a Susanoo on the golem, he wasn't that sadistic. If he had, Kaido would have despaired, completely unable to fight back. Alright, you've had your shot. It's only fair I return the favor. Shin said with a smile. Then, he mercilessly punched Kaido. Kaido couldn't block Shin's fist. The 10 punches almost turned his brain to mush. Boom. The island completely shattered, sinking beneath the waves. Shin's massive golem, however, didn't fall into the sea. It stood on the surface of the water. As for Kaido, he managed to stay airborne, narrowly avoiding falling into the sea. If he had, it would have been a truly pathetic end. You really are durable. Even Whitebeard couldn't have taken that many of my punches. The fact that you're still standing is impressive. Shin said to Kaido, a hint of surprise in his voice. Shin was genuinely impressed. This Kaido really was durable. Should I spare him? He'd make a decent punching bag. But the thought only lasted for a moment before he dismissed it. He had said he would kill Kaido, and he would. He wouldn't leave him alive. Shin Uzumaki, what the hell did I ever do to you? Kaido roared. At this moment, Shin had no idea how utterly frustrated Kaido felt. He hadn't done anything to Shin Uzumaki, so why was he being targeted? It had to be related to Whitebeard. Kaido immediately thought of him. Whatever Whitebeard offered you, I can match it. Kaido shouted at Shin. Shin just looked at him, amused. Was Kaido really trying to buy him off? But Kaido had no idea what he could possibly offer. Treasure. Please. Once Kaido was dead, everything he had would belong to Shin anyway. As for anything else, what could Kaido possibly have? If he had a rare devil fruit, maybe Shin would consider sparing him. But if Kaido had a rare devil fruit, he would have given it to one of his subordinates already. Actually, what Whitebeard offered me wasn't that great. I'm dealing with you simply because I want to. Shin said calmly to Kaido. Shin wasn't here for Whitebeard's benefit. He wasn't here for any deal he made. He's here because he felt like it. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to deal with Kaido? Did he really think Whitebeard's promises were enough to satisfy him? For other pirates, treasure might be their ultimate goal. After all, that was what being a pirate was all about, right? Treasure and fame. But Shin didn't care about those things. If wealth was his goal, he wouldn't be wasting his time on pirates. He'd just go straight to the source and rob the celestial dragons blind. After all, they'd been hoarding treasure for centuries. The combined wealth of every pirate on the seas probably couldn't match what they had stashed away. Kaido stared at Shin, his frustration boiling over. Shin's words almost made him snap. Chapter 679, The End of Kaido. Kaido now understood from Shin's words that there was no peaceful way out of this. It was a fight to the death. As for escaping, the thought never crossed his mind. It wasn't that Kaido didn't want to escape, he was never one for heroic last stands. He would flee from an unbeatable opponent without a second thought. But against Shin Uzumaki, Kaido knew he had no chance of getting away. Having resolved to fight for his life, Kaido's entire body turned a glossy black. High above, a massive black dragon materialized in the sky. He cloaked his entire body in a sheet of glossy black. Armament Haki, Kaido had actually managed to coat his entire massive dragon form, reinforcing both his attack and defense. Looking at Kaido now, Shin's expression held a hint of surprise. A dragon form Kaido was already enormous. To coat his entire body with armament Haki would consume an immense amount of stamina. Even Kaido couldn't maintain this state for long, but he had no choice. He had to unleash his full power to have any hope of fighting Shin. Roar! A dragon's roar thundered across the sky. Endless storm clouds gathered, and the sea below churned violently, massive waves crashing against Shin's wood golem. But the colossal waves struck the golem as if hitting an immovable rock, unable to budge it an inch. Even at his full strength, Kaido still couldn't shake Shin's wood golem. But this was far from over. In fact, it was just the beginning. Countless bolts of lightning rained down on Shin, and fierce winds howled around him. Electric serpents descended with the torrential rain. A radius of dozens of kilometers had been transformed into a forbidden zone. Calling the wind and rain. Is this the extent of your power, Kaido? Shin gazed at the black dragon Kaido had become. He could summon storms, control lightning, and breathe fire. Combined with his endless stamina, ultimate defense, and incredible recovery, Kaido seemed to have no weaknesses. Looks like we need to fall back. Aboard the Pluton, Robin spoke up, and the ship began to retreat. This Kaido. Even I would struggle against him in this state, Hancock said grimly. From the power Kaido was now displaying, Hancock knew she was no match for him. Though Hancock was incredibly proud, she was also pragmatic. If she couldn't win, she wouldn't pretend otherwise. I'm not confident either, Alvia said. Her strength was about equal to Hancock's. Of course, if the two of them teamed up, they could definitely handle him. But they didn't need to. Shin could handle it himself. No matter how strong Kaido appeared, in Shin's hands, he was nothing more than a worm. Both Hancock and Alvia had absolute faith in Shin. There was no time to dwell on that now, the wind and waves were threatening to capsize the Pluton. The falling lightning was left to Alvia. As a rumble fruit user, she wasn't about to let a few bolts of lightning damage the ship. As for the wind and waves, Hancock and Momosaji each drew their swords, slicing through the massive swells with a single slash. It was just the aftershock of the battle. Though the spectacle was immense, it posed no real threat to them. Their strength was far from just for show. Kaido's desperate struggle was indeed impressive, but it couldn't harm Shin in the slightest. For all the spectacle, it was all bark and no bite. In reality, it posed no threat to Shin. All right, you've had your turn. Now it's mine, Shin said with a faint smile. The armament Haki armor on the wood golem was too strong. Kaido's full power attacks couldn't even scratch it. Susanoo. Shin manifested his Susanoo, which instantly formed into armor, encasing the wood golem. The already massive golem grew another 100 meters, a giant that touched the sky, forcing even Kaido to look up in awe. With a swift grab, one massive hand seized the dragon form Kaido. Kaido reacted quickly, reverting to his human form and slipping through the gaps between the fingers. Trying to run. I'm not in the mood for hide and seek, Shin said calmly. He then controlled the giant wood golem. The two massive hands clapped together like mountains colliding. With a deafening boom, Kaido was caught between them. He's still not dead. Shin looked at the severely injured Kaido in his palm. His body was nearly flattened, yet he was still breathing. Say what you will, but Kaido's durability was astonishing, his life force tenacious. Anyone else would have been killed by such a heavy blow. But the world of One Piece was full of monsters, exceptionally strong in every aspect, especially their life force, which was almost absurdly resilient. Take Whitebeard, for example. His vitality was incredible. Even after having half his face blown off, he could continue to fight. Even with a massive hole in his chest, it didn't seem to affect him. His life force was monstrous. He might not be on the level of a Six Paths level powerhouse, but compared to the Kage and Quasi-Kage of the Naruto world, he was in a different league entirely. Of course, Orochimaru was an exception. That guy was a true cockroach, seemingly impossible to kill. Though Kaido wasn't dead, he was on his last breath. Without medical attention, he would eventually succumb to his injuries. Alright, I'll give you a quick end. Shin left the wood golem and looked at the fallen Kaido, a black blade formed from a truth-seeking orb in his hand. The truth-seeking orbs were the bane of all creation, a power that could erase anything it touched. Unless one possessed Six Paths power, contact meant death. And in the world of One Piece, there was no such thing as Six Paths power. It's over, Kaido. Shin said, looking at him. Kaido said nothing, closing his eyes in silent resignation. However, just as Shin approached, Kaido's eyes snapped open, and he threw a punch at Shin's head. He was aiming for a vital point, hoping for a one-hit kill. Kaido was never one to wait for death. But it was all for nothing. Kaido's speed was no match for Shin's. A single stab pierced through Kaido's body. The power of the truth-seeking orb began to destroy his body. Even Kaido was powerless against this force. His body slowly turned to ash. No matter how strong his body was, once touched, it was erased. After killing Kaido, Shin dispelled the wood golem, letting it sink into the sea, then flew back to his ship. He returned in an instant. Seeing Shin return, Hancock and the others immediately surrounded him, checking his condition. Chapter 680, Shanks's wasted trip. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Shin smiled at the women who were checking him for injuries. Though Hancock and the others had absolute faith in Shin, they still cared about him. Good thing you're not hurt, Shin. Otherwise, I would have torn him to shreds, Hancock said. Anyone killed by a truth-seeking orb would be utterly erased. There's a ship approaching. It's red-haired Shanks's ship, Momosaji said, her gaze fixed on the far-off sea. She pointed at the distant vessel. It was a pirate ship, and Shin recognized its flag, the red-hair pirates. Shanks is showing up now. Don't tell me he came to play peacemaker. Shin said with a faint, amused smile. Let's go. We'll meet Shanks first, then find Whitebeard. Shin had already dealt with Kaido. Whitebeard shouldn't have any trouble with Blackbeard. Captain, they've spotted us, Ben Beckman said, seeing the approaching ship. Of course. We weren't hiding. It's only natural they'd see us. But something's not right, has the fight already ended? Red-haired Shanks felt something was off. Shin was right. Shanks had indeed come to stop the fight between Shin and Kaido. A war between two of the four emperors, regardless of the outcome, would have a massive impact on the entire sea. So, Shanks was planning to use his infamous influence, hoping both sides would give him face. No, not both sides, 3 sides. Though Beckman had warned him that his influence might not be that great, Shanks hadn't listened and had brought the red-hair pirates over anyway. But it seemed he was a bit late. He had seen a world-shaking spectacle earlier, but now there was no movement. And it looked like the battle was already over. He had rushed over as soon as he got the news. Did Shin Uzumaki finish the fight that quickly? Was Kaido that weak? Shanks didn't know. The truth was, Kaido's strength wasn't weak, but Shin's was simply overwhelming. He could beat Kaido to a pulp. Where's Kaido? After meeting, Shanks couldn't help but ask Shin. Though he suspected Kaido was already dead, he couldn't be sure. Maybe he wasn't dead, just escaped. Even if Kaido escaped, it wouldn't have a major impact on the seas. But if he was dead, the consequences would be enormous. You've probably already guessed. Kaido is dead. Shin said calmly to Shanks. Shanks sighed. So it was true. Kaido was dead. I had originally intended to mediate. It seems I made a wasted trip, Shanks said with a bitter smile. Oh. If I hadn't fought Kaido, would that have benefited you in some way? Shin asked, looking at Shanks. No benefit for me, but it would have been a great benefit for the peace of the seas. Shanks shook his head. If Kaido lived, the seas would remain relatively stable. But if he died, the balance of the 4 emperors would be broken. Ambitious men would inevitably vie for his position, leading to a war that would claim the lives of tens of thousands. I didn't realize you thought so much about these things, Shin said, looking at red-haired Shanks as if he could see right through him. Since that's the case, you can leave now. Shin had no time to continue chatting with red-haired Shanks. He wanted to see how Whitebeard was doing. Shanks left immediately. Though he had rushed here, it had been a wasted trip. Shin had acted too quickly. From the start of the fight to the end, it had been less than half an hour. I don't buy that Shanks's motives are that pure. Robin stared at the departing Shanks, her eyes filled with suspicion. Whatever. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go. Shin wasn't concerned about Shanks's calculations. As long as Shanks stayed out of his way, Shin couldn't care less what he did. But if Shanks stepped out of line, Shin would kill him without a second thought. He really would. Without any mercy. Besides, Shin and Shanks had no relationship to speak of. Shin's Pluton set a course for Whitebeard's location. He wondered if Whitebeard could finish the fight. But Shin guessed Whitebeard definitely couldn't finish off Blackbeard. It had only been a short time. How could Whitebeard defeat Blackbeard so quickly? Though Whitebeard's strength was indeed greater than Blackbeard's, Shin didn't think Blackbeard had been idle these past 2 years. After obtaining the dark fruit, Blackbeard's strength had improved at an incredible rate. And it wasn't just Blackbeard himself, his crew had likely seen significant improvement as well. The dark fruit could steal other devil fruits. He could kill other devil fruit users and take their fruits. Even if Blackbeard didn't eat them, he could give them to his subordinates. The Pluton's speed was incredible. It didn't take long for them to reach the site of Whitebeard and Blackbeard's battle. At this moment, Whitebeard was in the middle of a fierce fight with Blackbeard. Whitebeard's devil fruit ability was temporarily sealed, he couldn't use its power. It had to be said that the dark fruit's ability was a powerful counter to other devil fruit users, directly sealing the tremor fruit and nullifying one of Whitebeard's greatest weapons. Though Whitebeard was still powerful without the tremor fruit, it was like a tiger without its claws. He was still a threat, but not as great. However, Blackbeard's crew was nearly wiped out. It wasn't that Blackbeard's crew wasn't strong, but they were facing a full-scale assault from the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. So many people ganging up on them, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't hold out unless they could ignore numbers. Moreover, the ones attacking Blackbeard's crew were the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, all incredibly powerful individuals. Especially Marco, Flower Sword Vista, and Diamond Jozu, their strength could even hold off an admiral for a time. Teach. Whitebeard landed a punch on Blackbeard's face, knocking out a few of his remaining teeth. You damned old fossil. Blackbeard spat out 2 bloody teeth, his expression ferocious as he glared at Whitebeard. You should have been dead long ago, Teach, Whitebeard said, staring at him. If not for Kaido, Whitebeard would have killed Blackbeard long ago. But because of Kaido, Whitebeard hadn't been able to act. Chapter 681, as long as he doesn't run. They look like they're in a brutal fight. Is Blackbeard really that strong now? Momosaji watched in surprise. She'd never thought much of Blackbeard before. But now, it seemed he was more formidable than she'd imagined. Although the Blackbeard pirates were on the verge of being wiped out, the Whitebeard pirates had also suffered heavy losses. In his fight against Whitebeard, Blackbeard was taking a beating, but he was somehow holding on. The dark fruit is nothing to scoff at. It's known as the most malevolent devil fruit on the seas. Shin remarked. He was probably the only person who would look down on the dark fruit, anyone else would consider it a priceless treasure. Shin, of course, wasn't impressed by the dark fruit. His own 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen granted him similar powers of attraction, rendering Blackbeard's abilities redundant in his eyes. Blackbeard was only able to contend with Whitebeard because he was using its power to nullify Whitebeard's tremor fruit. He was then using its other abilities to defend against Whitebeard's attacks. Otherwise, Blackbeard would have been defeated long ago. Why is Shin Uzumaki here? Blackbeard's face turned grim. He had spotted Shin's ship. Shin's appearance here could only mean one of 2 things. The first was that Kaido had been defeated by Shin Uzumaki, and now Shin was here to deal with him. The second possibility was that Kaido had been outmatched and fled, and now Shin was here to deal with him. Either way, neither outcome was good for Blackbeard. Dealing with Whitebeard alone was already a massive struggle, in fact, he couldn't handle him at all. Now Shin Uzumaki had shown up. What was he supposed to do? Blackbeard didn't have the strength to fight 2 opponents at once. He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 2. What happened to Kaido? Whitebeard temporarily let Blackbeard catch his breath and asked Shin. Right now, Whitebeard was desperate to know Kaido's situation. Kaido is dead, Shin said to Whitebeard. That single sentence plunged Blackbeard into despair. Even if Kaido had just escaped, it would have been better than being dead. It would have meant he had a chance to escape too. But Kaido had been killed. Could he escape from Shin Uzumaki's grasp? Blackbeard knew Kaido's strength was no less than his own, perhaps even greater. You killed Kaido that quickly. Whitebeard's pupils contracted. As his rival, Whitebeard knew Kaido's strength all too well. Even he wasn't confident he could kill Kaido, at best, he could defeat him. But then Whitebeard remembered who he was talking to. It was Shin. When it came to him, nothing was surprising. In that case, please stay out of this. I'll deal with Blackbeard myself, Whitebeard said, his heart set on not letting Shin interfere. That's right, Whitebeard wanted to finish Blackbeard with his own hands, to settle the score between them. Fine. I have no interest in getting involved. I prefer watching the show, Shin nodded and said calmly. Whitebeard not wanting him to interfere was understandable. He surely wanted to kill Blackbeard himself. Shin had no intention of stepping in. After all, Blackbeard was no stronger than Kaido. Let Whitebeard handle it. Whitebeard is still strong. Dealing with Blackbeard shouldn't be a problem, Alvia commented. That's right, but that's assuming Blackbeard doesn't just cut and run. If he tries to escape, Whitebeard won't be able to stop him. Shin's gaze was fixed on Blackbeard. The current Blackbeard was much stronger than he had been during the Summit War 2 years prior. Knowing what a cunning and treacherous bastard he is, he might actually try to run, Robin nodded. As Shin and his crew talked, Whitebeard and Blackbeard had clashed once again. Though Blackbeard was still being suppressed, he felt a wave of relief. He hadn't expected Whitebeard to refuse Shin Uzumaki's help. For Blackbeard, this was a golden opportunity. If Shin Uzumaki had joined the fight, Blackbeard genuinely believed he wouldn't have survived. But facing Whitebeard alone, Blackbeard was confident. Not confident that he could defeat Whitebeard, the old man, though aged, was as powerful as ever. No, Blackbeard was confident he could escape. That's why he felt relieved. Dark water. A black hole-like gravitational force erupted from Blackbeard's hand, similar to universal pull, pulling Whitebeard towards him. Whitebeard stood his ground, completely unmoved. Fall, Teach, Whitebeard roared, then swung his naginata at Teach. A single slash was all it took to send Teach crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his wound as he cried out in pain. Pops, spare me. Blackbeard couldn't help but shout. Hearing this, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment, and the speed of his descending naginata slowed slightly. That slight hesitation was all Blackbeard needed. He immediately rolled, dodging out of Whitebeard's attack range. Whitebeard, you really are a fool, Blackbeard taunted, looking at him. Teach. Whitebeard's heart was filled with an icy rage. He had indeed hesitated, remembering the past. Teach had been well-behaved and humble on his ship. He never thought he would turn out like this. He never thought Teach harbored such great ambition. Whitebeard was furious. Teach, I won't let you get away this time, Whitebeard said to Teach with an incredibly firm tone. From now on, Whitebeard would not spare Teach. He had cut away the last shred of mercy in his heart. Whitebeard had finally seen Blackbeard for what he was, a backstabbing wolf. He no longer held any hope of him changing his ways. Old man, you think you can kill me? Blackbeard grinned. He might not be able to beat Whitebeard, but couldn't he just run? Could the old man really stop him from escaping? If Shin had been involved, Blackbeard wouldn't have been so confident. But now, it was just him and Whitebeard. How could he not escape? Goodbye, Whitebeard. The next time we meet, I'll be sure to give you the grandest funeral. Blackbeard stared at Whitebeard with hatred. His crew was dead. Blackbeard held a deep grudge against Whitebeard and would surely seek revenge in the future. Chapter 682, The Death of Blackbeard. After spitting out his threat, Blackbeard had no intention of sticking around. He immediately turned to flee. His speed was incredible. As for his remaining crew members, Blackbeard couldn't be bothered with them now. He was a heartless man. Risking his life for his crew? Not a chance. If his own life wasn't on the line, he might have considered saving them. But now, his own neck was at stake. How could he possibly save his crew? It was understandable. Teach, you think you can run? Seeing this, Whitebeard immediately slashed at him. Blackbeard made no attempt to dodge the attack. He actually used the force of Whitebeard's slash to propel himself even farther away, turning the attack into a tool for his own escape. Blackbeard was ruthless. Taking a slash from Whitebeard head-on had severely wounded him. The gash was so deep you could see bone, and several of his bones had been shattered. Whitebeard, looks like you're still not up to the task. Shin glanced at Whitebeard and said calmly. Whitebeard felt a bit embarrassed. Teach's strength had indeed grown. Universal pull. Of course, Shin wasn't going to let Blackbeard escape. A black hole-like gravitational force erupted from his hand, pulling Blackbeard straight back. Having already fled a great distance, Blackbeard was dragged back by Shin, his eyes filled with despair. Why did Shin Uzumaki also have the power of the dark fruit? That's right, Blackbeard had mistaken Shin's ability for that of the dark fruit. Shin Uzumaki, I thought you said you'd stay out of this. Blackbeard roared at Shin, stopping just short of calling him a liar. Oh. Did I say that to you? Shin asked Blackbeard calmly. Blackbeard was stunned. It was true that Shin had said he wouldn't interfere, but he had said it to Whitebeard. He had never told Blackbeard he wouldn't act. So what if he did now? Shin had never intended to let Blackbeard go. He had thought Whitebeard could handle him, but who would have guessed that Blackbeard would not only survive, but that the embarrassing old man would actually let him escape. From Shin's perspective, Whitebeard's performance was frankly embarrassing. Blackbeard had almost gotten away. I don't recall ever crossing you. Blackbeard said, swallowing his pride. His life was now in Shin's hands, so of course, he had to be humble. Indeed. But that doesn't really matter. Whether you've crossed me or not, right now, I want you dead. Shin said calmly. Did he need a reason to kill someone? It was the same with Kaido. Honestly, Kaido had never wronged him either. They'd barely crossed paths except for that one time in Wano years ago. But when Shin killed Kaido, he hadn't hesitated for a second. Can you at least tell me why? I don't want to die without knowing the reason, Blackbeard said as he tended to his wounds. At this moment, Blackbeard was very calm. He knew that only by staying calm did he have a chance to survive. If he panicked, he would surely die. Hey, you really think I'll believe you're just going to lie down and die? Shin scoffed. Blackbeard was putting on an act, but Shin wasn't buying it. Even Kaido had tried one last desperate attack before he died. Blackbeard wasn't at death's door yet, there was no way he'd just lie down and accept his fate. Darkwater. Realizing he'd been seen through, Blackbeard immediately attacked, his hands filled with dark power. He wanted to seal Shin's devil fruit abilities. However, Shin had never eaten a devil fruit. His abilities were all copied, so he was completely unaffected by the dark fruit's sealing properties. Boom. Shin kicked Blackbeard in the head, driving him into the ground. A pained scream escaped his lips as his head was deformed by the impact. Compared to Kaido, you really can't take a punch, Shin said to Blackbeard, quite disappointed. It seemed that compared to Kaido, Blackbeard wasn't even a decent punching bag. How disappointing. Damn it, I'll kill you. Since they had already reached this point, and he was clearly going to kill him, Blackbeard didn't hold back his words, shouting at him. Don't yell at me. It only shows your weakness. Shin's expression was calm as he looked at Blackbeard, but a murderous glint appeared in his calm eyes. Whitebeard watched from the side, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Though he had wanted to deal with Blackbeard himself, he had let him escape. At this point, Whitebeard couldn't bring himself to say anything. Now, Whitebeard had come to terms with it. As long as Blackbeard was dead, it didn't matter who killed him. Alright, I'm done wasting my breath on you. Time to end this. Black matter gathered in Shin's hand, forming a blade. Shin then stabbed it into Blackbeard. There was no dodging. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Blackbeard simply couldn't evade Shin's attack. He was stabbed and lost his life. This was a blade formed from truth-seeking orbs. A single strike, and not even a corpse would remain. In the end, Blackbeard met the same fate as Kaido. Blackbeard is dead. Shin turned to look at Whitebeard. Thank you, Whitebeard said to Shin. With Whitebeard's personality, he rarely thanked anyone. But this time, he truly had to thank Shin. Though he hadn't killed Teach himself, seeing him dead was a relief. In fact, if Whitebeard had been the one to act, he might not have been able to go through with it. He still had a soft spot for his former son. This was probably a weakness Whitebeard would never be able to overcome. This was our deal. No need to thank me, Shin said, shaking his head calmly. Afterward, the Whitebeard pirates were going to hold a celebratory banquet. They had invited Shin, but he refused. He had no interest in attending. Besides, who wanted to party with Whitebeard's crew? It was a sausage fest, not a single woman in sight. Shin had zero interest in that kind of celebration. Moreover, Shin didn't think there was anything to celebrate, nothing worth celebrating. Killing Blackbeard and Kaido was a simple matter. Did that really call for a celebration? Chapter 683, Worse Than a Devil Fruit. Afterward, the Whitebeard pirates departed, leaving Shin to take charge of Kaido's territory and wealth. Shin had no interest in Kaido's territory, his own was already more than enough to manage. As for the fortune, he chose to set it aside for now. He did not particularly care for it, but with it sitting before him, he saw no reason to refuse. Before long, news of Kaido and Blackbeard's death spread across the seas. The 4 emperors had now become 3, but that was not the most significant development. What truly mattered was that Shin had not claimed Kaido's territory, leaving it an unclaimed prize, a tempting one, like a rich, enticing cake every pirate on the sea longed to taste. Shin, why didn't you take Kaido's territory? Alvia asked, puzzled. Oh, Alvia. Are you looking for more work? Because if you are, I'd be happy to oblige. Shin said with a smile. Let's skip that, thanks. Don't come to me if you're just trying to dump more work on my plate. Alvia quickly shook her head. If Shin did take over Kaido's territory, her workload would skyrocket. The work she already had was driving her mad, any more and she might not be able to take it. Shin, I have a feeling there's more to it than that, Robin couldn't help but ask. Don't ask so many questions. All we need to do now is sit back and enjoy the show. Shin shook his head, not answering Robin's question. Robin saw that Shin had no intention of explaining, so she let it go. If he had wanted her to know, he would have told her. Since he chose silence, no amount of questioning would change that. Still, she could always make her own guesses and see later whether they proved correct. Shin, I made this barbecue especially for you. Care to try some? Just as Shin was gazing out at the sea, Nami's voice called out, followed by the distinct smell of something burnt. Catching a whiff of the scorched scent, Shin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. That smell was truly awful. Nami, are you trying to poison me? Shin asked, turning to face her. He then saw the lump of charcoal on Nami's plate. To call that barbecue? Shin would rather believe it was actual charcoal. How could I be trying to poison you? I made you barbecue, and you have the nerve to be ungrateful. Nami said indignantly. Fine. You take the first bite. If you survive, I'll eat, Shin said with a straight face. Eating that would probably kill someone, right? Well, maybe death was an exaggeration, but it would definitely make you sick. Though Shin's body was strong enough to handle it, he didn't want to torture his taste buds. Nami hesitated. See. Even you won't eat it, and you expect me to. What, do you think I'm stupid? Shin said, irritated. Fine, I'll eat it. Nami gritted her teeth, picked up a piece of meat, and shoved it in her mouth. Damn, she's really that ruthless with herself. Shin's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Nami to be so merciless to herself. She actually ate it. Didn't she know that thing was completely inedible? After eating the barbecue, Nami's body twitched, and she collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. That's some powerful stuff. Shin couldn't help but remark. Help, me. Nami managed to whisper. Shin sighed, shook his head, and said, rest in peace. Looking at the state you're in, I'd say you're a lost cause. Nami's eyes widened. Is he really just going to watch me die? I had no idea my cooking was this toxic. Don't worry, Nami. You should be fine, Robin said, trying to comfort the despairing Nami. Just spit it out and you'll be okay. Half an hour later, Nami finally recovered, though her face was still pale. I wonder how your barbecue compares to a devil fruit, Shin said, looking at the pile of burnt meat. It tastes worse than a devil fruit, Baby 5 chimed in. How do you know? Hancock couldn't help but ask Baby 5. Because I've tried it. Baby 5 answered Hancock. Because she had eaten it, she had the right to comment. So you've tried it too? You're really something. Shin looked at Baby 5 with admiration. He thought Nami was ruthless, but it turned out Baby 5 was just as hardcore. Nami, why did you decide to make barbecue all of a sudden? Shin asked, puzzled. I was bored and had nothing to do, so I thought I'd learn a new skill, Nami said after taking a sip of water. Well, to be honest, your skill is quite impressive. You could be a master in the world of dark culinary arts. Shin looked at Nami with admiration. To achieve this level of disaster wasn't easy. At least, Shin had no idea how she managed it. Perhaps even making dark cuisine required a certain talent, a talent Shin clearly lacked. I have a feeling you're just making fun of me, Nami said with a deadpan expression. I am making fun of you, Shin admitted freely. And besides, you made something like this for me to eat. Are you sure you weren't trying to use me as a poison tester? I'm never touching that again. Nami declared that she was now psychologically scarred. That was for the best, Shin didn't want Nami to waste any more food. It's good that you're self-aware. Don't ever try to prove yourself again. You're already a great navigator. There's no need to prove yourself in other areas. Shin said to Nami in a very serious tone. Your words are so harsh. Can't you comfort me, just a little? Nami said, her tone edged with annoyance. It's not that I don't want to comfort you, but I can't. I'm doing this for your own good, you just don't understand. He patted Nami's shoulder and said with great seriousness, which earned him a roll of the eyes from Nami. Like I'd believe you. Chapter 684, Black Arm Zephyr. After being hit with Shin's verbal barrage, Nami angrily ran to her room and locked herself into sulk. All you do is pick on girls. Hina can't stand people like you, Hina said, expressing her disdain for Shin. But Shin was immediately displeased. He hadn't seen Hina say a word earlier, in fact, she seemed to be enjoying the show. Now she suddenly comes out and accuses him. A wicked thought crossed Shin's mind. Looking at the barbecue still on the table, he picked it up and walked towards Hina. What are you doing? Come any closer and Hina will have to act. Feeling a sense of crisis rising from her core, Hina immediately took several steps back, watching Shin warily. Nothing much. I just want you to eat this barbecue. Khalifa, grab her. Shin ordered Khalifa, who was standing nearby. Khalifa, always obedient to Shin, immediately grabbed Hina, immobilizing her. Because Khalifa was a bit stronger than Hina, she was completely unable to move after being caught. Hina was wrong. Hina quickly pleaded. Oh, so now you know you're wrong. Don't you think it's a bit late? Shin said with a faint smile. No, it's not too late. Everyone makes mistakes, and everyone deserves a second chance. I'm hoping you can give me one. Hina said quickly. Nami had already demonstrated the taste of this barbecue, and so had Baby 5. She had said it tasted even worse than a devil fruit. Hina had eaten a devil fruit before, she knew just how disgusting it tasted. The taste of a devil fruit was said to be worse than crap, and this barbecue was even worse than that. I'll let you off this time. But if there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Shin warned Hina to make sure she understood. I understand, I will never make the same mistake again. Hina nodded quickly, then gestured for Khalifa to let her go. Seeing that Shin had forgiven Hina, Khalifa released her. Hina immediately snatched the plate from Shin's hand and threw both the plate and the barbecue into the sea. Just looking at it made Hina's heart tremble. So she quickly threw it away. It's fine. Even if you throw it away, we can just have Nami make some more, Shin said with a smile. Hina's mouth twitched. The Pluton continued its voyage through the new world, and anyone with sense kept their distance from him. But today, he crossed paths with someone unexpectedly formidable. That flag. It should be the Neo Marines flag, right? Shin's gaze was fixed on the ship in the distance, and the flag flying on it. The so-called Neo Marines were a new navy established by Zephyr. Of course, that was according to Zephyr himself. To Akainu, Zephyr was a traitor. Compared with the original timeline, Zephyr founded the Neo Marines earlier because Edward Weevil became a warlord sooner. For that reason, the Neo Marines had also formed ahead of schedule, though they had yet to make a name for themselves at sea, largely due to their limited activity. Seeing the Neo Marines now, no one knew what Zephyr intended. Though he was old, his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, he was a former admiral. Even if he could no longer match an admiral's full power, he likely still possessed the strength of an admiral candidate. Should we attack? Alvia asked Shin. They were enemies, after all. The Neo Marines hated pirates with a passion. But even so, the current Neo Marines had no record of killing pirates, at most just defeating them. Attacking for no reason seems a bit rude, Shin said with a smile, making no move to attack. Everything depended on Zephyr's choice. If he attacked Shin, Shin would not hesitate to strike back. Still, Shin had always felt that Zephyr's strength was somewhat exaggerated. He had lost an arm to Edward Weevil long ago, and at that time, his power should not yet have declined significantly. So was Weevil simply that strong, or had Zephyr's reputation been overstated all along? Shin wasn't sure. Perhaps it was a bit of both. At this moment, Zephyr also saw Shin's ship. After all, Shin's ship was so conspicuous, along with the flag on it, it was impossible not to see it. Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Shin's ship with caution. Teacher, it seems to be Shin Uzumaki, Ein said cautiously to Zephyr. Yes, I know. Zephyr nodded. Though he had never fought Shin, he knew how powerful he was. With the current strength of the Neo Marines, it was impossible to confront the Kuja pirates. Moreover, he had just heard that Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates had destroyed Kaido's beast pirates. This news was definitely true, not a fake. Ein fell silent, looking at her teacher, Zephyr, waiting for his orders. Whether to confront them or retreat was all up to Zephyr. Let's meet him. Zephyr didn't leave, preparing to meet Shin, just as Shin had thought. Not long after, the two ships met, stopping at a distance of less than 100 meters. Shin looked at Zephyr with a faint gaze, while Zephyr was also sizing him up. You haven't aged a day. Zephyr looked at Shin's face with shock. Zephyr had seen Shin before. But compared to now, Shin hadn't changed at all, as if time had left no trace on him. Your presence feels weak, Zephyr, Shin said, looking at Zephyr and sensing his aura, feeling he was weaker than he had imagined. Maybe Zephyr in his prime had been truly powerful, but the men standing before him now. Not so impressive. The reason was simple, old injuries. Zephyr had accumulated countless wounds over his career. They hadn't slowed him down in his prime, but age had turned them into serious liabilities. Still, regardless of his current combat ability, Zephyr's talent as an instructor remained unmatched in the Marines. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru had all been his students. Even most of the officers at Marine headquarters had trained under Zephyr at some point, including Hina. Right now, watching her former teacher, Hina's emotions were all over the place. She'd been devastated when he left the Marines. Never in a million years did she think they'd meet again like this. Chapter 685, Zephyr's Purpose. It's been a long time, Zephyr-sensei. Hina didn't try to hide, her gaze complicated as she met his. Hina, you've disappointed me, Zephyr said, his expression hardening at the sight of her. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Shin said coolly. After all, Zephyr, you're in a similar boat. You're hardly in a position to be lecturing her. Hina was one of his own now, and he wasn't about to let Zephyr berate her. Besides, Zephyr had no right. I'm different, Zephyr roared, his voice thick with anger. He had left the Marines, but he was no pirate. He had founded the Neo Marines. It was Sengoku who had disappointed him, inviting the men who had wronged him, Whitebeard Jr., to become one of the 7 warlords, a government-sanctioned pirate. So, Zephyr had left in disgust, taking a large number of cadets with him. Perhaps out of guilt, or for other reasons, Sengoku had never moved against him. But things were different now. The current fleet admiral was a Kainu. And now, Zephyr planned to destroy the endpoints that led to Raftel. The chain reaction would annihilate the entire New World. He believed this was the only way to rid the seas of pirates and bring peace to the world. But Zephyr's thinking was far too naive. Neither the Marines nor the 5 elders would stand by and watch the New World be destroyed. Besides, the sheer number of pirates wasn't just because of Raftel's allure. Not every pirate set sail in search of treasure. Under the oppression of the celestial dragons, many people had been pushed to their limits, forced to become pirates just to survive. That was the root of the problem. If Zephyr truly wanted to solve it, he should have joined Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. With his teaching ability, he would have been invaluable. Dragon would have welcomed him with open arms. Even in his old age, Zephyr's ability to train the next generation was unparalleled in the world of One Piece. You know they'll be coming for you, Zephyr, Shin said. If I were you, I wouldn't be wandering the seas. I'd find a nice, quiet place to retire. It was a piece of well-intentioned advice. Shin bore Zephyr no ill will. Though he disagreed with Zephyr's philosophy, the man was worthy of respect. And Zephyr's end was a tragic one, killed by his own students, much like Hiruzen Sarutobi in the world of Naruto. Perhaps it was a fitting end. For a man who had fought his entire life, dying in battle was better than fading away in old age. For those who had spent their lives at war, a peaceful death might have been an unwelcome one. What do you mean? Zephyr asked Shin. I know your purpose. But do you think the Marines, who are watching your every move, don't? Shin's gaze seemed to pierce right through Zephyr. Zephyr's heart skipped a beat. Could Shin Uzumaki really know his plan? And if he did, would he try to stop him? Zephyr watched Shin intently, but to his disappointment, Shin's expression was completely natural, revealing nothing. Zephyr hadn't even stolen the Dyna stones yet. How could this man know his plan? Or was he just bluffing? We're leaving, Zephyr said in a low voice. He had no intention of engaging with Shin. He knew Shin's strength, even Garp and Sengoku together were no match for him, nor was Whitebeard. Zephyr would be no different. He hated pirates, but his hatred for Shin wasn't as intense. He knew that the territories under Shin's control were relatively peaceful, and since they had no personal grudge against each other, Zephyr saw no reason to start a conflict. Should we stop them? Hancock asked Shin. And do what? Have tea. Let them go, Shin said with a smile, gently stroking Hancock's cheek. Hearing Shin's words, Zephyr relaxed. His ship sailed away, and Shin's crew continued on their course. Though Zephyr's goal was to destroy the entire New World, to leave no place for pirates to stand, he would never succeed. A man who had refused to kill for his entire life had turned to extremism in his old age. Regardless of the tragedies that had shaped Zephyr, his chosen path would lead to his death. Unless he could let go of his past. But could he? From the moment Zephyr left, Shin could see that he hadn't abandoned his plan. Shin was tempted to get involved, but not now. He would wait until Zephyr had the Dyna stones. He was also curious about their power. They were rumored to rival the ancient weapons, exploding on contact with air. A single one could easily destroy an island. Zephyr's plan was to use the Dyna stones to destroy the 3 endpoints of the New World. If all 3 were destroyed, the land would erupt in magma, leaving no place for pirates. But that was too extreme. It would mean the destruction of all land in the New World, and countless innocent people would die along with the pirates. This wasn't just about dealing with pirates, it was about waging war against the entire New World, against everyone in it. Shin didn't mention this. Hancock and the others didn't know. If they had known, they might have killed Zephyr on the spot. After returning to his territory, Shin stayed put, becoming a homebody. His quiet presence, however, was a relief to the pirates of the New World. Rumors had been spreading that Shin was planning to clean up the other pirates in the New World. Some had even fled in fear. I didn't realize I had such a fearsome reputation on the seas. Shin looked at the newspaper and couldn't help but say, I just killed Kaido. What's the big deal? If the now deceased Kaido knew what Shin thought of him, who knew how he would react? But Shin did look down on Kaido. After all, he had been easily defeated. Shin had every right to. By the way, are there any other major events on the seas? Shin tossed the newspaper aside. Not all major events made it into the papers. Some news was spread through special channels. There is one piece of news, and it's related to us, Alvia said with a nod. Oh. What is it? Something related to us. Shin's face showed a hint of curiosity. What could it be? Chapter 686, The World Destroyer's Challenge. Alvia's expression grew uncharacteristically serious. The news concerns us directly, she said. The 5 elders are planning to make a move against us. Oh. Is the information reliable? Shin wasn't particularly shocked. It was only natural for the 5 elders to want to deal with him. From their perspective, it was the logical move. We don't know for sure yet. It's just a rumor for now, we don't know if it's true. Alvia couldn't confirm the accuracy of the information. It was just a rumor circulating in the underworld, and those were a mixed bag of truth and lies. Should we look into it? Alvia asked Shin. Of course. If it's true, then things will get interesting. A cold glint flashed in Shin's eyes. He had never gone out of his way to antagonize the 5 elders or the celestial dragons. But if they were foolish enough to provoke him, Shin wouldn't mind baring his fangs and devouring them both. He was confident he could handle it. I'll investigate right away. Alvia couldn't relax either. The 5 elders were a behemoth, capable of mobilizing the Marines and the Cipher Pole organizations. And behind them were the celestial dragons. Everyone knew the celestial dragons were pathetic, the dregs of society. But without real power to back them up, how could they hold a position above everyone else? The celestial dragons were not to be underestimated. After all, it was their ancestors who created the current world order. By the way, there's one more thing. A man calling himself the World Destroyer has issued a challenge to you. His name is Burndy World. He's an escapee from Impel Down, and he's quite strong. Oh, so it's that guy. I almost forgot about him. His devil fruit ability is quite impressive. Shin immediately remembered who he was. The man possessed the Mormor fruit. In the original story, he had sought revenge, planning to use a cannon and the power of his fruit to blow Marine Ford away. He truly had the ability to do so, otherwise, he wouldn't be known as the World Destroyer. The Mormor fruit was definitely one of the most powerful devil fruits on the seas. It could increase the size and speed of any object it touched by up to 100 times. It could even be used to increase one's own speed, boosting it by 10 or even 100 times. Who knew if it could be developed even further? If I had the Mormor fruit's ability and could increase my own speed by 100 times. I wonder how fast I'd be. Shin felt it was necessary to test this. The multiplicative enhancement was simply too overpowered. Right. He wants to challenge me. Even if he didn't, I'd be looking for him. But something felt off to Shin. Burndy World had no reason to have beef with him. His grudge was with the Marines, not Shin. So why the challenge? Shin glanced through the intel Alvia had compiled on Burndy World. Apparently, Marine Ford had already been blown to hell by World and was now completely abandoned. Even though they'd known World was targeting the place, Akainu hadn't bothered doing much about it. Besides, Akainu's focus was on the new world. As for why Burndy World was challenging Shin, he had no idea. Who knew what went through that guy's head? The men just wanted to fight, apparently. Shin had just killed Kaido, and now someone else was stepping up. Whether it was intentional or just stupidity remained to be seen. If you really want to challenge me, I'll play along. And I'll copy the Mormor fruit while I'm at it. Shin had plenty of replication cards. It was time to use them. But copying the Mormor fruit would probably require a divine replication card. This fruit was quite overpowered. Shin felt its threat was no less than the Tremor fruit, it was just that its user wasn't as strong as Whitebeard. Since you're going to deal with Burndy World, let's set sail, Hancock said immediately. No, Hancock, we don't need to. Since he's challenging me, he'll come to us. We just have to wait for him. Shin wasn't in a hurry. He'd just wait. Burndy World would come to him, so there was no need for him to move, and he didn't want to. Fine. Chasing him down would be beneath us anyway. Let him come to us. Hancock polished the blade in her hands. If she was being honest, killing Burndy World wouldn't be difficult, probably just a few quick strikes. The man was old, and he'd been frozen for over 30 years. All that time on ice meant his strength had stagnated completely. In terms of strength, he couldn't compare to the current Hancock. If she was willing to act, Shin wouldn't mind letting her handle it. Actually, after Burndy World accelerates, he's quite impressive. Shin reminded Hancock. With his already fast speed, accelerating it by 10, 50, or even 100 times was truly overpowered. In terms of speed, if he accelerated to his maximum, even Kizaru might not be faster. But he probably wouldn't want to increase his own speed that much, as his body would have to bear a great burden. And using a devil fruit ability already consumed a lot of stamina. The more powerful the ability, the greater the stamina required to use it. I believe I can handle him, Hancock said confidently. Her observation hockey had even reached a level where she could predict a part of the future. In battle, that gave her a huge advantage. Can I have a go? I'd like to test my strength against him. Nami suddenly asked Shin. Hearing Nami's question, Shin gave her a strange look. You want to fight? With your strength, you'd be throwing your life away. Do not even think about it. With your meager abilities, you would simply be serving yourself on a platter, Shin said, dismissing her proposal. Nami's strength had grown quickly, but she needed to keep her feet on the ground. Challenging a veteran powerhouse like Burndy World would be suicide. You don't get locked up on Impel down 6th level for being weak, everyone down there was a genuine monster. At Nami's current strength, World would kill her in a single strike. She wouldn't even get a chance to react. Chapter 687, a challenge comes with a price. A while ago, you were telling me how strong I was. Now you're saying I couldn't beat anyone. Nami huffed in frustration. Your strength is decent, but it all depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Against the old guard, of course you're going to fall short, Alvia explained. Forget the old guard, even compared to the supernovas, you still have a long way to go, Nami. Shin's words were blunt, but they were the truth. Nami's skills just weren't at that level yet. Of course, against your average marine or pirate, she could probably take them down in an instant. So, no more slacking. It's time for some real training. And I'll be training you myself, Shin said, patting Nami on the shoulder. You can do it, Nami. Shirahoshi cheered, giving her a tiny, encouraging fist pump. Hey, you could torture me all you want, I'm still not training with you, Nami said with a humorless laugh, shaking her head firmly. She'd already been through the hellish nightmare that was Shin's training regimen. She knew her limits. Last time, just unlocking her observation hockey had required nearly a month of pure agony. Nami had zero interest in going through that again. Sure, back then she'd been desperate for power. But now, that drive had completely evaporated. Compared to getting stronger, lounging around doing nothing sounded way more appealing. I'm a navigator, not a frontline fighter. Why do I have to kill myself training? That was Nami's current line of thinking. I didn't expect you to throw in the towel so quickly, Nami. But that's not happening. You're continuing your training. Shin wasn't about to let her weasel out of this. She'd been the one begging to get stronger in the first place, no takebacks now. In the end, Shin had to physically drag her away. Nami's desperate pleas for rescue fell on deaf ears, everyone else just stood there grinning, finding her suffering way too entertaining to help. I'll remember this, every last one of you. Nami grumbled resentfully. Just you wait, Shin. One day, I'll become so strong that I'll pin you to the ground and beat you senseless. Nami tried to win a verbal victory, but Shin was completely unfazed. Let her talk. No matter what she said, he'd still be the one pushing her to her limits, or, as he saw it, helping her train. In the end, Nami was dragged away. Shin might have been joking around before, but when it came to training, he was dead serious. No complaining. If you want real strength, you have to earn it, Shin said, cutting off her protests. You don't want to be a burden, do you? So train hard. The word burden struck a nerve. Just as Nami was about to give up, her resolve hardened. Shin saw the change in her and smiled faintly. When Nami was serious, her determination was something he genuinely admired. A week passed, but Burndy World still hadn't shown up. Was the intel fake? Shin was beginning to doubt its authenticity. Fine. If you won't come to me, I'll go to you. Just as Shin decided to track down Burndy World himself, Robin brought him new information. The man was on his way, not far from their territory. I don't think we should let him get any closer. I've looked into his abilities, his destructive power is immense, Robin said seriously. What if he came ashore and caused massive casualties? You've got a point, Robin. I don't want my territory getting torn up. Shin nodded. Let's go. Time to meet this guy. A glint appeared in Shin's eyes. While this man's strength couldn't compare to Blackbeard's, his value to Shin was far greater. Shin gathered his crew and set sail. It didn't take long to spot Burndy World's ship. It seemed he had managed to recruit a new crew. For a powerhouse like him, finding followers was easy, a simple display of strength was all it took to attract a crowd. Are you Burndy World? Shin's gaze settled on the man. He didn't look particularly old, but in reality, he was over 70, no younger than Whitebeard. He was a relic of the same era, but having been frozen for over 30 years, time had seemingly stood still for him. And you're Shin Uzumaki. Burndy World's tone was dismissive as he sized Shin up. You don't look all that strong. He was questioning Shin's strength, mainly because Shin didn't look intimidating. In Burndy World's experience, true powerhouses had a certain presence, a physical dominance that inspired fear. Shin, on the other hand, looked more like some pretty boy. Oh. And what does strong look like to you? Shin asked with a faint smile, completely unbothered. Did he really think he could judge strength at a glance? When Shin concealed his aura, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. As a ninja, learning to hide one's presence was second nature, a skill honed in the world of Naruto that had become an instinct he couldn't shake. Besides, Shin's personality wasn't the type to be overly flashy, constantly projecting his power. He preferred to keep a low profile, a calm exterior hiding the world-destroying force within. By the way, we don't have any grudge against each other. Why did you want to challenge me? This was the question Shin really wanted an answer to. Was Burndy World just looking for a quick death? I don't like your face. And I want to see if you have what it takes to be called the world's strongest. Burndy World's expression twisted with irritation. Chapter 688, Unlocking Potential Through a Brush with Death, Copying More Fruit. Hey, you don't like my face? Shin let out a cold laugh. Plenty of people didn't like his face. Who the hell did this guy think he was? In truth, quite a few people held a grudge against Shin, especially those who had been locked away for a long time. The escapees from Impel Down, for instance, were never fully convinced of his strength. System, copy his more fruit ability. Shin commanded silently. Consuming one divine replication card. More fruit successfully copied. The cold, mechanical voice of the system, one Shin hadn't heard in a long time, echoed in his mind. He felt a new power surge within him, the ability of the more fruit. More 100x gun. Burndy World drew a pistol, aimed it at Shin, and his eyes filled with killing intent. He fired. The bullet, magnified 100 times in size and speed, shot forward with enough force to obliterate a ship. Insolent. Hancock shouted, and with a single slash, she split the massive bullet in two. Burndy World was taken aback. While it wasn't his strongest move, it was more than enough to handle your average pirate. Not bad. Let me return the favor. A pistol appeared in Shin's hand. To be honest, the guns in this world were nothing special, and he rarely used them. But now, he wanted to see what they could do with the power of the more fruit. More 100x gun. Bang. A massive bullet shot out, tearing through the air at incredible speed. It was only in the final moments before impact that Burndy World snapped out of his shock and dodged the attack, his eyes now fixed on Shin with a mix of horror and caution. How can you use the more fruit's ability? Burndy World demanded. Do I really need to answer that? Shin asked calmly. Burndy World's expression soured. His own devil fruit ability was now being used by his opponent. What was going on? Could there be two more fruits? More 100x sword. Burndy World gripped a large sword and swung it down at Shin. As it descended, the blade grew to a colossal size, stretching hundreds of meters. He was panting slightly, clearly winded from the effort. The biggest drawback of the more fruit was its massive stamina consumption. Even Hancock's expression turned grim. She could feel the immense threat from that attack. It seemed the powerhouses of the older generation were not to be underestimated. This Burndy World was a prime example, his strength was undoubtedly top tier, even in the New World. He was someone the Marines took seriously. There was no way he'd be weak. Shinra Tensei. Shin, however, was unfazed. He simply raised his hand, and Burndy World's attack was stopped in its tracks. The massive blade hung in the air, unable to move an inch, no matter how much force he put behind it. An attack like this is too weak, Shin said calmly. Impossible. Burndy World's eyes went wide with shock, his mustache twitching uncontrollably. His slashes could normally split a ship clean in half, yet Shin had stopped it with some invisible barrier. In this world, nothing is impossible. Shin smiled faintly, then mercilessly counterattacked. He appeared in front of Burndy World in an instant, so fast that even Burndy World had no idea how he had moved. Boom. His fist slammed into Burndy World's face. The man was knocked out cold, collapsing to the deck, motionless. As for his crew, they were too terrified to even move. These were men Burndy World had recruited from the first half of the Grand Line, weak-willed and prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Faced with Shin, they didn't dare lift a finger. What should I do with this guy? Shin ignored the small fry and looked down at the unconscious Burndy World. Kill him. He had come looking for a fight, but he hadn't really done anything. Killing him seemed a bit extreme. Shin, what are you going to do with him? Robin asked, coming to his side. On second thought, I might as well just toss him into the sea. Shin looked at Burndy World, who lay on the ground like a stray dog. Whether he drowned or not was none of his concern. Not killing him outright was already an act of mercy, or perhaps not. For a devil fruit user, being thrown into the sea was a death sentence. Without another thought, Shin tossed Burndy World overboard. He sank into the depths in an instant. He'll probably die, Robin commented, glancing at the water. Probably. He's definitely dead. Bad luck for him. Shin shook his head slightly. Just then, a patch of red stained the water's surface, Burndy World's blood. After being thrown into the sea, he'd had the misfortune of running into a sea beast, which had promptly devoured him. You can all get lost now, Shin said, glancing at the men on the ship. In the next moment, their vessel disintegrated, collapsing into the sea. Hundreds of men were thrown into the water. Oh, and a heads up, there are plenty of sea beasts around here. Your captain just got eaten. If you don't swim fast, you'll be next. Shin's calm words sent a chill through their hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to swim for their lives, their panic unlocking a surprising burst of speed. Even Shin was a bit surprised by how fast they were moving. It's true what they say, nothing brings out your potential like a brush with death. It seemed the old saying was right. Not that Shin had ever experienced it himself, he'd never been in a true life or death situation, so he had no idea if it really worked. A bunch of unlucky fools. But they brought this on themselves. If they hadn't followed Burndy World, they wouldn't have died. Just more greedy souls on this sea. Robin had no sympathy for them. The pirates on the sea were almost all villains, committing all sorts of atrocities. Most of them were after money, and there was no shortage of pirates who would pillage a village for a quick score. Chapter 689, Kizaru vs. Zephyr. The death of Burndy World barely made a ripple. By now, every pirate on the seas knew better than to mess with Shin. Anyone stupid enough to cross him was basically signing their own death warrant. So, when he was struck down, no one felt any sympathy. In fact, many pirates were pleased to have one less rival to worry about. Zephyr already snatched the Dyna stones. He works fast, Shin remarked as he listened to the latest report. They say Zephyr is currently being pursued by the Marines, Alvia added. He had just secured the Dyna stones and hadn't even begun his plan before he was on the run. The one leading the chase was none other than his former student, Kizaru. Back in the day, Zephyr and Kizaru had never seen eye to eye. Akainu sending Kizaru after him now was a clear message. He wanted Zephyr dead. With his aging body, how could he possibly stand a chance against Kizaru? Shin, could you do Hina a favor? Hina hesitated for a moment before speaking. You want me to save Zephyr, don't you? Shin glanced at Hina and asked. Hina was silent for a moment, then nodded. She did want Shin to save her former teacher. I believe I told you what Zephyr's goal is. Do you really think I should be helping a man like that? Shin said to Hina. Zephyr's plan was to destroy the world. Saving him was out of the question. Please. Hina will try to reason with him. Hina pleaded with Shin again. She was a proud woman, it was the first time she had ever begged anyone like this. All right. I'll see how things play out. Besides, I was planning on getting in on the action anyway. Shin had already planned on checking things out, partly to stop Zephyr if he went too far. The plot had already veered off course. What if, unlike the original story, Zephyr actually succeeded in detonating the Dyna stones on those 3 endpoints? The fallout would be catastrophic, and Shin had no intention of getting caught in the crossfire. The entire new world would be devastated. He wouldn't have cared if it was just someone else's problem, but this was different. This was his problem. As long as it didn't affect him, he could turn a blind eye. But the moment his own safety was on the line, he wouldn't stand for it. Thank you, Shin, Hina said, her face filled with gratitude. Don't thank me yet. I haven't said I'd save him. Shin hadn't promised Hina anything. He would decide what to do when the time came. If Zephyr was determined to destroy the 3 endpoints, Shin would let him die. But if he abandoned his plan, perhaps Shin would step in, for Hina's sake. Hina nodded, not pressing him for a firm commitment. She knew it was unrealistic to expect that. Shin's ship set sail, heading for Zephyr's last known location based on the intel they had received. Well, it seems finding Zephyr won't be that easy. At the moment, Shin had no idea of Zephyr's exact whereabouts. A man on the run wouldn't head straight for his target destination. We have new intel. Momosaji approached Shin, holding a report on Zephyr. Shin took a look, and his expression turned peculiar. Zephyr's current location wasn't near any of the 3 endpoints he intended to destroy. He was on Punk Hazard, the same island where Akiji and Akainu had fought for the position of Fleet Admiral 2 years ago. The island's climate was now split in two, one half a frozen wasteland, the other a blazing inferno of molten magma. He went there of all places. Shin's brow furrowed. Why would Zephyr go to Punk Hazard? Did he have a specific purpose, or was he forced there by Kizaru's pursuit? We'll find out when we get there. Shin decided to head to Punk Hazard first. He was sure Kizaru would be there as well. Full speed to Punk Hazard. We don't want to be late. If they were late, they might miss the whole show. Kizaru wouldn't take down Zephyr instantly, but it wouldn't be a difficult fight either. By the time Shin's ship arrived at Punk Hazard, Kizaru had already cornered Zephyr and his Neo Marines. Kizaru hadn't come alone. He had brought a contingent of Marines, including Vice Admiral Yamakaji. Ooh, Teacher Zephyr. Decided to stop running. Kizaru's signature trollish grin spread across his face, making him look even more infuriating. Damn it. Teacher, let's fight them. Ein said to Zephyr. I'll hold them off. You all get out of here. Zephyr said to Ein and the others without turning back. He was already prepared to die, but he didn't want his students to die with him. No, we won't abandon you, teacher, Ein refused to run. Retreat was not an option. Teacher Zephyr, you might as well give up on escaping. There's no chance. Kizaru had received his orders from Akainu. Leave no survivors. So, every last one of them had to die. Kizaru would show no mercy. He might go easy on others, but against his former teacher, he would not hold back. Kizaru would fight with everything he had. There would be no quarter given. Kizaru, they were once your juniors, Zephyr said in a deep voice. No. Now, they're traitors. No different from pirates. For once, Kizaru's face was cold and cruel as he spoke. Laser. Without another word, Kizaru attacked, a golden beam of light shooting towards Zephyr's heart. If that attack landed, it would have undoubtedly blown a hole straight through Zephyr's chest. In response, Zephyr raised his arm, his massive smasher blocking Kizaru's attack. The giant prosthetic looked cumbersome on Zephyr's frame, but its power was immense, capable of taking down even a giant vice admiral in a single blow. But against Kizaru, its slowness was a fatal flaw. Just after blocking Kizaru's laser, a light-speed kick came flying at Zephyr, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing Zephyr on the defensive, the Neo Marines couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Kizaru. However, Kizaru didn't even spare them a glance. The Marines behind him would deal with them. The battle began. Kizaru's merciless assault completely overwhelmed Zephyr from the start. It was a tragic sight, the teacher, now completely outmatched by the student he once trained. Chapter 690, Akiji appears. Ha. 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 Zephyr gasped for breath like a broken engine, pulling a vial of medicine from his pocket and downing it in one go. His body was failing him. He couldn't fight without it. You've really let yourself go over the years, teacher. Kizaru's words were merciless. This was no student-teacher relationship, this was worse than a blood feud. You haven't gotten any stronger either, Kizaru. You're the same as you've always been. Zephyr swung his smasher, smashing it towards Kizaru. Kizaru easily dodged the attack. The glint fruit's power was truly formidable. At least in terms of speed, it was nearly unbeatable. Zephyr couldn't even touch him. Suddenly, Zephyr raised his smasher arm and fired a volley of bullets. These weren't ordinary rounds, they were made of sea stone. Even Kizaru wouldn't risk taking a direct hit. He dodged every shot, then charged toward Zephyr. Shave. Zephyr used one of the 6 powers, instantly appearing behind Kizaru, his smasher arm coated in armament hockey as he brought it down. Even in his old age, he wasn't without a few tricks. He was a former admiral, after all. His strength was still formidable. Any average vice admiral who dared to face him would be crushed. Clang. Kizaru blocked Zephyr's attack, his fist colliding with the smasher. Both were sent flying back. Compared to Zephyr, Kizaru's injuries were minor, but he was thrown back a greater distance. In terms of pure physical combat, even as an old man, Zephyr still had a slight edge over Kizaru. You rely too much on your devil fruit, Kizaru. Your hand-to-hand combat is weak, Zephyr said. To be fair, Zephyr's words were a bit harsh. Kizaru's physical combat skills might not be on par with other admirals, but compared to the average vice admiral, he was a monster. You still love to lecture, Teacher Zephyr. That's what I hate most about you. Kizaru said, his tone laced with annoyance. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Ama no Mirakumo. He formed a sword of pure light with his glint fruit and slashed down at Zephyr. Kizaru's swordsmanship was nothing to scoff at. Though not his specialty, it was still impressive enough to hold its own against Rayleigh. The blade cut a gash in the earth as it raced toward Zephyr, forcing him into a constant retreat, barely dodging each strike. Growing tired of the chase, Kizaru changed his target, aiming for Aang and the other Neo-Marines. If he couldn't get the old men, he'd go after his students. He'd see if Zephyr would save them or not. Laser. A laser beam struck one of Zephyr's students, killing him instantly. Zephyr froze, stunned. Kizaru, you bastard. Zephyr roared, charging at Kizaru with murder in his eyes. He couldn't believe Kizaru would resort to such a dirty trick. Compared to Zephyr's fury, Kizaru's expression was calm. As Zephyr turned to fight him to the death, Kizaru simply raised a hand and blocked his attack. Getting emotional already, Teacher Zephyr. It seems you really care about these students of yours, Kizaru said with a smirk. The one you should be fighting is me, Kizaru. If you have any guts, come at me, Zephyr said, suppressing his rage. Hearing Zephyr's furious roar, Kizaru's eyes narrowed, and he slashed at Zephyr again. This time, Zephyr didn't dodge, choosing to take the hit. He had to keep Kizaru's attention on him, to keep him from targeting his students. Compared to Kizaru, their strength was nothing. Only he had a chance of holding Kizaru back, no one else could. Of course, the truth was that even Zephyr couldn't hold Kizaru back. In a short fight, Zephyr could hold his own. But if the fight dragged on, he wouldn't last. Unless he was in his prime, but the current Zephyr was far from it. You're tougher than you look, old man. You've still got some fight in you. Kizaru was getting annoyed that he couldn't finish Zephyr off. Zephyr was panting heavily, cornered and in a miserable state, but he had no choice. He couldn't run. He even wanted to cover his students' escape, but they wouldn't listen. They refused to leave. Zephyr was touched, but more than that, he was worried. To be distracted while fighting me. Teacher Zephyr, you're not taking me seriously enough. Kizaru mercilessly kicked Zephyr. Because he was worried about his students, Zephyr had been distracted for a moment. But that one moment was all Kizaru needed. He seized the opportunity and kicked him, injuring Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr's head was ringing from the kick. He felt like he couldn't hold on much longer. That's enough, Kizaru. At the end of the day, he was still your teacher. Just then, a bitter cold swept across the battlefield. Kizaru, who'd been about to deliver the killing blow, stopped mid-strike. He lifted his head toward the newcomer. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the figure. A hint of frost seemed to creep into his gaze, as if the temperature itself had dropped. Akiji. What are you doing here? Kizaru was genuinely caught off guard. He had not expected Akiji to appear here, or perhaps he had come specifically to save Zephyr. Their relationships with their former teacher could not have been more different. Kizaru and Zephyr shared bad blood, while Akiji and Zephyr were close. In fact, Akiji was likely Zephyr's favorite student. Akiji. I didn't expect you to see me in such a pathetic state. Zephyr looked at Akiji, his expression complicated. Teacher. Akiji gazed at his former mentor, his eyes filled with complex emotion. He understood what Zephyr intended to do. He had never imagined his teacher possessed such a reckless side, to steal the dangerous Dyna stones and come so close to executing his plan. Akiji didn't approve of Zephyr's plan either. He didn't want his teacher to go down such an extreme path, to make such a mistake. Perhaps he had been pushed to it. Zephyr's life had been nothing short of tragic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such an extreme idea, to destroy the entire new world. But that was no excuse. Akiji had come to stop him, but he also didn't want to see his former teacher die here. Chapter 691, that's a pretty bold thing to say. Akiji, are you here to stop me? Kizaru's gaze on Akiji became uncharacteristically serious. If Akiji was determined to stop him, a fight was inevitable. This time, Kizaru was not only following orders, he also wanted to deal with Zephyr himself. Akiji didn't say a word, but by positioning himself between Kizaru and Zephyr, he made his stance perfectly clear. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. It seemed a battle with Akiji was unavoidable. Light speed kick. Kizaru wasn't one for formalities. Without warning or concern for a sneak attack, he launched a kick straight at Akiji. Boom. Akiji, already anticipating the move, conjured a wall of ice midair, blocking Kizaru's kick. He looked at Kizaru with a calm expression. Zephyr was your teacher, too. You don't want to carry the weight of killing your own mentor, Akiji advised, his tone laced with a hint of goodwill. If Kizaru really killed his own teacher, Zephyr, his reputation would be ruined, regardless of the reason. Of course, Kizaru couldn't care less about his reputation. Akiji, get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll be an enemy of the Marines. Don't forget, you're not a Marine anymore. Kizaru told Akiji to step aside. They were once colleagues, and while not the best of friends, their relationship had been decent enough. Kizaru didn't want a life-or-death struggle with Akiji right now. There was another reason, Akiji was a tough opponent. By the time he dealt with him, Zephyr would have already escaped. Then he'd fail his mission and get a pay cut. His salary was already tight. If they docked it any further, he might as well just become a pirate. Akiji still didn't move. He also wanted to stop Zephyr's extreme plan. He just couldn't bring himself to kill him. Now, seeing Kizaru ready to do just that, he couldn't help but intervene. He knew he shouldn't have gotten involved, but in the end, he couldn't hold back. Akiji, you don't want to see Zephyr destroy the entire new world, do you? No, I don't. But can't we give him a chance? We could just defeat him and lock him in Impel Down. Akiji glanced at Zephyr and sighed. For a former Marine Admiral to be killed by the hands of the Marines, it was too cruel. The order from above is to eliminate Zephyr. I'm just following orders. If you insist on stopping me, then you are an enemy of the Marines. The aura around Kizaru grew sharper. Then I'm sorry. Akiji formed a saber of ice in his hand and charged toward Kizaru, slashing at him. Clang. The clash of ice and light sounded like steel on steel. The ice saber met Kizaru's Ama no Murakumo, and their struggle for dominance ended in a stalemate. Kizaru was older than Akiji. While not necessarily stronger, his experience was far greater. Seeing the edge of his coat sliced open, Akiji's eyes narrowed. An extreme cold enveloped the area, so intense that even Kizaru could feel the biting chill. It felt as if his blood was about to freeze, and Kizaru's brow furrowed. The temperature was affecting his body, slowing him down. Zephyr watched Akiji and Kizaru fight, his expression complicated. Should he take the opportunity to escape with his men, or stay and help Kizaru? The two choices warred in his mind, and Zephyr didn't know which to choose. Perfect timing. Just when things were getting interesting. At that moment, Shin finally arrived. He watched Kizaru and Akiji with some surprise. He didn't know what was going on. Why were they fighting? Could it be that Akiji was stopping Kizaru from attacking Zephyr? He hadn't interfered in the original story, so why now? Perhaps it was due to the changes in the plot. After all, the current story had completely diverged, and no one knew where it was heading. What should we do? Robin asked Shin. What else? We watch the show. Are we supposed to help one of them defeat the other? Shin said with a grin, settling in to enjoy the spectacle. Akiji appearing and fighting Kizaru was something Shin hadn't expected. It wasn't that he was surprised by Akiji's appearance, but that he was surprised they were actually fighting. Who do you think will win, Akiji or Kizaru? Shin asked Hancock and the others, sipping his wine. They're both trash, but even I can't tell who would win, Hancock said. That's a pretty bold thing to say, Hancock, Shin couldn't help but comment. Calling Akiji and Kizaru trash was definitely arrogant. After all, they were both admirals, among the most powerful and respected figures in the world. Is it? Compared to you, they are trash, Hancock said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Well, you're not wrong about that, Shin nodded. Is that you blowing your own horn? You're not even a little embarrassed, Nami said, rolling her eyes. Shin shot a glance at Nami. He felt this little cat burglar was targeting him. Had he done something to offend her? It must have been the training. He couldn't help but sigh. He had been kind enough to train her and improve her strength, and she was still mad at him. No good deed goes unpunished. If Nami knew what Shin was thinking, she would have pounced on him and tried to kill him. His training was practically trying to kill her. It was a miracle anyone could survive it. Of course she was mad. Not only was she mad, she wanted to beat him up. Of course, Nami also knew her meager strength was no match for Shin, so she kept her mouth shut. A little complaint was enough. If she kept it up, she might get a beating. This was something Nami had learned on her own, so she stayed quiet, a picture of obedience. Shin just glanced at Nami, then turned his attention back to Akiji and Kizaru. Their fight seemed to have escalated. They were holding back before, but now they were unleashing lethal attacks. Akiji and Kizaru wouldn't be able to settle this quickly. Akiji's fight with Akainu had lasted 10 days and 10 nights. This would be no different. Chapter 692, You think you can handle Zephyr? Right, there are also the Dyna Stones. They say they're powerful enough to rival the ancient weapons. I should get my hands on those and take a look. Shin planned to get the Dyna Stones. They were a type of stone that would explode upon contact with air. The blast was powerful enough to destroy an island, but Shin didn't know where Zephyr had hidden them. It was unlikely he'd be carrying them. What if they exploded during a fight? Though the Dyna Stones were powerful, they wouldn't be enough to take Kizaru down with him in a suicide attack. A Logia user could just go intangible, rendering the explosion useless. On the contrary, his own Neo Marines might be killed. The choice was obvious. They should be on Zephyr's ship. I'll go take a look, Alvia said. It would be safer for her to handle the dangerous Dyna Stones, as she was a Logia user. Even if the stones accidentally exploded, she wouldn't be harmed. All right, go take a look. But they might be on Zephyr himself, Shin said, his gaze on Zephyr. Zephyr might just be daring enough to carry the Dyna stones, perhaps safely stored inside his smasher arm. Alvia then headed towards Zephyr's ship. Though there were guards, they were no match for her. Damn it. When Zephyr noticed Alvia boarding his ship, he became anxious. He glanced at the fighting Akiji and Kizaru, then immediately turned and headed for his ship. Well, here comes trouble. Should we keep fighting? Kizaru felt a headache coming on. He had already spotted Shin. But it was precisely because Shin had arrived that Kizaru was getting a headache. How was he supposed to deal with Shin Uzumaki? What was his purpose here? If he was also after the Dyna stones, how could they stop him? A series of questions popped into Kizaru's mind, making his head throb. Shin Uzumaki, a dangerous guy. I hope he's not after the Dyna stones. Kizaru could only pray. At this moment, Akiji also stopped fighting. Looking at Shin in the distance, Akiji also didn't know Shin's purpose. He didn't want Shin to get the Dyna stones. Though he had left the Marines, Akiji still held his own sense of justice. Now that his heart was still filled with justice, he was very hostile towards pirates and hadn't cooperated with Blackbeard as in the original story. With Blackbeard dead and gone, there was no one to cooperate with anyway. Hina will handle Zephyr. Hina activated her Devil Fruit ability, stopping Zephyr as he tried to return to his ship. Iron bars completely surrounded him. You think you can handle Zephyr? Shin glanced at Hina. Though her strength was much greater than in the original story, she was still no match for Zephyr. Even if she had managed to stop him with her Devil Fruit ability, this scrap metal wouldn't hold Zephyr for long. He'd break free soon enough. What else can Hina do? Hina said with a look of helplessness. If it were anyone else, would they show mercy to Zephyr? Absolutely not. So she had to be the one to act. Only then would Zephyr be safer. If it were anyone else, Zephyr would be in real danger. All right, you give it a try. We'll talk when you can't hold him anymore. Since Hina had already acted, Shin let her try. When she really couldn't handle it, he'd step in. The other Neo Marines were also stopped by the Marines. Zephyr looked at the iron bars in front of him, glanced at Hina, then unceremoniously punched them open. See? You can't handle him. Shin said, shrugging. I've got them. Just then, Alvia returned, moving with incredible speed, as expected of a Rumble fruit user, whose speed was not much inferior to the Glint fruit. Shin's gaze fell on the container in Alvia's hand. Inside were strange-looking stones. They had to be stored in a container, otherwise they would explode. Though the stones weren't large, the explosive power of the Dyna stones could destroy an island. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say the Dyna stones were comparable to the ancient weapons. Their power was no less than Pluton's shells, perhaps even greater. But this thing was indeed dangerous, and the quantity was very small. Hand over the Dyna stones. Zephyr charged over, having clearly seen the stones in Alvia's hand. I don't think so, Shin said calmly, then sent Zephyr flying with the Shinra Tensei. Kizaru watched from a distance, frowning as he held a Den Mushi, reporting to Akainu. With Kizaru's personality, he wasn't one to take all the responsibility. Now that the unbeatable Shin had appeared, he immediately notified Akainu. Even if the mission failed in the end, he couldn't be blamed. Kizaru's mind was always calculating. He mainly didn't want to fight Shin. It was Kizaru's way of being smart. If you knew you couldn't win, and you still charged in, you were a fool. Kizaru didn't want to be that fool. On the other side, Akainu was also having a headache. He hadn't expected this matter to involve Shin Uzumaki. Find a way to get the Dyna stones back, Akainu ordered Kizaru, wanting him to snatch the stones from Shin. After all, these things were too dangerous. What if Shin Uzumaki used them to blow up some important island? I'll do my best, Kizaru said. Hearing Akainu tell him to find a way to snatch them back, he immediately rolled his eyes. Was Akainu trying to get him killed? How could he possibly snatch anything from Shin? So in the end, Kizaru's words were very perfunctory. I'll say I'll do my best. As long as I put in some effort, he can't punish me for failing. The opponent is Shin Uzumaki, after all. Failure is pretty much expected. With these thoughts in mind, Kizaru was no longer tense. He relaxed and settled in to watch the show. Chapter 693, an old man stirring up trouble. Let me see just how powerful this thing is. Shin held the Dyna stone, his eyes filled with curiosity. He tossed it into the air, then fired a golden beam of light, striking it mid-flight. The container holding the Dyna stone shattered instantly. Exposed to the air, the stone erupted in a colossal explosion. A deafening roar echoed across the sea as a massive wave surged outwards, sweeping across the surrounding area. The shock wave sent a hurricane-force wind blasting across the ocean, so powerful that several weaker marines lost their footing and were blown away. Now that's some serious firepower, Shin remarked, a hint of surprise on his face. If that had gone off on an island, it would have undoubtedly annihilated the entire landmass in an instant. Even a powerful individual, if caught off guard by the blast, would likely be killed on the spot. Of course, a Logia user wouldn't have to worry, but for anyone else, the Dyna Stone was a death sentence. Zephyr's face went slack. He had gone through hell to get his hands on those Dyna Stones, and now Shin had just wasted one for a test. My, I've never seen a Dyna Stone explode before. That kind of power is quite terrifying. How scary, a lazy smile spread across Kizaru's face. This outcome wasn't so bad. Although they couldn't retrieve the Dyna Stones, at least they were gone now. When he returned to Marine headquarters, he could report back to Akainu. A dangerous weapon like the Dyna Stone being destroyed was a good thing. Akiji said nothing. This was indeed a better outcome than letting his former teacher get his hands on them and use them to destroy the world. Actually, I have more. Shin casually produced 2 more containers, both filled with Dyna Stones. Even with these 2, however, Zephyr's plan to destroy the 3 key locations was now impossible. Was he supposed to just give up? Trying to steal more Dyna Stones was out of the question. The Marines, having been hit once, wouldn't let him succeed a second time. Besides, the number of Dyna Stones was limited to begin with. Why are you stopping me? Zephyr stared at Shin. You're an old man. Shouldn't you just be waiting for death peacefully instead of stirring up all this trouble? Shin glanced at Zephyr and said calmly. If you're going to cause trouble, at least keep it small. As long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care. But the moment it does, I'm going to stop you. The fact that I haven't killed you already is a mercy. Teacher Zephyr, our fight isn't over yet, Kizaru said, looking at Zephyr with a detached expression. Kizaru, it's already over. Why do you insist on pushing this? Akiji frowned and said to Kizaru. Without the Dyna Stones, Zephyr's original plan was impossible. He was no longer a threat. So why was Kizaru so determined to finish him off? No, my mission isn't complete, Kizaru said, glancing at Akiji coolly. Kizaru's mission included eliminating Zephyr. It was a direct order from the 5 elders, and it was also what he intended to do. Shin didn't seem to be leaving. He sat down to watch the show. Well, looks like we have more company. Shin's gaze shifted to the distance, where a warship was rapidly approaching. He looks a little familiar, Robin said, following Shin's gaze. It's that Smoker guy, Shin recognized him instantly. Compared to the last time they met, Smoker had changed quite a bit. I was expecting a big shot, not this guy, Shin said, a little underwhelmed. It wasn't that he looked down on Smoker, but the man's strength was genuinely lacking. In the original story, he was completely left behind. Yes, it's Smoker. Hina had been classmates with Smoker and knew him well. He probably hates you now, Shin said, glancing at Hina. After all, in Smoker's eyes, Hina had fallen and become a pirate. Hina's expression was calm. With Smoker's strength, she didn't consider him a threat. In the past, Hina would have been no match for the genius Smoker. But now, he was far behind her. After Shin's hellish training and Alvia's guidance, Hina's strength was on a completely different level. I was hoping it would be the meddlesome red-haired Shanks. Looks like I was wrong. What a shame. It seemed even the nosy Shanks wasn't going to get involved this time. As for not knowing about it, that was impossible. This whole affair had caused such a stir, it was impossible for him not to know. Half the Grand Line already knew. If Zephyr had continued, he wouldn't have needed anyone else to stop him, the ambitious pirates of the sea would have ganged up and taken him down themselves. Shin Uzumaki. A furious roar came, and Shin saw Smoker glaring at him, his eyes burning with a hatred so intense it was as if he wanted to devour him whole. Do we have that much of a grudge? Shin wondered. The last time Smoker had come looking for trouble, Shin had specifically let him go. Had he forgotten? Smoker's gaze then shifted to Hina, his voice filled with contempt. Hina, you actually joined a pirate crew. What a disgrace. You have no right to lecture me about my business, Hina said, her brow furrowed with displeasure. Before, when Zephyr had said it, Hina hadn't argued, he was her former teacher, after all. But facing Smoker, she wasn't going to be so polite. Why don't you two have a fight? Shin suggested with interest. A fight between Hina and Smoker wouldn't be without its highlights. Hina's strength was certainly no less than Smoker's, in fact, Shin was confident she was stronger. She had received his guidance and Alvia's special instruction, after all. Her strength had improved immensely. Hina thinks you're just trying to stir up trouble, Hina said, glancing at Shin. Her main concern was her teacher. Kizaru was still relentlessly pursuing him. If they fought, the outcome was already clear from their previous battle. Zephyr's current strength was no match for Kizaru, he was completely suppressed. Hopefully, Akiji could stop Kizaru. Otherwise, Zephyr would be in real danger. Chapter 694, sorry, I just see you as a small fry. Shin glanced at Smoker, wondering why he had suddenly appeared. Was he also here to deal with Zephyr? Smoker was Zephyr's student too. Zephyr's life was truly tragic. His students were scattered throughout the Marines, but now, few were willing to help him. Kizaru was determined to kill him, and only Akiji had stepped in to help. Captain, can you help? Just then, Hina came to Shin's side and whispered. I can, but first, I want to know, what's in it for me? Shin chuckled lightly and asked Hina. Hina gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I'll do anything you want. What are you two whispering about? Momosaji suddenly asked Shin and Hina, her face filled with curiosity. Nothing. Shin smiled faintly and didn't continue his conversation with Hina. Hina was confused. Had Shin agreed or refused? She hoped he would agree to help, if only to repay her teacher's kindness. Vice Admiral Smoker, why are you here? Kizaru asked Smoker. At the same time, Kizaru intended to ask Smoker for help. After all, he was currently being blocked by Akiji and couldn't easily make a move against Zephyr. Smoker had already been promoted to Vice Admiral, but he was the Vice Admiral of the G5 Marine Base, not a headquarters Vice Admiral. I'm here to hunt Shin Uzumaki, Smoker said, his eyes fixed on Shin. Shin was stunned. Was this guy's brain broken? He was starting to suspect there was something wrong with Smoker. Not just Shin, even Kizaru gave Smoker a strange look. Smoker, you've got balls. I respect that. You're willing to hunt down Shin Uzumaki when even I wouldn't touch him. I hereby declare you the bravest man alive. Smoker, my boy, you're quite impressive. Have you gotten that much stronger? Kizaru was unusually polite to Smoker. Based on Smoker's courage alone, he deserved his respect. Besides, Smoker probably wouldn't be living much longer. Kizaru offered a silent moment of mourning for him. So you came to hunt me down? I'm right here. Show me what you've got, Shin said to Smoker with a faint smile. Don't treat me like a small fry. Smoke billowed from Smoker's mouth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Sorry, but I do see you as a small fry. Shin's expression was completely flat. With your level of strength, how can I not see you as a small fry? Smoker, you should calm down, Akiji advised Smoker kindly. He was once his junior, and though their relationship wasn't particularly close, they could still exchange a few words. Akiji didn't want to see him get himself killed, and he still saw great potential in Smoker. Even though he had left the Marines, his heart was still with them. Are they all looking down on me? Smoker thought, a little annoyed. I'm not the same person I was before, Shin Uzumaki. Let me show you my power, the power I've worked so hard for. From a distance, Smoker threw a punch at Shin, his arms turning into smoke and extending towards him. This reminds me of Orochimaru's outstretched neck. Shin couldn't help but comment as he watched Smoker's fists. From Smoker's performance, it seemed his strength had improved quite a bit. But to think that was enough to challenge him. Not bad, but still not enough. I don't even need to make a move. Shin had no intention of acting. Against someone like Smoker, why would he need to? Bam. Smoker's attacks were all blocked. A defensive barrier of lightning appeared in front of Shin, a masterpiece by Alvia. Smoker's hands were charred black, his brow twitching. It was clear he was in considerable pain. The audacity. Robin drew her sword. She'd trained in swordsmanship as well, nothing exceptional, but she'd reached master level, capable of unleashing a flying slash that could cleave a warship clean in half. Robin swung her blade at Smoker. The sea itself split under the strike, and in an instant, the sword energy shot toward him. Shit. Smoker immediately raised his jit to block. The weapon was forged from sea stone, one of the hardest materials in existence. It could clash with even supreme-grade blades without a scratch, yet Robin's slash had chipped it. The damage wasn't severe, but the notch was unmistakable. And this was with Robin's swordsmanship being far from her peak. If she'd reached great swordsman level, that single strike would have killed him outright. The webbing of Smoker's hand was torn, his trembling hand unable to hold his weapon. I thought Smoker had gotten stronger. Turns out he's still far from it, Kizaru shook his head. Watching Smoker get injured, Kizaru had no intention of intervening, self-preservation was clearly his priority. He would not save Smoker, he could not, even if he tried. Akiji only shook his head and moved to help instead. It was not out of meddling but because he could not bear to see the Marines lose another capable officer. Had things not gone so poorly with Akainu, he would never have left in the first place. Even now, his attachment to the Marines ran deep. That would never change. Seeing Robin attack again, Akiji acted without hesitation, helping Smoker block her attack. Akiji, are you getting involved too? You sure like to stick your nose in other people's business, don't you? Shin looked at Akiji, his face unchanging. But Akiji could sense the danger in Shin's words. At this moment, Shin's words gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Perhaps I shouldn't, but right now, I have to, Akiji said. Having left the Marines, he shouldn't have been drawn into this whirlpool. He had even planned to retire completely, but now it seemed escaping this whirlpool wasn't going to be so easy. Akiji, you know, your little hero act is making things very awkward for me. Kizaru watched Akiji and couldn't stay quiet. Even Akiji, who'd abandoned the Marines, was jumping in to save Smoker. Chapter 695, The Choice. Smoker, stop spacing out. It's time to go, Kizaru said. Don't let your stubbornness get you killed. Sensing Smoker's reluctance to leave, Kizaru added the warning, and his words seemed to hit their mark. There was nothing Smoker could do by staying. He'd only be a liability, or worse, get himself killed. His earlier defiance toward Shin had been bold, to say the least. Akiji had already stepped in to protect him, so Kizaru couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In the end, Smoker left. Shin glanced in the direction he had fled. Just as Akiji tensed, expecting an attack, Shin did nothing. He didn't attack. Akiji thought, a little confused by Shin's restraint. I don't get angry over the provocations of an ant, Shin said nonchalantly, as if reading Akiji's mind. Akiji fell silent. He certainly wasn't going to make the first move against Shin. He knew his own limits, and his main goal was to stop Kizaru from going after his old teacher, Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, you should leave too, Akiji urged. Zephyr can't leave. Kizaru glanced at Akiji, then moved to block Zephyr's path. In truth, Zephyr had no intention of running. He had never even considered it. From the very beginning, Zephyr had been prepared to fight to the end. But he didn't want his students, who had followed him so loyally, to get hurt. Ein, all of you, leave, Zephyr said, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had accepted his fate. The Dyna stones were gone. His plan was in ruins. There was no path forward for him now. The Marines would never let him go. Only his death would ensure the safety of his students. If he lived, the Marines would never stop hunting Ein and the others. But if you still see me as your teacher, then go, Zephyr said, his voice heavy. Seeing the unyielding resolve in his eyes, Ein and the others finally left. Kizaru didn't stop them, nor did he order the Marines to. There was no need for a fight to the death. Now, Sensei, you can face your end, can't you? Kizaru said, his gaze fixed on Zephyr. Akiji, stay out of this. This is between me and Kizaru now, Zephyr said gravely to Akiji. Akiji understood what his former teacher meant. As long as Zephyr lived, this conflict would never end. Zephyr had made his choice. Akiji felt he had no right to interfere with his teacher's decision. Captain, Hina said, looking at Shin. He's made his choice. There's no need to save him. We should respect it, Shin said, glancing at Hina. After a moment of internal struggle, Hina didn't ask Shin to save Zephyr. She could see it too. Her teacher didn't want to be saved. Even if they intervened, it would be pointless. A futile effort. Once Zephyr was dead, the leaderless Neo Marines would pose no real threat and wouldn't be targeted. This was the best possible outcome. Besides, Zephyr himself had no desire to die of old age. Rather than a slow, sad decline, he preferred to die in battle. Come, Borsellino. Let your old teacher give you one last lesson. Zephyr stared at Kizaru, his body exuding a formidable aura. Zephyr didn't have conqueror's haki, nor did he have a killer's instinct. Known as the Admiral who never killed, his hands were free of blood. This was the aura of a true powerhouse. Even in his old age, Zephyr was not to be underestimated. Especially now, as he prepared to go all out. Zephyr took out a small vial of medicine and downed it all. He now had to rely on drugs to maintain his fighting strength. Of course, taking too much of this medicine would have serious side effects. But Zephyr didn't care anymore. This was the final battle of his life. The side effects were irrelevant. Black armament haki coated his hands, including his weapon, the Smasher. If Zephyr was known for one thing, it was his armament haki. After all, one of his titles was Black Arm Zephyr. 6 powers, shave. He stomped the ground, generating an unimaginable burst of speed, and appeared before Kizaru in an instant, as if he had teleported. He threw a punch. Even while dragging the massive Smasher, he could move that fast. It was clear Zephyr was giving it everything he had. Just as the Smasher was about to hit Kizaru, Kizaru's body vanished. Zephyr's powerful strike hit nothing but air. You've still got some fight in you, sensei, Kizaru's voice came from behind Zephyr. Why don't you find out for yourself? Zephyr spun around and threw another punch. What a terrifying punch. A pity it's a bit too slow for me. Kizaru once again phased through Zephyr's attack. Kizaru was the perfect counter for Zephyr. The Marines hadn't sent him here without reason. Zephyr's power was immense, but his greatest weakness was his speed. Due to his body's deterioration, Zephyr could no longer reach the terrifying speeds of his youth. Against Kizaru, Zephyr might be able to hold his own, but he could never win. If the fight dragged on, Zephyr's defeat was inevitable. After Kizaru dodged another attack, Zephyr stopped. He wasn't a fool. He knew his greatest weakness against Kizaru wasn't speed, but stamina. If this became a battle of attrition, he would be the one to fall. Zephyr stopped attacking and took a defensive stance, waiting for Kizaru's move. You're old, sensei. You don't even have a tenth of the strength you had in your prime. If he were facing the Zephyr of the past, Kizaru wouldn't dare be so careless. But the current Zephyr? Kizaru felt he could easily defeat him with minimal effort. He no longer saw Zephyr as a threat, his eyes filled with condescension. Faced with Kizaru's dismissive gaze, Zephyr remained composed. He understood that anger would accomplish nothing, it would only place him at a greater disadvantage. Kizaru's strength was undeniable. Regardless of his flaws, they paled in comparison to Zephyr's aging body. Sensei, did you ever imagine this day would come? Kizaru asked. Borsellino, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Zephyr's face showed a hint of displeasure. Even if I can't beat you, that doesn't give you the right to humiliate me like this. Chapter 696, Zephyr's death. He's really dragging this out. Is Kizaru trying to buy time so Zephyr can escape? Shin mused aloud. If it were anyone else, Kizaru might have done just that. But against Zephyr, with whom he had a personal history, Kizaru would never let him go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed him in the original story. Perhaps hearing Shin's voice, Kizaru stopped trash-talking and acted decisively, launching an attack on Zephyr. He went for a surprise attack, but it was pointless. Zephyr was already on high alert, a sneak attack was never going to work. Zephyr took a step to the right, narrowly dodging Kizaru's laser beam, then quickly countered with a punch aimed straight at Kizaru's face. It was more of a smash than a punch, using the full weight of his smasher arm. Kizaru tilted his head, dodging the attack. Zephyr's eyes lit up, and he slammed his entire body into Kizaru. With his body coated in armament hockey, he didn't have to worry about Kizaru phasing through him. Elementalization couldn't dodge an attack like this. Kizaru was sent flying by Zephyr's body slam, crashing a great distance away before landing. Not bad. I didn't expect Zephyr to still be able to counterattack. Shin felt somewhat surprised. This could only mean Kizaru had been overconfident. Underestimating Zephyr came at a price. Kizaru was now paying it, having taken a solid hit from Zephyr. A blow of that magnitude was no trivial matter. Kizaru's eyes sharpened. He had been too careless. Light speed kick. Kizaru kicked at Zephyr. After Zephyr blocked it, he followed up with another kick. The relentless assault put Zephyr on the back foot. A serious Kizaru was a formidable opponent. If Kizaru had competed for the position of Fleet Admiral, the final outcome would have been anyone's guess. Yasukani Sacred Jewel. This was likely Kizaru's ultimate move. A wide-range attack that left Zephyr with no room to dodge. It was on par with Akainu's Meteor Volcano and Akiji's Ice Age, basically, an unavoidable attack. Zephyr-sensei, stop your pointless struggling. Kizaru, watching Zephyr desperately defend, instantly appeared behind him. Two golden beams of light pierced through Zephyr's body. They were laser beams. They could even pierce Whitebeard, Zephyr stood no chance of blocking them. Of course, if Zephyr had coated his entire body in armament hockey, he might have been able to withstand the attack. But unfortunately, he hadn't. Full-body armament hockey consumed too much stamina. Zephyr, already low on stamina, wouldn't waste it so recklessly. The outcome was clear from the start, Hancock said, watching the outmatched Zephyr. Yes, it was. No matter what tricks Zephyr had up his sleeve, he could never kill Kizaru. Shin nodded in agreement with Hancock. The current Zephyr could barely muster the strength of an admiral, and that was only in short bursts. A prolonged battle was out of the question. His stamina was at its peak just now, it was steadily declining. And Shin could also see that the effects of the drug Zephyr had taken were already wearing off. Once the effects were completely gone, he would be a sitting duck. Hina, don't be sad. This was your teacher's choice. Even if you tried to save him, he wouldn't be grateful, Alvia said to the downcast Hina. I know, Hina replied, her spirits low, but she didn't make a move. B-O-O-M. The entire island shook. It had already been transformed into a land of ice and fire by Akainu and Akiji's battle. Now, it was on the verge of collapsing. Zephyr's body rolled on the ground, sent flying by one of Kizaru's slashes. At this moment, Kizaru was moving at high speed, leaving after images in the air, his movements almost too fast to see. Faced with such speed, Zephyr seemed to be only able to take a beating, unable to even counterattack. Clutching his chest, Zephyr knelt on the ground. A large hole had been pierced through his heart. No blood flowed out, the wound had been cauterized by the high temperature, temporarily stopping the bleeding. But even with a hole in his heart, Zephyr wasn't dead. Not because his heart was on the other side, but because people in the world of One Piece had incredibly tenacious life force. He was still alive, but not for long. His life force was draining away rapidly. Soon, it would be completely gone, and he would be dead. Let me send you off one last time, Zephyr-sensei. Kizaru delivered the final blow, a massive hole blasted through Zephyr's body. Zephyr's tall figure collapsed to the ground. Looking at Zephyr's fallen body, Kizaru didn't desecrate it. No matter how deep their hatred ran, he wouldn't stoop to that level. It's all over. We should go. Kizaru glanced at Shin in the distance, then prepared to leave. Staying here, with Shin watching, made him feel unsafe, as if he were in great danger. So it was better not to linger. He had to leave quickly, not flee, but make a tactical retreat. Akiji, I'll be reporting your presence here, Kizaru said, glancing at Akiji. As for whether Akiji would be hunted down later, that had nothing to do with Kizaru. Don't think their past relationship was that good. In fact, Kizaru and Akiji's relationship was just average. At most, there was no conflict between them. Kizaru couldn't care less if Akiji lived or died. Chapter 697, Arrival at Dressrosa. With Kizaru gone, only Shin's crew and Akiji remained on Punk Hazard. Akiji shot Shin a wary glance. He knew it was time for him to leave as well, there was no telling if Shin Uzumaki might decide to turn on him next. After a final, cautious look, Akiji carefully departed. Shin made no move to stop him. You're just going to let Akiji leave? Hancock asked, unable to resist. What's the point of keeping him? We don't have any real conflict, Shin replied. He wasn't a man who killed without reason. With no major grudge against Akiji, there was no need for hostility. Time for us to leave, too. Shin glanced at Zephyr's body before speaking. Even if they left Zephyr's body, it wouldn't be abandoned. The Neo Marines would surely come to claim it soon. You can stay here if you want, just don't run off. Shin looked at Hina, who seemed hesitant, guessing she wanted to remain behind to handle Zephyr's body. Thank you. Hina's face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Don't worry, Captain. I will return. It was a promise, and Shin chose to believe her. If she broke her word, it would be his own mistake for trusting her. With that, Shin and his crew departed, leaving Hina to tend to Zephyr's remains. After leaving Punk Hazard, Shin didn't return to his territory. Instead, he set a course for Dressrosa, which wasn't far away. Shin had very little current intelligence on Dressrosa, other than knowing Luffy was heading there. He wondered if events were still following their original course, specifically, whether Doflamingo had been captured yet. If Doflamingo gets captured, that's a loss for us, isn't it? Alvia remarked to Shin. It doesn't matter. Doflamingo provided Shin with a cut of his profits, but that didn't obligate Shin to protect him. Money was the last thing Shin needed. If he wanted treasure, he could target the celestial dragons directly. It didn't take long for them to reach Dressrosa, only to find the entire kingdom encased in Doflamingo's birdcage. Looks like the fight's already started. I wonder if Sabo got his hands on the flame fruit yet. Is Doflamingo out of his mind? He sealed off all of Dressrosa. Is he planning to massacre everyone inside? Alvia said, staring in disbelief. This was complete insanity. Perhaps he was pushed to his limit, Shin said with a faint smile. Fujitora was likely here as well. The technique Doflamingo was using could threaten Fujitora, at the very least, it restricted his movements. In truth, the current Doflamingo was quite formidable. He had honed his devil fruit ability significantly, even achieving awakening. He could likely hold his own against an admiral, at least briefly. The birdcage was shrinking. The strings composing it were razor-sharp, slicing through solid stone effortlessly. Countless people were trapped inside, gripped by despair. From outside, Shin could hear Doflamingo's distinctive laugh. If Doflamingo decided to run now, he might actually get away, Shin commented calmly. But Doflamingo would never abandon his empire. His refusal to relinquish his foundation would ultimately lead to his downfall, defeated by Luffy and his remarkable ability to overcome impossible odds. We're going in. Shin approached the birdcage. With a flash of her blade, Alvia sliced an opening through the strings. Simultaneously, Doflamingo felt the breach in his birdcage. Instantly, the strings reformed, sealing the opening. Why is he here? Doflamingo kicked Luffy away, his brow furrowed. Luffy was in terrible shape. Originally, Law would have been there to assist him against Doflamingo, but in this timeline, Law was long dead. Fufufu. This might not be a bad thing for me. A smile spread across Doflamingo's face as an idea struck him. He still had the troublesome Admiral Fujitora to deal with. Fujitora was currently leading the Marines in an effort to halt the birdcage's contraction. The birdcage was incredibly resilient, even Fujitora struggled to cut through it. And even if he succeeded, Doflamingo could repair it instantly. Fujitora had already realized that ending the crisis required taking down Doflamingo himself. Though Doflamingo was enjoying beating Luffy to a pulp, he wasn't confident about facing Fujitora. Sensing Shin's arrival, Doflamingo planned to convince Shin to help. Otherwise, even if he survived this, escaping the aftermath would be impossible. Abandoning the battered Luffy, Doflamingo used his sky path technique to head towards Shin. Damn it. Why is Shin Uzumaki here? Fujitora, who had been about to engage Doflamingo, also sensed Shin's presence upon noticing Doflamingo's abrupt change in direction. Is this because of Doflamingo? Fujitora turned and headed elsewhere. Luffy, are you okay? Luffy's crewmate seized the opportunity to rush to his side. He was covered in wounds, blood streaming down his body. Anyone else with such severe injuries would have already collapsed, but Luffy possessed astonishing resilience. I'm fine. Luffy struggled to his feet, surprised that Doflamingo had suddenly broken off their fight. For Luffy, however, this was fortunate, it gave him a chance to recover. Elsewhere, Doflamingo had already reached Shin, a fake smile plastered across his face. Captain Shin, did you come all this way just to save me? Doflamingo asked with a grin. Save you? No, Doflamingo, you're getting ahead of yourself. I'm just here to watch the show, and maybe see how you die, Shin sneered in response. He had no idea why Doflamingo would assume a rescue. If Doflamingo was waiting for help from him, he'd be waiting forever. Doflamingo's expression stiffened, the words striking him awkwardly. But he wasn't easily embarrassed, the grim look vanished in an instant. Captain Shin, if that's the case, how about we work together? I'm sure a partnership with me would be beneficial. Doflamingo tried another approach. He happened to possess some intel related to Shin Uzumaki, it might provide the leverage he needed. Chapter 698, Doflamingo's Scheme. Doflamingo, I never come out on the losing end of a partnership. You should know that by now, Shin said with a chuckle. With his overwhelming power, who would dare try to cheat him? Alright, you should probably go deal with your opponent. No need to waste time with me. I'm just here to observe. The main reason Shin had come to Dressrosa was to check if Doflamingo was dead. He was surprised the man was still alive and fighting. Don't refuse so quickly. I have some important information concerning you. I think you'll be very interested, Fufufu. Doflamingo didn't leave, confidence radiating from him. Though his glasses hid his eyes, his assured demeanor was unmistakable. Oh. Now that you mention it, I am slightly interested. Shin knew Doflamingo maintained an extensive intelligence network. He might possess knowledge Shin lacked. We can discuss that later. Right now, I hope Captain Shin can help me survive this crisis. After all, it benefits us both, doesn't it? Doflamingo gave Shin a percentage of his profits. So, technically, his statement wasn't wrong. However, Shin didn't care about that relatively small amount. As for saving Doflamingo, he still had no intention of intervening. Just tell me now. Otherwise, I don't mind finding out myself. Shin looked at Doflamingo calmly. Faced with Shin's indifferent expression, a seed of fear took root in Doflamingo's heart. Though Doflamingo addressed Shin as an equal, he was actually terrified of him. Doflamingo knew Shin could kill him instantly. It mirrored his partnership with Kaido in the original timeline, outwardly partners, but Doflamingo lived in fear of the Yonko. In this timeline, Doflamingo had also collaborated with Kaido, but that partnership ended with Kaido's death. Otherwise, they would still be manufacturing artificial devil fruits. After weighing his options, Doflamingo stated directly, from my sources, the 5 elders are preparing to gather their forces to move against you. Shin raised an eyebrow. Alvia had mentioned this possibility before. At the time, she hadn't confirmed its truth. Hearing it from Doflamingo now strongly suggested it was accurate. Doflamingo wouldn't dare lie to his face. Move against me. Good. I was getting bored. If the 5 elders can provide some entertainment, I'll be grateful, Shin said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Doflamingo studied Shin, unable to discern if he was serious or bluffing. Don't underestimate them. The 5 elders have resources buried deep, Doflamingo reminded him. Of course, this wasn't genuine concern. Doflamingo believed that emphasizing the threat might convince Shin to help him, allowing them to face the five elders together. As for what came after, Doflamingo would undoubtedly find a way to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Oh. You think I can't measure up to them? Shin asked Doflamingo calmly. His tranquil tone, however, carried an immense threat. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and he fell silent. Doflamingo believed that no matter how powerful Shin Uzumaki was, he could never successfully defeat the five elders. Not all celestial dragons were decadent fools. If they were, their rule would have collapsed long ago. 8 centuries of dominance proved that the celestial dragons possessed immense and secret power. Even Doflamingo couldn't fully grasp how powerful they really were. He only knew it was absolutely terrifying. His ambitions were massive, nothing short of world domination. As he observed Shin Uzumaki, the wheels started turning. Maybe he could use this guy somehow. Though Shin's true strength was unknown, if he went to war with the five elders and the celestial dragons, he could likely cripple them significantly. Couldn't Doflamingo then swoop in and claim the spoils? For a moment, Doflamingo forgot his current predicament and started scheming. If Shin knew this bastard was plotting against him, he'd kill him without hesitation. Naturally, Doflamingo was careful to keep his thoughts buried, doing everything possible to mask his intentions. His relationship with Shin was nowhere near equal. While his partnership with Kaido had at least resembled something mutual, with Shin he had to play the loyal subordinate. Shin Uzumaki. Just then, Fujitora arrived, his expression serious as he stared at Shin, which was, admittedly, Fujitora's usual expression. Seeing Fujitora wasn't surprising, Shin already knew he was present. Doflamingo's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Fujitora. The situation seemed to be turning in his favor. He knew about the conflict between Fujitora and Shin, specifically, Fujitora's vow to capture Shin. Though Doflamingo had previously thought Fujitora was aiming too high, now he welcomed it. This way, even if Shin refused to help, Fujitora would likely engage him. And then Shin would be forced to fight. Doflamingo had considered many angles, but would things truly unfold according to his plan? Fujitora turned to face Doflamingo. After I arrest you, I'll personally escort you to Impel Down. Despite Shin's presence, Fujitora kept his priorities straight. Sure, he wanted to capture Shin eventually, but not now. His immediate goal was taking down Doflamingo and ending the Dressrosa nightmare. First things first, deal with Doflamingo, one of warlords. Oh, wait, Doflamingo was no longer a warlord. Fujitora had already revoked that title. After everything Doflamingo had done, he didn't deserve it. Besides, Fujitora's ultimate aim was dismantling the entire warlord system. In his view, these so-called allies posed a greater threat than regular pirates ever could. Chapter 699, Doflamingo, I can't laugh about this. Shin watched Doflamingo with a faint smile. It looked like Fujitora was planning to deal with him first. Doflamingo glanced at Shin, who showed no intention of intervening, then at the charging Fujitora. He had no choice but to abandon any other thoughts and focus all his energy on the admiral. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out razor-thin strings, blocking Fujitora's attack. But in the next moment, gravity crashed down on Doflamingo, forcing his body into the ground. Fufufu. What incredible power. As expected of a marine admiral, Doflamingo said, enduring Fujitora's attack. Though his body was trembling, he refused to show any weakness. Don't forget, I'm still a warlord. If you attack me now, you'll be breaking the treaty, Doflamingo said to Fujitora. You are no longer a warlord, Fujitora replied, his expression unchanging. Fujitora had made up his mind. There was no talking his way out of this. This was going to be tough. Doflamingo took a deep breath. It seemed a fight with Fujitora was unavoidable. As for asking Shin Uzumaki for help, seeing the man's spectator-like expression, it was clear he wouldn't lift a finger. If he still pinned his hopes on someone else, then he, Doflamingo, would be a fool. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're an admiral. A ruthless glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. The surrounding materials transformed into strings, weaving towards Fujitora. So this is the awakened ability of the string fruit. It's quite impressive, Shin commented, observing Doflamingo's move. Though he said it was impressive, Shin made no move to copy the string fruit's ability. Even though the awakened string fruit looked powerful, it still wasn't worth Shin's replication card. He wasn't going to waste one here. He wasn't even interested in Fujitora's gravity fruit. Of course, the reason he didn't copy the gravity fruit was simply that its abilities overlapped completely with his Rinnegan. Anything the gravity fruit could do, Shin could easily do with his Rinnegan. So why waste a replication card? Doflamingo's not as weak as we thought. Alvia couldn't help but say. In front of me, he'd be dead in a single slash, Hancock said arrogantly. But Hancock couldn't kill the current Doflamingo with a single slash. The Doflamingo of today was a force to be reckoned with. All the strings were now imbued with armament hockey. Faced with such an all-encompassing attack, even Fujitora had to be cautious. Gravity Blade, Hell's Journey. With Fujitora at the center, an endless gravity was released. The ground was instantly crushed, and Doflamingo's brow furrowed. The once flexible strings now felt as heavy as lead, making them difficult to control. It seems dealing with you isn't going to be easy, Doflamingo laughed, but there was no smile on his face. Because he couldn't laugh about this. If he had the upper hand, Doflamingo wouldn't mind laughing a few times and taunting Fujitora. But in this situation, how could he taunt Fujitora? Captain Shin, won't you reconsider what I said before? I can submit to you. What do you think? Doflamingo put some distance between himself and Fujitora, then spoke. Fujitora, who had been about to attack, also stopped and turned to look at Shin. Of course, look was not the right word, since Fujitora was blind. You'd submit to me. Doflamingo, don't make me laugh. Shin scoffed. Doflamingo saying he would submit to him. Shin didn't believe a word of it. The most ambitious people on the sea, Blackbeard and Doflamingo, were definitely on that list. Blackbeard was already dead, and as for Doflamingo, whether he died or was thrown into impel down, it didn't matter. This guy's ambition was enormous. He would never truly submit to anyone. Doflamingo wanted to be the Pirate King, and he also wanted to obtain eternal life. But the Op fruit, which could grant eternal life, had already been eaten by Marguerite, thanks to Shin. So Doflamingo could become Shin's enemy in the future. Though even if he did become an enemy, he wouldn't cause Shin any trouble. But it was better not to have such a guy causing trouble for him. Someone like you isn't even qualified to submit to me, Shin said calmly. Shin's words made Doflamingo's face contort with rage, his fierce gaze fixed on Shin. Fufufu. You're really confident, aren't you? You're not afraid of the 5 elders at all. Doflamingo's words made Fujitora's gaze flicker. What did he mean? Were the 5 elders planning to deal with Shin Uzumaki? Though he was a marine admiral, Fujitora seemed to be unaware of this information. Those 5 old geezers. Even if they teamed up, they couldn't withstand a single blow from me. What makes you think I'd be afraid of the 5 elders? Shin asked with disdain. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't the 5 elders be afraid of him? All right, then let's wait and see. Whether you can afford to wait and see is another question entirely, Doflamingo, Shin said, his tone utterly calm. Fujitora, this guy has celestial dragon blood. If you don't kill him, even if he's thrown into impel down, he might not stay there forever. Shin deliberately reminded Fujitora. Fujitora's eyes tightened at the reminder. The news that Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon was a well-kept secret. Sengoku definitely knew, but he had never revealed it. Even Akainu didn't know Doflamingo's hidden identity. That's exactly why he won't touch me, because I'm a celestial dragon, Doflamingo said. He had no idea how Shin had uncovered his identity, but even with his secret exposed, his composure remained unshaken. Even though he had been cast out, the blood of a celestial dragon still flowed through his veins. So even if he was defeated, the worst that could happen was being locked up and impelled down. That's fine. If Fujitora won't make a move, I certainly will. Didn't you say the celestial dragons are coming after me? Fine, I'll just kill a celestial dragon as a response. Shin said with a faint smile, looking at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face changed, his expression stiffening. He didn't know if Shin Uzumaki was serious or not, but he felt like he was. Chapter 700, Fujitora, the Patsy. Doflamingo couldn't understand why Shin Uzumaki, who had shown no intention of attacking him before, now seemed to want him dead. In reality, it was simply because Shin was annoyed with Doflamingo. In their conversation just now, there was a subtle threat in Doflamingo's words. It was as if he was saying that if Shin didn't save him, the 5 elders would kill him. He was using the 5 elders' intention to attack Shin as a threat. Whether Doflamingo actually had that thought or not, that was how Shin saw it. So, letting Doflamingo go was out of the question. Doflamingo wouldn't even get a chance to experience impel down. Shin was preparing to kill him now. Whether this was good or bad for Doflamingo was unknown. If he were locked up and impelled down, and he could find a way to escape, then everything would be fine. But if he couldn't escape, then being in impel down was worse than death. At least death wasn't as painful. After all, impel down was not a good place. Admiral Fujitora, I surrender. Doflamingo glanced at Fujitora, then suddenly raised his hands in surrender. Doflamingo still had the strength to fight, but after Shin expressed his intention to kill him, he thought for a moment and chose to surrender. This way, Fujitora would become his protector. Fujitora's brow furrowed. Since Doflamingo had surrendered, he would naturally be locked up and impelled down. Fujitora also had no intention of killing Doflamingo, not because of his celestial dragon identity. His duty was simply to capture pirates. Judging them was not his job. Doflamingo, I hope you're not planning any tricks. Fujitora said to Doflamingo in a deep voice. As the Joker, Doflamingo was full of tricks. Just a little while ago, the entire kingdom of Dressrosa was almost destroyed. And before that, Doflamingo had completely controlled Dressrosa in his hands. Of course. I have a bigger threat to deal with. Doflamingo wouldn't pull any tricks. Being captured was a good thing now. He could still find a way to escape in the future. If he was killed by Shin, then everything would be over. Doflamingo could still distinguish between the pros and cons. He would rather be captured than die. Your idea is not bad, Doflamingo. But you only know how to use these little tricks and schemes. Shin could see what Doflamingo was planning, but he didn't care. Did he think Fujitora could protect him? Since he has surrendered, I will not let you harm him. Fujitora stood in front of Shin. Fujitora, are you really that blind? Can't you see that Doflamingo is just using you as a pawn? Shin felt that Fujitora might have a problem with his head. It was so obvious that he was being used as a pawn. And Fujitora was willing to be that pawn. It made Shin laugh. Since he is a pirate I have captured, I have to ensure his safety. Fujitora said calmly. He was stubborn. Even though he could see that Doflamingo was using him as a shield against Shin Uzumaki, he still didn't back down. All right, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me then. Shin said calmly. As Shin spoke, Fujitora became wary. Doflamingo glanced at Fujitora, not choosing to escape. If he chose to escape, Fujitora probably wouldn't protect him, and might even attack him as well. This was not the time to escape. But in a while, Doflamingo would have a chance to escape. As for whether he could seize the opportunity to escape, that was up to Doflamingo himself. Though Doflamingo wasn't very confident, he had to try. If he didn't try, he would die. He couldn't pin his hopes on Fujitora, because Doflamingo could see clearly that Fujitora was no match for Shin Uzumaki. He would be defeated sooner or later. He just didn't know how long Fujitora could last against Shin Uzumaki. Fujitora, since you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant your wish. Shin said to Fujitora in a calm tone. But within that calm tone, there was a deep killing intent, which made even Fujitora feel a chill. At this moment, Fujitora felt that Shin's killing intent was a bit terrifying, horrifyingly so. Doflamingo, get rid of the birdcage. Fujitora said to Doflamingo. He almost forgot. After discovering that the birdcage was still shrinking, his expression turned grim. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, but in the end, he still retracted the birdcage. He couldn't continue to use it now. If he continued, Fujitora would probably turn around and attack him. Is that better, Admiral Fujitora? Doflamingo asked Fujitora with a smile. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Fujitora frowned. Doflamingo's sarcastic tone made Fujitora very displeased. Should we help? Nami couldn't help but ask. Nami, it's not that I'm underestimating you, but you wouldn't be of any help. Besides, Shin might not even let us interfere, Robin said. Nami's strength was not enough to interfere in the current battle, which made her very frustrated. She felt that after all her hard work and hellish training, in the end, she was still useless. I will definitely work harder to become stronger in the future, Nami said. Chapter 701, You cut quite a figure running for your life. Shin and Nami were currently deep in conversation, but Fujitora, standing right beside them, looked less than pleased. He was being completely ignored. Fujitora knew, however, that Shin had every right to ignore him. The man's power was on another level. Even though his own strength had grown considerably since their last encounter, he was still no match for the men before him. Wielding his cane sword, Fujitora decided to strike first. Gravity Blade. With a sharp clang, Fujitora's attack was stopped dead. Shin now held a greatsword of pure golden light, the Ama no Murakumo sword, formed from his glint fruit. Fujitora, you still haven't fully mastered your gravity fruit, Shin said calmly. He wasn't mocking Fujitora, it was simply a fact. The Admiral had yet to develop his devil fruit to the point of awakening. He wondered what an awakened gravity fruit would even look like. Would it multiply the force of gravity, or create a gravity field? Shin wasn't sure, but he probably wouldn't get to see it. He had spared Fujitora once before, but he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Regardless of Fujitora's principles, sparing him once had been a gift. This time, Shin had no intention of letting an enemy walk away. Almighty push. An invisible wave of repulsive force slammed into Fujitora, sending his body flying. Doflamingo, standing nearby, was also caught in the blast and thrown back. Doflamingo's expression shifted, and he rushed to check on Fujitora. Seeing the Admiral's state, his face paled even further. A trickle of blood ran from Fujitora's mouth, his clothes were in disarray, and his injuries were clearly severe. Doflamingo knew Fujitora was no match for Shin Uzumaki, but he hadn't expected this. The fight had just started, and with a single move, Fujitora was already on the losing end. The gap between them was just too vast. Even after all this time, your strength is still a disappointment, Fujitora, Shin said coolly. I'll give you one chance. Leave now, and you can still walk away. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you both. Shin looked down at the fallen admiral. Fujitora met his gaze, showing no sign of backing down. Shin Uzumaki, I will not yield, Fujitora said with solemn conviction. No matter what, Fujitora would not back down. Doflamingo deserved to die, but as long as he was a prisoner under Fujitora's watch, he would protect him. It was a matter of principle. And against an opponent like Shin, backing down was not an option. Justice will never bow its head. Veins bulged on Fujitora's forehead. Streaks of fire began to tear across the sky, a meteor shower. With his gravity fruit, Fujitora could pull meteors from space, a technique similar to Shin's Tengai Shinsei. But there was a key difference, the meteors Fujitora summoned were pathetically small. Oh. You don't care about the people of this country? Shin asked with a faint smile. If I'm using this move, it's because I can ensure no innocent civilians are harmed. Fujitora swung his blade, and the meteors that were about to rain down on the country suddenly changed course, all hurtling towards Shin. Impressive. Too bad it won't even touch me. Shin looked up as the meteor shower descended. But as the flaming rocks drew near, before they could even make contact, they all shattered into dust. An invisible field of repulsive force surrounded Shin. Any external force that came near was instantly deflected. It was like a form of vector manipulation, though the underlying power was different, the result was the same. An attack like this is meaningless against me. If you can't break through the repulsive field around me, you'll never even be able to touch me. Fujitora showed little reaction to Shin's words. Having fought him before, he was already aware of some of his abilities. He knew how powerful Shin was. But Doflamingo, on the other hand, was starting to feel a sense of despair. It wasn't that he didn't understand Shin's power, it was that the stronger Shin appeared, the higher the odds of his own death became. His face suddenly turned grim. Doflamingo instantly manipulated the surrounding strings, lashing out at Shin. Immediately after the attack, Doflamingo decisively used his sky's path, attaching strings to the clouds above. He began to move at high speed. As for how he could attach strings to clouds, perhaps the clouds in the world of One Piece were different. At this moment, Doflamingo was running for his life. Doflamingo, you cut quite a figure running for your life like that, Shin called out, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Could Shin really allow Doflamingo to escape? A blade of light shot towards Doflamingo, severing the almost invisible strings. The fleeing Doflamingo plummeted from the sky. In an instant, Shin appeared in front of him. His speed was so immense that even Fujitora, who had been watching his every move, couldn't react in time. It was beyond what his observation haki could track, so Fujitora couldn't stop Shin. Even if he could, he probably wouldn't have. The reason was simple, Doflamingo was trying to escape. Fujitora wasn't trying to protect Doflamingo. Or rather, as long as Doflamingo was his prisoner, he would protect him. But now, Doflamingo was trying to become a fugitive. Seeing the descending blade, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and threw his arms up to block, his forearms transforming into a mass of tough strings. His arms turning to string was similar to elementalization, but there was a difference. The strings were a part of his body. If they were all cut, it would be the same as his arms being severed. There was no contest. Shin's blade sliced down, and Doflamingo's arm was severed in an instant. Arg. Doflamingo couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream, his already dark face turning pale. Wait. Doflamingo cried out as he saw Shin raise his sword again. What is it? Are you scared? Shin asked. I thought I brought you a huge amount of wealth over the years. Why do you want to kill me? Doflamingo's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. I told you I wanted half your profits, Doflamingo. But don't think you can fool me. What you gave me probably wasn't even 30% of what you earned. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with you before. Shin sneered. Did Doflamingo really think his little tricks could deceive him? Shin had known all along, he had just been too lazy to deal with him. Chapter 702, The Death of Doflamingo. Ignoring Doflamingo's look of despair, Shin swung his sword down, aiming for his head. Clang. At the last second, Fujitora's cane sword intercepted Shin's Ama no Murakumo sword, blocking the fatal blow. Shin's brow instantly furrowed. Though he didn't know why Fujitora had intervened again, Shin felt that perhaps he had been too lenient with him before. Was I too lenient with you last time, Fujitora? Shin's voice was arctic. With another press of his blade, he shattered Fujitora's cane sword. The follow-through of the attack left a deep, bone-jarring gash on Doflamingo's body. Because Fujitora had blocked for a moment, Doflamingo had escaped with his life. Otherwise, Shin's strike would have taken his head. The Ama no Murakumo sword vanished. A white halo, the signature of the Tremor fruit, enveloped Shin's fist as he threw a punch at Fujitora. Crack! The air itself seemed to shatter like a broken mirror, and cracks appeared all over Fujitora's body. The bones within him had been shattered. Fujitora couldn't even support himself. With a single punch, Shin had crippled him. Though he wasn't dead, Fujitora's combat ability was gone. His body was racked with comminuted fractures. Unless he could get a new body, he would never recover. Be grateful I didn't kill you. This is my mercy, Shin said, looking at the paralyzed admiral. He hadn't killed him, but it wasn't out of mercy. For Fujitora now, death would have been a better fate. Though he was alive, living would be a greater torment. The people I decide to kill don't get to escape, Doflamingo. Are you sure you want to keep running? And let me warn you, if you run, your end will be 100 times more miserable. I, Shin Uzumaki, always keep my word. Crippling Fujitora with a single punch had raised Shin's deterrent effect to its peak. Doflamingo hesitated, his escape coming to a halt. Without a doubt, choosing to flee meant certain death. Shin Uzumaki's strength was even greater than he had imagined. To cripple an admiral with a single punch, what did that even mean? Doflamingo couldn't even begin to comprehend it. This strength was too great, ridiculously so. I think you don't need to kill me. I'm worth more to you alive, Doflamingo said with a fawning smile. Now, to survive, Doflamingo felt that even a bit of humiliation was nothing. Only by living could he have a future. If he died, he would have nothing. That's right. I can't deny that a living you could indeed create value for me. But right now, I want you dead. Shin's calm words left Doflamingo with no way out. He was telling him clearly, I'm going to kill you. If you don't want to die, then fight back. Is there really no room for negotiation? Doflamingo looked up and asked Shin. Of course not. The only variable is how I'm going to kill you. Shin once again used his glint fruit to create the Ama no Murakumo sword. Do you regret it, Fujitora? If you hadn't stopped me, I might have let you go. Actually, I think I've been very merciful, allowing a little ant to jump around in front of me. Unfortunately, my mercy also has a time limit. Shin turned his back to Fujitora, walking towards Doflamingo as he spoke calmly. Now Shin really wanted to know if Fujitora had any regrets. At this moment, Fujitora had lost everything. His body was completely crippled, and his ideals and ambitions would never be realized. Fujitora didn't answer Shin. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. All the bones in his body, including those in his face, were shattered. It was a miracle he was still alive. Clearly, Shin had deliberately left him alive. Shin Uzumaki, you'll fall to the celestial dragons. You have no idea how deep their power truly runs. Doflamingo spoke up at this moment, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Shin. Right now, Doflamingo was just venting. With no hope of escape, he was in complete despair. His current fate was even more miserable than in the original story. In the original story, he had at least survived, just locked up in the great underwater prison. Countless sharp strings that could cut through steel gathered together, forming an enormous blade. With a wave of Doflamingo's hand, it slashed down towards Shin. A desperate struggle. Shin swung his sword. Before Doflamingo's attack could even reach him, he had already cut off his head. It was that simple and clean. With a single slash, he had decapitated Doflamingo. I just came here to watch the show, and I ended up killing Doflamingo myself. Shin couldn't help but say. He had come purely for the entertainment, but a few words from Doflamingo had dragged him in and led to his death. He wondered if Doflamingo would cry if he knew. No, that was a stupid thought. Doflamingo was already dead, how could he cry? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Shin looked up and saw Luffy and his crew running towards them. Without a navigator like Nami, how did they even make it to the new world? Must be that main character plot armor at work. It couldn't have been easy. It's you. Luffy still remembered Shin and was very surprised to see him. But Usopp's reaction wasn't so good. He was trembling all over. They had just escaped one crisis, and now they were facing another powerhouse. One of the four emperors. No, he wasn't one of the four emperors anymore, because Kaido was already dead. You seem surprised, Shin said to Luffy with a faint smile. Yeah, it's pretty surprising. Luffy smiled broadly. He wasn't afraid of Shin at all. After all, they hadn't crossed each other, and they weren't enemies. Why should he be afraid? Zoro looked at Shin with a fighting spirit. He wanted to challenge him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Even Mihawk was no match for him. Hey, look. That flamingo is dead. Luffy pointed at Doflamingo's corpse and shouted. They had defeated Doflamingo's subordinates and were on their way to take down the man himself. But now, they didn't need to do anything. Doflamingo's head was separated from his body. He was clearly dead. Seeing Doflamingo dead, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 703, 703, Are You the Shallow One? After Doflamingo's death, Shin and his crew didn't linger in Dressrosa, but not before Shin helped himself to Doflamingo's entire fortune. He wasn't about to leave it behind. After all, it would have just ended up in Akainu's hands, and why would he do them any favors? Besides, who was traveling with him? The one and only cat burglar, Nami. She wouldn't have left a single berry behind. What a massive haul. Are there any more wicked scoundrels like Doflamingo out there? We should deliver justice to the wicked. Nami declared with righteous fervor, though a quick glance at her eyes told a different story. They weren't shining with a desire for justice, they were practically glowing with the symbol for berries. You know, there are quite a few people like Doflamingo out there. Some are even richer, Robin said with a smile. Nami's eyes widened. Richer than Doflamingo? Was that even possible? She had thought Doflamingo's wealth was already astronomical. To think there were people with even more. Robin, you're not lying to me, are you? Nami asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Of course not. Why would I lie to you? There are definitely people out there with more money than Doflamingo. Robin shook her head, not a trace of deception in her expression. The Celestial Dragons. They're the richest people in the world. You don't doubt that, do you? Hearing Robin bring up the Celestial Dragons, Nami's eyes lit up even brighter. She nodded enthusiastically. All right, then. Let's go after the Celestial Dragons. Didn't that Flamingo guy say the Celestial Dragons were coming after us? We can just launch a preemptive strike. Nami clenched her fist, her voice filled with determination. Well now, Nami. That's some serious talk. You're not even a little scared of taking on the Celestial Dragons. I have to say, I'm impressed, Shin said, a smile playing on his lips. Why would I be scared when you're here? As long as you're around, there's nothing to be afraid of, Nami replied with a grin. Who gave her that confidence? Shin, of course. Nami was absolutely certain that even if they pissed off the Celestial Dragons, they'd be just fine. Besides, I've heard those Celestial Dragons are a bunch of pampered fools. They're nothing to worry about, Nami added, her dislike for them clear. In truth, most of the world despised the Celestial Dragons. They paraded around as if they were gods, but in reality, they were nothing but useless trash. They've ruled this world for over 800 years. Do you really think they're just a bunch of pampered fools? Alvia couldn't help but point out. Anyone who underestimated the Celestial Dragons was bound to end up in a bad way. They had to be careful. 800 years of rule, can you imagine how many berries they've accumulated? Just think of all that heavenly tribute. I can almost see mountains of gold. Nami's eyes were sparkling, completely tuning out Alvia's warning. Even if they were strong, they couldn't be stronger than Shin. Nami had absolute faith in him. You're a hopeless case. I don't know what's so great about a few berries, Alvia said, exasperated. It was just berries. What was the big deal? They already had enough to last dozens of lifetimes. But Alvia would never understand the mind of a money lover. For Nami, there was no such thing as too much money. The more, the better. If treasure weren't so bulky, she'd probably sleep on the pile Shin had given her every night. Alvia, you're just too shallow, Nami said, looking at her with disdain. Are you sure you're not the shallow one? Robin couldn't help but defend her mother. It was clear who the shallow one was here. Fine, I won't argue with you about this. Nami glanced between Alvia and Robin. It seemed she was outmatched in every category, so she decided to drop it. In truth, Nami's obsession with money was understandable, given her childhood. When she was young, her adoptive mother, Belmere, had been killed by Arlong because she couldn't afford to pay his tribute. After that, Nami had spent years trying to save up 100 million berries. A habit formed in childhood was not something that could be easily changed. Hey, Shin, when are we going to go after the Celestial Dragons? Nami asked, sidling up to him. You're really eager, aren't you? All right, how about this, when we do, you can be the vanguard. What do you say? Shin asked with a smile. Nami's face instantly changed. No way. Are you trying to get me killed? I know my own limits, she said, shaking her head vigorously. So you want the rewards without putting in the work? Life isn't that easy. Shin looked at Nami, annoyed. Did she really think she could get something for nothing? By the way, do you remember what you said before? Shin suddenly asked. Nami paused, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. She had no idea what he was talking about. Looks like I'll have to jog your memory. You said you were going to put everything you had into getting stronger. Ring a bell. Want me to help you with that? Shin asked with a smile. Ahaha, did I say that? I don't remember. I'm sure I never said that. Your memory must be failing you, Shin. Nami laughed nervously, flatly denying it. It had been a heat-of-the-moment thing, she hadn't meant it. Now, she had no intention of following through. The thought of training so hard was just exhausting. She'd rather be counting her money. That was much more fun. Even if the amount never changed, she still found joy in it. As for getting stronger, Nami figured it was better to just pass. Why suffer through all that? Wasn't it nice to just be a freeloader? Even if she did train, she'd never be able to beat the real powerhouses. And as for dealing with small fry, her current strength was more than enough. Thinking about it that way, Nami felt there was no need to get stronger at all. Humph, you don't get to refuse this time. And I won't let you. Shin snorted coldly, making it clear that he was going to force Nami to train. Aya. Have mercy. As Shin grabbed her, Nami couldn't help but scream. The thought of the miserable life that awaited her brought tears to her eyes. But Shin showed no mercy. He wasn't about to let her off the hook just because she was putting on a pitiful act. Chapter 704, I'm still scared of dying. I've already learned the 6 powers. Why do I have to keep practicing? Nami complained, her elbows aching. She glanced at Khalifa, who was watching her with a whip in hand. Khalifa, can I just take a little break? Just a short one, I promise I won't slack off after. Nami pleaded pitifully. But Khalifa's face remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Did she really think she could sway her? No. Khalifa said coolly, pushing up her glasses. Her aura grew even more imposing. Looking at the thorny whip in Khalifa's hand, Nami had no doubt she would use it. She really is Shin's loyal lapdog, Nami muttered. Khalifa heard her. Without a word, she cracked the whip in Nami's direction. Using her observation haki to track the whip's movement, Nami used shave to dodge. Sorry, Khalifa. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Nami quickly apologized. Too late. Besides, this is a more effective way to train you. I'm sure Shin-sama won't mind, Khalifa said flatly. Looking at the incredibly serious Khalifa, Nami was filled with regret. She shouldn't have said that. And even if she had to say it, she shouldn't have let Khalifa hear her. Now that she had, there was no way she would be let off the hook. Nami wailed in despair and continued her training under Khalifa's intensified supervision. Not bad. You've improved. 2 days later, when Shin came to check on Nami, he felt her progress was significant. However, Nami's expression upon seeing him was anything but friendly. She glared at him, looking like she wanted to bite his head off. In fact, she did, she lunged at him. Unfortunately for her, Shin easily dodged. Nami could only stand there, fuming. Don't blame me. You were the one who made that promise. I'm just helping you achieve your goal. Besides, it's not a bad thing for you. Shin said to Nami with a light chuckle. Getting stronger was definitely not a bad thing for her. Humph, it's not a good thing for me either. It's too hard. Do you have any idea how close I was to dying from exhaustion? Nami complained, truly feeling like she was on the verge of death. This training was too much for her. But you're not dead, are you? And you made it through. I can call you a warrior now. Shin gave Nami a thumbs up with a smile. I'm just a girl. I don't want to be a warrior. I've heard warriors die young, and I don't want to die. Nami retorted. She just wanted to slack off. Even if he forced her to train, she wouldn't budge. You're a hopeless case. Shin shook his head, looking at Nami. If you think I'm a hopeless case, then don't bother. I think I'm fine just the way I am. Nami's eyes lit up as she suggested this to Shin. She didn't want to be molded into something she wasn't. She felt that as long as she had enough strength to deal with the small fry, she'd be fine. How about we find a good devil fruit for Nami? Alvia suggested. I remember Nami saying she didn't want to eat a devil fruit. Hancock spoke up. Nami had indeed said that, and she still felt the same way. The reason was simple, Nami didn't want to lose the ability to swim. After all, eating a devil fruit would turn her into a landlubber. Especially when falling into the sea, she would be completely helpless, waiting for someone to rescue her. If no one came, she would just have to wait to die. So, eating a devil fruit made her feel very insecure, especially since they were sailing on the open sea. What if she accidentally fell into the water? Nami was still very much afraid of dying. If she drowned instead of being killed by someone, wouldn't that be too miserable? Of course, this was just Nami overthinking things. How many devil fruit users actually drowned? Shin hadn't heard of a single one. Shin, what should we do about the celestial dragons? Robin asked Shin. Even if it's just hearsay, the fact that the celestial dragons want to move against us is probably true. I think we should launch a preemptive strike, Alvia said. I agree. I'd like to see how strong the 5 elders really are, Hancock said, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her eyes shining. Yes, we should definitely strike first. We can't wait for them to come after us. Shin nodded, then smiled at Alvia. In that case, let's spread the word. Say that I'm going to wipe the holy land of Mary Geos off the map. What? Alvia was stunned. Did he just say he was going to wipe out Mary Geos? And he was just going to announce it? Yes. What's the problem with announcing it? Even if they know, can they change the outcome? Shin said with a faint smile. With his invincible power, why bother being secretive? That would be too boring for him. That's right. That's how it should be. Only this can show Shin's invincible aura. I'm not afraid, Hancock nodded. All right. Since you've decided, I'll spread the news. Seeing that Shin had made up his mind, Alvia didn't object. It was just spreading a message, a simple task. As for the consequences, Alvia wasn't particularly afraid. With Shin's strength, even killing an admiral would be a piece of cake. No matter how much power the celestial dragons had accumulated, they were no match for Shin. Since they were guaranteed to win, what was there to worry about? Let's go. Prepare to head to the holy land of Mary Geos, Shin said. With Shin's decision, the happiest person was, of course, Nami. Finally, she had a chance to go after the celestial dragons. This was a golden opportunity. At this moment, Nami could already see countless berries raining down on her. She was completely lost in her fantasy. Snap out of it. Stop daydreaming. You look like a fool. It's embarrassing. Shin knocked on Nami's head, interrupting her fantasy. Nami glared at Shin, but since she needed him to make her dream a reality, she didn't say anything. Chapter 705, The 5 Elders' Preparations. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and a single piece of news had spread like wildfire across the seas. Shin was going to level the holy land of Mary Geos. No one knew if the rumor was true or false. Most dismissed it as a ridiculous fabrication. Only those who truly understood Shin believed it was real. Pops, what do you think? Is this news for real? Marco asked Whitebeard. Gururara. Knowing Shin Uzumaki, this is most likely the real deal. It looks like he's serious, he's really going to make a move on Mary Geos, Whitebeard said, his voice filled with absolute conviction. But I don't see how it could be. Even if Shin Uzumaki is as strong as they say, can he really take on the 5 elders? Marco found it hard to believe. The news was probably fake, deliberately spread by someone trying to paint a target on Shin's back. Maybe someone's trying to set him up. Marco thought. He simply couldn't accept it. That's because you don't know Shin Uzumaki. He's a man of supreme confidence. If he's going to challenge the 5 elders and the celestial dragons, you can bet he'd announce it to the world. Though Whitebeard hadn't interacted with Shin much, he had sailed the seas for decades. His judgment of character was razor-sharp. The only time he'd been blind was with Blackbeard, whose ambition had been hidden so well that even Whitebeard hadn't seen it. That betrayal was perhaps the greatest stain on his legacy. Marco, gather the fleet. The Whitebeard pirates are going to make a move. I owe Shin Uzumaki a great debt, and I'm not a man who likes to leave his debts unpaid. Whitebeard grabbed his naginata from nearby, his presence radiating an aura of absolute command. If it weren't for Shin Uzumaki, he might have died at the Summit War. Not to mention dealing with Blackbeard, if Shin hadn't taken down Kaido, how could they have dealt with him? In the end, it was Shin who had finished Blackbeard. The debt was too great. Whitebeard felt uneasy letting it stand. He might be a pirate, but he was a man of honor who believed in repaying his debts. All right, Pops. Marco didn't object. An order from his father was absolute. He'd charge into Marine headquarters again if he had to. Of course, this was far more dangerous than the war at Marineford, but Marco still didn't hesitate. Like his father, the pineapple-headed commander was a man who repaid his debts. At the same time, the 5 elders reacted swiftly. Whether the news was true or not, they had to prepare. Could Shin Uzumaki have found out we're planning to move against him? Saint Shepherd Jew Peter asked with a frown. Secrets have a way of getting out. That's not important right now. The main issue is how to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Should we inform Imusama? St. Marcus Mars shook his head. Why bother Imusama with this? Can't we handle a small matter like this ourselves? St. Topman Warcury waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, this wasn't something that required Imu's attention. It would only reflect poorly on their abilities. No, this matter must be reported to Imusama. Don't underestimate Shin Uzumaki. Besides, I have a feeling he won't be the only one making a move this time. St. J. Garcia Saturn wore a grave expression. They weren't entirely confident even when facing Shin Uzumaki alone. If others took this opportunity to cause chaos, the situation could spiral completely out of their control. I agree. I have a bad feeling about this, a sense of crisis. My gut has saved my life more than once in my youth. I believe this won't be as simple as it seems. We can be certain Shin Uzumaki is serious. St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo wiped his blade. The sword glinted with a cold, sinister light, its ominous aura palpable. You're all overthinking this. Have you forgotten our own strength? St. Topman Warcury said again. He was supremely confident, looking down on Shin Uzumaki with a hint of disdain. In that case, since you're so confident, why don't you be the one to face him when he arrives? St. Marcus Mars shot back, glancing at the bearded one. The five elders weren't always in perfect harmony. Though they maintained a united front, there were occasional disagreements. St. Topman Warcury's arrogance was rubbing him the wrong way. Did he really underestimate Shin Uzumaki so much? Had he forgotten his track record? Even Garp and Sengoku together were no match for Shin. Do you honestly think you're stronger than both of them? You probably couldn't even beat Garp alone. This is not the time for internal conflict. Our focus should be on Shin Uzumaki, St. J. Garcia Saturn interjected. I will inform Imusama. The rest of you, make your arrangements. St. J. Garcia Saturn stood up and walked out. The others ceased their bickering and went their separate ways to prepare. To face Shin Uzumaki, they would need to bring their full strength to bear. And crucially, they might not be facing only him. Their first move was to summon a Kainu. As the fleet admiral they had put in power, he had no choice but to obey. Besides, the target was Shin, Akainu readily agreed. Ryakujiu also headed straight for Mary Geos. His eyes were bloodshot. He was going to get revenge for Fujitora. Fujitora had been completely crippled by Shin, unable to even stand. In the few days since the news broke, the entire world was in an uproar. Some believed it, others didn't. But without a doubt, all eyes were on the holy land of Mary Geos and Shin's Kuja pirates, waiting to see what he would do next. They also watched the movements of the five elders and the marines. Some even called Shin a hero for daring to openly challenge the Holy Land, for vowing to destroy it. Of course, many were just eager for a good show. Many pirates hoped Shin would be defeated. Otherwise, the pirates of the New World would never be able to breathe freely. The impact is significant enough. It's time to set off. Shin looked at the newspaper. The ripples he had caused were already massive. He was quite satisfied. Now, it was time for him to make his move. If he didn't, he'd be seen as all talk and no action, a laughingstock for the ages. Don't you think we've stirred up too much trouble? It feels a little dangerous, Nami asked Shin. Seeing the "I'm scared" expression on Nami's face, Shin knew she was getting cold feet. She really lacked courage. Chapter 706, 706, What's with the cold feet? If you don't want to go, you can stay here. But when we get the treasure, you won't get a share. Shin said to Nami. Nami's expression changed instantly. Who said I don't want to go? I'm not scared at all. With you here, Shin, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, no amount of danger can shake my resolve. Nami declared, her expression one of someone prepared to face death. You don't have to be so dramatic. There's no real danger, Shin said to Nami. This time, there really was no danger. Any threat that arose, Shin could absolutely handle. You're right. With you, what do I have to be afraid of? Nami's courage returned, and she felt invincible. After all, she wouldn't have to fight. She could just stay on the sidelines. The others would handle everything. All right, enough talk. Full speed ahead. Shin took control of Pluton, sending it soaring into the sky toward Mary Geos. In an instant, Pluton became a streak of light, racing toward its destination. I think I'm getting airsick. Isn't this a little too fast? Nami couldn't help but say. However, she was the only one who felt any discomfort. The others were completely fine. It's because your constitution is too weak. If you were stronger, you wouldn't feel this way, Shin said to Nami. Really? Is my constitution even weaker than Shirahoshi's? Or Vivi's? Even if I can't compare to Shirahoshi, I should be stronger than Vivi. Nami thought of Shirahoshi's identity as the ancient weapon Poseidon, then turned her gaze to Vivi. Vivi's strength was far below hers now. If anyone on the ship was the weakest, it was definitely Vivi, but she looked completely fine. Actually, I'm about to pass out. Vivi turned to look at Nami, then dramatically collapsed onto the deck. Just as Vivi was about to fall, Shin caught her and slowed the ship's speed. It's perfectly stable, yet you still feel dizzy. Shin shook his head, not knowing what to say. After he slowed down, Nami felt much better. Why were we going so fast? Were you trying for a surprise attack? Nami asked Shin, her face pale. Shin raised his hand and flicked her on the head. What are you thinking? If I wanted to launch a surprise attack, I wouldn't have spread the news in the first place. Just because you have a point doesn't mean you can hit me. Nami glared at Shin, fuming. Because I think you're a little dumb, so I'm trying to knock some sense into you. Shin wore an expression that said, you should be thanking me, which only made Nami even more furious. The only reason I'm dumb is because you keep hitting me. Nami shouted angrily at Shin. Shin chuckled, and Hancock and the others couldn't help but laugh as well. Nami, does that mean you're admitting you're dumb? I've never met anyone who admits they're dumb. You're the first. Hancock said, laughing. Nami froze for a moment, then realized she had been tricked. Was she really that dumb? Stop teasing Nami. Can't you see she's already been teased into a stupor? Robin said, though her face was full of smiles, a look of someone enjoying the show. You're all ganging up on me. I shouldn't have joined you. Now you're all picking on me. Nami wore a wronged expression. Seeing her so upset, Shin didn't have the heart to tease her anymore. All right, I was just joking with you. I won't say anything more, okay? Shin said to Nami with a light chuckle. Not long after, Pluton arrived at Mary Geos. Shin looked at the Holy Land, contemplating whether he should open with a cannon blast. Calipha, you take control of Pluton. Keep it floating in the air, Shin said to Calipha. Calipha possessed the float fruit ability, which was perfect for this situation, allowing Pluton to remain airborne. Shin then had Alvia and the others stay on the ship, descending alone to set foot on the soil of Mary Geos. This is my first time in Mary Geos, Shin said, looking at the buildings in the distance. The architecture here was truly luxurious. Compared to other places, Mary Geos was on another level of opulence, with countless castles. What a shame a place like this is wasted on the celestial dragons. Shin shook his head slightly. No, it was precisely because this was the land of the celestial dragons that it was built to be so extravagant. But soon, this place will be reduced to ruins. Right, 5 elders. Shin's gaze fell on the 5 elders. At this moment, their expressions were extremely grave as they stared back at him, St. Topman Warkiri's face filled with rage. Shin Uzumaki, you actually have the nerve to attack the holy land of Mary Geos. St. Topman Warkiri stared at Shin angrily. Oh. And what gave you the idea I wouldn't? Shin asked, looking at the bald, bearded man. What do we do? Our defenses aren't fully in place yet. I didn't expect Shin Uzumaki to be this fast, St. Shepherd Jew Peter said to the others. They really hadn't anticipated his speed. According to their intelligence, Shin Uzumaki was still in his own territory. Yet in less than half a day, Shin Uzumaki and his ship had arrived at Mary Geos. I thought you wanted a fight. What's with the cold feet? Shin asked, looking at the motionless 5 elders. He then added with a faint smile, don't tell me you're stalling for time. The Marines hadn't arrived yet, so Shin assumed the 5 elders were trying to buy time. He was right. The 5 elders were indeed trying to stall. They weren't confident, so they planned to wait until all their forces had gathered before dealing with Shin. But that was all contingent on Shin giving them that time.